Preface of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Huff. The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. Preface. Je vous fils d'Angleterre, riche Dieu nommé, que l'on déçoit en terre, estant et consommé, endurer grande souffrance, et par nobles exploits, vive in bonne espérance. D'este roi des Anglois. Old French Chronicle. The story of Perkin Warbeck was first suggested to me as a subject for historical detail. On studying it, I became aware of the romance which his story contains, while at the same time I felt that it would be impossible for any narration that should be confined to the incorporation of facts related by our old chroniclers to do it justice. It is not singular that I should entertain a belief that Perkin was, in reality, the lost Duke of York. For, in spite of Hume, and the later historians who have followed in his path, no person who has at all studied the subject but arrives at the same conclusion. Records exist in the Tower, some well known, others with which those who have access to those interesting papers are alone acquainted, which put the question almost beyond a doubt. This is not the place for a discussion of the question. The principal thing that I should wish to be impressed upon my reader's mind is, that whether my hero was or was not an impostor, he was believed to be the true man by his contemporaries. The partial pages of Bacon, of Hall, and Holinshed, and others of that date, are replete with proofs of this fact. There are some curious letters written by Sir John Ramsay, Laird of Balmain, calling himself Lord Bothwell, addressed to Henry VII himself, which, though written by a spy and hireling of that monarch, tend to confirm my belief, and even demonstrate that in his eagerness to get rid of a formidable competitor, Henry did not hesitate to urge midnight assassination. These letters are printed in the appendix to Pinkerton's History of Scotland. The verses which form the motto to these volumes are part of a rhythmical chronicle, written by two subjects of Burgundy who lived in those days. It is entitled Recollection de Merveilles, advenues in notre temps, commencé par très élégant orateur, Messire Georges Chastelan, et continué par Meister John Molinet. In addition to the unwilling suffrage of his enemies, we may adduce the acts of his friends and allies. Human nature in its leading feature is the same in all ages. James IV of Scotland was a man of great talent and discernment. He was proud, attached as a Scot to the prejudices of birth, of punctilious honour. No one can believe that he would have bestowed his near kinswoman, nor have induced the Earl of Huntly to give his daughter in marriage to one who did not bear evident signs of being of royal blood. The various adventures of this unfortunate prince in many countries, and his alliance with a beautiful and high-born woman who proved a faithful, loving wife to him, take away the sting from the ignominy which might attach itself to his fate, and make him, we venture to believe, in spite of the contumely later historians have chosen in the most arbitrary way to heap upon him, a fitting object of interest, a hero to ennoble the pages of a humble tale. End of the preface. Chapter 1 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 1. The Flight from Bosworth Field. He seemed breathless, heartless, faint, and wan, and all his armour sprinkled was with blood, and soiled with dirty gore, that no man can discern the hue thereof. He never stood, but bent his hasty course towards the idle flood. Spenser. After a long series of civil dissension, after many battles whose issue involved the fate of thousands, after the destruction of nearly all the English nobility in the contest between the two Roses, the decisive battle of Bosworth Field was fought on the 22nd of August, 1415, whose result was to entwine, as it was called, the white and red symbols of rivalship, and to restore peace to this unhappy country. The day had been sunny and warm. As the evening closed in, a west wind rose, bringing along troops of fleecy clouds, golden at sunset, and then dun and grey, veiling with pervious network the many stars. 3 horsemen at this hour passed through the open country between Hinckley and Welford in Leicestershire. It was broad day when they descended from the elevation on which the former stands, and the villagers crowded to gaze upon the fugitives, and to guess, from the ensigns they bore, to which party they belonged, while the warders from the near castle hastened out to stop them, thus to curry favour with the conqueror, a design wholly baffled. The good steeds of the knights, for such their golden spurs attested them to be, bore them fast and far along the Roman road, which still exists in those parts, to shame our modern builders. It was dusk when, turning from the direct route to avoid entering Welford, they reached a ford of the Avon. Hitherto silence had prevailed with the party, for until now their anxiety to fly had solely occupied their thoughts. Their appearance spoke of war, nay, of slaughter. Their cloaks were stained and torn, their armor was disjointed, and parts of it were wanting. Yet these losses were so arbitrary that it was plain that the pieces had been hacked from their fastenings. The helm of the foremost was deprived of its crest. Another wore the bonnet of a common soldier, which ill accorded with the rest of his accoutrements, while the third, bareheaded, his hair falling on his shoulders, lank and matted from heat and exercise, gave more visible tokens of the haste of flight. As the night grew darker, one of them, and then another, seemed willing to relax somewhat in their endeavors. One alone continued with unmitigated energy to keep his horse at the same pace they had all maintained during the broad light of day. When they reached the ford, the silence was broken by the hindmost horseman. He spoke in a petulant voice, saying, "Another half-mile at this pace, and poor Fleur-de-Luce founders. If you will not slacken your speed, here we part, my friends. God save you till we meet again." "Evil betide the hour that separates us, brother," said the second fugitive, reining in. "Our cause, our peril, our fate shall be the same. You, my good lord, will consult your own safety." The third cavalier had already entered the stream. He made a dead halt while his friend spoke, and then replied, "Let us name some rendezvous where, if we escape, we may again meet. I go on an errand of life and death. My success is doubtful, my danger certain. If I succeed in evading it, where shall I rejoin you?" "Though the event of this day has been fatal to the king," answered the other, "our fortunes are not decided. I propose taking refuge in some sanctuary, till we perceive how far the Earl of Richmond is inclined to mercy." "I knew the Earl when a mere youth, Sir Humphrey Stafford," said the foremost rider, "and heard more of him when I visited Brittany at the time of King Louis's death 2 years ago. When mercy knocks at his heart, suspicion and avarice give her a rough reception. We must fly beyond sea, unless we can make further stand. More of this when we meet again. Where shall that be?" "I have many friends near Colchester," replied the elder Stafford, "and St. Mary boasts an asylum there which a crowned head would not dare violate. Thence, if all else fail, we can pass with ease to the Low Countries." "In sanctuary at Colchester, I will not fail you. God bless and preserve you the while." The noble, as he said these words, put spurs to his horse, and without looking back, crossed the stream, and turning on the skirts of a copse, was soon out of sight of his companions. He rode all night, cheering his steed with hand and voice, looking angrily at the early dawning east, which soon cast from her cloudless brow the dimness of night. Yet the morning air was grateful to his heated cheeks. It was a perfect summer's morn. The wheat, golden from ripeness, swayed gracefully to the light breeze. The slender oats shook their small bells in the air with ceaseless motion. The birds, twittering, alighted from the full-leaved trees, scattering dewdrops from the branches. With the earliest dawn, the cavalier entered a forest, traversing its depths with the hesitation of one unacquainted with the country, and looked frequently at the sky, to be directed by the position of the glowing east. A path more worn than the one he had hitherto followed now presented itself, leading into the heart of the wood. He hesitated for a few seconds, and then, with a word of cheer to his horse, pursued his way into the embowering thicket. After a short space the path narrowed, the meeting branches of the trees impeded him, and the sudden angle it made from the course he wished to follow served to perplex him still farther. But as he vented his impatience by hearty Catholic exclamations, a little tinkling bell spoke of a chapel near, and of the early rising of the priest to perform the matin service at its altar. The horse of the fugitive, a noble war steed, had long flagged, and hunger gnawed at the rider's own heart, for he had not tasted food since the morning of the previous day. These sounds, therefore, heard in so fearless a seclusion, bore with them pleasant tidings of refreshment and repose. He crossed himself in thankfulness, then throwing himself from his horse, and such change was soothing to his stiffened limbs, he led him through the opening glade, to where a humble chapel and a near adjoining hut stood in the bosom of the thicket, emblems of peace and security. The cavalier tied his horse to a tree and entered the chapel. A venerable priest was reading the matin service. One old woman composed his congregation, and she was diligently employed telling her beads. The bright rays of the newly risen sun streamed through the eastern window, casting the checkered shadow of its lattice work on the opposite wall. The chapel was small and rustic, but it was kept exquisitely clean. The sacred appurtenances of the altar also were richer than was usual, and each shrine was decked with clusters of flowers, chiefly composed of white roses. No high praise, indeed, was due to the rude picture of the Virgin of the Annunciation, or of the announcing angel, a representation of whom formed the altarpiece, but in barbaric England in those days piety stood in place of taste, and that which represented Our Lady received honour, however unworthy it might be of the Inspirus of Raphael or Correggio. The cavalier took his disornamented casque from his head, placed it on the ground, and knelt reverentially on the bare earth. He had lately escaped from battle and slaughter, and he surely thought that he had a special motive for thanksgiving, so that if his lips uttered a mere soldier's Ave, still it had the merit of fervour and sincerity. Had he been less occupied by his own feelings, he might have remarked the many glances the priest cast on him, who dishonoured his learning and piety by frequent mistakes of language, as his thoughts wandered from his breviary to observe with deep attention his unexpected visitor. At length the service ended. The old dame rose from her knees, and satisfied her curiosity, which she had excited by many a look askance, by a full and long gaze on the cavalier. His hewn armour, torn cloak, and unseemly for the sacred spot the dread stains on his garments and hands, were all minutely scanned. Nor did his personal appearance escape remark. His stature was tall, his person well knit, showing him to be a man of about 30 years of age. His features were finely moulded, his grey eyes full of fire, his step had the dignity of rank, and his look expressed chivalrous courage and frankness. The good woman had not been long engaged in surveying the stranger when her pastor beckoned her to retire, and himself advanced, replying to the soldier's salute with a benedicite, and then hastily inquiring if he came from the field. "Even so, father," said the cavalier, "I come from the field of the bloody harvest. Has any intelligence of it travelled hither so speedily? If so, I must have wandered from the right road, and am not so far on my journey as I hoped." "I have only heard that a battle was expected," said the priest, "and your appearance tells me that it is over. The fortunes, nay, perhaps the life of a dear friend are involved in its issue, and I fear that it is adverse for you to fly from pursuit, and methinks, though stained with dust and blood, that emblem on your breast is the white rose." The warrior looked on the old man, whose dignity and language were at variance with his lowly destination. He looked partly in wonder, and partly to assure himself of his questioner's sincerity. "You are weary, Sir Knight," added the monk, whose experienced eyes had glanced to the golden spurs of his visitant. "Come to my hermitage, there to partake of such refreshment as I can bestow. When your repast is ended, I will, by confidence on my part, merit yours." This invitation was that of worldly courtesy, rather than the rustic welcome of a recluse monk. The cavalier thanked him cordially, adding that he must first provide food and water for his horse, and that afterwards he would gratefully accept his host's invitation. The old man entered with the spirit of a soldier into his guest's anxiety for his steed, and assisted in purveying to its wants, ingratiating himself meanwhile with its master by discovering and praising scientifically its points of beauty. The poor animal showed tokens of over-fatigue, yet still he did not refuse his food, and the cavalier marked with joy that his eye grew brighter and his knees firmer after feeding. They then entered the cottage, and the soldier's eye was attracted from more sacred emblems by a sword which was suspended over a picture of the Virgin. "You belong to our chivalry," he exclaimed, while his countenance lighted up with joyful recognition. "Now I belong to the holy order whose badge I wear," the monk replied, pointing to his Benedictine dress. "In former days I followed a brave leader to the field, and in his service incurred such guilt as I now try to expiate by fasting and prayer." The monk's features were convulsed again with agitation as he spoke. Then, crossing his arms on his breast, he was absorbed in thought for a few moments, after which he raised his head and resumed the calm and even serene look that characterized him. "Sir Knight," said he, motioning to the table now spread for the repast, "I have but poor fare to offer, but a soldier will not disdain its meagreness. My wine I may praise, as being the produce of a generous vintage. I have kept it sealed, to open it on occasions like the present, and rejoice that your strength will be recruited by it. Bread, fruits, cheese, and a flagon of the wine which merited the giver's eulogium composed the fugitive's breakfast, whose fatigue required cordial and repose. As he was occupied by his repast, his host eyed him with evident agitation, eager yet fearful to question him on the subject of the battle. At length he again asked, "You come from the field on which the forces of the king and the Earl of Richmond met?" "I do." "You fought for the White Rose, and you fly?" I fought for the White Rose till it was struck to the ground. The king has fallen with his chief nobility around him. Few Yorkists remain to mourn the success of the Lancastrians." Deep grief clouded the old man's countenance, but accustomed to subdue his feelings, as one on whom, being stricken by an overwhelming misery, all subsequent disasters fall blunted, he continued with greater calmness, "Pardon me, noble gentlemen, if I appear to ask an indiscreet question. You are of lordly bearing, and probably filled a place near the royal person. Did you hear, on the night before last, aught of the arrival of a stranger youth at the king's tent?" The knight eyed the old man with a quick glance, asking in his turn, "Are you then the foster father of King Richard's son?" "Did you see my boy?" cried the priest. "Did his father acknowledge him? Where is he now? Did he enter the ranks to fight and fall for his parent?" "On the night of which you speak," said the stranger, evading the immediate question, "the king placed his son's hand in mine, as I vowed to protect and guard him if ill befell our party, as it has befallen." Surely some presentiment of evil haunted the king's mind. "I do believe it, for his manner was solemn and affecting. He bade the youth remember that he was a Plantagenet, and spoke proudly of the lineage from which he sprung." The young esquire listened intently, looking at his father with such an ingenuous and thoughtful expression that he won my heart to love him. "Now bless thee, Sir Knight, whoever thou art, for this praise of my poor Edmund. I pray you hasten to tell me what more passed." The cavalier continued his account, but his manner was serious, as if the conclusion of his tale would afflict his auditor. He related how, on quitting the royal tent, he had led Edmund Plantagenet to his own, there to converse with him a while, the better to learn whether his bearing and speech showed promise of future merit. King Richard had enjoined his son to return to his seclusion early on the following morning, but as soon as he entered his conductor's tent, he knelt to him and asked a boon, while tears gathered in his eyes, and his voice was broken by the fervor of his desire. The noble was moved by his entreaties, and promised to grant his request, if it did not militate against his honor and allegiance. "It is for honor that I speak," said Plantagenet. "I am older in years than in seeming, for already I number 20 summers, and, spite of my boyish look, I am familiar with martial exercises and the glorious promise of war. Let me draw my sword for my father tomorrow. Let me, at your side, prove myself a worthy descendant of the conquerors of France. Who will fight for King Richard with greater courage, fidelity, devotion than his acknowledged and duteous son?" The cavalier yielded to his noble yearnings. Clothed in armor he entered the ranks, and hovered a protecting angel near his parent during the bloody contest. And now, as his venerable guardian watched with trembling eagerness the countenance of his guest while he told his tale, and the stranger with bitter regret was about to relate that he had seen Plantagenet felled to the ground by a battle-axe, quick steps and then a knocking was heard at the cottage door. The stranger started on his feet and put his hand upon his sword, but a bright smile illuminated the monk's face, as the very youth of whom they spoke, Edmund Plantagenet, rushed into the apartment. His soiled garments and heated brow spoke of travel and fatigue, while his countenance wore an expression of wildness and even of horror. He started when he saw the stranger, but quickly recognized him as his new friend. "Thank God," he cried, "that you, my dear lord, have not fallen into the hands of the sacrilegious usurper. It is my father's spirit that has saved you for his son's sake, that I may not be utterly abandoned and an orphan." With milder accost he bent his knee to his holy guardian, and then turned to answer the cavalier's questions of how he had escaped death from the blow he had received, and what new events had occurred since he had quitted the field early on the preceding day, while the monk chid him for his disobedience to his father's commands in having mingled with the fray. The eyes of Plantagenet flashed fire at this reproach. "Could I know that my father's crown and life," he exclaimed impetuously, "depended on the combat, and not bring to his aid my weak arm? God of heaven! Had there been 500 as true as I, we might all have fallen round him. But never, never should I have seen the sight which last night I saw, nor heard the sounds I last night heard." The youth covered his face with his hands, and the boiling tears trickled between his fingers. "Tell me," cried the noble, "what has happened? And swiftly tell me, for I loiter here too long." Almost suffocated by emotion, Plantagenet related that when he recovered from the trance into which the fearful blow he had received had thrown him, the earl's camp followers were busy among the slain, that he had seen the body of King Richard, of his father, thrown half naked across a mule, thus to be borne to be exposed to the public gaze and mockery in Leicester, where, but the day before, he had ridden with the royal crown on his head, the acknowledged sovereign of England, and that crown, base, ill-bartered bauble, having been found in the tent by Lord Stanley, he had brought and placed on Richmond's head, while the soldiers with one acclaim hailed him Henry VII, King of England. The last words, more than the others, for the death of his royal master was already known to him, moved the knight. "Is this the end of our hopes?" he cried. "Am I then too late? Farewell, my friends. Plantagenet, I shall never forget my oath to the king. I shall become, I fear, an outcast and a soldier of fortune, even if I escape worse fate. But claim when you will, and it shall be yours, whatever protection I can afford you." "Yield then, Lord Lovell," said the youth, "to my first request. You are in peril, let me share it. Permit me to accompany you. If you refuse, my plan is already formed. I repair to the Earl of Lincoln, whom King Richard named his successor, and offer myself as a soldier in his attempt to discrown the usurping Henry, and to raise again the White Rose to its rightful supremacy." "To the Earl of Lincoln, the successor of Richard. To him you would repair? It is well. Come with me now, and I will present you to that nobleman. If your foster father consents, bid adieu to this seclusion for a time, and accompany me to London, to new contests, to the combat of right against might, to success and honor, or to defeat and death." The sun had risen high when, having taken leave of the venerable monk, who would not oppose his pupil's gallant spirit of enterprise, Lord Lovell and young Plantagenet threaded the forest paths, which, by a safer and shorter route than the highway, took them on their road to London. For a time they led their horses with difficulty through the entangled thicket, when at last reaching the open road they mounted, and Lord Lovell, who was desirous of estimating the abilities and disposition of his companion, entered into conversation with him. They first conversed on the sad changes which were the work of the eventful day of battle. Afterwards the cavalier led Edmund to speak of himself, his early life, his acquirements, and his hopes. When Plantagenet was but 10 years old, his mother died, and her last request to the father of her boy, founded on a deep knowledge of the world, was that her son might be educated far from the court, nor be drawn from the occupations and happier scenes of private life, to become a hanger-on of princes and nobles. There was a man, a gentleman and a knight, who had been a partisan of the White Rose, and who had fought and bled for it in various battles between the Duke of York and Henry VI. In one of these, the misery of the times, and horrible consequences of civil dissension, caused him unwittingly to lift his armed hand against his twin brother, nor did he discover the mistake till, with his dying voice, that brother called on him to assist him against his slayer. A life of seclusion, penance, and prayer alone blunted his sense of remorse, and quitting the world he retired to a monastery, where after due novitiate he took vows, and then shrinking from commerce with his kind, followed by visions that spoke for ever to him of his unnatural crime, he retreated to the forest of Leicestershire, to dwell alone with his grief and his repentance. His retreat was known to many of his friends, and chance had brought the Duke of Gloucester at one time to visit him. When the ancient warrior rejoiced with enthusiasm at the exaltation of the party to which he was attached, the death of the mother of Edmund had the effect of softening the Duke's heart, of making for a short interval worldly cares and objects distasteful to him, and of filling him with a desire of seclusion and peace. If he was unable to enjoy these himself, he resolved that at least his child should not be drawn by him into the thorny path of rivalship and ambition. His mother's last injunction strengthened this feeling, and the Duke, visiting again the hermit of the wood, induced him to take charge of Edmund, and bringing him up in ignorance of his real parentage, to bestow such education on him as would enable him to fill with reputation an honourable, if not a distinguished station in society. This order of things was not changed by Richard's exaltation to the crown. On the contrary, the dangers he incurred from his usurpation made him yet more anxious to secure a peaceful existence for his offspring. When, however, his legitimate son, whom he had created Prince of Wales, died, paternal affection awoke strong in his heart, and he could not resist his desire of seeing Edmund, a memorable visit for the priest-bred nursling of the forest. It gave him a link with society, with which before he had felt no connection. His imagination and curiosity were highly excited. His revered friend, yielding to his eager demands, was easily enticed to recur the past scenes of an eventful life. The commencement of the Wars of the Two Roses and their dreadful results furnished inexhaustible topics of discourse. Plantagenet listened with breathless interest, although it was not till the eve of the Battle of Bosworth that he knew how indissolubly his own fortunes were linked with those of the House of York. The events of the last few days had given him a new existence. For the first time, feeling was the parent of action, and a foregoing event drove him on to the one subsequent. He was excited to meditate on 1,000 schemes, while the unknown future inspired him with an awe that thrilled his young heart with mingled pain and pleasure. He uttered his sentiments with the ingenuousness of one who had never been accustomed to converse with any but a friend, and as he spoke, his dark and thoughtful eyes beamed with a tempered fire that showed him capable of deep enthusiasm, though utter want of knowledge of the world must make him rather a follower than a leader. They rode on meanwhile, the noble cavalier and gentle squire indulging in short repose. The intense fatigue Edmund at first endured seemed to be subdued by the necessity of its continuance, nor did it prevent him from conversing with Lord Lovell. He was anxious thoroughly to understand the immediate grounds of the Earl of Richmond's invasion, and to ascertain the relative position of the remaining chiefs of the White Rose. "Where," he asked, "are Edward the Fourth's children?" "The elder of these," Lord Lovell replied, "the Lady Elizabeth, is, by direction of her uncle, at Sheriff Hutton, in Yorkshire." "And where are the princes? Edward, who was proclaimed king, and his younger brother?" "They were long imprisoned in the Tower. Young Edward died there more than a year ago." "And the Duke of York?" "He is supposed to have died also. They were both sickly boys." Lord Lovell said these words in a grave voice, and suspicion would have been instilled into any but the unsuspecting Edmund of some covert meaning. After a short pause he continued, "The question of the succession stands thus. Your father, the Duke of Gloucester, threw the stigma of illegitimacy on King Edward's children, and thus took from them the right of inheriting the crown. The attainder of the Duke of Clarence was considered reason sufficient why his children should be excluded from the throne, and their uncle, in consequence, became, by right of birth, King of England. His son he created Prince of Wales. We submitted, for a child like Edward V could scarcely be supported against an experienced warrior, a man of talent, a sage and just king, but at the expense of much blood. The wounds inflicted by the opposing houses of York and Lancaster were yet, as the late successful rebellion proves, unhealed, and had the Yorkists contended among themselves, they would yet sooner have lost the supremacy they so hardly acquired. Richard, therefore, received our oaths of allegiance. When his son died, the question of who was the heir to the crown became agitated, and the king at first declared the Earl of Warbeck, the son of the Duke of Clarence, to be his successor. It was a dangerous step, and the imprudent friends of the young earl made it more so, to name him to succeed who, if he were permitted at any time to wear the crown, might claim precedence of him who possessed it. Poor Warwick paid the penalty of youth and presumption. He is now a prisoner at Sheriff Hutton. And John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, son of Richard's sister, and by the removal of the children of his elder brothers, his heir by law was nominated to succeed his uncle. I am now proceeding to him. I am ignorant of the conduct he will pursue, whether he will make head against this Lancastrian king, or— Lincoln is a noble cavalier, a man whom bright honour clothes. He is brave, generous, and good. I shall guide myself by his counsels and resolves, and you, it appears, will follow my example." After a pause, Lord Lovell continued, "After the death or disappearance of his princely nephews, the king, wishing to confirm his title, was ready to take the stigma thrown on their birth from his brother's daughters, and to marry his niece, the Lady Elizabeth. Her mother at first resisted, but the prospect of seeing her children restored to their rights, and herself to her lost dignity, overcame her objections, and the princess yielded a willing consent. Meanwhile, the Yorkists, who joined the Earl of Richmond, extorted from him a vow that he would make King Edward's daughter his queen, and even the Lancastrians, thinking thus to secure a king of their own, are eager for this union, yet the Earl hates us all so cordially that he was hardly brought to consent. Should he, now that he has declared himself king, evade his promise, the children of Elizabeth Woodville will suffer the stain of illegitimacy. But if the marriage has place, and this unhappy race is restored to their honours and rights, our self-named sovereign may find that his own hands have dug the pit into which he will fall." A long silence succeeded to these explanations. The last expression used by Lord Lovell inspired Edmund with wonder and curiosity, but the noble, pressing his horse to a swifter pace, did not hear his observations, or, hearing them, replied only by saying, "3 hours' good riding will bring us to London. Courage, Plantagenet! Slacken not your speed, my good boy. Soft ease will follow this hard labour." The young moon in its first quarter was near its setting when they arrived at London. They approached from Edgware. Without entering the town, they skirted its northern extremity, till Lord Lovell, checking his horse, remarked to his companion that he judged it fitting to delay approaching the residence of the Earl of Lincoln until the setting of the moon and subsequent darkness secured them from observation. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 1 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 1. The Flight from Bosworth Field. He seemed breathless, heartless, faint and wan, and all his armor sprinkled was with blood, and soiled with dirty gore, that no man can discern the hue thereof. He never stood, but bent his hasty course towards the idle flood. Spenser. After a long series of civil dissension, after many battles, whose issue involved the fate of thousands, after the destruction of nearly all the English nobility in the contest between the two Roses, the decisive battle of Bosworth Field was fought on the 22nd of August, 1415, whose result was to entwine, as it was called, the white and red symbols of rivalship, and to restore peace to this unhappy country. The day had been sunny and warm. As the evening closed in, a west wind rose, bringing along troops of fleecy clouds, golden at sunset, and then dun and grey, veiling with pervious network the many stars. 3 horsemen at this hour passed through the open country between Hinckley and Welford in Leicestershire. It was broad day when they descended from the elevation on which the former stands, and the villagers crowded to gaze upon the fugitives, and to guess, from the ensigns they bore, to which party they belonged, while the warders from the near castle hastened out to stop them, thus to curry favour with the conqueror, a design wholly baffled. The good steeds of the knights, for such their golden spurs attested them to be, bore them fast and far along the Roman road, which still exists in those parts, to shame our modern builders. It was dusk when, turning from the direct route to avoid entering Welford, they reached a ford of the Avon. Hitherto silence had prevailed with the party, for until now their anxiety to fly had solely occupied their thoughts. Their appearance spoke of war, nay, of slaughter. Their cloaks were stained and torn, their armor was disjointed, and parts of it were wanting. Yet these losses were so arbitrary that it was plain that the pieces had been hacked from their fastenings. The helm of the foremost was deprived of its crest. Another wore the bonnet of a common soldier, which ill accorded with the rest of his accoutrements, while the third, bareheaded, his hair falling on his shoulders, lank and matted from heat and exercise, gave more visible tokens of the haste of flight. As the night grew darker, one of them, and then another, seemed willing to relax somewhat in their endeavours. One alone continued with unmitigated energy to keep his horse at the same pace they had all maintained during the broad light of day. When they reached the ford, the silence was broken by the hindmost horseman. He spoke in a petulant voice, saying, "Another half-mile at this pace, and poor Fleur-de-Luce founders. If you will not slacken your speed, here we part, my friends. God save you till we meet again." "Evil betide the hour that separates us, brother," said the second fugitive, reining in. "Our cause, our peril, our fate shall be the same. You, my good lord, will consult your own safety." The third cavalier had already entered the stream. He made a dead halt while his friend spoke, and then replied, "Let us name some rendezvous where, if we escape, we may again meet. I go on an errand of life and death. My success is doubtful, my danger certain. If I succeed in evading it, where shall I rejoin you?" "Though the event of this day has been fatal to the king," answered the other, "our fortunes are not decided. I propose taking refuge in some sanctuary, till we perceive how far the Earl of Richmond is inclined to mercy." "I knew the Earl when a mere youth, Sir Humphrey Stafford," said the foremost rider, "and heard more of him when I visited Brittany at the time of King Louis's death 2 years ago. When mercy knocks at his heart, suspicion and avarice give her a rough reception. We must fly beyond sea, unless we can make further stand. More of this when we meet again. Where shall that be?" "I have many friends near Colchester," replied the elder Stafford, "and St. Mary boasts an asylum there which a crowned head would not dare violate. Thence, if all else fail, we can pass with ease to the Low Countries." "In sanctuary at Colchester, I will not fail you. God bless and preserve you the while." The noble, as he said these words, put spurs to his horse, and without looking back, crossed the stream, and turning on the skirts of a copse, was soon out of sight of his companions. He rode all night, cheering his steed with hand and voice, looking angrily at the early dawning east, which soon cast from her cloudless brow the dimness of night. Yet the morning air was grateful to his heated cheeks. It was a perfect summer's morn. The wheat, golden from ripeness, swayed gracefully to the light breeze. The slender oats shook their small bells in the air with ceaseless motion. The birds, twittering, alighted from the full-leaved trees, scattering dewdrops from the branches. With the earliest dawn, the cavalier entered a forest, traversing its depths with the hesitation of one unacquainted with the country, and looked frequently at the sky, to be directed by the position of the glowing east. A path more worn than the one he had hitherto followed now presented itself, leading into the heart of the wood. He hesitated for a few seconds, and then, with a word of cheer to his horse, pursued his way into the embowering thicket. After a short space the path narrowed, the meeting branches of the trees impeded him, and the sudden angle it made from the course he wished to follow served to perplex him still farther. But as he vented his impatience by hearty Catholic exclamations, a little tinkling bell spoke of a chapel near, and of the early rising of the priest to perform the matin service at its altar. The horse of the fugitive, a noble war steed, had long flagged, and hunger gnawed at the rider's own heart, for he had not tasted food since the morning of the previous day. These sounds, therefore, heard in so fearless a seclusion, bore with them pleasant tidings of refreshment and repose. He crossed himself in thankfulness, then throwing himself from his horse, and such change was soothing to his stiffened limbs, he led him through the opening glade, to where a humble chapel and a near adjoining hut stood in the bosom of the thicket, emblems of peace and security. The cavalier tied his horse to a tree and entered the chapel. A venerable priest was reading the matin service. One old woman composed his congregation, and she was diligently employed telling her beads. The bright rays of the newly risen sun streamed through the eastern window, casting the checkered shadow of its lattice work on the opposite wall. The chapel was small and rustic, but it was kept exquisitely clean. The sacred appurtenances of the altar also were richer than was usual, and each shrine was decked with clusters of flowers, chiefly composed of white roses. No high praise, indeed, was due to the rude picture of the Virgin of the Annunciation, or of the announcing angel, a representation of whom formed the altarpiece. But in barbaric England in those days, piety stood in place of taste, and that which represented Our Lady received honor, however unworthy it might be of the Inspirus of Raphael or Correggio. The cavalier took his disornamented casque from his head, placed it on the ground, and knelt reverentially on the bare earth. He had lately escaped from battle and slaughter, and he surely thought that he had a special motive for thanksgiving, so that if his lips uttered a mere soldier's Ave, still it had the merit of fervor and sincerity. Had he been less occupied by his own feelings, he might have remarked the many glances the priest cast on him, who dishonored his learning and piety by frequent mistakes of language, as his thoughts wandered from his breviary to observe with deep attention his unexpected visitor. At length the service ended. The old dame rose from her knees and satisfied her curiosity, which she had excited by many a look askance, by a full and long gaze on the cavalier. His hewn armor, torn cloak, and unseemly for the sacred spot the dread stains on his garments and hands, were all minutely scanned. Nor did his personal appearance escape remark. His stature was tall, his person well knit, showing him to be a man of about 30 years of age. His features were finely molded, his grey eyes full of fire, his step had the dignity of rank, and his look expressed chivalrous courage and frankness. The good woman had not been long engaged in surveying the stranger when her pastor beckoned her to retire, and himself advanced, replying to the soldier's salute with a benedicite, and then hastily inquiring if he came from the field. "Even so, father," said the cavalier, "I come from the field of the bloody harvest. Has any intelligence of it travelled hither so speedily? If so, I must have wandered from the right road, and am not so far on my journey as I hoped." "I have only heard that a battle was expected," said the priest, "and your appearance tells me that it is over. The fortunes, nay, perhaps the life of a dear friend are involved in its issue, and I fear that it is adverse for you to fly from pursuit, and methinks, though stained with dust and blood, that emblem on your breast is the white rose." The warrior looked on the old man, whose dignity and language were at variance with his lowly destination. He looked partly in wonder, and partly to assure himself of his questioner's sincerity. "You are weary, Sir Knight," added the monk, whose experienced eyes had glanced to the golden spurs of his visitant. "Come to my hermitage, there to partake of such refreshment as I can bestow. When your repast is ended, I will, by confidence on my part, merit yours." This invitation was that of worldly courtesy rather than the rustic welcome of a recluse monk. The cavalier thanked him cordially, adding that he must first provide food and water for his horse, and that afterwards he would gratefully accept his host's invitation. The old man entered with the spirit of a soldier into his guest's anxiety for his steed, and assisted in purveying to its wants, ingratiating himself meanwhile with its master by discovering and praising scientifically its points of beauty. The poor animal showed tokens of over-fatigue, yet still he did not refuse his food, and the cavalier marked with joy that his eye grew brighter and his knees firmer after feeding. They then entered the cottage, and the soldier's eye was attracted from more sacred emblems by a sword which was suspended over a picture of the Virgin. "You belong to our chivalry," he exclaimed, while his countenance lighted up with joyful recognition. "Now I belong to the holy order whose badge I wear," the monk replied, pointing to his Benedictine dress. "In former days I followed a brave leader to the field, and in his service incurred such guilt as I now try to expiate by fasting and prayer." The monk's features were convulsed again with agitation as he spoke. Then, crossing his arms on his breast, he was absorbed in thought for a few moments, after which he raised his head and resumed the calm and even serene look that characterized him. "Sir Knight," said he, motioning to the table now spread for the repast, "I have but poor fare to offer, but a soldier will not disdain its meagreness. My wine I may praise, as being the produce of a generous vintage. I have kept it sealed, to open it on occasions like the present, and rejoice that your strength will be recruited by it. Bread, fruits, cheese, and a flagon of the wine which merited the giver's eulogium composed the fugitive's breakfast, whose fatigue required cordial and repose. As he was occupied by his repast, his host eyed him with evident agitation, eager yet fearful to question him on the subject of the battle. At length he again asked, "You come from the field on which the forces of the king and the Earl of Richmond met?" "I do." "You fought for the White Rose, and you fly?" "I fought for the White Rose till it was struck to the ground. The king has fallen with his chief nobility around him. Few Yorkists remain to mourn the success of the Lancastrians." Deep grief clouded the old man's countenance, but accustomed to subdue his feelings, as one on whom, being stricken by an overwhelming misery, all subsequent disasters fall blunted, he continued with greater calmness, "Pardon me, noble gentlemen, if I appear to ask an indiscreet question. You are of lordly bearing, and probably filled a place near the royal person. Did you hear, on the night before last, aught of the arrival of a stranger youth at the king's tent?" The knight eyed the old man with a quick glance, asking in his turn, "Are you then the foster father of King Richard's son?" "Did you see my boy?" cried the priest. "Did his father acknowledge him? Where is he now? Did he enter the ranks to fight and fall for his parent?" "On the night of which you speak," said the stranger, evading the immediate question, "the king placed his son's hand in mine, as I vowed to protect and guard him if ill befell our party, as it has befallen." Surely some presentiment of evil haunted the king's mind. "I do believe it, for his manner was solemn and affecting. He bade the youth remember that he was a Plantagenet, and spoke proudly of the lineage from which he sprung." The young esquire listened intently, looking at his father with such an ingenuous and thoughtful expression that he won my heart to love him. "Now bless thee, Sir Knight, whoever thou art, for this praise of my poor Edmund. I pray you hasten to tell me what more passed." The cavalier continued his account, but his manner was serious, as if the conclusion of his tale would afflict his auditor. He related how, on quitting the royal tent, he had led Edmund Plantagenet to his own, there to converse with him a while, the better to learn whether his bearing and speech showed promise of future merit. King Richard had enjoined his son to return to his seclusion early on the following morning, but as soon as he entered his conductor's tent, he knelt to him and asked a boon, while tears gathered in his eyes, and his voice was broken by the fervor of his desire. The noble was moved by his entreaties, and promised to grant his request, if it did not militate against his honor and allegiance. "It is for honor that I speak," said Plantagenet. "I am older in years than in seeming, for already I number 20 summers, and, spite of my boyish look, I am familiar with martial exercises and the glorious promise of war. Let me draw my sword for my father tomorrow. Let me, at your side, prove myself a worthy descendant of the conquerors of France. Who will fight for King Richard with greater courage, fidelity, devotion than his acknowledged and duteous son?" The cavalier yielded to his noble yearnings. Clothed in armor he entered the ranks, and hovered a protecting angel near his parent during the bloody contest. And now, as his venerable guardian watched with trembling eagerness the countenance of his guest while he told his tale, and the stranger with bitter regret was about to relate that he had seen Plantagenet felled to the ground by a battle-axe, quick steps and then a knocking was heard at the cottage door. The stranger started on his feet and put his hand upon his sword, but a bright smile illuminated the monk's face, as the very youth of whom they spoke, Edmund Plantagenet, rushed into the apartment. His soiled garments and heated brow spoke of travel and fatigue, while his countenance wore an expression of wildness and even of horror. He started when he saw the stranger, but quickly recognized him as his new friend. "Thank God," he cried, "that you, my dear lord, have not fallen into the hands of the sacrilegious usurper. It is my father's spirit that has saved you for his son's sake, that I may not be utterly abandoned and an orphan." With milder accost he bent his knee to his holy guardian, and then turned to answer the cavalier's questions of how he had escaped death from the blow he had received, and what new events had occurred since he had quitted the field early on the preceding day, while the monk chid him for his disobedience to his father's commands in having mingled with the fray. The eyes of Plantagenet flashed fire at this reproach. "Could I know that my father's crown and life," he exclaimed impetuously, "depended on the combat, and not bring to his aid my weak arm? God of heaven! Had there been 500 as true as I, we might all have fallen round him. But never, never should I have seen the sight which last night I saw, nor heard the sounds I last night heard." The youth covered his face with his hands, and the boiling tears trickled between his fingers. "Tell me," cried the noble, "what has happened? And swiftly tell me, for I loiter here too long." Almost suffocated by emotion, Plantagenet related that when he recovered from the trance into which the fearful blow he had received had thrown him, the Earl's camp followers were busy among the slain, that he had seen the body of King Richard, of his father, thrown half naked across a mule, thus to be borne to be exposed to the public gaze and mockery in Leicester, where, but the day before, he had ridden with the royal crown on his head, the acknowledged sovereign of England, and that crown, base, ill-bartered bauble, having been found in the tent by Lord Stanley, he had brought and placed on Richmond's head, while the soldiers, with one acclaim, hailed him Henry VII, King of England. The last words, more than the others, for the death of his royal master was already known to him, moved the knight. "Is this the end of our hopes?" he cried. "Am I then too late? Farewell, my friends. Plantagenet, I shall never forget my oath to the king. I shall become, I fear, an outcast and a soldier of fortune, even if I escape worse fate. But claim when you will, and it shall be yours, whatever protection I can afford you." "Yield then, Lord Lovell," said the youth, "to my first request. You are in peril, let me share it. Permit me to accompany you. If you refuse, my plan is already formed. I repair to the Earl of Lincoln, whom King Richard named his successor, and offer myself as a soldier in his attempt to discrown the usurping Henry, and to raise again the White Rose to its rightful supremacy." "To the Earl of Lincoln, the successor of Richard. To him you would repair? It is well. Come with me now, and I will present you to that nobleman. If your foster father consents, bid adieu to this seclusion for a time, and accompany me to London, to new contests, to the combat of right against might, to success and honour, or to defeat and death." The sun had risen high when, having taken leave of the venerable monk, who would not oppose his pupil's gallant spirit of enterprise, Lord Lovell and young Plantagenet threaded the forest paths, which, by a safer and shorter route than the highway, took them on their road to London. For a time they led their horses with difficulty through the entangled thicket, when at last reaching the open road they mounted, and Lord Lovell, who was desirous of estimating the abilities and disposition of his companion, entered into conversation with him. They first conversed on the sad changes which were the work of the eventful day of battle. Afterwards the cavalier led Edmund to speak of himself, his early life, his acquirements, and his hopes. When Plantagenet was but 10 years old, his mother died, and her last request to the father of her boy, founded on a deep knowledge of the world, was that her son might be educated far from the court, nor be drawn from the occupations and happier scenes of private life, to become a hanger-on of princes and nobles. There was a man, a gentleman and a knight, who had been a partisan of the White Rose, and who had fought and bled for it in various battles between the Duke of York and Henry VI. In one of these, the misery of the times, and horrible consequences of civil dissension, caused him unwittingly to lift his armed hand against his twin brother, nor did he discover the mistake till, with his dying voice, that brother called on him to assist him against his slayer. A life of seclusion, penance, and prayer alone blunted his sense of remorse, and quitting the world he retired to a monastery, where after due novitiate he took vows, and then shrinking from commerce with his kind, followed by visions that spoke for ever to him of his unnatural crime, he retreated to the forest of Leicestershire, to dwell alone with his grief and his repentance. His retreat was known to many of his friends, and chance had brought the Duke of Gloucester at one time to visit him. When the ancient warrior rejoiced with enthusiasm at the exaltation of the party to which he was attached, the death of the mother of Edmund had the effect of softening the Duke's heart, of making for a short interval worldly cares and objects distasteful to him, and of filling him with a desire of seclusion and peace. If he was unable to enjoy these himself, he resolved that at least his child should not be drawn by him into the thorny path of rivalship and ambition. His mother's last injunction strengthened this feeling, and the Duke, visiting again the hermit of the wood, induced him to take charge of Edmund, and bringing him up in ignorance of his real parentage, to bestow such education on him as would enable him to fill with reputation an honourable, if not a distinguished, station in society. This order of things was not changed by Richard's exaltation to the crown. On the contrary, the dangers he incurred from his usurpation made him yet more anxious to secure a peaceful existence for his offspring. When, however, his legitimate son, whom he had created Prince of Wales, died, paternal affection awoke strong in his heart, and he could not resist his desire of seeing Edmund, a memorable visit for the priest-bred nursling of the forest. It gave him a link with society, with which before he had felt no connection. His imagination and curiosity were highly excited. His revered friend, yielding to his eager demands, was easily enticed to recur the past scenes of an eventful life. The commencement of the Wars of the Two Roses and their dreadful results furnished inexhaustible topics of discourse. Plantagenet listened with breathless interest, although it was not till the eve of the Battle of Bosworth that he knew how indissolubly his own fortunes were linked with those of the House of York. The events of the last few days had given him a new existence. For the first time, feeling was the parent of action, and a foregoing event drove him on to the one subsequent. He was excited to meditate on 1,000 schemes, while the unknown future inspired him with an awe that thrilled his young heart with mingled pain and pleasure. He uttered his sentiments with the ingenuousness of one who had never been accustomed to converse with any but a friend, and as he spoke, his dark and thoughtful eyes beamed with a tempered fire that showed him capable of deep enthusiasm, though utter want of knowledge of the world must make him rather a follower than a leader. They rode on meanwhile, the noble cavalier and gentle squire indulging in short repose. The intense fatigue Edmund at first endured seemed to be subdued by the necessity of its continuance, nor did it prevent him from conversing with Lord Lovell. He was anxious thoroughly to understand the immediate grounds of the Earl of Richmond's invasion, and to ascertain the relative position of the remaining chiefs of the White Rose. "Where," he asked, "are Edward the Fourth's children?" "The elder of these," Lord Lovell replied, "the Lady Elizabeth, is, by direction of her uncle, at Sheriff Hutton, in Yorkshire." "And where are the princes? Edward, who was proclaimed king, and his younger brother?" "They were long imprisoned in the Tower. Young Edward died there more than a year ago." "And the Duke of York?" "He is supposed to have died also. They were both sickly boys." Lord Lovell said these words in a grave voice, and suspicion would have been instilled into any but the unsuspecting Edmund of some covert meaning. After a short pause he continued, "The question of the succession stands thus. Your father, the Duke of Gloucester, threw the stigma of illegitimacy on King Edward's children, and thus took from them the right of inheriting the crown. The attainder of the Duke of Clarence was considered reason sufficient why his children should be excluded from the throne, and their uncle, in consequence, became, by right of birth, King of England. His son he created Prince of Wales. We submitted, for a child like Edward V could scarcely be supported against an experienced warrior, a man of talent, a sage and just king, but at the expense of much blood. The wounds inflicted by the opposing houses of York and Lancaster were yet, as the late successful rebellion proves, unhealed, and had the Yorkists contended among themselves, they would yet sooner have lost the supremacy they so hardly acquired. Richard therefore received our oaths of allegiance. When his son died, the question of who was the heir to the crown became agitated, and the king at first declared the Earl of Warbeck, the son of the Duke of Clarence, to be his successor. It was a dangerous step, and the imprudent friends of the young earl made it more so, to name him to succeed who, if he were permitted at any time to wear the crown, might claim precedence of him who possessed it. Poor Warwick paid the penalty of youth and presumption. He is now a prisoner at Sheriff Hutton. And John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, son of Richard's sister, and by the removal of the children of his elder brothers, his heir by law was nominated to succeed his uncle. I am now proceeding to him. I am ignorant of the conduct he will pursue, whether he will make head against this Lancastrian king, or— Lincoln is a noble cavalier, a man whom bright honour clothes. He is brave, generous, and good. I shall guide myself by his counsels and resolves, and you, it appears, will follow my example." After a pause, Lord Lovell continued, "After the death or disappearance of his princely nephews, the king, wishing to confirm his title, was ready to take the stigma thrown on their birth from his brother's daughters, and to marry his niece, the Lady Elizabeth. Her mother at first resisted, but the prospect of seeing her children restored to their rights, and herself to her lost dignity, overcame her objections, and the princess yielded a willing consent. Meanwhile, the Yorkists, who joined the Earl of Richmond, extorted from him a vow that he would make King Edward's daughter his queen, and even the Lancastrians, thinking thus to secure a king of their own, are eager for this union, yet the Earl hates us all so cordially that he was hardly brought to consent. should he, now that he has declared himself king, evade his promise, the children of Elizabeth Woodville will suffer the stain of illegitimacy. But if the marriage has place, and this unhappy race is restored to their honours and rights, our self-named sovereign may find that his own hands have dug the pit into which he will fall." A long silence succeeded to these explanations. The last expression used by Lord Lovell inspired Edmund with wonder and curiosity, but the noble, pressing his horse to a swifter pace, did not hear his observations, or, hearing them, replied only by saying, "3 hours' good riding will bring us to London. Courage, Plantagenet! Slacken not your speed, my good boy. Soft ease will follow this hard labour." The young moon in its first quarter was near its setting when they arrived at London. They approached from Edgware. Without entering the town, they skirted its northern extremity, till Lord Lovell, checking his horse, remarked to his companion that he judged it fitting to delay approaching the residence of the Earl of Lincoln until the setting of the moon and subsequent darkness secured them from observation. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 3 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 3. Elizabeth of York. Small joy have I had, being England's queen. Shakespeare. Henry VII was a man of strong sense and sound understanding. He was prudent, resolute, and valiant. On the other hand, he was totally devoid of generosity, and was actuated all his life by base and bad passions. At first the ruling feeling of his heart was hatred of the House of York, nor did he wholly give himself up to the avarice that blotted his latter years, till the extinction of that unhappy family satisfied his revenge, so that for want of fuel the flame died away. Most of his relatives and friends had perished in the field or on the scaffold by the hands of the Yorkists. His own existence had been in jeopardy during their exaltation, and the continuance of his reign, and even of his life, depended on their utter overthrow. Henry had a mind commensurate to the execution of his plans. He had a talent for seizing, as if instinctively, on all the bearings of a question before him, and a ready perception of the means by which he might obviate difficulties and multiply facilities was the most prominent part of his character. He never aimed at too much, and felt instantaneously when he had arrived at the enough. More of cruelty would have roused England against him, less would have given greater hopes to the partisans of his secreted rival. He had that exact portion of callousness of heart which enabled him to extricate himself in the admirable manner he did from all his embarrassments. It is impossible to say what his exact views were when he landed in England and made head against Richard III. His right of succession, even through the House of Lancaster, was ill-founded, and probably he would scarcely have dared to decorate his brows with the royal circlet but for the happy boldness of Stanley, and the enthusiasm felt by his soldiers in the hour of victory which had bestowed it on him. Once a king, as it was impossible, without risk of life, to sink to a private station, he did not hesitate, but bent every energy of his mind to the contriving the means to seat himself firmly on his newly acquired throne. The illegitimacy of Edward IV's children had removed them from the succession, but no doubt was entertained as to the fact of Edward having married Lady Eleanor Butler, yet Henry had the taint of illegitimacy on his own race, and moreover, Elizabeth Woodville having so long filled the station of Queen of England, the public voice went in her favour, and the majority of the English people looked upon the tale which deprived her children of their rights as a contrivance of their usurping uncle. What then was to become of them? Edward V was dead. Of this fact there was no doubt. It had been rumoured that the Duke of York had not long survived his brother. To ascertain the truth of this report, Henry dispatched one of his most staunch adherents to the Tower. The boy was not there, but a mystery hung over his fate which did not quite assure the new king of his death. Henry feared that he was in the hands of the Yorkists, and this dread gave fresh vigour to his distrust and abhorrence of the partisans of the White Rose. He formed a scheme to defeat their projects. He caused it to be disseminated that both the princes had been found dead, murdered, in the Tower. The competitors for the crown, whose claims ranked next, were the daughters of Edward IV. Henry immediately saw the necessity of agreeing to the treaty entered into by the Countess of Richmond for his marriage with the eldest of these princesses. He hated to owe his title to the crown to any part of the House of York. He resolved, if possible, to delay and break the marriage, but his own friends were urgent with him to comply, and prudence dictated the measure. He therefore promised to adopt it, thus effectually to silence the murmurs of the party of the White Rose. But if the young Duke of York reappeared meanwhile, it would be necessary not to repeal the Act of Parliament that cast a stigma on his birth. If the children of Elizabeth Woodville and Edward IV were debarred from the crown, The Earl of Warwick was the next heir. He was confined by Richard III at Sheriff Hutton in Yorkshire. He was the especial object of Henry's fear, and now he commanded him to be brought from his northern prison to the Tower of London, to be kept a close prisoner in that melancholy and ill-fated place. There was one other rival, the Earl of Lincoln, named by Richard to succeed him, but his pretensions came so far behind the others, and he enjoyed so high a reputation for sagacity and virtue, that Henry believed it best to let him alone for the present, only surrounding him with spies, and resolved on the first note of danger to destroy him. Fortune smiled on the new sovereign. The disappearance of the 2 children from the Tower caused the Yorkists to settle their affections on the young Elizabeth. She was at Sheriff Hutton, waiting impatiently for her union with her uncle. Now she received commands to proceed to London as the affianced bride of that uncle's conqueror. Already the common talk ran on the entwining of the 2 roses, and all the adherents of her family who could gain access recommended their cause to her and entreated her in the first days of power not to forget her father's friends, but to incline the heart of her husband to an impartial love for the long rival houses of Lancaster and York. 2 parties arrived on the same day at Sheriff Hutton on the different missions of conducting the Lady Elizabeth and the Earl of Warwick to London. On the morning of their departure they met in the garden of their abode to take leave of each other. Elizabeth was 19 years old. Warwick was the exact age of her brother, Edward V. He was now 16. "We are about to travel the same road with far different expectations," said Warwick. "I go to be a prisoner, you, fair cousin, to ascend a throne." There was a despondency in the youth's manner that deeply affected this princess. "Dear Edward," she replied, clasping his hand, "we have been fellow prisoners long, and sympathy has lightened the burthen of our chains. Can I forget our walks in this beauteous park, and the love and confidence we have felt for each other? My dearest boy, when I am queen, Esther will claim a boon from Ahasuerus, and Warwick shall be the chief noble in my train." She looked at him with a brilliant smile. Her heart glowed with sisterly affection. She might well entertain high anticipations of future power. She was in the pride of youth and beauty. The light spirit of expected triumph lighted up her lovely face. She was about to become the bride of a conqueror, yet one whose laurels would droop without her propping. She was to be queen of her native land, the pearly clasp to unite the silken bond with which peace now bound long discordant England. She was unable to communicate this spirit of hope to her desponding friend. He gazed on her beauty with admiration and deep grief, asking with tearful eyes, "Shall we ever meet again?" "Yes, in London, in the court of Henry. We shall again be companions, friends." "I go to the Tower, not to the court," replied Warwick. "And when those gloomy gates close on me, I shall pray that my head may soon repose on the cold stone that pillows my cousin Edward. I shall sleep uneasily till then." "Fie, cousin," said Elizabeth. "Such thoughts ill beseem the nearest kinsman of the future Queen of England. You will remain but a short time in the Tower, but if you nurse thoughts like these, you will pine there as you did before I shared your prison here, and the roses with which my care has painted your cheeks will again fade. Wan and colourless will my cheek be ere your bright eyes look on it again. Is it not sufficient grief that I part from you, beloved friend?" A gush at once of sorrow, of affection, of long-suppressed love overpowered the youth. "I shall think of you," he added, "in my prison house, and while I know that you regret my fate, I cannot be wholly a wretch. Do you not love me, and will you not, as a proof, give me one of these golden hairs to soothe poor Warwick's misery? One only," he said, taking from braided locks the small gift he demanded. "I will not diminish the rich beauty of your tresses, yet they will not look lovelier, pressed by the jewelled diadem of England, than under the green chaplet I crowned you with a few months past, my Queen of May." And thus, the eyes of each glistening with tears, they parted. For a moment Warwick looked as if he wished to press his cousin to his heart, and she, who loved him as a sister, would have yielded to his embrace. But before his arms enfolded her he started back, bent one knee, pressed her hand to his lips, his eyes, his brow, and bending his head for an instant towards the ground, sprang up and rushed down the avenue towards the gate at which his guard awaited him. Elizabeth stood motionless, watching him till out of sight. The sun sparkled brightly on a tuft of wild flowers at her feet. The glittering light caught her eye. "It is noon," she thought. "The morning dew is dry. It is Warwick's tears that gem these leaves." She gathered the flowers, and first kissing them, placed them in her bosom. With slow steps and a sorrowing heart she re-entered the castle. The progress of the Lady Elizabeth from Sheriff Hutton to London was attended by every circumstance that could sustain her hopes. She was received with acclamation and enthusiasm in every town through which she passed. She indeed looked forward with girlish vanity to the prospect of sharing the throne with Henry. She had long been taught the royal lesson, that with princes the inclinations are not to bear any part in a disposal of the hand. Her imagination fed on the good she would do for others, when raised to the regal dignity, the hope of liberating Warwick, and of fulfilling her mother's wishes in conferring benefits on various partisans of the White Rose, filled her bosom with the purest joy. Youth, beauty, and the expectation of happiness caused the measure of her content to overflow. With a fluttering heart she entered London. Small preparation had been made to receive her, and she was immediately conducted to her mother's abode at the Tower Royal, in the parish of Walbrook. The first check her hopes received arose from the clouded brow of the Queen as she embraced her daughter and welcomed her arrival. Many fears in truth occupied the thoughts of the illustrious widow. She could not forget her sons, and the mystery that hung over the fate of the younger pressed heavily upon her. It was now the 18th of October, and the preparations for the coronation of Henry were in great forwardness. Parliament had recognized his title without any allusion to the union with the heiress of the House of York. She had endeavored to fathom his purposes, and to understand his character. She knew that he entertained a settled hatred for the White Rose, and that his chief pride lay in establishing himself on the throne, independent of the claim he might acquire by his marriage with the Lady Elizabeth. The common people murmured, the Yorkists were discontented, the neighbour staged before they should break out into open rebellion. Thus dark clouds interposed before the sun of peace, which had been said to have risen on the event of the Battle of Bosworth Field. Henry VII was crowned on the 30th of October. The Queen looked on this ceremony as the downfall of her hopes. Housed by this fear, she entered into a sea of intrigue, in which, after all, she had no certain aim, except that of reanimating the zeal of the Yorkists, and of exciting such discontent in the public mind, on the postponement of her daughter's marriage, as to force Henry to consent to an immediate union. The gentle Elizabeth had meanwhile submitted patiently to her destiny. She dismissed regality from her thoughts, and devoted herself to her mother, recreating herself in the society of her sisters, and now and then contemplating the faded leaves she had brought from Sheriff Hutton, and lamenting the fate of Warwick. She had learned to fear and almost to hate Henry, and, but for the sake of her suffering party, to rejoice that he had apparently relinquished his intention of marrying her. The dissatisfaction manifested by the English people forced Henry to comply with the universal wish entertained of seeing the daughter of Edward IV on the throne. Yet it was not until the beginning of January that the princess received intimation to prepare for her nuptials. This prospect, which had before elated, now visited her coldly, for without the hope of influencing her husband, the state of a queen appeared mere bondage. In her heart she wished to reject her uncourteous bridegroom, and once she had ventured to express this desire to her mother, who, filled with affright, laid aside her intrigues, devoting herself to cultivate a more rational disposition in her daughter. Henry paid the doomed girl one visit, and saw little in her except a bashful child, while his keener observation was directed towards the Dowager Queen. She, with smooth brow and winning smiles, did the honours of reception to her future son-in-law, to her bitter foe. The cold courtesy of Henry chilled her, and a strong desire lurked under her glossy mien, to reproach the usurper with his weak title, to set up her daughter's claim in opposition to his, and to defy him to the field. As soon as Henry departed, her suppressed emotions found vent in tears. Elizabeth was astonished. She knelt before her, caressed her, and asked if all were not well now, since the plighted troth had passed between her and the king. "Has it passed?" murmured the Queen. "And is your hapless fate decided? Why did I not join you at Sheriff Hutton? Why did I not place your hand in that of your noble cousin? Ah, Warwick! Could I even now inspire you with my energy, you would be free in arms, and England to a man would rise in the cause of Edward VI, and my sweet Elizabeth." The colour in the princess's cheeks varied during the utterance of this speech. First they flushed deep red, but the pale hue of the resolution succeeded quickly to the agitation of doubt. "Mother," she said, "I was your child, plastic clay in your hands. Had you said these words 2 hours ago, Warwick might have been liberated, I perhaps happy, but you have given me away. This ring is the symbol of my servitude. I belong to Henry. Say no word, I beseech you, that can interfere with my duty to him. Permit me to retire." On the 18th of January, her nuptials were celebrated. The forbidding manners of Henry threw a chill over the marriage festival. He considered that he had been driven to this step by his enemies, and that the chief among these, influenced by her mother, was Elizabeth herself. The poor girl never raised her eyes from the moment she had encountered at the altar the stern and unkind glance of the king. Her steps were unassured, her voice faltering. The name of wife was to her synonymous with that of slave, while her sense of duty prevented every outward demonstration of the despair that occupied her heart. Her mother's indignation was deeper, although not less veiled. She could silence but not quell the rage that arose in her breast from her disappointment, and there were many present who shared her sentiments. As far as he had been able, Henry had visited the Yorkists with the heaviest penalties. An act of attainder had been passed against the Duke of Norfolk, Lord Lovell, the Staffords, and all indeed of note who had appeared against him. Those with whom he could not proceed to extremities he wholly discountenanced. The red rose flourished bright and free, one single white blossom, doomed to untimely blight, being entwined with the gaudier flowers. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 4. Lady Brampton. My noble queen, let former grudges pass, and henceforth I am thy true servitor. Shakespeare. Meanwhile the Yorkists were impatient for action. The existence of Prince Richard was a secret to all save Lincoln and Lovell. Even the Staffords were kept in ignorance. Their purpose, therefore, was merely to put down the Lancastrians, and to raise their own party, with Warwick or Lincoln at their head. They cared not which, so that they got a king who would, in his turn, uproot the Red Rose. Lincoln would consent to no decisive step, but from the day of his cousin's marriage, all his emissaries and friends were on foot to cause insurrectionary movements in the kingdom, rousing in the old Yorkists their ancient party spirit, and inspiring the young with hopes of future aggrandizement and victory. As the spring advanced, Henry sent the young queen with her mother and sisters, and the Countess of Richmond, to hold her court at Winchester, while he resolved on a progress through the northern counties of England, the most affected towards the House of York, to endeavour by the royal presence to awaken affection towards the reigning sovereign. He passed the festival of Easter at Lincoln, and there he heard that Lord Lovell and the two Staffords had escaped from sanctuary. The sound of insurrection is fearful to a newly anointed king, but as no explanation was given to their movements, and no name of import mingled in the tale, he felt less perturbation at this intelligence. As he proceeded on his journey, the affair took a more serious aspect. The Staffords advanced to besiege Worcester, and Lovell, with an increasing army of 3,000 or 4,000 men, was in the neighbourhood of York. Sir Edward Brampton joined the forces of Lord Lovell, and he and Lady Brampton again met. The history of this lady was singular. 10 years before the time of which we write, being then 18, she married and attended the court of Edward IV. She had talent and vivacity. Her dark laughing eyes, the animation of her countenance, her gay and naive manners, attracted her sovereign, and she soon was distinguished as one whose advancement, if so it might be called, to the highest influence over him, depended on her own choice between honour and such preferment. She did not hesitate, but her rejection won Edward as much as her beauty. A kind of friendship, kept up under the chivalrous phraseology of the day, was established between them, that gave perhaps more umbrage to the queen than a less avowed connection would have done. All was open, and if the good humour of her young rival never permitted her to assume haughtiness, there was something even more revolting in her girlish assumptions of power and consequence. The queen hated and affected to despise Lady Brampton. Lady Brampton felt that she injured the wife of Edward IV. At first she had earnestly sought to gain her favour, but when rebuffed she resorted to the weapons of youth, beauty, and wit, and set at defiance the darkened brow of Elizabeth. 10 years had passed since then. Edward IV died, and under Richard III Lady Brampton returned to her natural place in society. Nay, the vivacity of speech with which she defended the rights of his nephews made him absolutely discountenance her. In her days of pride she had refused every mark of favour from Edward, thus to place their avowed friendship far above the petty intrigues of the courtiers. It might have been thought that the queen and her rival would now, on the grounds of affection for Edward's children, have leagued together, but on the contrary, the mother expressed contempt and indignation at the presumption of Lady Brampton in assuming a personal interest in her children, and that lady too well remembered how often her manner and speech must have offended the queen to make any vain attempt at reconciliation. The Earl of Lincoln and Lady Brampton had always been friends. Her liveliness amused him, her integrity and real goodness of heart won his esteem. Her passionate love for the princes in the Tower had caused him, when he withdrew thence the young Richard, whose ill health demanded constant feminine attentions, to confide him to her charge. Thus she alone became possessed of the secret of his existence, and now with Lord Lovell she debated how best his interests could be furthered. Lord Lincoln feared by rash measures to endanger the safety of his nephew. He desired to place him on the throne, but he preferred bringing him up in freedom and obscurity to any ill-judged attempt that might throw him into his enemy's hands and make him prisoner for life. His plans were all laid upon this principle. He commanded Lord Lovell, who submitted wholly to him, not to breathe the name of the son of Edward till he had gained a decided advantage over the reigning sovereign. If victorious, he might set up the royal standard and proclaim Richard IV, while the Earl, still in London, would call together all the Yorkists, and in the absence of the king, season his nephew's name upon the capital of the kingdom. If Lord Lovell's attempt proved unsuccessful, it was decided that the prince should escape immediately to the continent, there to remain till some new insurrection was organized, for, though cautious, he was resolute, and he had determined never to relinquish his purpose, but to excite rebellion and discontent against Henry till the rightful heir possessed his own. These plans were in contradiction to Lady Brampton's views, but she was obliged to submit. Her quick woman's wit discovered her another danger. The absolute silence observed concerning the young prince, then only 11 years of age, might in the end cast a doubt over the justice of his pretensions, and she told Lord Lovell that if, after a failure, Richard quitted England, he must first be seen and acknowledged by his mother. She resolved, therefore, on immediately going to Winchester to prepare Elizabeth for the reception of her son, and Lord Lovell, who agreed in the wisdom of this proposal, promised at all hazards that ere leaving the kingdom the Duke of York should cross the country to that town, whence by Southampton he might escape to France. While, therefore, Lord Lovell increased his army and marched in high hopes towards York, Lady Brampton proceeded southward, meditating the safest and best manner of introducing herself to the Queen. There was a man, Richard Simon, or Simond, who afterwards figured in the chronicles, that had long been secretly concerned in the course of events. He was the son of a tenant of Sir John Grey, and had been the playmate of the Lady Elizabeth Grey's elder children. His love of books, his sedentary habits, and quick wit on matters of learning, led those interested in his fate to consider him fitted for the church, and therefore he took priest's orders. But his mind, though not attuned to action in its noblest sense, was not one that could remain at rest. He loved power, he was sagacious, astute, and intriguing. When the Lady Grey became queen, he, being still too young for high promotion, preferred an unnoticed but influential situation near her person to more lucrative employ, which would remove him from the pleasures and dignity of the court. When Edward died, he devoted himself to the service of his royal patroness, and hardly escaped being imprisoned for life by Richard when the latter was most exasperated against the Queen Dowager's relations. From that time Richard Simon found full occupation for his plotting head in endeavouring to bring about the overthrow of the usurping Gloucester, and to raise the hopes of Henry VII, who requited ill his active zeal, and now again he busied himself in exalting the Queen's party. He looked the man he was, a prior into secrets, one who conducted the drama of life by back stairs and tell-tale valets. His small grey eyes were quick to discern the meaning of each smile or frown. His young brow was already wrinkled through care and thought. Craft lurked in the corners of his lips, and his whispering voice betokened habitual caution. He continued to hover near the Queen, now dispatched to sound some Yorkist, now closeted to discuss some expression of the King's, in which to find a secret meaning. Repose was the thing he hated, and forever was some plan on foot, some web to weave or unravel. He was seen with brows a little elevated by self-conceit, with a courtly bend of the body and insinuating address, now assuring a Lancastrian of the perfect satisfaction of the Queen, now whispering to a Yorkist a tale of slights and injuries practised by King Henry against his consort and her friends. All the communication that had taken place between Elizabeth Woodville and the Earl of Lincoln had been carried on through this man, though each knew not that he communicated to the other what either said. But Lincoln respected his undeviating fidelity towards his patroness, and valued his talents. It was to this man that Lady Brampton addressed herself on her arrival at Winchester to procure for her a private audience with the Queen. Her dark hints respecting the insurrection of Lovell and the Staffords excited his curiosity, yet he experienced more difficulty than he expected in bringing the royal dowager to consent to receive her rival. When our days of prosperity are fled, we cling fondly to all that reminds us of their brightness, and turn with augmented distaste from every thing that marred their splendor. Elizabeth loved to remember herself as the chosen bride of Edward, and any circumstance that spoke of his inconstancy or detracted from the entireness of her influence over him then inspired her with indignation, now with abhorrence. It required all Simon's dexterity to allay her anger and excite her curiosity sufficiently to induce her to admit her rival to her presence. It was at the hour of vespers that the priest introduced Lady Brampton into the Queen's cabinet. Elizabeth was assured that she had secrets of importance to communicate, and she designed by affability to win her to a full disclosure of them. Yet her heart and manner grew cold as she entered the closet where the lady and her guide already were, and bending her head slightly, she said, "The Lady Brampton desired an audience with me. I grant it." With all her vivacity and consciousness of the importance of her disclosures, the lady felt herself awed and chilled, and the memory of Edward came across her, who had before shielded her from such unkindness, and filled her eyes with tears. A long pause ensued. The Queen looked as in expectation, and Richard Simon, who had retired to an embrasure of a window, was about to come forward when Lady Brampton, conquering her emotion, said, "Your Grace is the happy mother of the Queen of England, and the hope of an heir, which you now entertain, may make my intelligence distasteful." "Say on," replied Elizabeth haughtily. "I listen to your words." The lady felt much inclined not to say another word, but assuming almost equal coldness of manner, she continued, "Would your Grace prefer that your fair daughter should still bear the sceptre, or that Richard IV should wrest it from the husband's grasp?" Now the Queen indeed started, and cried impetuously, "I charge you, trifle with me no longer. Explain your words. Who would supplant my child?" "Her brother," Lady Brampton replied. Seeing the Queen lost in a mixture of amazement and terror, she added, "The Duke of York still lives. He is now, I trust, at the head of forces sufficient to enforce his rights. In a few days England will acknowledge him as sovereign." In reply to these words, spoken with rapidity, as if they were pregnant with supreme delight to their auditress, the Queen with an angry look said, "I shall league with no plotters to establish an impostor." "Beware," said Lady Brampton, indignantly. "Let your Majesty bethink yourself before you consign your son to misery and an early grave. Will his mother be his chief enemy? Who vouches for him?" "Himself! He is the very Edward who once was yours. His young features are but the miniature mirror of his royal father. His princely grace, his wit, his courage are all derived from him." "I must see the boy," said the Queen, "to end at once this silly mask. How do you pretend that he escaped from the Tower?" The independence and sensibility of Lady Brampton's disposition would not permit her to answer a question asked thus ironically. Had she looked at the Queen, she might have seen by her change of countenance that it was nearly all put on by the jealous instinct that would not permit her to acknowledge herself under so great an obligation to her rival. Lady Brampton turned to Simon, saying, "I am ready to depart, Sir Priest. I see her Grace sorrows that the same cold bed does not entomb Richard of York and Edward V. Poor Prince! My Lord of Lincoln counselled well, and I was to blame in not acting on his advice." "Stay," cried Elizabeth. "Speak again. Is the Earl of Lincoln a party to this tale?" "Your Majesty insults me," said the lady. "I came here to please a mother's ear by assurances of her son's safety, and to conduct the tempest-tossed fortunes of this ill-starred boy into the safe harbor of maternal love. I came with a full heart and an ardent desire to serve you. No other motive could have led me hither. You receive me with disdain. You dismiss me with contumely. I fear that so much you hate me, that for my sake your heart is steeled against your princely son. But as you already know so much as to make it necessary that you should know all, I will hasten to London, and entreat the noble de la Pole to communicate with you, and to avert a mother's enmity from her child. I take my leave." She was about to depart, but Simon, who knew that a feud between the prince's partisans must ruin his cause, entreated her to remain, and then addressing the Queen tried to soothe her, for she was pacing the rushes of her chamber in excessive agitation. "Peace, good friend," said she. "I will speak to Lincoln. I will ask him why I, who was deemed by his honored uncle fit partaker of his counsels, am kept by him in ignorance of the alleged existence of this poor boy. Even now he might be sitting on the throne had I been consulted. Instead of this, to what has this distrust brought him? He is a crownless king, a fugitive prince, branded as an impostor. A seal is put upon his fate, which nothing probably will ever remove. I, even I, have called my son, if such he be, a counterfeit." Maternal tenderness touched to the quick the royal lady's heart, and she wept. Lady Brampton was all impulse and goodness of disposition. She felt that Elizabeth had wronged her, but in a moment she forgave the offence. She advanced, and kneeling at her feet, touched her hand gently as she said, "Let not your Grace judge too harshly of our proceedings. We poor faulty human beings, hurried hither and thither by passion, are forever jostling against and hurting each other, where more perfect natures would coalesce, and thus succeed where we fail. Forgive, forget the past. It cannot now be changed. Forgive the Earl who, long bound by an oath to his uncle Gloucester, could only save your son's life by feigning his death. Forgive the humblest of your servants, even myself, who acted under his commands and who now, in disobedience to them, attempts to bring the royal exile to his mother's arms. Would that my humility could appease your displeasure, and that you would acknowledge me your faithful follower. My life should be at the disposal of you and the princely York. Lady Brampton, full of vivacity, energy, and even of imperiousness, had so much grace in her manner and sweetness in her voice, when she laid these keen weapons aside to assume those of gentleness and love, that she was irresistible. The Queen at once softened, stretched out her hand, which the lady pressed respectfully to her lips. Then, as friends bent on one design, they conversed unreservedly together. Lady Brampton entered into long details concerning the past history of the Duke of York, and the schemes then on foot for his advancement. This was not their sole interview. They met again, and mutual affection confirming the link which the fate of Richard caused to exist between them, the Queen named the Lady Brampton one of her ladies, and henceforth they lived together under the same roof. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 5. The Interview. England, farewell. Thou who hast been my cradle shalt never be my dungeon or my grave. Shelley. The historical account of Lord Lovell's insurrection is contained in a few words. While the two Staffords besieged Worcester, this nobleman advanced against Henry in York. The Duke of Bedford was sent against him, who published a general pardon for all the rebels who should submit. The soldiers of Lord Lovell had no powerful watchword to ensure their union. The existence of Edward IV's son was a profound secret. They were therefore easily induced to abandon an almost nameless cause, and in 3 weeks Lord Lovell found himself with only 100 adherents, or rather personal friends, who at his earnest entreaty disbanded, while he, chiefly bent on saving the life of his princely charge, felt greater security in being left singly with him. He had promised to traverse England and to conduct him to Winchester, but the hot pursuit on foot forced him to delay this journey. Meanwhile, a present refuge was to be sought. He had a staunch friend in a zealous Yorkist, Sir Thomas Broughton, who resided in Lancashire, to whose residence he directed his steps. Still, even during this short journey, great precaution was necessary. Lord Lovell and his charge travelled disguised, avoiding high roads and great towns. On the second evening, when the red aspect of the setting sun threatened an inclement night, they took shelter in a lone cot on one of the wild moors of that country. A long habit of personal attendance had instilled into Lovell's mind a parental affection for the little prince. They had journeyed far that day, and Richard was overpowered by fatigue. His friend strode for him a bed of leaves. He stretched himself on it and quickly fell into a sound sleep, while the noble kept up the fire he had lighted, and paced the hut, revolving in his mind 1,000 schemes. It was a chill February evening, and as night came on, a thick sleet beat against the windows, while the wind, sweeping over the wide heath, howled round the miserable shepherd's cot. Some time passed thus, and fear in Lovell's mind gave place to the sense of security, inspired by the desolation of the spot and the inclemency of the elements. He needed rest, and as soon as he had thrown himself on the ground, drowsiness overpowered him. The wind sang a wild lullaby to both the sleepers. Though still lost to the outer world, a change passed over Lovell's countenance. Again his features relaxed into sleep, and again expressed disquietude. The tramp of horses' feet was around the hut. Voices mingled alien sounds with the raging blast. At last, a loud knocking at the door caused the noble at once to start on his feet wide awake. Richard still slept on. Lord Lovell cautiously withdrew into the shadow behind the door, listening intently to divine the motives of these unwelcome intruders. He felt assured that they were emissaries of Henry, who had traced him hither. He endeavoured to form in his mind some plan of conduct to save the Duke, whom he was about to awaken and put on his guard, when a woman's voice struck upon his ear. The knocking at the door was changed into a violent beating. The rude hinges gave way, and it swung back. The fugitive's heart beat quick. It was a moment full of fate, such a one as, when past, we seem to have concentrated a life into its small space. The man that entered calmed his fears. Low in stature, broadly built, a cloak lined with furs added to his bulk, and a Flemish hat completed his peaceable appearance, though he was too much muffled to show his face. Glancing at Lovell a look which was, doubtless, intended to convey reproach, he muttered some words in a foreign guttural language, and went back to his companions. 2 women now entered, both enveloped in furs. One stepped lightly on, and drew the bench which had lately pillowed the head of Lovell closer to the fire, while the other, bending under the burthen in her arms, approached slower, and sitting down on the seat prepared for her, threw back her cloak, and discovered that she bore in her arms a sleeping child about 6 years of age. The first, meanwhile, disencumbered herself of her rich furs, and then leaning over the child, kissed its little hands, and regarded its sleeping form with mingled anxiety and tenderness, speaking to the other in a foreign dialect, evidently about the risk the poor babe had run from exposure to the weather. Lovell remained a mute spectator. He resolved not to come forward till he should see who their male attendants were. After a brief interval the first intruder again entered. He threw off his cloak, and looking round with keen eyes, the fugitive discovered the well-known features of a friend. His heart now relieved, his countenance lighted up, and he stepped forward, saying, "Mynheer Jan Warbeck, God be with you. You travel on a stormy night." "And you, Lord Lovell," replied the moneylender angrily, "are sufficiently discourteous to wanderers at such a season. Why, even vipers are harmless during a storm. But fair weather returns, and they again find their sting. I might bare my own breast, but—" He pointed to the bed of leaves on which, in spite of the tumult, young Richard still slept. Warbeck started, but before he could reply, one of his companions turned to speak to him, and a conversation ensued, begun in Dutch and continued in French, concerning the circumstances which had divided them from their attendants, and their fatiguing wanderings during the storm. A small saddle-bag was produced by Warbeck, containing a few provisions. A bed for the sleeping child was formed, and the travellers sat round the fire, enjoying their simple fare. From time to time the fair blue eyes of the younger lady, who was evidently the mistress, and the other an attendant, turned to look on the chivalric form and manly beauty of Lovell. A few smiling observations escaped her in her native language, which Warbeck answered dryly and succinctly. The bench on which the lady sat was soon sacrificed for firing. The cloaks of the party were dried, and the women, wrapped in them, sought repose on the bare ground, which was the sole flooring of the hut, the younger drawing to her bosom the sleeping child. Lovell and Warbeck kept silence, till the deep breathing of their companions showed that they slept. Then, in reply to the Fleming's questions, Lovell related the history of the last months, and at the conclusion frankly asked his advice and assistance in accomplishing his design in conveying the Duke of York to Winchester. Warbeck looked thoughtful on this demand, and after a pause said, "I cannot say wherefore this unfortunate prince excites so strong an interest in me, for in truth my heart yearns towards him as if he were akin to me. Is it because he bore for a time my poor boy's name?" Warbeck paused. His hard features were strongly marked by grief. "I and my sister," he continued, "crossed the country to visit my Peterkin, who was ill, who is lost to me now for ever." A pause again ensued. The young soldier respected too much the father's grief to interrupt it. At length the Fleming said, "Lord Lovell, I trust I can, save Duke Richard's life. My sister is kind-hearted, and the silence you have observed concerning the very existence of King Edward's son makes the task more easy. Madeline is about to return to her own country. She was to have taken my Peterkin with her. Let the prince again assume that name. It shall be my care to escort him in this character to Winchester, and at Portsmouth they may embark, while you follow your own plans and take refuge with the friends you mention in these parts." As Warbeck spoke, Lovell motioned to him to observe his sister, who, unable to sleep, was observing them with attention. "Madeline does not understand our English," said her brother, "but it were well that she joined our councils, which may continue in French. I have your leave, my lord, to disclose your secret to her? Fear not, she would die rather than injure one hair of that poor child's head." On Warbeck's invitation the lady rose, and he, taking her hand, led her to the low couch of the Duke of York. Sleep and gentle dreams spread an irradiation of beauty over him. His glowing cheek, his eyes hardly closed, the masses of rich auburn hair that clustered on a brow of infantine smoothness and candor, the little hand and arm which, thrown above his head, gave an air of helplessness to his attitude, combined to form a picture of childish grace and sweetness, which no woman, and that woman a mother, could look on without emotions of tenderness. "What an angelic child," said the fair sister of Warbeck, as she stooped to kiss his rosy cheek. "What a noble-looking boy! Who is he?" "One proscribed," said the cavalier. "One whom he who reigns over England would consign to a dungeon. Were he to fall into the hands of his enemies, they might not, indeed, dare not cut him off violently, but they would consume and crush him by denying him all that contributes to health and life." "Can this sweet boy have enemies?" cried the lady. "Ah, if he have, has he not friends also to guard him from them?" "With our lives," he replied emphatically. "But that is a small sacrifice, and a useless one, for to preserve him we must preserve ourselves. My life, such acts deserve no record, I have and will again expose for him, but the will to save him is not enough without the power, and that power you possess, lady, to a far, far greater extent than I." "The will I have most certainly," said the fair one, regarding the boy with anxious tenderness. "Command me, sire, chevalier. My power, small as I must believe it to be, and my will shall unite to preserve this sweet child." Warbeck disclosed briefly to his sister the secret of young Richard's birth, and detailed his plan for his safe journey to Winchester, nay, and after that for his crossing the sea and continuing to personate in Flanders the nephew of Madeline, if so his royal mother deemed fitting, till the moment should arrive when, the schemes of his partisans being crowned with success, he could be restored to his country and his birthright. The fair Fleming joyfully assented to this proposition, and entered cordially into the details. Lovell was profuse of thanks. So suddenly and so easily to be relieved from his worst fears appeared like the special interposition of some guardian saint. His heart overflowed with gratitude, and his glistening eyes gave token of greater thanks than even his emphatic words. Madeline felt all the excitement of being actively employed in a deed of benevolence. Her calm features were animated with an angelic expression. The discussion of details demanding the coolest prudence and most vigilant observation long occupied them, and the lady brought a woman's tact and keen penetration to arrange the crude designs of her brother. All was rendered smooth, every obstacle foreseen and obviated, every pass of danger reconnoitered and provided for. When at last their plans were perfected, the lady again returned to her hard couch to seek repose. For some time the cavalier and the Fleming kept watch, till they also, in such comfortless posture as they might, stretched on the bare ground, yielded to drowsiness, and grey morning found all the dwellers in the sheep-cot sunk in profound sleep. Fear, charity, hope, and love might colour their dreams, but quiet slumber possessed them all, driving care and thought from the heart and brain, to steep both in oblivion of all ill. When Madeline awoke in the morning, the first sight that met her eyes was the lovely boy she had promised to protect, playing with her dark-eyed girl, who displayed all the ecstasy of childish glee with her new playmate. Madeline was a blonde Fleming, with light blue eyes and flaxen ringlets. She was about 25 years of age. An expression of angelic goodness animated her features, bestowing on them an appearance of loveliness, which of themselves they did not possess. It could hardly be guessed that Richard's playmate was the daughter of the fair-haired Fleming, but the husband of Warbeck's sister was a Spaniard, and the child resembled her father in everything except the soft mouth and sweet smile, which was all her mother's. Her large, full, dark eyes gave to her infantine face a look of sensibility far beyond her years. The little girl ran to her mother when she awoke, and Madeline caressed both her and the prince with the greatest tenderness. They stood at the door of the cottage. The early sun shone brightly on the hoar-frost that covered the moor. The keen air was bracing though cold. The morning was cheerful, such as inspires hope and animation, a lively wit to understand, and a roused courage to meet difficulties. Madeline turned from the glittering scene to look on her young charge. His eyes were fixed on her face. "How beautiful and good you look," said the boy. "I am glad that you think me good," replied the lady, smiling. "You will have less fear in trusting yourself with me. Your noble friend has confided your grace to my care, if indeed you will condescend to live with me, and be as a son to me. I have just lost a little nephew whom I fondly loved. Will you supply his place, and take his name?" "Fair cousin," said the prince, caressing his kind friend as he spoke, "I will wait on you, and serve you as no nephew ever served. What name did your lost kinsman bear? Quickly tell me, that I may know my own, and hereafter call myself by it." "Perkin Warbeck," said Madeline. "Now you mock me," cried Richard. "That has long been my name, but I knew not that it gave me a claim to so pretty a relation." "This courtly language," replied the lady, "betrays your grace's princeliness. What will our Flemish boors say when I present the nursling of royalty as mine? You will shame our homely breeding, Duke Richard." "I beseech you, fair mistress," said Lovell, who now joined them, "to forget, even in private, such high-sounding titles. It is dangerous to play at majesty, unaided by 10,000 armed assertors of our right. Remember this noble child only as your loving nephew, Perkin Warbeck. He who well knows the misery of regal claims unallied to regal authority will shelter himself gladly and gratefully under the shadow of your lowly bower, And now, as the wintry sun rose higher, the travellers prepared for their departure. Warbeck first left them to find and to dismiss his domestics, who would have been aware of the deception practised in the person of Richard. He returned in a few hours for his sister. The Duke and Lord Lovell then separated. The intervening time had been employed by the noble in schooling the boy as to his future behaviour, in recounting to him his plans and hopes, and in instructing him how to conduct himself with his mother, if indeed he saw her. For Lovell was ignorant how Lady Brampton had succeeded at Winchester, and how far it would be possible to bring about an interview between the Queen and her son. At length Warbeck returned. The travellers mounted, and Lord Lovell, watching from the cottage door, beheld with melancholy regret the prince depart. The long habit of intercourse, the uncertain future, his high pretensions, and his present state, had filled the cavalier with moody thoughts, unlike his usual sanguine anticipations and energetic resolves. "This is womanly," at last he thought, as the reflection that he was alone, and had, perhaps, seen his beloved charge for the last time filled his eyes with unwonted tears. "To horse, to my friends, there to plan, scheme, devise, and then again to the field." Days and weeks passed, replete with doubt and anxiety to the Queen and her enthusiastic friend at Winchester. Each day, many, many times, Lady Brampton visited the cathedral to observe whether the silver heart was suspended near the altar, which she had agreed with Lord Lovell should be the sign of the Duke's arrival. The part Elizabeth Woodville had to play, meanwhile, was difficult and painful. She lived in constant intercourse with the Countess of Richmond. The wishes and thoughts of all around were occupied by the hope of an heir to the crown, which the young Queen would soon bestow on England. The birth of a son, it was prognosticated, would win her husband's affection, and all idea of future disturbance, of further risings and disloyalty, through the existence of this joint offspring of the two Roses, would be forever at an end. While these hopes and expectations formed, it was supposed, the most flattering and agreeable subject of congratulation for the Dowager Queen, she remained sleepless and watchful, under the anticipation of seeing her fugitive son, the outcast and discrowned claimant of all that was to become the birthright of the unborn child. At length the unwearied cares of Lady Brampton were rewarded. A small silver heart, bearing the initials of Richard, Duke of York, was suspended near the shrine, and as she turned to look who placed it there, the soft voice of Madeline uttered the word of recognition agreed upon. Joy filled Lady Brampton's heart, as the brief answers to her hurried questions assured her of Richard's safety. The same evening she visited, in disguise, the abode of Warbeck, and embraced, in a transport of delight, the princely boy, in whose fate she interested herself with all the fervour of her warm heart. She now learnt the design Lord Lovell had of placing Richard in safety under Madeline's care in Flanders, until his friends had prepared for him a triumphant return to England. She concerted with her new friends the best mode of introducing Richard into his mother's presence, and it was agreed that, early on the following morning, Madeline and the Duke should seek one of the small chapels of the Cathedral of Winchester, and that Elizabeth should there meet her son. With an overflowing heart, Lady Brampton returned to communicate this intelligence to the royal widow, and to pass with her the intervening hours of oft-renewed conjectures and anticipations concerning the Duke of York. To modern and Protestant England, a cathedral or a church may appear a strange place for private assignations and concealed meetings. It was otherwise in the days of our ancestors, when through similarity of religion our manners bore a greater resemblance than they now do to those of foreign countries. The churches stood always open, ready to receive the penitent who sought the stillness of the holy asylum, the more entirely to concentrate his thoughts in prayer, as rank did not exempt its possessors from sin nor sorrow, neither did it from acts of penitence, nor from those visitations of anguish, when the sacred temple was sought, as bringing the votarist into more immediate communication with the deity. The Queen Dowager excited, therefore, no suspicion when, with her rosary formed of the blessed wood of Lebanon encased in gold in her hand, with Lady Brampton for her sole attendant, she sought at 5 in the morning the dark aisle of the Cathedral of Winchester, there to perform her religious duties. 2 figures already knelt near the altar of the chapel, designated as a place of meeting. Elizabeth's breath came thick, her knees bent under her, she leaned against a buttress, while a fair-haired boy turned at the sound. He first looked timidly on her, and then, encouraged by the smile that visited her quivering lips, he sprung forward, and kneeling at her feet, buried his face in her dress, sobbing, while, bending over him, her own tears fell on his glossy hair. Lady Brampton and Madeline retired up the aisle, leaving the mother and child alone. "Look up, my Richard," cried the unfortunate widow. "Look up, son of King Edward, my noble, my outcast boy. Thou art much grown, much altered since I last saw thee. Thou art more like thy blessed father than thy infancy promised." She parted his curls on his brow, and looked on him with the very soul of maternal tenderness. "Ah, were I a cottager," she continued, "though bereft of my husband, I should collect my young ones round me, and forget sorrow. I should toil for them, and they would learn to toil for me. How sweet the food my industry procured for them! How hallowed that winch their maturer strength would bestow on me! I am the mother of princes. Vain boast, I am childless." The queen, lost in thought, scarcely heard the gentle voice of her son, who replied by expressions of endearment, nor felt his caresses, but collecting her ideas, she called to mind how brief the interview must be, and how she was losing many precious moments in vain exclamations and regrets. Recovering that calm majesty which usually characterized her, she said, "Richard, arise. Our minutes are counted, and each must be freighted with the warning and wisdom of years. Thou art young, my son, but Lady Brampton tells me that thy understanding is even premature. Thy experience indeed must be small, but I will try to adapt my admonitions to that experience. Should you fail to understand me, do not on that account despise my lessons, but treasure them up till thy increased years reveal their meaning to thee. We may never meet again, for once separated, 10,000 swords, and twice 10,000 dangers divide us perhaps forever. I feel even now that it is given to me to bless thee for the last time, and I would fain to the last be the cause of good to thee. I have lived, how long, and suffered, methinks, beyond human suffering. Let the words I now utter live in thy soul forever. My soul is in them. Will not my son respect the sacred yearnings of his mother's heart?" Touched, penetrated by this exordium, the tearful boy promised attention and obedience. Elizabeth sat on a low tomb. Richard knelt before her. One kiss she imprinted on his young brow, while endeavoring to still the beating of her heart, and to command the trembling of her voice. She was silent for a few moments. Richard looked up to her with mingled love and awe. Wisdom seemed to beam from her eyes, and the agitation that quivered on her lips gave solemnity to the tone with which she addressed her young auditor. She spoke of his early prospects, his long imprisonment and late fortunes. She descanted on the character of Henry Tudor, describing him as wise and crafty and to be feared. She dwelt on the character of the Earl of Lincoln and other chiefs of the House of York, and mentioned how uneasily they bore the downfall of their party. No pains, no artifice, no risk, she said, would be spared by any one of them to elevate an offspring of the White Rose, and to annihilate the pretensions and power of Lancaster. "Still a boy, unmeet for such contest, noble blood will be shed for you, my son," she continued, "and while you are secluded by those who love you from danger, many lives will be spent for your sake. We shall hazard all for you, and all may prove too little for success. We may fail, and you be thrown upon your own guidance, your unformed judgment, and childish indiscretion. Alas, what will then be your fate? Your kinsmen and partisans slain, your mother broken-hearted, it may be dead. Spies will on every side environ you, nets will be spread to ensnare you, daggers sharpened for your destruction. You must oppose prudence to craft, nor, until your young hand can wield a man's weapon, dare attempt aught against Henry's power. Never forget that you are a king's son, yet suffer not unquiet ambition to haunt you. Sleep in peace, my love, while others wake for you. The time may come when victory will be granted to our arms. Then we shall meet again, not as now, like skulking guilt, but in the open sight of day. I shall present my son to his loyal subjects. Now we part, my Richard. Again you are lost to me, save in the recollection of this last farewell." Her own words fell like a mournful augury on her ear. With a look of agonized affection she opened her arms, and then enclosed in their circle the stripling form of her son. She pressed him passionately to her heart, covering him with her kisses, while the poor boy besought her not to weep. Yet infected by her sorrow, tears streamed from his eyes, and his little heart swelled with insupportable emotion. It was at once a sight of pity and of fear to behold his mother's grief. Lady Brampton and Madeline now drew near, and this effusion of sorrow passed away. The queen collected herself, and rising, taking Richard's hand in hers, with dignity and grace she led him up to the fair Fleming, saying, "A widowed mother commits to your protection her beloved child. If heaven favor our right, we may soon claim him, to fill the exalted station to which he is heir. If disaster and death follow our attempts, be kind to my orphan son. Protect him from the treachery of his enemies. Preserve, I beseech you, his young life." Madeline replied in a tone that showed how deeply she sympathized in the queen's sorrows, while she fervently promised never to desert her charge. "Now depart," said Elizabeth. "Leave me, Richard, while I have yet the courage to say adieu." Elizabeth stood watching while the forms of the prince and his protectress disappeared down the dark aisle. They reached the door. It swung back on its hinges, and the sound, made as it closed again, reverberated through the arched cathedral. The unfortunate mother did not speak. Leaning on her friend's arm, she quitted the church by another entrance. They returned to the palace in silence, and when again they conversed, it was concerning their hopes of the future, the schemes to be devised. Nor did the aching heart of Elizabeth relieve itself in tears and complaints, till the intelligence received some weeks afterward of the safe arrival of the travellers in France took the most bitter sting from her fears, and allowed her again to breathe freely. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 6. Lambert Simnel. Such when as Archimago him did view, he weened well to work some uncouth vile, eftsoon untwisting his deceitful clue, he gan to weave a web of cunning guile. Spenser. The birth of Arthur, Prince of Wales, which took place in the month of September of this same year, served to confirm Henry Tudor on the throne, and almost to obliterate the memory of a second and resisting party in the kingdom. That party indeed was overthrown, its chiefs scattered, its hopes few. Most of the principal Yorkists had taken refuge in the court of the Duchess of Burgundy. The Earl of Lincoln only ventured to remain, preserving the appearance of the greatest privacy, while his secret hours were entirely occupied by planning a rising in the kingdom, whose success would establish his cousin Richard, Duke of York, the fugitive Perkin Warbeck, on the throne. The chief obstacle that presented itself was the difficulty of exciting the English to any act of rebellion against the king, without bringing forward the young prince as the principal actor on the scene. The confirmed friendship between the Queen and Lady Brampton had produced a greater degree of intercourse between the former and the Earl, but their joint counsels had yet failed to originate a plan of action, when chance, or rather the unforeseen results of former events, determined their course of action, and brought to a crisis, sooner than they expected, the wavering purposes of each. Richard Simon had quitted Winchester to fulfill his duties as a priest in the town of Oxford. No man was better fitted than Simon to act a prominent part in a state plot. He was brave, but the priestly garb having wrested the sword from his hand, circumstances had converted that active courage, which might have signalized him in the field, to a spirit of restless intrigue, to boldness in encountering difficulties, and address in surmounting them, to form plans, to concoct the various parts of a scheme, wedging one into the other, to raise a whirlwind around him, and to know, or to fancy that he knew, the direction the ravager would take, and what would be destroyed, and what saved in its course, had been from youth the atmosphere in which he lived. Now absent from the Queen, he was yet on the alert to further her views, and he looked forward to the exaltation of her son to the throne as the foundation stone of his own fortunes. In what way could this be brought about? After infinite deliberation with himself, Simon conceived the idea of bringing forward an impostor who, taking the name of Richard of York, whose survival, though unattested, was a current belief in the kingdom, might rouse England in his cause. If unsuccessful, the safety of the rightful prince was not endangered. If triumphant, this counterfeit would doff his mark at once, and the real York come forward in his place. In the true spirit of intrigue, in which Simon was an adept, he resolved to mature his plans and commence his operations before he communicated them to any. He looked round for a likely actor for his new part, and chance brought him in contact with Lambert Simnel, a baker's son at Oxford. There was something in his fair complexion and regular soft features that was akin to York. His figure was slight, his untaught manners replete with innate grace. He was clever, and his beauty having made him a sort of favourite, he had grown indolent and assuming. His father died about this time, and he was left a penniless orphan. Simon came forward to protect him, and cautiously to point out the road to fortune without labour. The youth proved an apt scholar. To hear speak of princes, crowns, and kingdoms as objects in which he was to have an interest and a share dazzled his young eyes. He learnt speedily every lesson the priest taught him, and adopted so readily the new language inculcated, that Simon became more and more enamoured of his scheme, and sanguine as to its results. The next care of Simon was to confirm, in the partisans of the house of York, the suspicion they already entertained of the existence of its noblest scion. He dispatched anonymous letters to the chief nobles, and it became whispered through the country, though none knew the origin of the tale, that the surviving son of Edward IV was about to appear to claim the crown. The peaceful sighed to think that the white and red roses would again be watered by the best blood of England. The warlike and ambitious, the partisans of York, who had languished in obscurity, walked more erect. They regarded their disused armor with complacency, for war and tumult was then the favorite pastime of high-born men. It was at this period that, through the intervention of Lady Brampton, Sir Thomas Broughton, a most zealous Yorkist and chief friend of Lord Lovell, was introduced to the Dowager Queen's presence, then residing in London. He came full of important intelligence. He had been roused from his usual repose by one of Simon's anonymous letters, which hinted at the existence of the Duke of York, and counselled a drawing together of such forces as would be willing to support him. Lord Lovell was with him, and at the name of Richard at once prepared for action. He was busied in raising adherents in the south, sending Sir Thomas to London, that he might there receive the commands of the prince's mother. Scarcely had he entered the metropolis, when in one of its narrowest alleys he was accosted by Richard Simon, who had earnestly besought him to obtain an audience for Simon himself from the Queen, acknowledging that he was the author of the reports and commotions, and that he had important secrets to disclose. All this inspired the Queen with the deepest disquietude. She readily arranged with Sir Thomas the desired interview, which at Simon's request was to take place that very night, and agreed that he should enter the palace by a private door, Lady Brampton giving him admittance. Broughton departed, and Elizabeth, disturbed and agitated, counted the hours impatiently which must intervene before the riddle was explained. Even this interval was full of wonder. A report was circulated, which soon reached the palace, that the Earl of Warwick, in endeavouring to escape from the tower in a boat, had fallen into the river and was drowned before assistance could be afforded. Such was the current tale, but many suspected that the king was privy to a more guilty termination of his unhappy prisoner, of whose death none entertained a doubt. This circumstance added to the Queen's impatience. Life was bound up in the event of the next few hours. The time arrived. All was quiet in the palace. The Queen inhabited Tower Royal, and the royal dowager and her friend prepared for their visitor. At the signal given, the door was opened, but Simon came not alone. The Earl of Lincoln, Lord Lovell, Sir Thomas Broughton, and an unknown youth, it was Edmund Plantagenet, entered. The tale of the imposture of Lambert Simnel was disclosed, and with it a change of plan, the result of the death of Warwick. Simnel's age and appearance accorded better with this prince than with his younger cousin. It were easy to spread abroad that the report of his death was a fiction contrived by the king, that he had escaped, in fact, and was in arms. If a more sinister fate had befallen him, guilt would impose silence on his murderer. If the attempt failed, no evil would occur. If successful, he would give instant place to the superior claims of the Duke of York. Lincoln unfolded these schemes with sagacity and deliberation, and the Queen eagerly adopted his ideas as he disclosed them. It was also the Earl's suggestion that Simnel should first appear in Ireland. The Duke of Clarence had been lieutenant there, and was much beloved throughout the island. Through neglect and forgetfulness, all the councillors and officers appointed by Clarence had been unremoved by the new government, and might easily be induced to favour his persecuted son. The Duchess of Burgundy was also to be applied to, and council was held as to who should be informed of the truth, who deceived in this hazardous attempt. Night wore away, while still the conspirators were in deliberation. They separated at last, each full of hope, each teeming with gallant resolution. Henceforth the false smile or ill-conceived frown of their enemy was indifferent to them. Their good swords were their sure allies. The very victory gained by Henry at Bosworth raised their expectations. One other battle might give them again all that then they lost. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 7 The Battle of Newark. Within these 10 days take a monastery, a most strict house, a house where none may whisper, where no more light is known but what may make you believe there is a day, where no hope dwells, no comfort but in tears. Beaumont and Fletcher. With the consciousness of this plot weighing on her mind, Elizabeth Woodville continued her usual routine of life, and made a part of the court of Henry VII. She had long been accustomed to pass from one evil to the other, and to find that when one cause for unhappiness died away, it gave instant place to another. She felt with all the poignancy of a mother's disappointed pride the situation of her daughter. Neglect was the lightest term that could be applied to the systematized and cold-hearted tyranny of Henry towards his wife, for not only he treated her like an unfavored child, whose duty it was to obey without a murmur, and to endeavor to please, though sure of being repulsed. At the same time that he refused to raise her above this state of degradation, he reproached her with the faults of maturity, and stung her womanly feelings with studied barbarity. He taunted her with her attachment to her family and its partisans, spoke with triumph of its overthrow, and detailed with malignant pleasure every severe enactment passed by himself against the vanquished Yorkists. Then again, he accused her of participating in her parents' intrigues, and though proud of the son she had given him, as the heir of his crown, he divided as much as possible the infant from the mother, under the avowed though ridiculous pretense of preventing her from inculcating principles of rebellion towards his liege and father. This last blow sunk deep. She had hitherto borne his harshness meekly, sustained by the hope of overcoming his flinty nature by softness and yielding. She had anticipated that the fresh enmity conceived against her on the event of Lord Lovell's rebellion would be entirely allayed by her pretty Arthur, whose birth was solemnized by many rejoicings. But when she found this last hope fail, every expectation of good died away with it. Among other acts of duty, she had for a long time pursued a system of self-denial, deeming it a breach of duty to complain of her husband even to her mother. But this mother, acquainted with the secrets of the human heart and desirous of detaching her entirely from her husband, exerted all the influence that one experienced and firm can exercise over the young and vacillating. She brought her to lament her situation, and to complain of each fresh token of the king's regard. The barrier of self-restraint, once broken through, the sympathy and remonstrances of her parent emboldened her to such a change of conduct towards Henry as at first excited his surprise, then his contempt. The many rumors afloat concerning the existence of the Duke of York served also to rouse his angry mood. If at first he appeared somewhat complacent towards his mother-in-law, it was from an endeavour to put her off her guard and to attract or surprise her confidence on the point which lay nearest his heart. But when he found that his attacks were in vain, his undisguised arrogance and her ill-concealed resentment produced scenes, disgraceful in themselves, and agonizing to the wife and daughter who was their witness. At this moment, when suspicion was abroad, the Lancastrians fearful, the Yorkists erect with renewed hopes, like the bursting of a thunderstorm came the intelligence of the appearance of the Earl of Warwick in Dublin, his enthusiastic reception there, the rising of the people in his favour, and the menaces held out by him of his intention to wrench the sceptre of England from the hand of him who held it. Henry alone heard these momentous tidings with contempt. The Earl of Kildare, Lord Lieutenant of the kingdom, had received the pretender with princely honours, yet the very circumstance of a false son of Clarence being supported by the Yorkists was the occasion of satisfaction to him. His only fear arose from the probable mystery covered by these designs. He was angry at the disloyalty manifested, but it was in a distant province, and so came not home to him. There appeared no falling off, no disturbance among his English subjects. Still, caution and policy were the weapons he best loved to wield, and he dispatched several spies to Ireland, to endeavour to fathom the extent and nature of the rebellion. The chief among them was his own secretary, Frion, a Frenchman, a crafty and experienced implement. He succeeded in bringing back irrefragable proof that the Dowager Queen mingled deeply in the plot. Henry hated Elizabeth Woodville. He considered that it was principally through her restless scheming that he had been forced to marry the portionless, her detested claim to his crown, her only dower, daughter of York, instead of forming a union with a foreign princess, perhaps Mary of Burgundy or Anne of Brittany, either of whom would have brought gold to his coffers or extensive domains to his empire. He hated her because he deeply suspected that she was privy to the existence of a formidable rival to his estate. He knew that the young Duke of York had not died in the Tower. In every way she was his enemy, besides that linked to her ruin was the sweet idea of confiscation, one ever entertained with delight by the money-loving king. He assembled a council in his palace at Sheen, which stood near where Richmond now stands. The chiefs of the English nobility were his councillors. The Duke of Buckingham, son of him who first favoured and then rose against Richard III, the Lords Daubeny and Broke, who had been raised to the peerage for their services in the same cause, Lord and Sir William Stanley, men to whom Henry principally owed his crown. Others there were of high rank and note, but the king paid most attention to two priests. John Morton, Bishop of Ely, and Richard Fox, Bishop of Exeter, were his private advisers and friends, as well as public counsellors. Morton had watched over his interests while in exile. He first had excited the Duke of Buckingham to revolt, and hatched the plot which had placed Richmond on the throne. The council held was long and solemn, and the results, brought about more by insinuation than open argument, were different from those expected by most of the persons present. First it was resolved that a general pardon should be proclaimed to the insurgents. No exceptions were to be made. Those persons then in the very act of setting up his adversary were included, for as, by the second decree, that the real Earl of Warwick should be shown publicly in London, the deception would become manifest. If indeed they were deceived, it was thought more politic to reclaim them by clemency than by severe measures to drive them to despair. The third and last enactment was levelled against the Queen Dowager. Many of the council were astonished to hear it proposed that she should forfeit all her goods and lands, and be confined for life in a convent, for having consented to the marriage of her daughter and Richard III, while the ready acquiescence of the king and his chief advisers made them perceive that this measure was no new resolve. These 3 decrees passed, the council separated, and Henry returned to Westminster, accompanied by Sir William Stanley. To him he spoke openly of the treason of the Queen. He even ventured to say that he was sure that some mystery lurked beneath. He commissioned Stanley, therefore, to notify the order of council to Her Majesty, but at the same time to show her that disclosure and reliance on the king would obtain her pardon. Sir William Stanley was a courtier in the best sense of the term, a man of gentle manners, desirous of doing right, easily excited to compassion, but ambitious and timid, one in truth than whom none could be more dangerous, for his desire to please those immediately before him led him to assume every appearance of sincerity, and perpetually to sacrifice the absent to the present. Elizabeth heard with utter dismay the sentence passed against her. Courage was restored only when she found that her freedom could be purchased by the confession of her son's existence and place of abode. She repelled Stanley's solicitations with disdain, answered his entreaties with an appeal to his own feelings, of how far, if such a secret existed, it were possible that she, a mother, should entrust it to the false and cruel king. Stanley speedily found his whole battery of persuasion exhausted. He withdrew in some wonder as to what the real state of things might be, and full of the deepest compassion. She had indeed scarcely veiled the truth to him, for, calling to mind the fate of the wretched Margaret of Anjou, she asked him whether, like her, she should expose the young orphan York to the fate of the Lancastrian Prince Edward. But Stanley shrunk from being privy to such disclosures and hastily withdrew. Henry had not exhausted all his hopes. Glad as he was to wreak his vengeance on the Queen and to secure her possessions to himself, he was not so blind as not to see that the knowledge of her secret were a far greater prize. His next implement was her eldest son, the Marquis of Dorset. Lord Dorset had been so active in his opposition to Richard III, and had done such good service to his adversary, that Henry overlooked his near kindred to the Queen Dowager, regarding him rather as the representative of his father, Sir John Grey, who had fallen in the cause of Lancaster. He became indeed a sort of favourite with the king. Dorset was proud, self-sufficient, and extravagant, but his manners were fascinating, his spirit buoyant, and Henry, who was accustomed to find the storms of party lowering like winter over his domestic circle, found relief only when Dorset was present. The present occasion, however, called forth other feelings in the haughty noble. He might be angry with his mother's plotting, but he was more indignant at the severity exercised against her, and far from furthering Henry's designs, he applauded her resistance, and so irritated the king that it ended by his sudden arrest and being committed to the Tower. And now all hope was at an end for the unhappy lady. The various acts of her tragic history were to close in the obscurity and poverty of a convent prison. Fearful that her despair would lead her to some deed that might at least disturb the quiet and order he loved, Henry had resolved that no delay should have place, but that on the very morrow she should be conveyed to Bermondsey. She was to be torn from her family, her 5 young daughters with whom she resided. The heartless tyrant was callous to every pang that he inflicted, or rejoiced that he had the power to wound so deeply one whom he abhorred. Lady Brampton was with her to the last, not to sustain and comfort her. The Queen's courage and firmness was far greater than that of her angry friend. She pointed out the hope that the cruelties exercised towards her might animate the partisans of York to greater ardor, and tears forced themselves into her eyes only when she pictured Richard, her victorious sovereign and son, hastening to unbar her prison doors to restore her to liberty and rank. The night was spent in such discourses between the ladies. With early dawn came the fated hour. The guard, the necessity for instant departure. She disdained to show regret before Henry's emissaries, and with one word only to her friend, "I commit him to your guidance." She yielded to her fate, submitting to be torn from all she loved, and without an expressed murmur, entered the litter that bore her singly to her living grave. The same sun that rose upon the melancholy progress of Elizabeth Woodville towards Bermondsey shone on a procession more gaudy in appearance, yet, if that were possible, more sad at heart. This was the visit, ordered by the king, of the Earl of Warwick to St. Paul's Cathedral, thus to contradict to the eyes of all men the pretender in Ireland. Warwick had spent a year in the Tower, in almost solitary imprisonment, hopeless of freedom, worn in health, dejected from the overthrow of all the wild schemes he had nourished at Sheriff Hutton, linked with the love he bore his cousin, the Lady Elizabeth, now Queen of England, he could hardly be recognized as the same youth who had been her companion during her residence there. He was pale. He had been wholly neglectful of his person. Carking sorrow had traced lines on his young brow. At first he had contemplated resisting the order of being let out as a show to further his enemy's cause. One futile and vague hope, which could only have sprung up in a lover's heart, made him concede this point. Perhaps the court, the Queen, would be there. He met several noble friends, commanded by Henry to attend him, for it was the king's policy to surround him with Yorkists, to prove that he was no counterfeit. Alas, these cloudy princes and heart-sorrowing peers assembled like shadows in the dim abyss, mourning the splendor of the day forever set. They entered the cathedral, which stood a heavy Gothic pile on a grassy mound, removed from all minor edifices. There was a vast assemblage of ladies and knights. All looked compassionately on this son of poor murdered Clarence, the luckless flower, brought to bloom for an hour and then to be cast into perpetual darkness. The solemn religious rites, the pealing organ, the grandeur of the church, and checkered painted light thrown from the windows, for a moment filled with almost childish delight the Earl's young heart. That this scene, adapted to his rank, should be so single and so transient, filled his soul with bitterness. Once or twice he thought to appeal to his noble friends, to call on them to resist the tyrant, Elizabeth's husband. His heart chilled at the idea, his natural timidity resumed its sway, and he was led back to the prison fortress, despairing but unresisting. Yet at this hour, events were in progress which filled many hearts with hope of such change as he would gladly hail. On the news of the Queen's arrest, Lord Lincoln had departed with all speed to Flanders, to his aunt, the Duchess of Burgundy, to solicit her aid to attack and overcome the enemy of their vanquished family. The Lady Margaret, sister of Edward IV of England, and wife of Charles the Rash of Burgundy, was a woman distinguished by her wisdom and her goodness. When Charles fell before Nancy, and his more than princely domains descended into the hands of his only child, a daughter, and the false Louis XI of France on one hand, and the turbulent Flemings on the other, coalesced to rend in pieces and to prey upon the orphan's inheritance, her mother-in-law, the Lady Margaret, was her sage and intrepid counselor. And when this young lady died, leaving 2 infant children as co-heirs, the Dowager Duchess entirely loved and tenderly brought them up, attending to their affairs with maternal solicitude, and governing the country subject to them with wisdom and justice. This lady was warmly attached to her family. To her the Earl of Lincoln and Lord Lovell resorted, revealing the state of things, how her nephew, young Richard, was concealed in poor disguise in French Flanders, and how they had consented to Richard Simon's plots, and hoped that their result would be to restore her brother's son to the throne of their native land. The Duchess of Burgundy possessed a proud and high spirit. The abasement in which her niece, the Lady Elizabeth, was held by the Earl of Richmond, she, the real giver of his crown, not having herself been crowned, the rigor exercised towards the Yorkist chiefs, many of whom had been her defenders and friends in time of flight and defeat, the calumnies heaped on the various members of her royal house, made a prospect of displanting Henry, and of revenge grateful to her. She acceded to the Earl's request, gave him an aid of 2,000 Germans, led by Martin Swartz, a man of family and note in Germany, providing them with vessels to take them to Ireland, and blessing their expedition with her best and earnest wishes. On their arrival in Dublin, a gay and brilliant scene was acted, which raised the enthusiasm of the Irish and spread a glory round the impostor they supported. The exhibition of the real Earl of Warwick had produced no effect in Ireland. Thomas Geraldine, Earl of Kildare, asserted that Henry had brought forward a counterfeit, and Lambert Simnel lost no credit among them. He was proclaimed King of England. He was crowned by the Bishop of Meath, with a diadem taken from an image of the Blessed Virgin. A parliament was convoked in his name, and every measure taken to ensure his power in Ireland, and to gather forces wherewith to invade the sister island. The English lords felt far more anxiety than their allies in the result of this insurrection. Although it had been disregarded by the Irish, the effect produced in England by the visit of Warwick to St. Paul's was such as Henry had anticipated, and the counterfeit in Ireland found few supporters among the Yorkists. Still it was necessary to end as they had begun, to acknowledge the imposture, so to bring forward the young son of Edward would have been to all appearance too barefaced a cheat. Lovell, as a gallant soldier, was ready to spend his blood in any enterprise that promised to advance the White Rose, but he, as well as the Earl of Lincoln, mingling sad memories of the past with careful forethought, looked forward to the result of Richard Simon's contrivance with well-founded dread. Still they entertained no thought of retreat, but mustered their forces, and counselled with their associates for the furtherance of the cause. On the 4th of June, Lambert Simnel, under the name of Edward VI, with his so-called cousin de la Pole, Lord Lovell, and their constant attendant, young Edmund Plantagenet, the Lords Thomas and Maurice Geraldine, with their force of savage, scarce-armed Irish, and Martin Swartz, with his German auxiliaries, landed at the Pile of Foudray, in Lancashire, where they were soon after joined by Sir Thomas Broughton, who brought some few English to fight and die for this unhappy conspiracy. Henry was prepared for their arrival. To gain grace in his subjects' eyes, he first made a pilgrimage to Our Lady of Walsingham, and then, proceeding to the Midland counties, held counsel to know whether it were best to encounter his foes out of hand, or to let them drag on, so to weary them by delay. A number of nobles and their followers joined the king, and it was agreed among them to press forward, before the enemy should gather force in England. Henry had a further view in this. He could not tell how far the secret of their plot, which he felt assured was the design to advance the young son of Edward, was divulged among the Yorkists, and how far believed. As yet the enterprise bore no ill guise for him, having at its head a manifest impostor, so he hastened onward to crush it utterly, before it assumed a more fearful form. The Earl of Lincoln, eager to try the fortune of battle, advanced also on his side, and the rival armies drew nigh each other at Newark-upon-Trent. The king pitched his tents 3 miles beyond the town, and on the same night the Earl encamped at Stoke, but a few miles distant. And now, after a reign of 2 years, as he had forced King Richard to fight for his crown against him, an adventurer and an invader, in his realm, did Henry Tudor find himself in his adversary's position, about to risk life and kingdom on one cast of the die, against troops as ill-assorted but as desperate and brave as his had been. Henry felt in his heart's core the thrilling pang, which a conviction that all is in the hands of fortune must ever impart to a human being who is her slave. He felt that his crown was but an usurpation, that his anointed and sacred head claimed no reverence from these enemies. He was degraded in his own eyes from being a sceptred king upheld by the laws, to a wild adventurer, his good sword his right. A fierce but disciplined anger filled his heart. His brows were bent, his voice was attuned to harshness, his thoughts were conversant with overthrow and death. The hour was come, he was impatient for its passing, and he led forth his troops, all well-appointed English soldiery, in such hope as the sight of a noble army might well inspire, in such dread as was the natural offspring of the many chances and changes that had occurred to the sovereigns of England during the late struggles. The Earl of Lincoln cherished still mightier fears, yet there was more of calm and dignity in his meditations than in the impatient misgivings of Henry. His heart sickened at the idea of battle and bloodshed. He felt himself responsible for the lives of all, and, while this nerved his heart to courage, it took rest from his eyes, and planted sorrow deep in his manly breast. The morrow, oh, the morrow, hours full of fate! Whose looks forward and sees in the morrow the crown or ruin of the hopes of many, may well pray the swift-pacing hours to lag, and night to remain forever as a spell to stop the birth of time. But the morrow came, a day of slaughter and captivity for the Yorkist party. The battle was hard fought. The German auxiliaries were veteran soldiers, who spared neither blows nor blood. Their leader, Martin Swartz, for valor, for strength, and for agility of body, was inferior to none among the warlike captains of those times. The Irish, though half-naked and ill-armed, fought with desperate bravery, in vain. The valor of Henry's soldiers was equal, their discipline and numbers superior. First the noble Lincoln fell, and his comrades were slaughtered around him, avenging his death. The Lords Geraldine, Swartz, and Sir Thomas Broughton were found among the slain. Lord Lovell was never heard of more. The young Edmund Plantagenet, struck in the side by a dart, lay for dead upon the ground. Richard Simon and his false-seeming pupil were among the prisoners. Such was the event of the last attempt of the Yorkists to raise the bruised White Rose to its old supremacy. All of high rank and power that owned this symbol were gone. Lincoln, the best column of its fortunes, was destroyed. Nothing remained save the orphan prince, the royal exile, a boy of 13 years of age, brought up as the child of a Flemish moneylender. To hide himself in safe obscurity was his only wisdom, till time should give strength to his arm, sagacity to his plans, and power to his acts. Happy if he could find any concealment sufficiently obscure to baffle the discernment of Henry, and to save him from the arts of those whom he would employ to discover and seize on him. Henry again felt himself secure on his throne. He deeply lamented the death of Lincoln, as he had hoped to learn from him the secret of the conspiracy. He found Lambert Simnel the mere tool of others, and in contempt made him a scullion in his kitchen, so to throw derision on the attempt which had been made to exalt him. He dealt otherwise with Richard Simon. In the secrecy of his prison, every art was practiced to induce him to make a full confession. Simon played a dastardly and a double part, half revealing, half disguising the truth. Henry became assured that his rival, the Duke of York, survived, and he was led, in some sort, to guess the place of his abode. He had promised liberty to Simon when the young prince should be in his hands. Meanwhile he was imprisoned in the monastery, in which he was fated to close his existence. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck, by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 8. The Discovery. Our king he kept a false steward, Sir Aldingar they him call. A falser steward than he was one, served not in bower nor hall. Old Ballad. Whoever writes concerning the actions of men of the olden time must sadden the reader by details of war, descriptions of fields of battle, narrations of torture, imprisonment, and death. But here also we find records of high virtues and exalted deeds. It is at first sight strange that men whose trade was murder, who habitually wore offensive weapons, whose chief happiness was derived from the glory they acquired by inflicting misery on others, should be among those who live in our memories as examples of what is most graceful and excellent in human nature. Too great security destroys the spirit of manhood, while the habit of hazardous enterprise strengthens and exalts it. It was not because they destroyed others that the warriors of old were famous for honor, courage, and fidelity, but because, from some motive springing from the unselfish part of our nature, they exposed themselves to danger and to death. It was times such as these that friendship formed the chief solace of man's life. The thought of his lady-love supported the knight during his wanderings, and rewarded him on his return, but the society of his brothers in arms shortened the weary hours, and made peril pleasure. Death, the severer of hearts and destroyer of hope, is, in its actual visitation, the great evil of life, the ineffaceable blot, the tarnisher of the imagination's brightest hues. But if he never came, but only hovered, the anticipation of his advent might be looked upon as the refiner of our nature. To go out under the shadow of his dark banner, hand in hand, to encounter 1,000 times his grim likeness, to travel on through unknown ways during starless nights, through forests beset with enemies, over mountains whose defiles hid him but to assure his aim, to meet him arrayed in his full panoply on the field of battle, to separate in danger, to meet on the verge of annihilation, and still through every change to reap joy, because every peril was mutual, every emotion shared, was a school for heroic friendship that does not now exist. In those times, also, man was closer linked with nature than now, and the sublimity of her creations exalted his imagination and elevated his enthusiasm. Dark woods, wild mountains, and the ocean's vast expanse form a stage on which, when we act our parts, we feel that mightier natures than our own witness the scenes we present, and our hearts are subdued by awe to resignation. Edmund Plantagenet, the forest-bred son of Richard III, the late companion of the illustrious Lincoln and gallant Lovell, lay long insensible in the field of battle, surrounded by the dead. He awoke from his swoon to the consciousness that they lay strewed around him dead, whom he had worshipped as heroes, loved as friends. Life became a thankless boon. Willingly would he have closed his eyes and bid his soul also go on her journey to the unknown land, to which almost all those to whom he had been linked during his past existence had preceded him. He was rescued by a charitable friar from this sad state. His wound was dressed, life, and with it liberty, restored to him. After some reflection, the first use he resolved to make of these gifts was to visit the young Duke of York at Tournay. Edmund's mind, without being enterprising, was full of latent energy and contemplative enthusiasm. The love of virtue reigned paramount in it. nor could he conceive happiness unallied to some pursuit whose origin was duty, whose aim was the good of others. His father, his ambition, and his downfall were perpetual subjects for reflection. To atone for the first and redeem the last, in the person of his nephew, became, in his idea, the only fitting end of his life. Fostering this sentiment, he speedily formed the determination of attaching himself to the exiled Duke of York, first, to devote himself to the preserving and educating him during childhood, and secondly, to fight and die for him when the time was ripe to assert his rights. During his hazardous journey to Flanders, Edmund was supported by that glowing sensation which borrows the hues and sometimes the name of happiness. It was an ecstatic mood that soared above the meaner cares of life, and exalted him by the grandeur of his own ideas. Self-devotion is, while it can keep true to itself, the best source of human enjoyment. There is small alloy when we wholly banish our own wretched clinging individuality in our entire sacrifice at the worshipped shrine. Edmund became aware of the value of his own life, as he planned how in future he should be the guardian and protector of his unfriended, peril-encircled orphan cousin. A religious sentiment of filial love also influenced him, for thus he could in some sort repair the wrongs committed by his father. There was much in Edmund's temperament that might have rendered him a mere dreamer. The baser ends of common men possessed no attractions for him, but a lofty purpose developed the best points of his character. It was early dawn when, a month after the Battle of Stoke, Plantagenet, in pursuance of his design, arrived at the cottage of Madeline de Ferro, where, under the lowly name of Perkin Warbeck, dwelt the noble scion of the House of York. It was a lovely spot. Trees embowered the cot, roses bloomed in the garden, and jessamine and woodbine were twined round the porch. The morning breeze and rising sun filled the atmosphere with sweets. Already the cottagers were enjoying its fragrance, and Edmund, as he alighted, beheld the object of his journey, the fair-haired stripling prince and his protectress Madeline. Edmund was 21, but his brow was more bent, his eye more thoughtful, his cheek more pale and sunk than befitted his age. It was only when he smiled that frankness displayed solemnity, and those who conversed with him were ever eager to call forth those smiles, which, like sunbeams that chase the shadows on a green hillside, made darkness light. Confidence readily springs up between the open-hearted and good, and Edmund and the inhabitants of the cottage found no impediment to entire reliance on each other. Madeline was overjoyed that her young charge should find manly guardianship in his cousin, and mentioned how often her fears had been awakened on his account, and how suspicions had got abroad concerning him among the citizens of Tourney. Madeline, the sister of the Fleming, John Warbeck, was married to a Spaniard in the service of Portugal, in those days just previous to the discovery of America by Columbus. While that illustrious man was offering his unesteemed services at Lisbon, the Portuguese were full of the spirit of enterprise and maritime adventure. Each year new vessels were sent southward along the unexplored shores of Africa to discover beyond the torrid zone a route to India. Hernan de Ferro was a mariner. It was during one of his voyages to Holland that he had seen and married Madeline, and he left her in her native country while he pursued his fortunes down the Golden Coast as far as the Cape of Good Hope. He had been absent longer than she had anticipated, and each day might bring the wanderer back, when he purposed taking her with him to his native Spain. What then must become of Richard? Plantagenet saw at once the necessity of visiting the court of Burgundy, and of placing her nephew at the disposition of the Duchess Margaret. The young prince was now 14. He had shot up in height beyond his years, beautiful in his boyhood, and of greater promise for the future. His clear blue laughing eyes, his clustering auburn hair, his cheeks whose rosy hue contrasted with the milk white of his brow, his tall and slender but agile person, would have introduced him to notice among a crowd of strangers. His very youthful voice was attuned to sweetness. If Edmund found the Lady Margaret lukewarm, he need only lead the noble boy into her presence, to interest her in his favour. Richard heard with tearful eyes of the imprisonment of his mother, and the slaughter of his kinsmen and friends. His heart for the moment desired vengeance. He would himself seek his aunt of Burgundy, and aided by her, attack the usurper. With difficulty he permitted his cousin to depart alone, but he was obliged to yield, and Plantagenet set out for Brussels, promising a speedy return. About a week after Edmund's departure, another visitor arrived at the cottage of the exile. A violent storm had overtaken Duke Richard and his constant companion, Madeline's daughter, in one of their wanderings in the fields near Tourney. As they stood for shelter under a half-ruined building, a traveler came to share the asylum. He was a Frenchman, a Provençal by his accent, for he immediately entered into conversation with them. As he is a man spoken of in the chronicles, he shall receive his name at once. This apparently chance traveller was Frion, Stephen Frion, King Henry's secretary. He had been employed to search out the young prince by such tokens as Richard Simon had given, and chance had caused him to fall in with Edmund, whom he had before remarked in attendance on the Earl of Lincoln. Easily guessing that Edmund's journey might have connection with his own, he tracked him to Tournay, and then by some untoward chance lost sight of him. The indefatigable spy had spent the last week in a particular survey of every spot round the town and in the neighbouring cities to discover his lost clue. Overtaken by a storm on his return from Lisle, he suddenly found himself under a shed, with a youth whose appearance at once excited his strongest curiosity. What Frion loved beyond all other things was power and craft. He had been a subject of the poetical King René of Provence, but dispatched on some occasion to Louis XI, he entered into the service of that monarch, whose subtlety and faithlessness were a school of wisdom to this man. On one subject did he love to dwell, the contrast between Charles of Burgundy and Louis of France, the first commencing his reign by combating and vanquishing the latter, and dying miserably at last by a traitor's hand, his armies cut to pieces, his domains the unresisting prey of his rival, while Louis, by serpent ways, by words, not deeds, gained every point, won every follower, and established his rule at last over the greater part of the wide territories of the fallen duke. In a minor way Frion aimed at imitating Louis, but he was naturally more fiery and rash. He had visited Italy also, and studied there the wiles and cruelties of the Italian lords. Crossing back to Marseille, he had been seized by corsairs and carried to Africa. Here he put in practice some of his lessons, and contrived to make himself a favourite with his Mohammedan master, who afterwards crossed to Spain to serve under the Moorish king of Granada. Frion was quickly distinguished for his sagacity in the divided counsels of this distracted kingdom, and became the trusty adviser of him called Boabdil el Chico. When this unfortunate sovereign was taken prisoner by the Spaniards, Frion was a chief mediator between them and the Sultana Isa. At the court of Ferdinand and Isabella, he met several Frenchmen who awakened in his heart a keen desire to revisit his native country. He took advantage of an embassy thither from the court of Spain to fulfill his wishes, but arrived at Plessis only in time to witness Louis's death. 2 years afterwards he was found in the train of the Earl of Richmond, the future secretary, spy, and favourite of Henry VII, now travelling by his order to find, seize, or destroy the last blossom of the uprooted white rose. Frion was rather handsome in appearance, with bright black eyes and dark hair, a complexion embrowned by the sun, a look of gaiety, unless when controlled by the will of a superior he was always laughing, a quiet kind of sarcastic laugh. He looked not the man Caesar would have feared, except that his person was rather inclined to leanness, but he was active and well versed in martial exercises, though better in clerkly accomplishments. His early youth had been chiefly employed in copying poetry for King René. He wrote beautifully, and his small white hands were the objects of his own very great admiration. Such was his outward look. He had stores of science and knowledge within, which he seldom displayed, or when necessary, let appear with all the modesty of one who deemed such acquirements were of little worth, useful sometimes, but fitter for a servitor than his lord. No words could describe his wiliness, his power of being all things to all men, his flattery, his knowledge of human nature, his unparalleled artifice, which, if it could be described, would not have been the perfect thing it was. It was not silken, it was not glossy, but it wound its way unerringly. Could it fail, the rage and vengeance to follow were as certain as dire, for, next to love of power, vanity ruled this man. All he did was right and good, other pursuits contemptible and useless. Such was the serpent-spirited man who contrived to partake Richard's shelter. He eyed him keenly, he addressed him, and the prince replied to his questions about an asylum for the night by a courteous invitation to his home. The boy speaks not like a cotter. His eye beams with nobleness. What a freak of nature, to make one in appearance a king's son, the plodding offspring of a rude Fleming. As these thoughts passed through Frion's mind, the truth came not across him, and he even hesitated for a moment whether he should not, now the storm had passed, pursue his way. But his garments were wet, the way is miry, night at hand. At a second thought he accepted the invitation, and leading his horse, he accompanied the youthful pair to their cottage home. Madeline, unsuspicious of one obviously a Frenchman, received him without fear, and after a fire had dried the visitor's dress, they sat down to a frugal supper. Frion, according to his usual manner, strove to please his hosts. His gay discourse, the laughable yet interesting accounts he gave of various adventures that had befallen him, made all three, the fair Madeline, the ardent princely boy, and the dark-eyed daughter of De Ferro, sit in chained attention. When he heard that Madeline was united to a Spaniard, he spoke of Spain, of Granada and the Moorish wars. Richard's eyes flashed, and the dark orbs of the girl dilated with wonder and delight. At length he spoke of England, and his words implied that he had lately come thence. "How fares the poor island?" asked the youth. "Such stories of its tyrant reach us here, that methinks its fields must be barren, its people few." "Had you been my comrade, young master, through merry Kent," said Frion, "you would speak in another strain. Plenty and comfort, thanks to King Harry and the Red Rose, flourish there. The earth is rich in corn, the green fields peopled with fat kine, such as delight yon islanders. Give an Englishman beef and mustard, says our French proverb, and he is happy. They will find dearth of neither, while the sage Henry lives and is victorious." "Yet we are told here," cried the youth, "that this Welsh earl whom you call king grinds the poor people he has vanquished to the dust, making them lament him they named Crookback, who, though an usurper, was a munificent sovereign." These words from a Fleming or a Frenchman sounded strange to Frion. The doubt, which he wondered had not before presented itself, now came full-fledged, and changed at its birth to certainty. Yet, as the angler plays with the hooked fish, he replied, "I, a stranger in the land, saw its fair broad fields, and thought their cultivators prosperous. I heard that the king was victorious over his foes, and deemed his subjects happy. Yet, I bethink me, murmurs were abroad of taxes and impositions. They spoke with regret of the White Rose, and scowled when they said that Elizabeth of York was rather a handmaiden in her husband's palace than queen of fertile England." "Now were I an English knight with golden spurs," said the stripling, "I would challenge to mortal combat that recreant tutor, and force him to raise fair Elizabeth to her fitting elevation. Woe the while, all England's good knights are slain, the noble Lincoln, the last and best of all, has perished." "You speak unwisely and unknowingly of things you wot not of," said Madeline, alarmed at the meaning glance of Frion. "Good nephew Perkin, your eyes see not even the English white cliffs, much less can your mind understand its dangerous policy." "Nay, dear mother," remarked her little daughter, "you have told me that the noble Earl and the good Lord Lovell had been kind guardians to my cousin Peterkin. You chid him not when he wept their death, and you may suffer him to reproach their foe." "I know nothing of these lords," said Frion, whose names are a stumbling block to a Frenchman's tongue, "but methinks it is well for us that they aim at each other's hearts, and make booty of their own provender, no longer desolating the gay fields of France with their iron hoofs." And now, since that he had found him whom he sought, Frion talked again of other matters, and as before his smooth and gay discourse gained him pleased auditors. At length the peaceful cottagers retired to rest, and Frion sunk to sleep under their hospitable roof, after he had thought of various plans by which he might possess himself of the prince's person. The readiest and safest way was to entice him to accompany him alone some little space, no matter how short. He trusted to his own skill to draw him still further and further on, till he should be put on board the boat that would ferry him to his own revolted England. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 9 The Decoy. Gilderoy was a bonny boy, had roses tull his shoon, his stockings were of silken soy, with garters hanging doon. Old Ballad. It was a simple scheme, yet with the simple, simplicity succeeds best. A new face and talk of distant lands had excited York beyond his wont. He could not rest during the long night, while the image of his disastrous fortunes haunted him like a ghost. Were I the son of a falconer or hind, he thought, I could don my breastplate, seize my good crossbow, and away to the fight. Mewed up here with women, the very heart of a Plantagenet will fail, and I shall play the girl at the sight of blood. Wherefore tarry Sir Edmund, our gentle coz. If he be a true man, he shall lead me to danger and glory, and England, ere she own her king, shall be proud of her outcast child. To a mind thus tempered, heated like iron in a smith's forge, Frion, on the morrow, played the crafty artisan, fashioning it to his will. He and the prince rose early, and the secretary prepared for immediate departure. As he hastily partook of a slight repast, he renewed the conversation of the preceding night, and like the Sultaness Scheherazade, perhaps he had heard of her device among the Moors, he got into the midst of the quarrels of El Zagal and El Chico, the kings of Granada, and at the moment it was necessary for him to hasten away. "Good youth," said he, "I play the idle prater, while mine errand waits for me. Lead me to the stable, and help me to saddle my nag. If you will serve me as a guide to Lisle, you will do a good deed, and I will reward it by finishing the strange history of the Moorish kings." The horse was quickly in order for departure. "I will but say good day to Ray kinswoman, and go with you," said Richard. "That were idle," replied the secretary. "The sun has hardly peeped out from his eastern window, and Dame Madeline and her dark-eyed daughter sleep. We kept them waking yesternight. They will scarce have risen ere you return." The Duke suffered himself to be persuaded. With his hand on the neck of the horse he strode beside his tempter, listening to his cunning tales of Moorish ferocity and Christian valor. The walls of Lisle at length appeared. "Here we part," said the Duke, who remembered the caution given him, never to enter these border towns where the English nobles often resided for a space, and the appearance of the gallant stripling, and his close resemblance to other members of the princely house of York, might beget suspicion and danger. "Wherefore this haste, Sir Perkin?" said Frion. "Cooped up under a thatched roof from Lent to Shrovetide, methinks you should be glad to stretch your chain. I remain brief space in yonder walls. Leave me not till I depart." "Who told you I was cooped up?" said the prince hastily. "If I am chained, the key to my fetters is in my own hand." "Put it swiftly in the wards then, and cast away the heavy iron. Come on with me, to where thou shalt ruffle bravely with satin-coated squires." Frion judged his prize already won, and almost threw aside his usual caution. Richard liked not the expression his sharp black eye assumed, nor the wrinkling of his brow. He began to wonder what there had been in this man so to allure him into friendly converse. Now that in a familiar tone he invited him to continue his companion, his haughty spirit revolted. "Good sir," said he, "I now have done a host's duty by you. I saved you from a storm, restored you to your road. Yonder path, shaded by poplars, leads at once to the town's gate. Farewell." "I am but an unmeet comrade for you, gay gentleman," said Frion. "Pardon me if I have said aught unfitting the cottager of Tournay to hear. I now go to the noble knight, the Sire de Beverem, and I would fain have shown him what striplings these swamps breed. Methought his gilt palace were fitter dwelling than yonder hut for one who, if his face lie not, aspires to nobler acts than weeding a garden or opening a drain. Come, my lord, how tripped my tongue! But your eye is so lordly that the word came of itself. Gentle youth, trust yourself with one who loves to see the fiery youngster amid his mates, the gallant boy looked on with love and favour by the noble and valiant." Prudence whispered to Richard that this was dangerous sport. Pride told him that it were unfit, nameless and ushered thus, to appear before the highborn, but thoughtless youth urged him on, and even as Frion spoke, at a quick pace they approached the town gate. The Sire de Beverem, too, whom the wily Frenchman named, had been favoured by Edward IV, and was his guest in London. Let the worst come, and it were well to have made such a friend. I will bear myself gallantly, thought York, and win the good knight's smile. It may profit me hereafter. Now I shall see how the world goes, and if any new device or fashion have sprung up among our chivalry, that I may seem not quite untaught when I lead the sons of my father's friends to the field. "Be it as you please," he said to his seducer. "Before now my hand has grasped a foil, and I will not shame your introduction." Frion went forward, conning his part. He felt that his task was not so easy as he had imagined. The boy was wild as a bird, and so gave in to the lure. But like a bird, he might away without warning, and speed back to his nest ere his wings were well limed. It was many miles to the coast. Frion's resolution had been hastily formed. The Lord Fitzwater, a partisan of Henry, was then sojourning at Lisle. He had been to Brussels, and on his return towards Calais, a sickness had seized him, which forced him to remain some weeks under the roof of the Sire de Beverem. He was recovering now, and on the eve of his departure, without confiding the whole secret to him, the papers and tokens Frion bore must vouch that the king would thank any of his lieges who should aid him in bringing by force or decoy a pretended son of the traitor Earl of Lincoln, for thus Frion resolved to name his victim, to the English shores. Yet the decoyer had a difficult part to play. There was a quickness in the prince's manner which made him fear that, if his intentions changed, his acts would not lag behind, and though he did not betray suspicion, he was so perfectly alive to everything said and done that any circumstance of doubt would not fail immediately to strike him. Although they had hitherto discoursed in French, yet it was certain that his native English had not been forgotten by him. Nay, the appearance of the Lord Fitzwater's attendants, their livery, their speech, must awaken the prince's fears, and confound the wiles of his enemy. Frion pondered on all these obstacles as he rode gently through the narrow streets of Lisle. At length they reached the abode of the French noble, and here Frion halted, while the Duke, beginning to be ill-satisfied with the part he played, and his promised presentation by such a roan, almost resolved to break from him here and to return. Shame of appearing feeble of purpose alone prevented him. At last, passing through the courtyard up a dark and massy staircase, he found himself in a hall where several men-at-arms were assembled, some furbishing pieces of armor, others engaged in talk, one or two stretched along the benches asleep. Pride awoke in the youth's breast. He had gone too far to retrace his steps, and he resolved to bear himself gallantly towards the noble to whom he was about to be presented. Yet, pausing for a moment, "My memory," he thought, "leads me far afield, or some of these men bear English badges, and their wearers seem grey-eyed Englishmen." Frion, meanwhile, selecting with quick tact one of the followers of the Sire de Beverham, who chanced to be among these men, requested an instant introduction to Lord Fitzwater, using such golden arguments that the man, half afraid of being called on to divide the spoil, motioned him quickly to follow, and passing through a suite of rooms, as he approached the last he said, "He is there, I will call his page." "It needs not," said Frion. "Await me here, Sir Perkin." And pushing forward, to the astonishment of the attendant, entered unannounced to the Baron's presence. Richard thought he heard a "By St. Thomas" uttered as the door closed hastily, but some Englishmen might be with the French noble, and though a momentary wonder crossed him, no doubt of Frion's integrity was awakened. "By St. Thomas!" exclaimed Lord Fitzwater as Frion almost burst into his apartment. "What rude varlet is this? Are serfs so used to enter a baron's chamber in France?" "Most noble sir," said Frion, "if in 3 words, or, if you refuse me these, if in 1 eye-glance I do not satisfy you, bid your men beat me with staves from the door. I am here in King Henry's service." "God save him," said the noble, "and you, sir knave, from the fate you name, which will be yours undoubtedly if you do not give me good reason for your ill-mannered intrusion." Frion looked around. Except the Baron, there was no one in the room, save a stripling of about 16 years. The lad, though short in stature, was handsome, yet there was a look that indicated the early development of qualities which, even in manhood, detract from beauty. He seemed conversant in the world's least holy ways, vain, reckless, and selfish, yet the coarser lines drawn by self-indulgence and the youthful sensuality were redeemed in part by the merry twinkling of his eye and the ready laugh that played upon his lips. "My words are for your ears alone, my lord," said Frion, "and be assured they touch your liege nearly." "Go, Robert," said Fitzwater, "but not further than the antechamber." "There is one there," said Frion anxiously. "He must not quit it, he must not escape, nor learn in whose hands he is." "Your riddles, sir, ill please me," replied the noble. "Look at this paper, my lord, and let it vouch for the heavy import of my business." Lord Fitzwater recognized his royal master's signature, and with an altered tone he said, "Leave us, Robert. Tarry not in the antechamber, but bear my greeting to my noble host, and ask him when I may, at his best leisure, pay my thanks to him and my kind lady. I depart tomorrow at dawn, and mark, speak not to the stranger who waits without." The youth made obeisance and departed. A piece of tapestry hung before the door, which together with the massy boards themselves prevented any sound from piercing to the other side. The lad was about to proceed on his errand when curiosity prompted him to look on the stranger, with whom he was commanded not to parley. Richard stood in the embrasure of one of the windows, but turned quickly as the folding door shut with no gentle sound. His candid brow, his bright blue eyes, his frank-hearted smile, who that had ever seen could forget them? Nor were the traits of the other's countenance less marked, though less attractive. The words burst at the same instant from either. "My Lord of York! Gentle Robin Clifford!" "My prison playfellow!" cried the prince. "This for me is a dangerous recognition. I pray you be wise, and, as you were ever, kind, and keep my secret close." "Alas, my lord," said Robert, "you have opened your hand and let the winged fool fly unwittingly if you think it has not been discovered by yonder false loon. Know you where you are?" "Then I am betrayed! I see it, I feel it. Farewell, Robin, my fleet legs will outrun their slow pursuit." "Nay, and that were possible," said Clifford. "But it is not. Let me better advise your highness. Trust me, you shall be free. But hark, they come. I must not be found here. Show no suspicion. Yield to your fate as if you knew it not, and confide in me. My hand on it, this night you are at liberty." Clifford quitted the apartment by the opposite door, while Frion entered from the other, beckoning the Duke to approach. He took him by the hand and led him to Lord Fitzwater, who started back when he saw him, and was about to exclaim, but Frion, in French, addressing him as the Sire de Beverham, entreated his kind favour for Perkin Warbeck, the gallant youth before him. The Baron evidently was ill pleased at the part he had consented to play. He said a few words with an ill grace, and bidding Perkin welcome, promised him favour and permission for the present to remain in his abode. Richard saw through the flimsy disguise which the Englishman threw over his native speech, though he did not know who his receiver was. But feeling that it was best to follow his young friend's counsel, he replied, also in French, that at his guide's invitation he had eagerly sought an interview with the renowned Sire de Beverham, that the honour done him would be deeply engraven in his heart, that on some future occasion he would gratefully avail himself of his offers, but at the present time he had left his home without intimating any intention of a prolonged absence, and that he owed it to a kind kinswoman not to disquiet her by delaying his return. He prayed the noble to dismiss him therefore, craving leave only to attend him some other day. "Be it so," said Fitzwater. "Tomorrow at dawn you shall depart hence, but you must not refuse my proffered hospitality. I shall introduce you to my household as one who ere long will be admitted into it, and show my friend, Sir Lalaine, who is now here, what gentle boors our Flanders breeds." "I can return tomorrow, my good lord," Richard began, but the noble, not heeding him, added, "Stay till my return, I now go to hear mass," and passed hastily from the chamber. The prince's first impulse was to reproach Frion's knavery, assert his freedom, and, ere any measures had been taken to secure his person, to quit his new prison. But he did not know how deep laid the plot might be. He was inclined to think that all was prepared for his reception in safe custody, so that any open attempt to regain his liberty would be resisted by force, while, through the assistance of his friend Clifford, he might hope to escape. If giving in to the stratagem, he took occasion by the curb and forced it to his purpose. "Are you mad," said Frion, "my rustic, that you resist the proffers of a high and powerful man of your native land?" Richard wondered, when he beheld Frion's sneer and crafty glance, how he had not mistrusted him from the moment he beheld him. The double meaning of his words, and the familiar tone in which they were uttered, grated him like a personal insult. He repressed the angry reply rising from his lips, and said, "It seems I must submit, yet I should be beholden to you if you contrived an excuse and lent me your horse, that I might ride back and inform Dame Madeline. Tomorrow I might return." Frion opposed this intention, and led the prince to a chamber at some distance from any other, at the end of a corridor, saying that it had been assigned to him, and after a short conversation left him. Richard heard the shooting of the bolt as the door closed. "Son of King Edward," he thought, "thy folly disgraces thy parentage, thus at once to have run into the gin. Yet I am of good cheer, and my heart tells me that I shall relate the merry tale of my escape to Madeline and my sweet cause, and dry this night the tears my disappearance has caused them to shed." It soon appeared by the long absence of his betrayer that it was not intended to continue the farce longer, but that from the moment he had entered that chamber he was in treatment as well as in fact a prisoner. After several weary hours had elapsed, his blithe spirit began to sink. He reflected that Clifford had probably promised more than he could perform. But courage awoke within the sense of danger. He resolved to be true to himself and to effect his escape singly if he could gain no assistance. "Men have ears and hearts," he thought, "and I can work on these, or they may be neglectful while I am on the alert, and I can profit by their carelessness. In all forms my fortune may take, I will not fail to myself, and there is small danger in any change for a true man. With my light spirit and resolved will, I could, I doubt not, persuade an armed band to make way for me, or open prison bolts with charming words, though my witchcraft be only that of gentle courtesy, moulding with skilful hand the wax of soft humanity." Pacing the apartment, he continued these meditations, imagining every circumstance that might and would arise, and how he was to turn all to the best advantage. He framed persuasive speeches, wily answers to ensnaring questions, cautious movements by which he might withdraw himself from the hands of his enemies, and while he thus occupied himself, his eyes gleamed and his cheeks glowed, as if the moment of action had come and his life and liberty depended on instant deed. At 2 hours past noon the door was unclosed, and a servant entered, bearing food. Impatient to begin his plans of escape, Richard was about to speak to him when, in the doorway, he beheld the slight, stunted figure of Clifford, whose forefinger was pressed on his lips, and who, after exchanging one glance with his friend, cast aside his stealthy expression of countenance, entering with a half-swaggering look and saying in French, "My lord, young sir, has sent me on a pleasant embassage, even that of dining with your pageship, saying 2 boys like us were better and merrier together than in the great hall with the arrogant serving-men." Richard felt no great appetite, but taking the tone from his friend, he thanked him, and they fell to on the viands. "Now, kind Thomas," said Clifford, "of your bounty bring us a stoup of wine. The day is rainy, and we cannot abroad, so ray gossip, and I will tell long stories over our bottle, and lay some plan of merry mischief which you and your fellows may in good time rue." The domestic obeyed, nor till the wine was brought, the servant fairly dismissed, and the door closed, did Clifford put aside the character he had assumed of a stripling page in a noble master's abode, entertaining a stranger visitant of his own years. At length, when they were quite alone, the merry boy put his hands to his sides and indulged in so gay a peal of laughter that the prince, who at first stared in wonder, at last caught the infection, and laughed too, while tears from superabundant glee streamed down their cheeks. Once, twice, and thrice did Richard check himself and turn seriously to inquire the cause of this merriment, and Clifford strove to answer, but laughter bubbling up choked his voice, and both again yielded in accord to the overpowering fit. At last, gasping, holding their sides, and by degrees commanding their muscles, the Duke said, "I would ask you, friend Robin, what this means, but at the word, lo you, your very voice is lost. Now prithee feel half as weary as I do of this folly, and you will be as grave as Tumbledown Dick. Do you remember the simpering fellow we made good sport of in the tower?" "You have broken the spell, my lord," said Clifford. "That word suffices to make me as grave as Brakenbury himself, when he looked on your brother's corpse. Ah, dear, your highness, the name of the tower is worse than a raven's croak. God and St. Thomas preserve you from ever getting the other side of its moat." "Amen, Robin, with all my heart," said Richard. "A shudder runs through my limbs down to my fingertips, making the skin on my head creep when I think there is any chance of my passing long years in those dreary cells, with their narrow deep windows, the courtyards which the sun seldom visits, the massy dark walls, whose black stones seem to frown angrily if our child's voices were ever heard in sport. There your cousin, my lord of Warwick, pines out his melancholy days," replied Clifford, "and that is your destined abode. My grandfather was slain by Queen Margaret's side, and stained the red rose with a blood-red dye, falling in its cause. Your father and his brothers did many a Clifford much wrong, and woe and mourning possessed my house till the line of Lancaster was restored. I cannot grieve, therefore, for the exaltation of the Earl of Richmond, yet I will not passively see my playmate mewed up in a cage, nor put in danger of having his head laid on that ungentle pillow in Tower Yard. The daughter of Warwick, our Edward's affianced bride, your crook-backed uncle's wife, loved my pranks and nurtured my youth, and by her good leave many a mirthful hour I spent in the dark place you name. May neither of us ever see it more." "You will, then, assist my escape?" asked Richard. "As faithfully, Gossip Dickon, as God his grace shall await me at the last day. And now I will tell you a merry tale." End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 10. The Escape. "It is thy merit to make all mortal business ebb and flow by roguery." Homer's Hymn to Mercury. "And then with you, my friends, and the old man, we'll load the hollow depth of our black ship, and row with double strokes from this dread shore." The Cyclops. Notwithstanding the promise Clifford made of a merry tale, both he and his auditor looked grave as he commenced. Richard expected with some anxiety an explanation from his friend, and the other assumed the self-consequence resulting from having achieved a victory. No two beings ever displayed in their way a greater contrast than these youths. The prince was many inches taller than his companion, and his slim make promised increase of height. His brow was smooth as infancy, candid as day. His bright blue eyes were lighted up with intelligence, yet there was a liquid luster in them that betokened tenderness. Nor did his lips, that nest of the heart's best feelings, belie his eyes. They were full, a little curled, can we say, in pride? Or by that more gentle word, can we name a feeling of self-elevation, a noble purpose, joined to benevolence and sweetness? His oval cheeks were rounded by the dimpled chin, and his golden hair clustered on a throat of marble whiteness, which, as the white embroidered collar, thrown back over the doublet, permitted the outline to be seen, sustained his head as the Ionic flute rears its graceful capital. Clifford was shorter, but firm-set and more manlike in form. His grey eyes were bright or dull as his soul spoke in them. His brow slightly scowled, pending over, and even thus early lines were delved in it, hardly seen when he was in repose, but which as he spoke showed deep and distorted. His smile was tinctured by a sneer. His voice attracted no confidence, yet Richard now hung intently on it as he spoke. When I returned from my lord's bidding, I found him moving about the room, more like a parched pea than a stately noble, for now he stood still, and then shut off with a quick step, showing every sign of being ill at ease. Now boy as I am, for I can number but 16 summers, my lord more than loves me, he trusts me, and not without cause, for when at hazard, but my story will be too long, enough that ere now I have done him service. Had I not known the cause of his disquiet, I should have asked it, but believing myself fully aware of what this all meant, I went to my post, and busied myself in making some flies for angling, seeming most intent upon my work. My lord stood over me, and twice or thrice fetched a sigh, and then strode away and came again, saying, I am a fool, a dolt. The king can mean no ill to this lad, and yet— I cannot tell you how long this indecision lasted while I patiently toiled at a fly of green and gold, bright as those which trouts love to snap at in clear streams during May. At length he asked me, Robin, did you mark the boy that stood in the antechamber? Ay, my good lord. And what thought you of him? Thought, my lord? I spoke inquiringly, for it suddenly came across me that he did not know you, and it was not for me to betray your secret. Ay, he replied. Thought? Does he resemble any one you ever knew? Of what country do you divine him to be? These Flemings are sandy-haired, I said. Yet he does not look of Flanders. Methinks he seems English-born. You are right, said he. English he is confessedly. This Frion calls him a natural son of de la Pole, of the late Earl of Lincoln. He says that he has knowledge of a secret treasure concealed by his father before this last rebellion, and the king wishes to get him into his hands, thus to secure the gold. The tale is not unlikely, for the tutor ever loved the glitter, nay, the very dust of the precious metal, and the boy resembles strangely the house of York. Yet I care not for the task put upon me of kidnapping a child and betraying him into his enemy's hands, perhaps of delivering him up a prisoner for life, for the sake of— Poor fellow! If he know aught of a concealed treasure in God's name, let him confess it while on this side the fatal channel that now divides him from tyranny or death. Let me deal with him, I said. Let me throw out some toy, such as is this gold and green thread to a silly fish, and learn the truth. If he discovers the hiding-place of this so coveted coin, we may spare him the trouble of his enforced journey. I know not that, answered my patron. Master Frion is earnest for his safe keeping, and no one is nearer our liege's inner wishes than this Provençal, who served him in exile, and who followed him in his expedition thence. And yet there is a noble daring in the boy, a mountain freshness in his cheek, a springy freedom in his gait, that it were 1,000 pities to fetter and limit within narrow prison bounds. Seeing that my lord was thus favourably inclined, I used all my poor eloquence to urge him further, and at last brought him to consent that I should converse with you, learn, if possible, your secret, inform you of your danger, and advise you to escape. One only difficulty remained. My lord had promised this master secretary that none should be admitted to talk with you, but when the subtle fiend, the double-dealing Frenchman, entered, I told him with a long visage that our noble host, the Sire de Beverham, had heard that we were carrying off by force a Fleming, and that considering his hospitable mansion stained by the act, he had commanded strict watch to be kept on the morrow, that if any of the English suite were unwilling to go, or appeared in durance, he should be rescued. It was advisable, therefore, that you should be kept in good humour till fairly beyond the gates of Lisle, and this my wisdomship offered to do, if admitted to parlance with you. You look grave, Sir Prince, but had you seen Frion's sage look of hesitation, and heard his many exhortations that I would by no means betray my knowledge of who you really were, and how I, with a bow, careful as if my curls were white from years, promised discretion, you would laugh as I did when the mime over which I played before the servitor, I doffed my page's seeming equality, and in duteous phrase to his Highness of York, offer my best services to liberate him. That seems already done, said Richard. Usher me to the Lord Fitzwater, I will declare myself to him, his compassion already excited. Would then be cool as snow at Christmas. Wise young sir, Baron Fitzwater wears the blushing rose, and for him there is wormwood in the name of York. Now, as a chance offshoot of the white thorn, he only sees in you a harmless boy, whom it were sin to injure. But give yourself a name whose very echo would bring St. Albans, Tewkesbury, Bosworth Field, and 1,000 scaffolds streaming with his kinsman's blood before him, and without remorse. He would let Frion have his will of you. Even I, Duke Richard, am sprung from those who fell for Lancaster. Enough, said the prince haughtily. I am content to stand alone, to achieve my freedom singly, or to submit to my fate. Not so, my noble playmate, said the other. I will not offer you my knee, my oath, my sword, for my allegiance belongs to the anointed King of England. But I beseech you, suffer Robin Clifford to assist high-born Plantagenet to escape from a prison or from death. Permit him to pay, if not the duty of a subject, yet that of a loving friend to the former companion of his childish sports. Richard listened somewhat sullenly to these offers. He ill-brooked the thought that any of English parentage should, knowing who he was, refuse to acknowledge him for his liege. But Clifford would not be refused, while it was hardly worth while to contend with his light spirit, which appeared incapable of a serious or profound idea. After a short resistance, therefore, the Duke entered willingly into a discussion of the best means of effecting his escape in such a way that he should have several hours the start of Frion, and be distant from danger before his seducer could discover that he was not still safe in his hands. In the midst of this discussion, Frion suddenly entered. The stake for which he played was too momentous to trust it wholly to the stripling page, and distrust of the wily boy entered also into his calculations. He broke in, therefore, not only unannounced, but with such stealthy quiet as showed that he meant to pounce on his victim unawares. The youths sat their stools drawn close. Clifford was leaning forward earnestly propounding his schemes, and Richard listened, his whole soul in his countenance. Frion was close upon them before he was perceived by either, his eyes glimmering with their usual suspicious look. The artless Richard started, and would with a conscious mien have drawn back, but Clifford, more used to the wiles and watchfulness of others, and his own double mode of action, continued to speak in the same tone, the same words, without moving a muscle. The prince wondered, and regained his self-possession, not from entering into the deceit of his companion, but from the haughty sentiment of his own dignity, which even in danger refused to cower. Clifford had been saying, I will hence to the sire, a word to him of whose secretary this Provençal is, and insinuation that he is now on a secret expedition to the Flemish towns will awaken his curiosity. He will send for him. Fortunately the good knight speaks so slow that a mass can be said while he is introducing the subject of his inquiries. As each word expires, he pauses while a requiem might be sung for its death. Our antagonist will writhe, and a glance askance informed the speaker that this man was at his side. He continued, and strive vainly to escape. The heavy weight will be too much for him. He must submit. Such feints suit well us boys who have not strength nor skill for more declared warfare. Tomorrow's dawn I will practice with you in the court of the castle ere you depart. But indeed, my gossip, you must promise to be at Calais on the 16th, when we shall see a combat of good knights, fit for royal princesses to look on. And now, fair sir, farewell. Here is your friend. The Sire de Beverham commanded my presence at this hour. If I see you not again tonight, the saints have you in their keeping. When Clifford, with his page-like vivacity, ran from the room singing a gay romance, Frion felt himself embarrassed, and more so when Richard said, My guess, it is hard after giving you harbourage last night that I should be forced, whether I will or not, to tarry here, leaving my kinswoman in dread and doubt. Make you my excuse to the Chevalier, and delay me no longer, I beseech you. Frion, without directly replying, said, Anon, I will speak of that meanwhile. I have news for you. And he entered into a long account of an expected sedition in Flanders, and how the Sire de Beverham had promised to enlist Perkin Warbeck in his particular troop, when with courage and good fortune he could not fail to rise. While he was talking, one of the men-at-arms of the noble entered, and notified Frion that his lord desired an instant interview with him. The secretary hastened to obey. He thought that good fortune itself provided this excuse for him to escape from his victim, and resolved not again to present himself before him. He was scarcely gone when Clifford returned. Now quick, he cried, down the back staircase. My own steed stands saddled for you. Ride fast and far. But whither? Whither do you intend to go? In the first place, to Dame Madeline's cottage. That were midsummer madness, cried Clifford. Frion will never rest till he ensnares his bird again. Nay, though I trust he will not discover your escape till tomorrow morning, that part of my scheme may fail, and his papers from the king are such that my lord could not refuse to aid him. I pray you set space and cloudy mystery between you. It shall be so. Probably I shall seek refuge at Brussels, but I must see my gentle guardian and my sweet cousin, calm their fears, and bid them farewell. They had descended a narrow winding staircase. Clifford unlocked a postern, opening on a dark alley. A small, light-limbed horse stood without, held by a stout, almost gigantic fellow. "Here, Brian," said Clifford. "This is the smuggled article of which I spoke. Convey it in safety to the gate. Once without, the road is known. How now, sweeting? You sit your steed as if you were used to this gear. In truth, thou art a false one. Yet take care. Fold your cloak thus. Not one kiss ere we part?" He sportively snatched the prince's hand, and pressing it to his lips, continued, "No weeping, lovely. My merry heart hates tears like verjuice. The blessed Virgin protect you. I must in. Remember, in every ill, Robert Clifford is your fast, your sworn friend. Look at her, Brian. One would swear by her bearing it were a beardless page and not a long-haired girl. Remember, though gamesome she is gentle, and respect her on your life." Laughing at his own deceits, the guileful boy re-entered the mansion, nor could Richard avoid smiling at the merry and ready subterfuges which his friend had at command on every occasion. Brian demurely held the rein, and hardly hazarded a look or covert joke, as, with a pace that put the pony to a trot, he led the prince through the narrow streets to the western gate. The youth breathed freely when, after having passed the hollow-sounding drawbridge, he saw the dark wall of the town behind him, and before, the green plain. In his haste he scarcely bestowed a benison on his guide, but snatching the rein from his hand, and with the other throwing some money at his feet, and exclaiming, "Beware of prating, as thou art willing to save thyself from the whipping-post," he impatiently struck his unarmed heel against the horse's sides, and bounded swiftly forward. Brian picked up the angels and told them slowly, as he said, "I meant to have paid myself in other coin, but by St. Julian she rides more like a trooper than a gentle dame, and her speech, Master Robert has before now entrusted a damsel to my guidance, but they ever spoke me lovingly with fair sir and sweet Brian. Forsooth, Flemish girls ruffle more like pranksome pages than soft-cheeked wenches." The thought of his conductor had passed as swiftly from the prince's thoughts as he made the ground fly from under his horse's hoof. He was aware that he did neither the safest nor the best thing in seeking, like a hunted hare, the form from which he had been roused in the morning, but the desire of calming Madeline's anxiety, and imprinting a farewell kiss on the sweet lips of her daughter, prevented him from altering his first purpose. The night was cloudy and very dark, but the road was known to him, and he continued at full speed till a voice, calling aloud, attracted his attention. The words could not be mistaken. His own name, Perkin Warbeck, sounded through the night. His first thought was that he was pursued, but reflection told him that assuredly his pursuers would not halloo to him, while any sent in search of him by Madeline might naturally so try to stop him as he rode so fast through the dark. He checked his speed, therefore, and in a few moments a cavalier, a stranger, was at his side, mounted on a tall black horse. His form seemed gigantic, and little else could be discerned. The stranger spoke to him in French, with a foreign accent. He asked him, "Are you not he they call Perkin Warbeck?" This address was sufficiently startling, and the youth haughtily replied, "My name imports not to you, while to me this interruption is unseasonable." "Enough. You go towards the cottage of Madeline de Ferro. I follow your highness thither." Richard grasped the small poniard which hung from his belt, yet how could he, a child, contend with the tall and muscular form beside him? "Whoever thou art," he cried, "and whoever I may be, follow me not. I am no serf to be seized and carried back to his suzerain. Depart in God's name, that the fingers of neither may receive an ill stain." "Thou art a gallant boy," cried the stranger, as placing his hand on the youth's arm his most gentle touch was felt as an iron vice pressing on his flesh. "Pardon, my lord, the interference of one unknown to you, though I will not call myself a stranger. I am Hernan de Ferro, the husband of Dame Madeline. Now stay not your speed while we hasten to relieve her thousand fears. I am come in search of you." The heart of Richard warmed towards his new friend. He felt that with him on his side he might defy Frion, Fitzwater, and all their followers, for there was something in de Ferro's mien which spoke of 1,000 combats, and as many victories. His deep voice outroared the elements. His hand might arrest a wild horse in mad career. When they arrived at the wicket entrance to the cot, he lifted the boy from the saddle as a child would handle a toy, and shouted aloud in his own language, "Viva el Duque de Inglaterra y el marinero Hernan de Ferro." The dangers Richard had run, and the delight she experienced in seeing him when again under her roof, stopped all Madeline's reproaches. "Is he not worthy all my fears?" she said to her husband, who stood eyeing the boy as he caressed his daughter. De Ferro stretched out his hand, saying, "Will you, Señor Don Ricardo, accept my services and my vow to protect you till the death? So help me the Blessed Virgin and the Holy Trinity." De Ferro was a mariner who had sailed in the service of the King of Portugal, along the unsounded shores of Africa, and sought beyond the equator a route to the spicy Indian land. His dark skin was burnt to a nearly negro dye. His black, curled hair, his beard and mustachios of the same dusky hue, half hid his face, his brow somewhat lowered over eyes dark as night. But when he smiled, his soft mouth and pearly teeth softened the harshness of his physiognomy, and he looked gentle and kind. Every nerve, every muscle had been worn and hardened by long, toilsome navigation. His strong limbs had withstood the tempest. His hands held unmoved the cordage, which the whirlwind strove vainly to tear from his grasp. He was a tower of a man, yet withal one to whom the timid and endangered would recur for refuge, secure of his generosity and dauntless nature. He heard the story of Richard's dangers. His plan was formed swiftly. He said, "If you choose, Sir Prince, to await your foes here, I am ready, having put these girls in safety, to barricade the doors, and with arquebus and sword to defend you to the last. But there is a safer and better way for us all. I am come to claim my Madeline and our child, and to carry them with me to my native Spain. My vessel now rides off Ostend. I had meant to make greater preparation, and to have laid up some weeks here before we went on our homebound voyage, but as it is, let us depart tonight." The door suddenly opened as he spoke. Madeline shrieked. Richard sprang upon his feet, while De Ferro rose more slowly, placing himself like a vast buttress of stone before the intruder. It was Clifford. "All is safe for the night," he cried. "Your Grace has a few hours the start, and but a few. Dally not here." Again the discussion of whither he should fly was renewed, and the Duke spoke of Brussels, of his aunt. "Of poison and pitfalls," cried Robert. "Think you, boy as you are, and under pardon, no conjurer, that the king will not contrive your destruction?" Probably self-interested motives swayed Clifford, but he entered warmly into De Ferro's idea of hastening to the sea-coast, and of sailing direct for Spain. "In a few years you will be a man. In a few years. Forgotten. Yes, I may go. But a few months shall mark my return. I go on one condition, that you, Clifford, watch for the return of my cousin, Sir Edmund, and direct him where to find me. I will not fail. Sir Mariner, whither are you bound?" "To Malaga." And now, urged and quickened by Clifford, who promised to attend to all that this sudden resolve left incomplete, the few arrangements for their departure were made. Favored by night and the prince's perfect knowledge of the country, they were speedily on their way to Ostend. Clifford returned to Lisle to mark and enjoy Frion's rage and Fitzwater's confusion, when on the morrow the quarry was found to have stolen from its lair. Without a moment's delay, the secretary followed, he hoped, upon his track. He directed his steps to Brussels. A letter, meanwhile, from Ostend, carefully worded, informed Clifford of the arrival and embarkation of his friends. Again he was reminded of Plantagenet, nor had he long to wait before he fulfilled this last commission. Edmund had found the Lady Margaret glad to receive tidings of her nephew, eager to ensure his safety and careful bringing up, but dispirited by the late overthrow, and deeply grieved by the death of the noble and beloved Lincoln. No attack could now be made. It would be doubly dangerous to bring forward the young Richard at this juncture. She commissioned Plantagenet to accompany him to Brussels, that she might see him, and then they could confer upon some fitting plan for the privacy and security of his future life, until maturer age fitted him to enter on his destined struggles. Edmund returned with brightened hopes to Tourney to find the cottage deserted, his friends gone. It may easily be imagined that this unexpected blank was a source of terror, almost of despair to the adventurer. He feared to ask questions, and when he did propound a few, the answers only increased his perplexity and fears. It was not until his third hopeless visit to the empty dwelling that he met a stripling page who, with an expression of slyness in his face, spoke the watchword of the friends of York. Edmund gladly exchanged the countersign, and then the boy asked him whether he called himself cousin to the fugitive Duke of York, laughing the while at the consternation his auditor exhibited at the utterance of this hidden and sacred word. "You come to seek your prince," he continued, "and wonder whither he may be flown, and what corner of the earth's wilderness affords him an abode. He is now, by my calculations, tossing about in a weather-beaten caravel, commanded by Hernán de Ferro in the Bay of Biscay. In another month he may anchor in the port of Malaga, and the dark-eyed girls of Andalusia will inform you in what nook of their sunny land the fair-haired son of England dwells. The king is defeated, Master Frion balked, and Lord Fitzwater gone on a bootless errand. the white rose flourish as free as those that bloom in our Kentish hedges. Without waiting for a reply, but with his finger on his lip to repel further speech, the youth vaulted on his horse, and was out of sight in a moment. Edmund doubted for some time whether he should act upon this singular communication. He endeavoured to learn who his informant was, and at last became assured that it was Robert Clifford, a young esquire in Lord Fitzwater's train. He was the younger son of the Lord Clifford who fell for Lancaster at the Battle of St. Albans. By birth, by breeding, he was of the Red Rose, yet it was evident that his knowledge was perfect as to the existence of the Duke of York, and the return of Lord Fitzwater, and King Henry's secretary to Lisle, disappointed and foiled, served to inspire confidence in the information he had bestowed. After much reflection, Plantagenet resolved to visit Paris, where he knew that the brother of Madeline, old John Warbeck, then sojourned, and, if he did not gain surer intelligence from him, to proceed by way of Bordeaux to Spain. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 11. The Exiles. A day will come when York shall claim his own, then York be still a while, till time do serve. Shakespeare. The further Edmund journeyed from the late abode of his lost cousin, the more he felt displeased at the step he had taken, but on his arrival in Paris his uncertainty ended. Warbeck had received intimation of the hurried embarkation of his sister, and here also he found Lady Brampton, whose husband had taken refuge in Paris after the Battle of Stoke. Like the Queen Dowager, the fate of Margaret of Anjou's son haunted this lady, and she warmly espoused the idea of bringing the Duke of York up in safe obscurity until his own judgment might lead him to choose another line of action, or the opposing politics of Europe promised some support to his cause. She agreed to repair herself to Brussels, to take counsel with the Duchess, to use all her influence and arts, and as soon as time was ripe, to proceed herself to Spain to announce it to the prince. Meanwhile, Plantagenet, following his former purpose, would take up his abode with Richard in Spain, teach him the science of arms and the more difficult lessons of courage, self-command, and prudent conduct. In pursuance of this plan, Edmund lost no time in going to Bordeaux, whence he embarked for Malaga, and following his friend's steps, arrived shortly after him at the retreat de Ferro had chosen among the foldings of the mountains on the borders of Andalusia. Footnote: I had originally entered more at large on a description of Andalusia, and the story of the conquest of Granada. The subsequent publication of Mr. Washington Irving's very interesting work has superseded the necessity of this deviation from the straight path of my story. Events which, in their romantic detail, were before only to be found in old Spanish folios, are now accessible to every English reader, adorned by the elegance of style, and arranged with the exquisite taste which characterized the very delightful chronicle of the conquest of Granada. End footnote. De Ferro's was a singular history. In those days, that part of Andalusia which comprised the kingdom of Granada was the seat of perpetual wars, and even when armies did not meet to deluge its fertile plains and valleys with their blood, troops led by noble cavaliers and illustrious commanders overran its districts in search of plunder and glory. During one of these incursions, in the year 1452, some impulse of religion or humanity made a Spanish soldier snatch from a couch in the country house of a noble wealthy Moor, already half consumed, an infant hardly a year old. The band was already in full retreat, and fortunately this incident took place on the very frontiers of Granada, or the benevolence of the soldier would hardly have been proof against the trouble his little charge occasioned him. Toiling up the mountains on their return to the kingdom of Jaén, they entered the little town of Alcalá la Real, where on the side of the mountainous road rose the walls of a monastery. How better, thought the soldier, save the soul of this boy than by giving him to the monks? It was not, perhaps, the present they would most readily have selected, but compassion and piety forbade them to refuse it. The little Moor became a Christian by the name of Hernan, and was brought up within the sacred precincts of the convent. Though the monks were able to make a zealous Catholic of their nursling, they did not succeed so well in taming his fiery spirit, nor could they induce him to devote himself to the inactive and mortifying life of a priest. Yet he was generous and daring, and thus acquired their affection. Next to being a recluse vowed to God, the vocation of a soldier for the faith in the eyes of these holy men was to be selected. Hernan, advancing in life, and shooting up into strong and premature manhood, was recommended by the abbot to his cousin, the illustrious Don Rodrigo Ponce de Leon, Marquess of Cadiz. He fought several times under his banners, and in the year 1471 entered with him the kingdom of Granada, and was wounded at the taking of Cardella. In this last action it was that a sudden horror of taking up arms against his countrymen sprung up in Hernan's breast. He quitted Spain in consequence, and visiting Lisbon he was led to embrace a seafaring life, and entered the marine service of the King of Portugal, at one time visiting Holland, where he sought and won the hand of Madeline, and afterwards, with Bartholomew Diaz, he made one of the crew that discovered the Cape of Good Hope. He sailed with 3 vessels, one of which lost company of the others, and its crew underwent various and dreadful perils at sea, and from the blacks on land. After 9 months they again fell in with their companions, 3 sailors only remaining. One of these was Hernan de Ferro. His skill, valor, and fortitude had saved the vessel. He was exalted to its command, and now, in safer voyage over seas more known, he had freighted it with the fugitives from Tourney. During all his wanderings, even in the gay and rich Portugal, Hernan turned with fond regret to his mountain home, to its rugged peaks, its deep and silent dells, its torrents, its verdure, its straggling and precipitous paths, its prospect over the rich and laughing Vega of Granada. He had promised himself, after weary toils, a long repose in this beloved spot, and hither he now led his wife, resolving to set up his tent forever in the land of his childhood, his happy childhood. It was a strange place to choose, bordering on Granada, which at that time was as lists in which death and havoc sat umpires. But the situation of Alcalá la Real preserved it secure, notwithstanding its dangerous neighborhood. It was perched high upon the mountain, overlooking a plain which had been for many years the scene of ruthless carnage and devastation, being in itself an asylum for fugitives, a place of rest for the victor, an eagle's nest, unassailable by the vultures of the plain. Here then Plantagenet found his cousin, here in lovely and romantic Spain. Though defaced and torn by war, Andalusia presented an aspect of rich and various beauty, intoxicating to one whose life had been spent in the plains of England, or the dull flats of Flanders. The purple vineyards, the olive plantations clothing the burning hillside, the groves of mulberry, cork, pomegranate, and citron, that diversified the fertile vegas or plains, the sweet-flowing rivers with their banks adorned by scarlet geranium or odoriferous myrtle, made this spot nature's own favored garden, a paradise unequaled upon earth. On such a scene did the mountain home of the exiles look down. Alcalá, too, had beauties of her own. Ilex and pine woods clothed the defiles of the rugged Sierra, which stretched far and wide, torn by winter torrents into vast ravines, variegated by 1,000 intersecting lines, formed by the foldings of the hills. The clouds found a home on the lofty summits, the wandering mists crept along the abrupt precipices, alternate light and shadow, rich in purple and golden hues, arrayed each rocky peak or verdant slope in radiance all their own. All this fair land had been under the dominion of the Moors. Now, town by town, stronghold by stronghold, they had lost it. The riches of the land belonged to the Christians, who still, by military conquest or policy, pressed the realm of the Moorish sovereign into a narrower compass, while, divided in itself, the unhappy kingdom fell piecemeal into their hands. De Ferro was a devout Catholic, but, with all his intrepidity, more humanity than belonged to that age warmed his manly heart. He remembered that he was a Moor, whenever he saw a Muslim prisoner in chains, or a cavalcada of hapless women driven from their native towns to slavery. The blood in his veins moved with instinctive horror, and the idea that among them might pine and groan his parents, his own relatives, burned like living coal in his breast. He had half forgotten this when he came to Alcalá, bringing his wife and child, and resolved to set up here his home. But when in the succeeding spring the Spanish army assembled on the frontiers of Murcia and swept on towards the south, when deeds of Moorish valor and Moorish suffering reached Alcalá, when the triumph of the Christians and their ravages were repeated, the gallant mariner could endure no longer. "It is a fruitless struggle," he said. "Granada must fall, and God, who searches hearts, knows that his victory will be dear to me when the cross floats from the towers of the Alhambra. But I cannot behold the dark, blood-stained advances of the invader. I will go where man destroys not his brother, where the wild winds and waves are the armies we combat. In a year or two every sword will be sheathed. The peace of conquest will reign over Andalusia. One other voyage, and I return." He went without fear, for Alcalá appeared a safe retreat, and left his family spectators of the war. What a school for Richard! Edmund rejoiced that he would be accomplished in knightly exercise in the land of chivalry, but he was not prepared for the warlike enthusiasm that sprung up in his cousin's heart, and even in his own. It was the cause of God that armed the gentlemen of Spain, that put daring into the politic Ferdinand's heart, and inspired with martial ardor the magnanimous Isabella. The veteran cavaliers had lost many relatives and companions in arms, in various defeats under the rocky castles, or within the pathless defiles of Andalusia, and holy zeal possessed them to avenge their deaths, or to deliver those who pined in bondage. The younger knights, under the eye of their sovereigns, emulated each other in gallantry and glory. They painted war with pomp, and adorned it by their virtues. Not many months before, the Earl of Rivers with a band of Englishmen aided at the siege of Loja, and distinguished himself by his undaunted bravery, his blunt but gay humour, his eager emulation with the Spanish commanders. The Duke of York heard, with a leaping heart, his mother's brother's name. Had he still been there? But no, he had returned to fall in a fray in Brittany, the victim of Tudor's heartless desertion. This circumstance had given distinction and honour to the name of Englishman, nor did Edmund feel inclined to lower the national character by keeping away from the scene of glory. What was to be done? York was a mere boy, yet when Plantagenet spoke of serving under one of the illustrious Catholic chieftains, York said, "I follow you. I will be your squire, your page, your stirrup boy, but I follow." In 1489 the siege of Bassa was formed. It was defended with desperate valour by the Moors, while every noble Spaniard capable of bearing arms assembled in Ferdinand's camp, which glittered in silks and gay caparisons. Yet the very luxury of the warriors was ennobled by their valour. The sallies on the part of the besieged were furious, the repulse they sustained determined and successful. When closely hemmed in, the Moors relaxed in their desperate efforts. The younger Christian cavaliers used the leisure so afforded them to unite in making incursions in the surrounding country, to cut off supplies, and to surprise the foraging parties of the enemy. 2 youths became conspicuous in these exploits. Both proclaimed their English origin. One bore a knight's golden spurs. Edmund had been knighted on the eve of the Battle of Stoke by the Earl of Lincoln, and boasted of his royal though illegitimate descent. The other, a beardless, fair-haired blooming boy, was nameless, save by the Christian appellation of Ricardo, to which was added the further designation of El Muchacho from his extreme youth. It was a lovely yet an awful sight to behold this pair. The elder, whose dark eyes and dun complexion gave him a greater resemblance to his southern comrades, never lost sight of his young friend. Side by side, his shield before Richard's breast, they went to the field. When Edmund would otherwise have pressed forward, he hung back to guard his cousin, and when the boy was hurried forward in the ardour of fight, still his kinsman's gaze was on him, his sword protecting him in every aspect of danger. If the stripling were attacked, Edmund's eyes flashed fire, and mortal vengeance fell upon his foe. They became the discourse of the camp, and Plantagenet's modesty, and Richard's docility in all save avoiding peril, advanced them still further in the favour of the grave, courteous Spaniards. "Art thou then motherless?" Isabel asked. "If thou art not, thy gentle parent must pass many wakeful nights for thee." At length, in one skirmish, both the youths got surrounded by the foe. Richard's young arm, wearied by the very sword he bore, gave ineffectual blows. Forgetting that he left himself unguarded, Edmund rushed between him and his assailant. Others came to their assistance, but Plantagenet was already struck to the ground, and for many weeks York forgot even the glorious emulation of arms while watching over his best and dearest friend. Meanwhile Bassa surrendered, and the cousins returned to Alcala, to Madeline and her fair child, and domestic peace succeeded to the storms of war. Richard loved Madeline as his mother. Her daughter was his sister, his angel sister, whose tenderness and heroism of character commanded deep affection. Monina de Ferro was, even in childhood, a being to worship and to love. There was a dreamy sweetness in her countenance, a mystery in the profound sensibility of her nature, that fascinated beyond all compare. Her characteristic was not so much the facility of being impressed, as the excess of the emotion produced by every new idea or feeling. Was she gay? Her large eyes laughed in their own brightness. Her lovely countenance became radiant with smiles. Her thrilling voice was attuned to lightest mirth, while the gladness that filled her heart overflowed from her as light does from the sun, imparting to all around a share of its own essence. Did sorrow oppress her? Dark night fell upon her mind, clouding her face, oppressing her whole person, which staggered and bent beneath the freight. Had she been susceptible of the stormier passions, her subtle and yielding soul would have been their unresisting victim. But though impetuous, wild, the slave of her own sensations. Her soft bosom could harbor no emotion unallied to goodness, and the devouring appetite of her soul was the desire of benefiting all around her. Her countenance was the mirror of her mind. Its outline resembled those we see in Spanish pictures, not being quite oval enough for a northern beauty. It seemed widened at the forehead, to give space for her large, long eyes, and the canopy of the darkly fringed and veined lid. Her hair was not black, but of a rich, sunny chestnut, finer than carded silk and more glossy. Her skin was delicate, somewhat pale except when emotion suffused it with a deep pink. In person she was not tall, but softly rounded, and her taper, rosy-tipped fingers and little feet bespoke the delicate proportion that molded her form to a beauty whose every motion awakened admiration and love. With these companions Richard passed the winter. The following spring brought war still nearer to the English exiles. Bassa had fallen. One of the kings of Granada, surnamed El Zagal, the Valiant, had submitted to the Spaniards, and now Ferdinand commanded his former ally, Boabdil el Chico, to deliver up to him proud Granada, the loved city of the Moors. Poor Boabdil, whose misfortunes had been prophesied at his birth, and whose whole career had been such as to affix to him the surname of El Zagoibi, or the Unfortunate, was roused from his state of opprobrious vassalage by this demand, and followed up his refusal by an inroad into the Christian country near Jaén. Count de Tindilla, a veteran warrior of high reputation and brilliant exploits, commanded this district. His headquarters were in the impregnable fortress of Alcalá la Real itself, and when the cry came that the Moors had passed his border, he resolved to stoop from his eagle's eyrie, and to pounce upon the insolent foe as they returned from their incursion. He chose 150 men, and lay in ambush for them. Plantagenet was of the number, and our young warrior also, though with sage entreaties Edmund, and with tears Madeline, had besought him to stay. The Count succeeded to his wish. The Moors fell into his toils. Few escaped slaughter or capture, but while the Christian hero exulted in victory, a messenger, pale with horror, spent with weariness, came to tell that a band of Moors had taken advantage of his absence to fall upon Alcalá. Indignation and fury possessed the noble captain. He left half his troop to protect his spoil, and with the rest, all weary as they were, he hurried back to Alcalá, eager to fall upon the marauders before they should have secured their prey in a neighboring fortress. Edmund and Richard were among the foremost. Their rage could only be calmed by the swiftness with which they returned to deliver or avenge their friends. The sun was sinking in the west when they arrived at the foot of the Sierra. At first Tendilla desired that his weary troop should repose, but several stragglers among the enemy, perceiving them, gave the alarm to their comrades, who, laden with booty, were preparing to depart. Harassed as the Christians were, they had no choice, while their position on the lower ground rendered their attack very disadvantageous. But nothing could check their fury. With loud cries and flashing weapons they fell upon the enemy, who, burdened by their prey and wearied by their very outrages, could ill resist men fighting to avenge their desolated hearths. Still, so accustomed to war, so innately brave was every soldier on either side, that the combat was long and sanguinary. Night, the swift-walking darkness of the knights of the south, came suddenly upon the combatants. The casques of one party and the turbans of the other were scarce perceptible to guide the scimitar, or to serve as an aim for the arquebus. The discomfited Moors, leaving their booty, dispersed along the defiles, and forgetful of their prisoners, availed themselves of the obscurity to make good their flight. Alcalá was retaken, and through the shadows of night, husbands and fathers called aloud on their wives and children to tell them if they were safe, while many a sound of woman's wail arose over the corpse of him who had died to save her. The troop, diminished in number, was drawn up the following morning in the square of Alcalá. "Where," asked the Count, "are my 2 English soldiers? I saw the elder leading 5 others across a steep mountain path, so as to fall on the enemy's rear. It was a sage measure, and succeeded well. Ricardo I beheld contending with 2 bearded Moors, who held in their fierce grasp a young and fainting girl. I sent Diego to his rescue. Diego, they say, was slain. Night prevented me from knowing more. Have both these strangers fallen? I would pay them a Spaniard's thanks for their aid, a knight's praise for their gallantry." Alas! Both thanks and praise would have visited their ears coldly. They had forgotten Tendilla, his troop, the very Christian cause in the overwhelming calamity that had befallen them. Assisted by Diego, who was cut down in the conflict, Richard had delivered Monina, and forcing his way through the enemy, now already scattered, clambered with her in his arms to their mountain abode. He was guided towards it by the glaring light of the flames that destroyed it, Meanwhile, the fight still raged. York placed Monina in safety and returned to share its perils. The peace of desolation that came with the morning united the cousins, and they sought the ruins of their home and their miserable friend, whose broken and harrowing tale recorded how Madeline had fallen victim to the savage cruelty of the enemy, as she strove to defend her daughter from impending slavery. This was the result of Moorish wars, death and misery. Richard's young heart had bounded to the sound of trump and clarion, and he returned to hear the melancholy bell that tolled for death. Their very home was in ruins, but it was long before, amidst deeper woe, they remembered to lament the destruction of many papers and hoarded objects, the relics and the testimonies of Richard's royal descent. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 12. The Challenge. Ah, where are they who heard in former hours the voice of song in these neglected bowers? They are gone. More. The chain is loosed, the sails are spread, the living breath is fresh behind, as with dews and sunrise fed, comes the laughing morning wind. Shelley. This was a gloomy lesson for these young and affectionate beings. They consoled one another and wept as they consoled. At first Monina despaired. Her ceaseless laments and unassuaged grief appeared to undermine her very life. But when she marked the sorrow she communicated, when she heard Richard exclaim, "Oh, for spring and battle, when I may avenge Monina's grief or die! Death is 1,000 times preferable to the sight of her woe," and felt that the fate and happiness of those about her depended on her fortitude, she forced smiles back to her lips, and again her sweet eyes beamed, undimmed by tears. Spring came at last, and with it busy preparation for the siege of Granada. Troop after troop defiled through Alcala, bearing the various ensigns of the noble commanders. The Count Tendilla, leaving his mountain nest, united himself to the regal camp before the devoted city. Isabella joined her royal husband, accompanied by her children. Where women looked on the near face of war, even the timid were inspired to bear arms. The reputation the English warrior youths had gained forbade inglorious ease, even had they not aspired with their whole hearts for renown, yet Plantagenet looked forward with reluctance to the leading forth his brave dear cousin to new dangers. Divided between pride in his valor, satisfaction at his thus being schooled to arms, and terror from the perils to which he would be exposed in a war on the side of the enemy, of despair and fury. His thoughtful eyes rested on the young prince's glowing cheek, his unsullied youth. If wound or fatal hurt maimed his fair proportion, how should he reply to his widowed mother's agony? If, snapped like a poor floweret, he fell upon the death-strown Vega, what tale should he report to the ardent Yorkists? None. At least he should be pierced only through him, and Edmund's corse would rampart his heart, even when he had died to save him. Thus they again appeared in the Spanish army, and were hailed as among its ornaments. Whatever desperate enterprise kindled the young Spaniards to heroic frenzy found the English pair among their numbers. At the beginning of the siege, the Moors, few in numbers and often defeated, cheated victory of its triumph by various challenges to single combat, where many a Spaniard fell. Their frays resembled, in the splendor of their armor and their equipments, the stately ceremonial of the tournaments, but they were deadly in the event. Ferdinand, sure of victory and reluctant to expose the noble youth of his kingdom to needless peril, forbade these duels, and the Moors, enraged, multiplied their insults and their bravadoes to draw their enemies to the field, nor lost any opportunity of committing the defense of their beloved city to the risk of battle rather than the slow progress of famine. One memorable engagement took place on occasion of the visit of Queen Isabella to the hamlet of Zubia, there to obtain a nearer view of beautiful Granada. The Moors, seeing the Spanish troops in array before their walls, came out to attack them. A battle was fought under the very eyes of the Queen, wherein it was the good fortune of Richard to make so gallant a figure that on the very spot the Count Tendilla conferred on him the honour of knighthood. Proud was the young Duke of York, and eager to paint his maiden shield with worthy device. He was now nearly 18, boyish in aspect, yet well knit in person, and accustomed to the fatigue of arms. He no longer burst on his foes like an untrained dog, seeking only to slay. There was forethought in his eye, and a most careful selection of worthy and valorous opponents. Edmund was still to be found within a javelin's throw of him, but he no longer feared his untaught rashness as before he had done. In July occurred the conflagration of the Christian camp. The day following, Ferdinand led forth his troops to make a last ravage among the gardens and orchards, the emerald girdle of Granada. During the fray, it was the young duke's chance to throw his javelin so as to slay on the spot a veteran Moor, whose turban having fallen off, exposed him thus. His companion in arms, a tall, fierce Moslem, rushed forward to fell the insolent youth. Others interposed. Still, the Moor kept his eye upon his boyish foe. 1,000 times he threw his dart. Twice or thrice he rushed on him with uplifted scimitar. The battle racked among the orchard paths and flowery hedges of the thickly planted gardens, and ever some obstruction thwarted the infidel. Plantagenet had marked his rage and his purpose. He watched him keenly, and the fierce Gomeles boiled with impatient indignation as some impediment forever baffled his design. His last effort was to fling an arrow, which stuck in the ground, quivering at Richard's feet. A label was affixed. "Dog and infidel," thus was the cartel worded. "If thou hast courage, meet me at dawn at the Fountain of Myrtles." The following morning, at the hour when Plantagenet was wont to see his cousin, the prince was absent. Noon approached. The troops reposed after the battle of the day before, or were employed in clearing the dark ruins of the camp. Some thoughtless project might occupy the duke, some excursion to the other side of Granada. The shades of evening gathered round the lofty towers and dimmed the prospect of its vega. Still Richard came not. Sad, anxious night drew near. Edmund roved through the camp, questioning, seeking. At last, on the morrow, he heard the report that the previous evening a cavalier had seen Almoradde Gomeles issue from a little wood half a league from the city and ride towards a postern, that he was galloping up to him when he saw the Moor totter in his saddle and at last fall from his horse. Before succor could come he died. His last words only spoke of the Fountain of Myrtles, in agony of spirit, for Gomeles had surely stricken to death his stripling foe ere he left the place of combat. Edmund hurried to the spot. The herbage round the fountain was trampled and torn, as by horses' hoofs. It was moistened, but not with water. A bank, thickly overgrown with geraniums, bore the print of a man's form, but none was there. Monina had been left in Alcala la Real, a prey to fear, to gaze from the steep summit on the plain, whereon beyond her sight was acted the real drama of her life, to question the wounded or the messengers that visited Alcala, and to address prayers to the Virgin were the sad varieties of her day. In the midst of this suspense, 2 unexpected guests visited her abode, her father and an Irish chieftain, a Yorkist who came to lead the Duke from his Spanish abode to where he might combat for his lost crown. De Ferro had not heard of the death of Madeline, and with awe his child beheld the tears that bedewed his rugged cheeks at this sad termination of his ocean-haunting vision. He embraced his daughter. "Thou wilt not desert me. We will leave this fated spot, and thou, Monina, will sail forever with thy father on the less barbarous sea." De Ferro's companion was named Lord Barry. He was Baron of Budavant in the county of Cork, and allied to the Geraldines, chiefs of that soil. He had fought at Stoke and been attainted by Henry, so that he was forced to wander a banished man. Eager to reinstate himself, every Yorkist plot numbered him among its warmest partisans. He had for some time resided either at Paris or at Brussels, where he often held counsel with Lady Brampton. Weary of delay, he at last stole back to Ireland, to see whether his noble kinsman there would abet and rise in favour of the Duke of York. He came away proud and delighted with his success. Promises of service for the White Rose had been showered on him. His eloquence and enthusiasm conquered even Lady Brampton. War also seemed impending between France and England. If that were once declared, every objection would be obviated. At any rate, the time seemed so fair that she agreed with Lord Barry to visit the present home of the young English prince, and, as if to further their designs, Sir Edward Brampton was at that very moment requested by the Archduke Maximilian to undertake a private embassy to Lisbon. Thither they had sailed, and now, leaving this lady in Portugal, Lord Barry had continued his voyage to Andalusia, with the intention of returning again to Lisbon accompanied by the promise and hope of the House of York. He met De Ferro in the port of Malaga. The name was familiar to him. They journeyed together to Alcala la Real. Lord Barry was all eagerness that the English prince should immediately join Lady Brampton at Lisbon. It was agreed that they should proceed thither in De Ferro's caravel. The mariner abhorred the name of warfare between Spaniard and Moor, and Madeline's death only added poignancy to this sensation. He would not look on the siege of Granada. While the Irish noble and Monina proceeded to the camp to prepare the cousins, he returned to Malaga to bring round his vessel to the nearer port of Almeria. Lord Barry and the fair Moor commenced their journey on the morning of a most burning day. They wound down the steep declivities of the Sierra, and entered upon the bright blooming plain. Noon with all its heat approached. They rested under a grove of mulberries, reposing by a brook while Lord Barry's horse and Monina's mule were tied to the nearest shrubs. Slight accidents are the wires and pulleys on which the machinery of our lives hang. Stung by flies, the noble horse grew restive, broke his rein and galloped away. Through the thick shade his master pursued, till tramp of feet and crackling of branches died on Monina's ear. A quarter of an hour, half an hour passed, when on her solitude came a Moorish voice, an exclamation in the name of Allah, and the approach of several men whom already she painted as enemies. To take to her mule, to ride swiftly through the grove, was the impulse of her fear, and, when again silence gave her token of security, she found that she had lost her way. It was only after many vain attempts that she extricated herself from the wood, and then perceived that she had wandered from the direct road to Granada, whose high towers were visible at a distance. The burning July noonday sun scorched her. Her mule lagged in his pace. As a last effort, she sought a plantation of elms not far distant. The grateful murmur of flowing waters saluted her ears as she approached. For a few minutes more she was exposed to the glaring sunshine, and then entered the cool umbrage of the trees, the soft twilight of woven leaves and branches. A fountain rose in the midst, and she hastened to refresh herself by sprinkling herself with cool waters. Thus occupied, she thought she was alone in this sequestered nook, when a crash among the underwood startled her. The mule snorted aloud, and from the brake issued a mare caparisoned with saddle and bridle. She had lost her rider, yet her distended nostrils, the foam that flaked her sides, the shiver that made her polished skin quiver, spoke of recent contest or flight. She looked on her. Could it be? She called her Darasha, and the animal recognized her voice, while in answer to the dreadful surmises that awoke in her heart, a low groan was heard from the near bank. Turning, she beheld the form of a man lying on the herbage, not dead, for he groaned again, and then stirred as if with returning sense. Quick as lightning she was at his side. She unlaced his helmet, nor did she need to look at his pallid countenance to be assured of what she already knew, that Richard of England lay there, but for her help, expiring. She filled his helm with water, and sprinkling it over him, he opened his eyes, and groaning again, strove to clasp his head with his unnerved hand. With light fairy fingers she released him from his coat of mail, and saw on his right side a mass of congealed blood, which his faintness had made cease to flow from his wound. Bearing that it would bleed again as he revived, she bound it with his scarf and her own veil, and then gave him water to drink, after which he showed still more certain signs of recovery. It was wonder to him to find himself alive, when already he had believed the bitterness of death to be past. Still greater wonder was it to behold his own sweet Monina, like a spirit of good, hovering over to recover him. He tried to raise himself, and she bent down to support him, resting his head on her gentle heart. He felt its beating, and blessed her with 1,000 soft thanks and endearing names. Though the wound in his side was deep, yet now that the blood was staunched it did not seem dangerous. The immediate cause of his swoon was a stunning blow on his head, which had beat in the iron of his helm, but inflicted no other injury. It was long, however, before he could move, and the evening shades had made it almost night before he could sit his horse and slowly quit the wood. Wishing to conduct him where they might find succor, Monina directed his steps to a village east of the grove. They had hardly ridden half a mile when Richard felt dizzy. He faintly called her to his side. She received him as he fell, and supporting him to a bank, called aloud in agony in hopes that some wandering soldier or peasant might be near to aid them. It happened to her wish. Several countrymen who had been carrying fruit to the Christian camp passed them. She conjured them, in the Virgin's name, to assist a soldier of the faith, a crusader in their cause. Such an appeal was sacred in their ears. They contrived with the poles and baskets in which they had carried their fruit, covering them with a part of their habiliments in the saddle-cloths of the animals, to form a sort of litter, on which they placed Richard. Monina followed on foot, clasping his hand. The men led the horses, and thus they proceeded up the mountains to a village about 2 leagues from Granada, where every house was open to them. The prince was permitted to repose in the habitation of the alcalde, and the deep sleep into which he soon fell was a dear assurance to his friend's anxious heart of the absence of danger and a promise of speedy recovery. Yet the night that began so well with the patients wore a less prosperous appearance towards the conclusion. Monina sat beside his couch, and perceived with alarm symptoms of pain and fever. According to the custom of the time, she had acquired some little skill in surgery. This, when the wound came to be dressed, made her acquainted with its irritated and dangerous appearance. As the heat of the day came on, the prince's sufferings increased. In this little village there was neither physician nor medicaments necessary for the emergency, and the place itself, low built, hedged in by mountains, and inhabited by peasants only, was ill-suited for the patient. She resolved that he should that night be removed to a town on the eastern side of the mountains, overlooking the plain bordering the sea. A litter was prepared, and she, fatigued by her journey and by long and painful solicitude, yet walked beside it, listening to his low breathing, catching the smallest sound he made in complaint or questioning. Before she quitted the village she employed a peasant to seek Plantagenet and convey to him intelligence of the actual state of his friends. After 3 days of fear and anxious care, the wound began to heal, and Richard became convalescent. Who could tell, during the long hours that composed those days and nights, the varying emotions that agitated poor Monina? That he should die was a thought in which, in its extent and reality, she never indulged, but an awful fear of what suffering the coming hours might produce never for a moment slept within her. She spent long intervals of time kneeling by his couch, her soft fingers on his pulse, counting the rapid vibration. Her cool hand alone tempered the burning of his brow, and often, supported by her, he slept, while she remained in the same position, immovable. The very pain this produced was a pleasure to her, since it was endured for him who was the idol of her innocent and pure thoughts. She almost lamented when he no longer needed her undivided attention. The hours she gave to repose came like beggars following in a procession of crowned heads. They were no longer exalted by being devoted to him. After the lapse of 3 anxious days he grew rapidly better, and at evening-tide enjoyed, at the open casement, the thrilling sweetness of the mountain air. How transporting and ineffable are the joys of convalescence! The calm of mind, the voluptuous languor, the unrebuked abandonment to mere pleasurable sensation, the delight that every natural object imparts, fill those hours with a dreamlike, faint ecstasy, more dear to memory than tumultuous joy. Monina sat near him, and it was dangerous for their young hearts thus to be united and alone in a fairy scene of beauty and seclusion. Monina's ardent spirit was entranced by delight at his recovery. No thought of self mingled with the single idea that he was saved for youth, for happiness, and for his long-lost rights. Darkness crept around them. The clumps of chestnut trees grew more massy and indistinct. The firefly was alive among the defiles of the hills. The bat wheeled round their humble dwelling. The heavy-winged owl swept with huge flapping wings out of the copse. "Are ye here?" were the first sounds that broke the silence. It was the voice of Edmund. Monina sprung up, and glad to disburthen her full heart, welcomed with an embrace this beloved friend. "Guardian angel of our lives," he cried, "you are destined at all times to save us." Dear, soothing expressions which then formed the joy, long afterwards the master impulse of her fervent and devoted spirit. Each told their tale, the one of hazard and mischance, the other of agonizing inquietude. For Richard, Edmund had feared, but when wearied, terrified, and in despair, Lord Barry had brought intelligence of Monina's disappearance from the streamlet's side where he had left her, and of a distant view he had caught of Moorish horsemen who took refuge in Granada. Heaven seemed at once to empty on him its direst curses, and his fate was sealed with misery forever. The peasant dispatched by Monina had delayed. Not for 3 days did he deliver her letter to Plantagenet, who still, trembling in recollection of his past terror, and what might have been the ultimate event of the prince's wound, departed on the moment for blank. And now farewell to Spain, to romantic Spain, to Moorish and Christian combat, to the gay fields of the Vega, to the sunny mountains of Andalusia. De Ferro's caravel, true to its appointment, arrived at Almeria. They embarked. Their immediate destination was Lisbon, but their thoughts were fixed on the promised termination of their wanderings. Soon they would bend their course far away to the islands of the turbid northern sea, where nature veils herself in clouds, where war assumes a sterner aspect, and the very virtues of the inhabitants grow stubborn and harsh from the struggle they make to be enabled to bear the physical ills of existence. Farewell to Spain, to boyhood's feats, to the light coursing of shadows as he ran a race with the swift-footed hours. A kingdom calls for Richard. The trials of life attend him, the hope of victory, the fortitude of well-endured defeat. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 13. Temptation. To England, if you will. Shakespeare. 1,000 recollections and forgotten thoughts revived in Richard's bosom when he saw his childhood's friend, the Lady Brampton. He was reminded of his sufferings in the Tower, of his noble cousin Lincoln, of her maternal tenderness, when under her care he quitted the gloomy fortress, his brother Edward's tomb. His mother's last embrace again thrilled through his frame, and Lovell's parting blessing. What sad changes had chanced since he last saw her, sad and all, but that he, then a boy, had sprung up into the riper age of youthful prowess. Even with the banished prince we must recur to the state of affairs in the north of Europe. The French king, Charles VIII, had directed all his attempts to the subjugation of Brittany, which was now under the dominion of the youthful Anne, its orphan duchess. The English nation espoused her cause, watched with jealousy and indignation the progress of the French arms, and clamored loudly for war in her support. Henry, on the contrary, was obstinately bent upon peace, though he took advantage of his subjects' appetite for war to foist subsidies upon them, which were no sooner collected than his armaments were disbanded, and an ambassador, sent on a mission of peace, was substituted for the herald ready apparelled for defiance. This could not last forever. French policy triumphed in the marriage of Charles VIII with Anne of Brittany, and that duchy became finally annexed to the crown of France. England was roused to indignation. The king, forced to listen to their murmurs, promised to invade the rival kingdom the following spring. A benevolence was granted him. All his acts tended to the formation of an expedition, which was the best hope of York. Lord Barry was urgent against delay, while the English partisans wished that Richard's landing in Ireland and Henry's in France should be consentaneous. Nay, they had deeper views. Ireland, since Simnel's defeat, appeared but a forlorn hope, and they fostered the expectation of being able to make England itself the scene of their first attempt, so soon as its king should be fairly engaged in hostilities on the other side of the Channel. The Duke himself, eager as he was to begin his career, warmly supported this project. Communication with the north was slow meanwhile, and months wore away, not fruitlessly. Richard gained in every way by the delay. His knowledge of English affairs grew clearer, his judgment formed, his strength, weakened by the events of the summer, was restored during the repose and salubrious coolness of the winter months. Accident furthered their designs. A visitor arrived from England who brought with him accounts so encouraging that hope blossomed into certainty in the hearts of the warm-hearted followers of York. But ere we introduce this new and seemingly important personage, we must return a while to England, to speak of Henry's suspicions, his fears, his artful policy. All that Frion had achieved through his abortive attempt had been but to ascertain the existence of the Duke of York, and to spread still wider the momentous secret, so that Henry, suspicious and irritated, received him on his return with anger, resenting his failure as the result of treachery. Frion had been dismissed, and now years passed over without the occurrence of any circumstances that spoke of the orphan heir of the English crown. The king brooded over the secret, but spoke of it to no one. The royal youth grew to his imagination, as in reality he did, passing from boyhood to almost a man's estate. Yet, when Henry reflected on the undisturbed state he had enjoyed for years, on the firmness with which he was seated on the throne, and the strong hold he had acquired through the lapse of time on his subjects' minds, he sometimes thought that even Richard's friends would advise him to continue in an obscurity which was, at least, void of danger. Nevertheless, whenever there had been a question of attacking France, the feeling that his rival was ready to come forward, and that, instead of a war of invasion, he might have to fight for his own crown, increased his unwillingness to enter on the contest. Now rumors were afloat. None knew whence they came, from France or Ireland, of the existence of King Edward's younger son, and that he would speedily appear to claim his succession. Henry, who was accustomed to tamper with spies and informers, was yet the last to hear of a circumstance so nearly affecting his interests. The name of Lady Brampton at length reached him, as being abroad on a secret and momentous expedition. This name had made a considerable figure in Richard Simon's confessions. It was connected with Lincoln, Lovell, the Dowager Queen, all whom the tutor feared and hated. Yet he paused before he acted. His smallest movement might rouse a torpid foe. He only increased his vigilance, and, from past experience, knowing that to be the weak point, he dispatched emissaries to Ireland, to learn if any commotion was threatened, any tale rife there that required his interference. As the time approached when it was expected that the English prince would declare himself, the policy of his friends greatly changed, and far from maintaining their former mysterious silence, the circumstance of his abode in Spain and the expectation of his speedy appearance in Ireland made, during the winter of 1491 to 1492, a principal topic among such of the native nobility as the Earl of Desmond had interested in his cause. Henry's spies brought him tidings beyond his fears, and he saw that the struggle was at hand unless he could arrest the progress of events. Meanwhile, he continued to defer his war with France. He felt that would be the signal for his enemy's attack. As he reflected on these things, a scheme developed itself in his mind, on which he resolved to act. The enemy was distant, obscure, almost unknown. Were it possible to seize upon his person where he then was, to prevent his proposed journey to Ireland, to prepare him for an unsuspected but secure prison, no cloud would remain to mar his prospect, and as to the boy himself, he could hope for nothing better than his cousin Warwick's fate, unless he had preferred, to the hazardous endeavour of dethroning his rival, a private and innocuous life in the distant clime where chance had thrown him. This was to be thought of no more. Already he was preparing for the bound, but ere he made it, he must be crushed for ever. In those times when recent civil war had exasperated the minds of men one against the other, it was no difficult thing for a Lancastrian king to find an instrument willing and fitting to work injury against a Yorkist. During Henry's exile in Brittany, he had become acquainted with a man who had resorted to him there for the sole purpose of exciting him against Richard III. He had been a favourite page of Henry VI. He had waited on his son Edward, Prince of Wales, that noble youth whose early years promised every talent and virtue. He had idolized the heroic and unhappy Queen Margaret. Henry died a foul death in the Tower. The gracious Edward was stabbed at Tewkesbury. The royal Margaret had given place to the widow Woodville, while, through the broad lands of England, the sons of York rioted in the full possession of her wealth. Milor Trangmar felt every success of theirs as a poisoned arrow in his flesh. He hated them as the mother may hate the tiger whose tusks are red with the lifeblood of her firstborn. He hated them, not with the measured aversion of a warlike foe, but the dark, frantic vehemence of a wild beast deprived of its young. He had been the father of 3 sons. The first had died at Prince Edward's feet, ere he was taken prisoner. Another lost his head on the scaffold. The third, the boy had been nurtured in hate, bred amid dire curses and bitter imprecations, all levelled against Edward IV and his brothers. His mind had become distorted by the ill food that nurtured it. He brooded over the crimes of these men till he believed that he should do a good deed in immolating them to the ghosts of the murdered Lancastrians. He attempted the life of the king, was seized, tortured to discover his accomplices. He was tortured, and the father heard his cries beneath the dread instrument, to which death came as a sweet release. Real madness for a time possessed the unhappy man, and when reason returned, it was only the dawn of a tempestuous day, which rises on the wrecks of a gallant fleet and its crew, strewn on the dashing waves of a stormy sea. He dedicated himself to revenge. He had sought Henry in Brittany. He had fought at Bosworth and at Stoke. The success of his cause, and the peace that followed, was at first a triumph, at last almost a pain to him. He was haunted by memories which pursued him like the hell-born Eumenides. Often he uttered piercing shrieks as the scenes, so pregnant with horror, recurred too vividly to his mind. The priests, to whom he had recourse as his soul's physicians, counselled him the Church's discipline. He assumed the Franciscan habit, but found sackcloth and ashes no refuge from the greater torture of his mind. This man, in various ways, had been recalled to Henry's mind, and now he selected him to effect his purpose. To any other he would have feared to entrust the whole secret, but the knowledge that the destined victim was the son and rightful heir of King Edward would add to his zealous endeavours to crush him. Besides that Trangmar had a knowledge of the fact from having been before employed to extract in his priestly character this secret from a Yorkist, Sir George Neville, who had been entrusted by Sir Thomas Broughton. Everything yielded in this wretch's mind to his hatred of York, and he scrupled not to hazard his soul and betray the secrets of the confessional. Neville fortunately was informed in time of the danger that menaced him, and had fled, while Trangmar, thunderstruck by the magnitude of his discovery, hastened to reveal it to the king. It were long to detail each act of the crafty sovereign and his scarcely human tool. By his order, the friar introduced himself to the Dowager Queen at Bermondsey, with a plausible tale to which she, in spite of her caution, was induced to give ear, and entrusted a message by him, as he said that he was on his way to Spain, to seek and exhort to action the dilatory prince. He then departed. Henry had rather to restrain than urge his furious zeal. The scheme projected was that Richard should be entrapped on board a vessel, and brought with secrecy and speed to England, where he might be immured for life in some obscure castle in Wales. Traingmar promised that either he would accomplish this, or that the boy should find a still more secret prison, whence he could never emerge to disturb the reign of Henry, or put in jeopardy the inheritance of his son. Such was the man who, in the month of April 1492, following Lady Brampton's steps, arrived at Lisbon and found to his wish the prince there also, and easy access afforded him to his most secret counsels. He brought letters from the Dowager Queen, and some forged ones from other partisans of York, inviting the prince, without application to any foreign sovereigns or aid from distant provinces, at once to repair to England, and to set up his standard in the midst of his native land, where, so these letters asserted, the Earl of Surrey and many other powerful lords anxiously awaited him. All this accorded too well with the wishes of the little conclave not to ensure assent, nay, more when Traingmar urged the inexpediency of the Duke's being accompanied by such notorious Yorkists as Plantagenet and Lady Brampton. It was suddenly agreed that Richard should embark on board a merchantman, to sail with the next fair wind for England, while his friends dispersed themselves variously for his benefit. De Ferro, in his caravel, was to convey Lord Barry to Cork. Plantagenet resolved to visit the Duchess of Burgundy at Brussels. Lady Brampton departed for the court of France, to engage the king at once to admit young Richard's claim, and aid him to make it good. You, sweet, will bear me company, and Monina, her whole soul and her eyes expressed that soul's devotion to Richard's success, remembered, starting, that the result of these consultations was to separate her from her childhood's companion, perhaps for ever. As if she had tottered on the brink of a precipice, she shuddered, but all was well again. It was not to be divided from the prince, to remain with Lady Brampton, to proceed to Paris with her, on his earlier triumph to make a part of it, and to join his court in London. All these words, king, victory, and court, wove a golden tissue before the ardent girl's eyes. She had not yet lifted the painted veil which men call life. As a child who chases the glories of the West, she knew not that night was falling upon her, while she still fancied that she advanced towards the ever-retreating splendor of the sky. Lady Brampton and Plantagenet trembled as they committed their beloved charge to other hands. They importuned Traingmar with their injunctions, their entreaties, their 1,000 last words of care and love. The friar heard and smiled assent to all. Monina had need of all her courage for the hour which she knew not that she dreaded till it came. He was going. The truth flashed suddenly upon her. He, from whom since childhood she had scarcely been absent for a day. So blind had she been to her own sensations that it was not until he leaped into the boat and put off from shore that she became aware of the overwhelming tide of grief, disquiet, almost of despair that inundated her heart. Where was her gaiety, her light ethereal spirit flown? Why lagged the hours thus? Why did ceaseless reverie seem her only refuge from intolerable wretchedness? She had one other solace. She was still with his friends, whose whole thoughts were spent upon him. His name enriched their discourse. The chances of his voyage occupied their attention. Little knew they the strange and tragic drama that was acting on board the skiff that bore afar the idol of their hopes. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 14. The Traitor Punished. This friar boasteth that he knoweth hell, and God it wot, that is but little wonder. Friars and fiends been but little asunder. Chaucer. Richard meanwhile sailed fearlessly, with treachery for his nearest mate. Traingmar had at once exhibited audacity and prudence in the arrangement of his plan. He made no great preparation, nor confided to any the real object of his intents. His only care had been that the Duke should sail on board an English vessel, and chance had brought into the Tagus one whose captain was inclined to the party of Lancaster. He also contrived to have 2 hirelings of his own engaged on board as part of the crew, who knew that it was their employer's design to carry to England a prisoner for the king. He was besides provided with a warrant from Henry, empowering him to seize on his rebel subject, the name a blank for the monk to fill up, alive or dead. The paper ran thus: so in case of struggle to afford warranty for his darker purpose. Richard was now a prisoner. The vessel belonging to any country is a portion of that country, and the deck of this merchantman was virtually a part of the British soil. The prince, not heeding his position, was so far from fearing his enemy's power that he felt glad to find himself among his countrymen. He looked on the weather-beaten countenances of the honest sailors, and believed that he should find friends and partisans in all. He spoke to Trangmar of his purpose of declaring himself, and gaining them over, making this tiny offshoot of wide England his first conquest. Trangmar had not anticipated this. He was ignorant of the versatile and active spirit of the youth with whom he had to deal, nor had he, by putting himself in imagination in the prince's place, become aware how the project of acquiring his own was his sleepless incentive to every action, and how he saw in every event a stepping-stone in the prosecution of his enterprise. He started at the proposal, and in his own heart said, "I must lose no time. That which I thought to do next week were better done tomorrow." With Richard he argued against this measure. He showed how the captain was bound to the present English government by his fortunes, how far more likely it was that, instead of gaining him and his crew, he would be made a prisoner by them and delivered up to his enemy. Richard lent no great credence to this, but he yielded to the authority of the elder and the priest. It was not in the power of his wily adversary to prevent him from ingratiating himself in the hearts of all around him. Besides his gentleness, his unaffected sympathy, and noble demeanor, his gay and buoyant spirit was congenial to the reckless sailors, who, during the dead calm that succeeded their first day's sail after quitting the Tagus, were glad of amusement to diversify their monotonous lives. He interceded with their captain when any fault was committed. He learned their private histories, promised his assistance, and scattered money among them. Sometimes he called them around to teach him their art, discoursing about the stars, the magnet, the signs of the weather. He climbed the shrouds, handled the ropes, became an adept in their nautical language. At other times he listened to tales of dreadful shipwrecks and sailors' hardships, and recounted in turn to Pharaoh's adventures. This made them talk of the new African discoveries, and descant on the wild chimeras or sage conclusions of Columbus, who at last, it was said, was to be sent by the sovereigns of Spain in quest of the western passage to India over the slant and boundless Atlantic. All this time, with flapping sails, they lay but a short distance off the mouth of the Tagus, and Trangmar, impatient of delay, yet found it prudent to postpone his nefarious purpose. After the calm had continued for nearly a week, signs of bad weather manifested themselves. Squalls assailed the ship, settling at last in a gale which grew into a tempest. Their little vessel was decked, yet hardly able to resist the lashing waves of the Bay of Biscay. A leak, which had shown itself even during the calm, increased frightfully. The men were day and night employed at the pumps, exposed to the beating rain and to the waves, which perpetually washed the deck, drenching their clothes and bedding. Each hour the wind became more furious. Dark waterspouts dipping into the boiling sea and churning it to fury swept past them, and the steep sides of the mountain-high billows were ready at every moment to overwhelm them. Their tiny bark, which in these days would scarcely receive a more dignified name than a skiff, was borne as a leaf on the stream of the wind, its only safety consisting in yielding to its violence. Often, at the worst, the men despaired. The captain himself, frightened at the danger, and, strange inconsistency, still more fearful of the ruin that must attend him if his vessel were wrecked, lost all presence of mind. The prince displayed, meanwhile, all his native energy. He commanded the men, and they obeyed him, looking on him as a superior being, when, by following his orders, the progress of the leak was checked, and the tossed bark labored less among the surges. "Sailors have short prayers," he said, "but if they are sincere ones, the saints will not the less intercede for us before God. Join me, my men, in a pious vow. I swear, by Our Lady's precious name, to walk barefoot to her nearest shrine, the first land we touch, and there to make a gift of incense and candles at her altar. This if we escape. If not, here is Father Myler, a holy Franciscan, to give us short shrift, so that, like devout Catholics, we may recommend our souls to the mercy of Jesus. And now to the pump, the ropes. Bring me a hatchet. Our mast must overboard." 3 days and nights they worked unremittingly. The lull that then succeeded was followed by another tempest, and the exhausted mariners grew desperate. They had been borne far into the Atlantic, and now, the wind shifting, drove them with the same fury into the Bay of Biscay. Every moment in expectation of death, the heart of Trangmar softened toward his victim in spite of himself. He was forced to admire his presence of mind, his unvanquishable courage, his light yet gentle spirit, which made him bear up under every difficulty, yet pity those who sunk beneath, cheering them with accents at once replete with kindness and fearless submission to the decree of Providence. Feeling the crew bound to him as his natural subjects, he extended towards them a paternal love, and felt called upon to guard and save them. After for a fortnight they had thus been the sport of the elements, the gale decreased, the violent breakers subsided into one long swell which bore them into a sheltered cove in the wild coast that surrounds the Bay of Biscay. The men disembarked, the vessel was drawn up, all hands were employed in unlading and repairing her. "You do ill," said Richard. "Do you not remember our vow? Doubtless some village is near which contains a shrine where we may pay it." This piety was in accord with the spirit of the times, and the men, rebuked, revered still more the youth who had saved them in danger, and who now in safety paid, with religious zeal, the debt incurred towards their heavenly patroness. A little village lay secluded near the creek, and above it, on a high rock, was a chapel dedicated to St. Mary of the Ascension, erected by a noble who had vowed such offering on escaping, as the Prince of England had, from death on those perilous seas. Bareheaded, barefooted, bearing lights, following the Franciscan who led the way, the crew of the St. George proceeded towards the shrine. Next to the Blessed Virgin, Richard claimed their gratitude, and after due Aves had been said at the altar, still in the sacred place they gathered round him, offering their property and their lives, imploring him to accept from them some pledge of their thankfulness. The heart of the outcast sovereign swelled within him. "I reign here, in their breasts I reign," was the thought that filled his bright eyes with a dew springing from the fullness of his soul. With a smile of triumph he looked towards Father Myler, as if to appeal to his judgment, whether now he might not declare himself and claim these men's allegiance. He was startled by the dark and even ferocious expression of Trangmar's countenance. His coarse brown Franciscan dress, belted in by a rope, the cowl thrown back displaying the monkish tonsure, the naked feet, these were the symbols of humility and Christian virtue in strong contrast with the deep lines of his face and the glare of his savage eyes. He met the glance of his victim and became confused, while the prince in wonder hastened to ask what strange thoughts occupied him, painting his visage with every sign of fierce passion. "I was thinking," said Trangmar, hesitating. "I was deliberating, since God has cast us back on the land, whether it were not wiser to continue our journey through France, bidding farewell to the perils of the ocean sea." "That I will not," cried the prince. "Father Myler, I watched you during the storm. You acted no coward's part then. Why do you now?" "When danger is near, I can meet it as a man of courage," said Trangmar. "When it is far, I can avoid it like a prudent one." "A good clerical distinction fit for a monk," replied the duke. "But I, who am a cavalier, father, love rather to meet danger than avoid it like a woman or a priest." "Insulting boy!" cried Myler. "Dare you taunt me with cowardice? That I was a soldier ere I was a monk, some of your race dearly rued." Before these words were fully uttered, Trangmar recollected himself. His voice died away so that his last expression was inaudible. The duke only beheld his burst of passion and sudden suppression of it, and said gently, "Pardon me, father. It is my fault that you forgot the respect due to me. I forgot the reverence meet from youth to age, most meet from a sinful boy to a holy monk." "I thank your highness," said the friar, "for recalling to my memory a truth that had half escaped it. Henceforth be assured that I will not forget that you are the undoubted offspring of the Earl of March, of Edward of England." Fate thus urged this wicked and miserable man to his fiend-like purpose. Awakened again to deadly vengeance, he resolved to delay no longer, to trust no more to chance. He saw now all the difficulties of his former scheme of taking his enemy a prisoner to England, and this soothed his conscience as he recurred to more fatal designs. During the short delay that intervened before they again put out to sea, he watched an opportunity, but found none. At length they weighed anchor, and with a favourable wind bore down the coast of France. The time was come, he surely thought, for during this long voyage he could frame an opportunity. During some dark night when the ship sailed cheerily before a fair breeze, he would engage the prince in engrossing talk concerning the conduct he should pursue when in England, taking advantage of his victim's incautiousness to allure him near the brink, and then push him overboard. His single strength was more than a match for his slight adversary. But to render his scheme doubly sure, he would have the 2 men in his pay near him to assist in the case of struggle, and vouch for his innocence if he were accused of foul play. It is the fortune of those hurried into crime by violent passion that they can seldom find accomplices as wicked as themselves. Thus was it with Trangmar. The men whose assistance he relied upon, the enthusiasm of their fellow sailors for their noble passenger. After they had again set sail, the wind blowing gently from the south bore them onwards with a favourable navigation, till, shifting a few points eastward, it began to freshen. It was then that the Franciscan, not wholly betraying his purpose, but hinting that their presence would be necessary, ordered his men to contrive that the rest of the crew should be below, and they near at hand, while he that night should be alone with Richard upon deck. One of the men replied by stoutly declaring that if any evil was threatened the prince, he would not be a party in it. "You possess King Henry's warrant," he said, "to make this Fitzroy a prisoner. I will not oppose his majesty's command. You have him safely. What would you more?" The other apparently yielded an assent to his employer's commands, and then found a speedy opportunity to warn Richard of his danger. A veil fell from the prince's eyes. "Surely I knew this before," he thought. "Ever since I was in St. Mary's Chapel I must have known that this dastard monk was my enemy. I am indeed betrayed, alone, friendless on board an English vessel, surrounded by an English crew. Now let the trial be made, whether simple honesty be not of more avail than cruelty and craft. But first let me fathom the full intention of this man, and learn whether he have a worse design than that of delivering me over defenceless to my adversary. It cannot be that he would really murder me." The breeze had rather sunk towards sunset, but it arose again with the stars. The vessel's prow struck against the light waves and danced gaily on through the sea. One man stood at the helm, another, one of the friar's hirelings, loitered near, the other kept out of the way. Still, beneath the 1,000 stars of cloudless night, the little bark hurried on, feeling the freshening of the wind. Her larboard beam was deep in the water, and close at the deck's leeward edge, Myler and his intended victim paced. One thoughtless boy, high among the shrouds, whistled in answer to the winds. There was at once solitude and activity in the scene. "This is the hour," thought Richard. "Surely if man's sinful heart was ever touched with remorse, this man's may now. God's throne, visible in all its beauty above us, beneath, around, the awful roaring waters from which we lately so miraculously escaped." He began to speak of England, of his mother, of the hopes held out to him by his companion. Eager in his desire of winning a traitor to the cause of truth, he half forgot himself, and then started to find that, ever as he walked, his companion got him nearer to the brink of the slant, slippery deck. Seized with horror at this manifestation of the worst designs, yet scarcely daring to credit his suspicions, he suddenly stopped, seizing a rope that swung near, and, steadying himself by winding his arm round it, an act that escaped his enemy's observation, for as he did it he spoke. "Do you know, Father Myler, that I suspect and fear you? I am an inexperienced youth, and if I am wrong forgive me, but you have changed towards me of late, from the kind friend you once were. Strange doubts have been whispered. Do you reply to them? Are you my friend, or are you a treacherous spy, the agent of the noble Yorkists, or Henry Tudor's hireling murderer?" As he spoke, the friar drew still nearer, and the prince recoiled farther from him. He got on the sheer edge of the deck. "Rash boy," cried Trangmar, "know that I am no hireling. Sacred vengeance pricks me on. Son of the murderer, tell me, where is sainted Henry? Where Prince Edward? Where all the noble martyrs of his cause? Where my brave and lost sons? There, even where thou shalt be. Quick, look back, for thy grave yawns for thee." With the words he threw himself furiously on the prince. The stripling sprung back with all the force lent him by the rope he held, and pushed at the same time Trangmar violently from him as he cried aloud on the sailors, "What ho! Treason is among us!" A heavy splash of the falling Myler answered his call. The strong man was cast down in his very pride. The waters divided and sucked him in. In a moment the crew were on deck. Trangmar's hireling, scared, cried out, "He is King Henry's prisoner! Seize him!" thus increasing the confusion. The friar, his garments floating, now appeared struggling among the waves. A rope was thrown to him. The vessel sped on meanwhile, and it fell far short. Richard, horror-struck, would have leapt in to save his enemy, but the time was gone. One loud shriek burst on the ear of night, and all was still. Trangmar, his misery, his vengeance, and his crimes, lay buried in the ocean's hoary caves. What explanation could follow this tremendous incident? The prince spoke of his life attacked, the men of the warrant their master had for his seizure. What was his crime none knew. "That will I declare freely," said the royal youth. "That unhappy man has sealed my truth by his death. In my childhood I was nurtured in a palace, and bore the title of the Duke of York. Edward the Fourth was my father, Edward the Fifth my brother." "Why, this is foulest treason," cried the trembling captain. "Ay, or fairest loyalty. Speak, my friends, which of you will lay hands on your liege, on Richard the Fourth of England?" The reckless and ignorant sailors, riotously and with one acclaim, swore to die for him, but their commander shuddered at the peril that beset him. While his men were hanging round their idolized prince, he retired with his mate to lament the ugly chance of Trangmar's death, and to express terror at the very name of York. If the captain was a coward friend of Tudor, the mate was a sturdy Lancastrian. He recommended his chief to seize the boy and convey him a welcome gift to his sovereign. The clamours of the delighted crew showed that this was vain advice. He said to them, with all the ingenuousness of youth, "My life is in your hands, and I know that it is safe." Yet when they spoke of seizing their unwilling commander, and of delivering the vessel in his hands, he said, "My good friends, I will not make lawless acts the stepping stones to my throne. It is grief enough for me that my young hands have unwittingly destroyed the life of one who, not as an armed knight, but in holy garb, set himself against me. I myself will persuade your captain to do me all the service I require." This poor man was willing enough to hear what he called reason. At first he would fain have entreated Richard to suffer himself to be carried a prisoner to England, and when he found his discourse vain, he yielded timid obedience to York's wishes, in spite of the lowering brow of his mate. Thus, at least, his cargo would be saved, and his crew preserved from mutiny. Richard simply requested to be set on shore in Cork Harbour, suddenly relinquishing every thought of England now that he saw the treachery that awaited him there, and recurring to the former plans of Lord Barry. In Ireland, in the county of the Desmonds, he should find friends, adherents, almost prepared for his arrival, and there, also, if Barry forgot not his promise, this stanch partisan would speedily join him. The captain gladly assented to any project that did not force him to land this dangerous pretender on the English shores. For 1 week they ran before the wind, and Ireland, far and low, was discernible on the horizon, the dear land of promise to the weary exile, the betrayed but high-hearted prince. During this short navigation it had required all of his fortitude to banish from his mind the image of the friar struggling in the waves, of a man precipitated in the very act of crime, unhouselled, unanointed, unannealed into the life-quenching waters. Besides all other expectations, Richard longed to get on shore, that in a confessional he might lift this burden of involuntary guilt from his soul. At length the iron-bound coast was right ahead. The ponderous rocky jaws of the creek were open, and they sailed up passage, past beautiful and woody islands, under forest-crowned hills, till they cast anchor before the picturesque and hill-set city of Cork, whose quay was crowded by multitudes, gazing on the newly arrived vessel. The Duke of York stood on the prow of his skiff, reflecting on the first step he ought to take. He knew little of Ireland, and that little had been gleaned from Lord Barry. He heard from him of its warlike chiefs, its uncivilized septs, and English settlers, scarce less wild, and quite as warlike as its aboriginal inhabitants. He called to mind the names most familiar to him: the Earl of Kildare, a better of Simnel, pardoned by Henry, and continued in his office of Lord Deputy; the Earl of Desmond, whom Lord Barry had particularly interested in his favour, who affected the state of an Irish chieftain, or rather king, and who, in his remote abode in Munster, disdained to attend the Dublin Parliament, or to make one of the lawful governors of the land. Other names he remembered of less note: Plunkett, the Lord Chief Justice, whom, with an infinite reluctance, Henry had pardoned; Keating, Prior of Kilmainham, who had been constable of Dublin Castle, and who, ejected from his office after the Battle of Stoke, had saved himself by flight, and was now concealed in an abbey near Buttevant. Much, however, of what he had heard escaped his memory, and he stood on the threshold of this unknown land, vainly seeking in his recollection for the dim and shadowy forms which were to guide him in the new and unexplored world before him. Another reflection also presented itself. Lord Barry had quitted Ireland the year before, and communication there had been none since then. Was Kildare still deputy? Did incursions of the natives or turbulence among themselves occupy the lords of the Pale? Should he find a band of nobles and their followers ready to assist him, or the motley population of a barbarous wild, whose sole ideas were internal struggles for power, whose watchwords for enterprise were names and things in which he had no portion? In a hurried manner, York resolved on his plan of action. He had, on their approach to land, arrayed himself in gay and rich apparel. The Spain from which he came was parent of this act. There embroidery, housings inlaid with gold, and arms encrusted with jewels, formed the pride of the high-born cavaliers. He stood prepared to land. He thanked the captain for his enforced courtesy. He held out his hand to the crew, who gathered round him with their prayers and blessings. "My own," was his first thought as he set his foot on shore. "Hail, realm of my fathers! Hear the vow of the fugitive who claims your sway. Justice, mercy, and paternal love are the gifts with which I will repay your obedience to my call, your submission to my rule. Heave the anchor and away." Thus spoke the captain of the craft he had left. "For England, to warn our king of this Springle's insolent presumption," said the mate. "To any quarter of the wide world save England," replied the timid captain. "Would you have me run my neck into the noose for not having clapped under hatches this mercurial spark? Master mate, learn from an old sailor that the best you can do with kings and grandees is to have naught to do with them." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 15. The Landing at Cork. Then Paridel, in whom a kindly pride of gracious speech, and skill his words to frame, abounded, being glad of so fit tide, him to commend them, thus spake, of all well-eyed. Spenser. Cork was an asylum for civilization in the centre of a savage district. The cautious burghers, made wealthy by trade and ever in fear of incursions from the surrounding septs, kept the strictest guard upon their city, as if they had a continual siege laid to it. They forbade all intercourse or intermarriage between those within and without the walls, till every citizen became linked together by some sort of kindred. It is true that the country around was peopled to a great degree by English lords, but they were the degenerate English, as they were styled, who imitated the state and independence of the native chiefs. Such was the Earl of Desmond, of the family of the Geraldines, who ruled as a king over Munster, and with whom the Barrys, the de Courcys, the Barretts, and the McCarthys, McSweeneys, and other native chiefs were connected by marriage, or struggling with him for chiefery in the mutable chance of war. There was no appearance of timidity in the frank and assured aspect of the unfriended adventurer, as, without entering the city, but merely passing through its suburbs, he proceeded to the cathedral church. It was 12 o'clock on the 24th of June, the feast of St. John the Baptist, and high mass was celebrating. The Duke of York entered the church. His soul was filled with pious gratitude for his escape from the dangers of the sea and the craft of his enemies, and as he knelt he made a vow to his sainted patroness, the Virgin, to erect a church on the height which first met his eyes as he approached shore, and to endow a foundation of Franciscans, partly because of all monkish orders they chiefly venerate her name, partly to atone for his involuntary crime in the death of Myler Trangmar, who wore that habit. The appearance of this young, silken-suited, and handsome cavalier drew the eyes of Erin's blue-eyed daughters. The men whispered together that he must be some Spanish grandee or English noble, but wherefore, unannounced and unattended, he came and knelt in their church before the shrine of St. Finbar was matter of vague conjecture. The congregation passed out, then, impelled by curiosity, formed a wide semicircle round the gates of the cathedral, watching the motions of the graceful stranger. Master John Lavalin, the mayor, John O'Water, the wealthiest citizen and former mayor of the town, and other rich burghers, stood close to the round tower within the walls of the garth, in expectation of being addressed by their distinguished visitor. The Duke of York cast a quick glance around, and then, as the mayor advanced, the youth stepped forward to meet him. The citizen, as one habituated to exercise hospitality, bade the knight welcome, beseeching him to honor his abode with his presence, and to command his services. The Duke frankly accepted the invitation, and descended with the mayor into the main street where that officer resided, and here again Richard was made welcome to the city of Cork. It was a gala day at the mayor's, and now, at the dinner hour, 12 o'clock, the long tables groaned under the weight of viands. and round the hospitable board were seated the principal families of the town. No questions were asked the visitor. His golden spurs bespoke his honorable rank. He was placed at the right hand of Llewellyn, and while the clatter of knives and trenchers went on, he was only remarked by the younger guests, who gazed, even to the injury of their appetites, on his burnished ringlets, his fair open brow, his bright blue eyes and smile of courteous affability. But time went on, the dishes were carried away, the goblets placed, when the mayor, rising, drank welcome to the stranger and asked, if no reason forbade him to reply, his name and mission. Already Richard had become acquainted with most of the countenances of his entertainers, that is, of those nearest him, for, far through the long hall, almost out of sight, the table extended, crowded by city retainers and a few of the mere Irishry, whose long hair and loose saffron-coloured mantles contrasted with the doublet, hose, and trimmed locks of the townsmen. Those near him bore the latter character, though their vivacious glances and quick gestures were more akin to the inhabitants of the South, among whom he had been accustomed to live, than to the steady, dull demeanour of English traders. When Llewellyn drank to the stranger, every eye turned to the object of the toast. Richard arose. His plumed cap was doffed, his shining hair, parted on his brow, clustered round his throat. His sunny countenance was full of confidence and courage. "Sir Mayor," he said, "my most kind entertainer, and you, my friends, men of Cork, may the grateful thanks of the homeless adventurer be as kindly received by you as they are gladly paid by him. Who am I, you ask? Wherefore do I come? My name is the best in the land. My coming is to claim your aid, to elevate it to its rightful place of pride and honour. Were I craven-hearted, or you less generous, I might dread to declare myself. But fear never entered the heart of a Plantagenet, and when unreservedly I place my life in your hands, will you betray the trust?" A murmur quickly hushed, the sound of suppressed emotion as the winds of thought passed over the minds of those around, for an instant interrupted the speaker. "Neither is my name nor lineage unknown to you," he continued. "You honour both and have obeyed them. Will you refuse to submit to me, their descendant and representative? Did you not vow fealty to Richard, Duke of York, who, driven from his own England by false Lancaster, found refuge and succour here? Was not Clarence your ruler, and Edward of England monarch of your isle? In the name of these, in the name of the White Rose and Mortimer and Plantagenet, I, the son of Edward IV, the victim of my uncle Gloucester's treachery, and low-born tutor's usurpation, I, named in my childhood Duke of York and Lord of Ireland, now, if rightly styled, Richard IV of England, demand my lieges of Cork to acknowledge my rights, to rise in my cause. I, a prince and an outcast, place myself in their hands, through them to be a fugitive for ever or a king." Had Richard planted this scene with deep insight into the dispositions of those with whom he had to deal, he could not have projected a better arrangement. They had learned of his existence from Lord Barry, and were prepossessed in his favour. Their fiery hearts were lighted at the word. His name, with 1,000 blessings attached to it, rang through the hall. By means of the servants and followers at the lower end of the table it reached the outer apartments and avenues of the mansion house, while, with a kind of exalted rapture, the mayor and his guests hung over their new-found prince. The citizens began to gather without, and to call aloud for the White Rose of England. The day was finished in festal tumult. The mayor led forth his princely visitor. He was hailed Lord of Ireland with one acclaim. Some elders who had known his grandfather, or had been followers of the Duke of Clarence, and others who visiting England had seen Edward IV, were struck by the likeness he bore to his progenitors, and enthusiastically touched for his truth. To see and hear the mad exultation of the moment, an uninterested spectator must have thought that a messenger from heaven had arrived, to bestow liberty on the groaning slaves of some blood-nurtured tyrant. The Duke was installed in the castle with princely state, a town guard appointed him, and the night was far advanced before he was permitted to repose, and wondering to collect his thoughts, and feel himself an acknowledged sovereign in the first town of his alienated dominions in which he had set foot. The morrow brought no diminution to the zeal of his partisans. The first measure of the day was his attending high mass, surrounded by the mayor and citizens. When the holy ceremony was finished, he took oath on the Gospels that he was the man he had declared himself. The eager people clamoured for him to assume the name of king, but that, he said, he would win with his good sword, nor, till he possessed its appanage, assume a barren title. He was the Duke of York until at Westminster he received his paternal crown. From the church the mayor and citizens attended his council at the castle, and here Richard more fully explained to them the projects of Lord Barry, his hopes from the Earl of Desmond, and his wish to attach to his cause the Earl of Kildare, Lord Deputy of Ireland. He learned the changes that had taken place but a month or two before. Some suspicion having entered Henry's mind, the Earl of Kildare had been dismissed from his high office, and Walter, Archbishop of Dublin, substituted in his room. The Baron of Portleicester, who had been treasurer for 40 years, was obliged to resign in favour of a butler, hereditary and bitter enemies of the Geraldines, while the exaltation of Plunkett, from the office of Chief Justice to that of Chancellor, only proved that he was entirely gained over to the Lancastrians. The acts of this new government tended to mortify the late deputy, who bore ill his own degradation and the triumph of his enemies. On various occasions brawls had ensued, and when Sir James of Ormond wished to place a creature of his own in a castle over which Kildare claimed seigneury, the latter defended it by arms. This turbulent state of things promised fair for the adventurer, and his first deed was to dispatch letters to the Earls of Kildare and Desmond, soliciting their assistance, setting forth the ready zeal of the city of Cork, and the promises and attachment of Lord Barry, whom he daily expected to see arrive. In all that the English prince did, nothing spoke louder for him to his Irish friends than his fearless confidence, and artless, yet not undignified reliance on their counsels. He had gained a warm friend in the former mayor, O'Water, a man reverenced throughout Munster. In his youth he had served in the army, and his spirit was hardly yet tamed to the pacific habits of a burgher. He was 60 years of age, but he bore his years lightly, and remembered but as the occurrence of yesterday the time when the Duke of York, grandfather of young Richard, was Lord of Ireland. He had attached himself particularly to his person, and followed him to England, returning to his own country after his patron's death. He saw in the descendant of his chief his rightful lord, to refuse obedience to whom was a sin against the laws of God and man. He fervently swore never to desert him, and dispatched emissaries on all sides to spread the tidings of his arrival and excite the partisans of the White Rose to his active assistance. When the letters were written, council held, and a course of conduct determined on, still the caravel of Defaro did not appear, and Richard grew weary of his state of indolence. A week passed, and during the second, at the conclusion of which the answers from the noble chieftains were expected, the Duke of York announced to O'Water his intention of visiting Buttevant, the seat of Lord Barry, where, in the Abbey of Ballybeg, he hoped to find the Abbot of Kilmainham, a man who, in exile and poverty, exercised great influence over the Irish Yorkists. He had been insolent and cruel towards his enemies when in power, but he was endowed with popular qualities for his followers, while among his friends he was valued for his boldness, sagacity, and undaunted courage. His career had been turbulent. He had supported himself against his sovereign by acts of lawless violence, till, obliged at last to yield, he found himself in his old age a poor brother in a distant monastery, obliged for safety's sake to veil his lofty pretensions in the obscurest guise. Lord Barry had offered him an asylum in the Abbey of Ballybeg, venerating with the blind admiration of a soldier the learning and craft of the priest, conjoined as it here was to dauntless courage. O'Water, on the contrary, disliked the subtle prior, and endeavoured to dissuade the prince from the journey, but he spurned the city laziness, and in spite of his friends' entreaties and their fears for his safety among the followers of Desmond, Barry, and McCarthy, departed on his intended visit, attended only by Hubert Burgh, the foster brother of Lord Barry. The way from Cork to Buttevant was not far, but more desolate than Granada during the Moorish War. Summer and the sun adorned that smiling land, casting a verdurous mantle over her deep wounds, painting the rude visage of war with brilliant hues. The forests, dark hills, and uncultivated wilds of Munster showed nakedly the deep traces of the sovereign ill. But lately this neighbourhood had been the seat of war between the Earl of Desmond and the chief of the McCarthys. The latter had fallen in battle, but his brother, Antanist, had succeeded to him, and was already gathering together his sept for a more desperate struggle. Never in Spain had Richard seen such wild, strange figures as crossed his path during this short journey. Whether it were the native kern wrapped in his mantle, disguised by his glib, or long shaggy hair, or the adherents of Desmond, who affected the state of an Irish chieftain, whose leather-quilted jackets, long saffron-coloured shirts, cloaks, and shaggy mustachios riding without stirrups, bearing spears, formed objects not less uncouth and savage. The very women bore a similar appearance of incivilization. And as a comment on such text, Berg told, as they rode, the history of the late wars of Desmond with O'Carroll, Prince of Ely, and with MacCarthy, and a still more dread tale, the incursion of Murrough and Ranna and O'Brien, who, rising first in Clare, spread through the country, overrunning Munster, and, bold from success, advanced into eastern Leinster. All these accounts of battle were interwoven with tales of feuds, handed down from father to son, of the natural hatred of the native chiefs to the lords of English origin, interspersed with such strange wild tales, where the avowedly supernatural was intermingled with deeds of superhuman prowess and barbarity, that the English-born prince, nursling of romantic Spain, felt as if he were transplanted into a new planet, and stopped the speaker at each moment to obtain some clearer explanation, or to have interpreted words he had never before heard, the names of customs and things found only in this land. Thus entertained, the way to Buttevant, or as the Irish called it, Kilnamulla, which was about 20 miles, seemed short. One thing was evident in all these details, that it was easy to rouse the English lords in Ireland to any act of turbulence and revolt, but that it would be difficult nevertheless for their ill-armed followers and undisciplined bands to compete with the soldiery of England. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 16. New Friends. Sisters, I from Ireland came. Coleridge. The Duke, immediately on his arrival at the castle of Buttevant, dispatched Hubert Berg to the Prior of Kilmainham with a message from himself and a token from Lord Barry, announcing his intention of visiting him at the Abbey the next day. But Keating feared thus to draw the eyes of some enemy upon him, and appointed a meeting in a secluded dell, near the bank of the Mulla, or Audiobook, the river which Spenser loves to praise. Early in the morning Richard repaired alone to his rural presence chamber, and found Keating already there. Hearing of the priest's haughty pride, Richard, with a sensation of disgust, had figured a man something like the wretched Trangmar, strong of limb and with a ferocious expression of countenance. Keating appeared in his monk's humble guise. His light eyes were still lively, though his hair and beard were snowy white. His brow was deeply delved by 1,000 lines, his person short, slender, bent, his step infirm. His voice was silver-toned. He was pale, and his aspect in its lower part sweetly serene. Richard looked with wonder on this white, withered leaf, a comparison suggested by his frail tenuity, and again he almost quailed before the eager scrutiny of the prior's eye. A merchant at a Moorish mart he had seen thus scan a slave he was about to purchase. At length, with a look of great satisfaction, the monk said, "This fits exactly. Our friends will not hesitate to serve so goodly a gentleman. The daughter of York might in sooth mistake thee for a near kinsman. Thou comest from Portugal, yet that could not have been thy native place." Richard started. This was the first time he had heard an expression of doubt of his veracity. How could he reply? His word alone must support his honor. His sword must remain sheathed, for his injurer was a priest. Keating caught his haughty glance, and perceived his mistake. It was with an effort that he altered his manner, for he exchanged with pain a puppet subject to his will, for a man, prince or pretender, who had objects and a state of his own to maintain. "Pardon the obscure vision of an old man," he said. "My eyes were indeed dim not to see the true marks of a Plantagenet in your appearance. I was but a boy when your princely grandsire fell, nor has it been my fortune to visit England or to see your royal father. But the Duke of Clarence honoured me with his friendship, and your cousin de la Pole acknowledged my zeal in furthering his projects. I am now neither prior nor commander, but, poor monk as I am become, I beseech your highness to command my services." This swift change of language but ill satisfied the pride of Richard, and in reply he briefly recounted such facts as established his right to the name he claimed. The noble artlessness of his tone conquered the priest's lurking suspicions. In a more earnest manner he besought the Duke's pardon, and a cordial intercourse was established between them. The place where they met was secluded and wild. A bower of trees hid it from the view of the river, and an abrupt rock sheltered it behind. It was apparently accessible by the river only, and it was by its bank that the Duke and Prior had arrived. Nothing could equal the picturesque solitude around them, the waving of the leafy boughs, the scream of the waterfowl, or the splashing they made as they sprung from among the sedge and darted across the stream, alone interrupted the voiceless calm. Yet at every moment in his speech Keating stopped, as if listening, and cast his keen eyes, which he libelled much in calling dim, up the steep crag, as if among its herbage and shrubs some dreaded spy or expected messenger might appear. Then again he apologized to the Duke for having selected this wild spot for their interview. A price, he observed, had been set upon his head, and his only safety lay in perpetual watchfulness and never-sleeping caution. "My zeal in your Highness's cause," he added, with a courtier smile, "cannot be deemed a strange frenzy, since your success will not only assure my restoration to the dignity of which I have been unjustly deprived, but prevent an old man from perpetually dreaming of the sword of the slayer, or the more frightful executioner's axe." Again the prior fixed his eyes on a fissure in the rock, adding, "I had appointed to meet one in this place before your message was communicated to me, and in good time, for methinks the object of your visit may be furthered by the intelligence I hope soon to receive. Your Highness must have heard at Cork of the war carried on by the great Earl of Desmond, and a native sept of this region. MacCarthy, their chief, fell during the struggle, but his successor and Tanist mustered his broken forces to avenge him. The Earl is impatient of this resistance, for his presence is necessary in Thomond to drive the O'Carrolls from that district. At his invitation he and MacCarthy meet this day to parley but a few miles hence. I was to have made one among them, but a boding raven told me that danger was abroad." The tidings of the near presence of the Earl of Desmond were unexpected and most welcome to the Duke. He immediately resolved not to lose the golden hour. He eagerly asked where the meeting was to be, and how speedily he might reach the spot. As he was thus earnestly expressing his desire, a slight rustling caught the prior's ear. He looked up. A human form hovered as in mid-air, scarcely as it were alighting on the precipitous rock. Quickly but cautiously it threaded its steep and tortuous path. A large mantle was wrapped around the mountaineer. A large white kerchief enveloped the head in the manner of a turban. Yet the prince caught the outline of a female figure, which soon descended to the little plain on which they stood, and advanced towards them. She was evidently very young, but weather-worn even in youth. Her wild, picturesque dress concealed the proportions of her form. Her large white sleeves hid her arm, but the emaciated appearance of her face and hands, and bare feet, struck Richard with pity. She seemed astonished at seeing him, and spoke to his companion in the language of the country, which he did not understand. The prior's face darkened as she spoke. There dwelt on it a mixture of disappointment and ferocity, of which it could hardly have been deemed capable by one who had hitherto seen it only bland and smiling. Swiftly, however, he dismissed these indications of passion, and addressed the prince calmly. "I cannot go," he said. "My time is still to be deferred, though it shall not be forever lost. How does your courage hold, if you are not afraid of going alone with a guide whose very dialect is a mystery to you, through a country torn by opposing factions, if you do not fear presenting yourself friendless to a haughty noble, who deems himself sovereign in this domain? I will contrive that, ere 4 hours elapse, you shall find yourself in Desmond's presence." "Fear!" the prince repeated. His eyes glanced with some contempt on the priest's cowl, which alone could suggest pardon for such a thought. Yet he checked himself from any angry disclaiming of the accusation as he said, "Whatever in my presumption I may hope, sage forethought tells me that I walk a road strewn with 1,000 dangers, leading it may be to an early death. Not for that will I deviate 1 furlong from my path. Sir Prior, where is the guide you promise?" Keating, after a few minutes' reflection, instead of replying, conversed again with the girl, and then addressed the Duke. "This hapless child is a victim of the wars. She was born far hence, and is the last surviving of my foster sister's once blooming family. Her mother saved my life. This child, barefoot as she is, guided me hither. Is not a Keating fallen when he cannot give succor to an offspring of his fosterer's house? And she, poor girl, she has walked far from me today, but she will not slacken in her toil when I bid her proceed. She shall be your guide, and your grace may rely upon her. The dog you fed from its birth were less faithful. Now, at the hour of noon, Desmond meets MacCarthy of Muskerry, on Ballahura. But for the bogs and streams that cross your path, it is not far. At the worst you can reach Mallow, where the Earl will lie tonight. It is best not to delay, for if there is peace in Munster, very speedily Desmond will be on his way to Thomond." This was a fresh spur to Richard. He accepted the proffered guide, who listened attentively to Keating's instructions, given in her native tongue. He followed the girl but a short distance ere he looked back. The prior was gone. The solitude of the wild crags and shrubs alone met his eye. Meanwhile his companion stepped forward, motioning him to follow. They plunged into the brake. The sun rose high. The birds winged their glad flight among the trees, now toiling up a steep, now wading a stream, now entangled in a thicket, now stepping lightly over boggy earth, now meditating on Andalusia, and now wondering at his present position. Richard followed his swift and silent guide through the wild country between Buttevant and Mallow. Already the meeting between the Earl of Desmond and McCarthy, the chief of Muskerry, was at an end. They parted with fair words and exasperated thoughts. The native lord could ill brook the settler's haughty assumptions, nor Geraldine endure the obstinate pride of the conquered native. Still, their relative positions enforced a peace. They had separated, and after a hasty repast, spread on the heathy side of Ballahura, the Earl proceeded towards Mallow. He was surrounded by warriors who all claimed the Geraldine name, and who variously distinguished themselves as the White Knight, the Knight of Kerry, and the Knight of the Glen. There was Lord Fermoy, his father-in-law, and others of the Roches. Nor did all the native chiefs absent themselves. One sister of the Earl had married McCarthy Reagh, another an O'Brien, whose daughter had intermarried with an O'Carroll, all this in defiance of the English law which forbade such alliances, through which the father of the present Earl was beheaded in the year 1467. Their antique costume, tight truce, saffron tunics, and overflowing robes distinguished them from the Saxons. Yet these had not followed the fashions of the times, but dressed in the garb used by the courtiers of Edward III. Maurice, 10th Earl of Desmond, was brave even to a proverb. He loved war, and deemed himself rather King of Desmond than a chief of English descent. To extend and secure his possessions, rendering them at once independent of his sovereign and of the native chieftains, was the aim of his life. He now meditated the invasion of Thomond, but McCarthy's angry demeanour showed that he must not be left unchecked in his rear. "Where is my cousin Barry? Where the Lord of Buttevant, the chief of the Barrymores? Flying before a slip of parchment indited in far London, as if my sword held not better sway in these regions than a Parliament attainder. Were he here, the O'Carrolls should hear the thunder of my arms ere this moon waned. Muskerry could make no gathering in the vales while Barry sat on his perch at Buttevant." The Earl had time to waste in thought as he was borne along. At the age of 15, pushing rashly forward in an assault, he received a wound in his leg which lamed him for life, so that he was carried about in a litter, and went by the name of Claudius. Yet he was not deemed the less an experienced and gallant warrior. With the virtues of a chieftain he possessed the defects. Munster was his world. His universe was peopled by the Geraldines, the McCarthys, the Barrys, Donegans, Barretts, Roches, O'Briens, O'Carrolls, and the rest. He disdained his noble brethren of the Pale. He considered it a mark of distinction to be exempted by a law from attendance of Parliament and the government of the land. He saw in the King of England not his monarch, but the partisan of Ormond, and therefore an enemy. This and an ancient alliance linked him to the cause of the English outcast prince, who solicited his aid. He had replied favourably to his request, but his interests and the conquest of a kingdom must be delayed, while he subdued the half-naked septs who insulted his power. While thus busied, reflecting upon the events of the day, the Earl sat silent and thoughtful. Suddenly, at a turn in the road, he called on his followers to stop. His eye lighted up. He saw 2 horsemen swiftly approaching. Lord Barry was the foremost rider. Forgetting his lameness in his joy, the noble warrior almost threw himself from the litter as he cried, "Jesu speed you, my loving cousin! Spur on, spur on! Remember your badge! Butte en avant! No enemy ever turned his back on your sword to avoid, so eagerly as my arms will open to receive you. Were you bound for Mallow?" "No, my noble coz," replied Lord Barry. "I am for Kilnamulla. An eaglet I have nursed has winged its way hither, and I fear may suffer injury in my absence, for he is young, and his pinions all untried." "Leave him to his fate, my lord," said the Earl. "If he be a faithful bird, he will find his way back to his fosterer. Meanwhile, the King of Eagles, thy cousin Desmond himself, has need of thee. One word, dear Maurice, will explain the greater duty that I owe my princely fowl. The white rose of England, missing him, loses all. You, I, each and every one of us, are his servants and must become his soldiers." "Cousin," replied Desmond, "one son of York made my father, whose soul God assoilzie, Lord Deputy, another chopped off his head. So much for the white rose. Still, I allow this new Lancastrian king is a bitterer enemy. He is a friend of the Butlers, whom the fiend confound. We will first subdue the O'Carrolls, humble the McCarthys, take Coulong from Clan Carty-Rake, and root out the Desies. And then, when we are kings of Munster, in good hour let us march with your Duke of York, and set our foot on the necks of the Butlers in Dublin." The Earl spoke with rapidity and energy. All Munster spread before Lord Barry's mind, city, town, stronghold, held by ancestral enemies, and it was wonderful what a change was wrought in his mind by his cousin's eloquence, and the names of all these sons of Erin, with each of whom he had a mortal quarrel. He agreed, therefore, to go with the Earl to Mallow that evening, postponing his visit to Buttevant till the following day. Such were the wise counsels that stayed the mighty power Barry had promised York should rise at his name to vanquish England. It was better thus. So the royal boy thought himself, when welcomed by Desmond at Mallow. He looked round on Kern and Gallowglass, hearing a language that was not English, viewing their strange attire and savage countenances. "It is not thus, my England, that I will seize on you. Your own nobles shall place the crown on my head. Your people wield the sword that will injure only our common enemy. Shall I make a Granada of my native land, and shed Christian blood, better spilt in the cause of God against infidel dogs?" When the Earl of Desmond found that the prince, whom he regretted to receive with such cold hopes, was well content, nothing doubting that the goodwill of the English would prove a better ally than the spears of the Irish, he conceived a sudden affection for him. It was no wonder, for the ingenuousness of untarnished youth is ineffably winning, and here it was added to a quick wit, a grace and gallantry that shone as a vision of light in this wild region. A few days brought still greater satisfaction to all parties. An embassy had arrived in Cork, from the King of France to the Duke of York, to invite him to Paris. Desmond would not relinquish his guest. He carried him to his noble seat at Ardfinnan, and thither repaired in due time the messengers from Charles VIII. The chief of these was our old friend Frion, besides a Frenchman called Lucas, and 2 Englishmen, Stephen Poitron and John Tyler. The Duke was not well pleased with the selection of Frion, but while this man by his singular arts of insinuation made good his cause, Barry showed how in 2 points his cause was benefited by him. First, that having been secretary to Henry, he knew many secrets, and was acquainted with many circumstances that might be turned to use; and secondly, that his very attempt to entrap the prince was a proof that he was fully aware of who he was, that he would prove a useful link between Perkin Warbeck, Richard Fitzroy, and the Duke of York, that he need be no more trusted than was deemed expedient, but that meanwhile it were good to entertain him with fair words. Richard yielded, and Frion made good use of this standing room by which he meant to move the world. Master of the arts of flattery, cunning and wise, he so ingratiated himself with the Duke, and afterwards with his other friends, that by degrees he was admitted to their confidence, and at last succeeded in his chief wish of becoming follower, secretary, counsellor. He called himself friend of the English prince. Urged by the Earl of Desmond and Lord Barry, and sufficiently inclined in his own mind, the Duke accepted the French king's invitation, and prepared to cross to France. On the very eve of his departure he was surprised by a visit from John O'Water of Cork. This warm-hearted old man had conceived a paternal love for the royal youth. He came to recommend his return to Cork, his taking up a kind of regal residence there, the not deserting a nook of his kingdom which acknowledged him. He came too late. Already the prince was on board the vessel in Ewell harbour, which was to convey him away. "One day you will return to us, my lord," said O'Water. "A future day will afford us opportunity to prove our zeal. I am old. I had given up public life, but I will take to the oar again. John O'Water will once more be mayor of Cork, and his right beloved sovereign shall command him in his service." The good man departed, with blessings, thanks, and glad prognostics. Desmond and Barry also took leave of him. The wind was fair, the sea smooth. Before morning they lost sight of the hospitable shores of Ireland, and turned their thoughts from its quarrels, its chieftains, its warm hearts and kind reception, to the civilized land of France, and the more influential protection promised by its king to the royal adventurer. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 17 The French Court. Long die thy happy days before thy death, and after many lengthened hours of grief, die neither mother, wife, nor England's queen. Shakespeare. The voyage of the Duke of York was easy and auspicious. He repaired to Paris, and all the exiled Yorkists, to the number of 100 gentlemen, instantly gathered round him, offering him their services, and forming his court. Charles assigned him magnificent apartments in the Tuileries, and appointed a guard of honor, under the command of the Lord of Concresseau, who, as was the case with every one who approached him, soon became warmly attached to the princely youth. Having just concluded a peace with Brittany by marrying its young duchess, the King of France found himself in so prosperous a state at home that he began to look abroad for wars, and resolved to invade Naples, to whose crown he had a claim. Meanwhile the utmost splendor and gaiety reigned in Paris. Balls, tournaments, and hunting parties succeeded one to the other, now to celebrate a marriage, now to grace the entrance of some noble gentleman into the order of knighthood. Charles was an amiable prince, his queen a beautiful and spirited lady, the Duke of Orleans an accomplished and adventurous cavalier. They all vied in acts of courtesy and kindness toward their royal visitor. There was an innocence in Richard's vivacity, an ingenuousness in his reliance on their protection, that particularly captivated the chivalrous Orleans and the fair Queen Anne. How changed the scene from the wilds of Ireland and the semi-barbarous halls of the Desmond! The courtly and soft grace of the French, different from the dignity of the Spaniard, was irresistible to the inexperienced youth. It seemed to him that his standard was set up here forever. No change could sully the fair favor of these illustrious friends. All young as he was, to be treated as rightful king of England by this potent government satisfied for the moment his ambition. He and his English friends were welcome everywhere, all honored, himself beloved, were the ascendant star in Paris. O Maurice of Desmond, O Barry, and good, honest-hearted O Water, though still he acknowledged your kindness, how did your uncivilized hospitalities fade before the golden splendor of King Charles's court? York might by the sober be blamed for yielding to the current, for setting his swelling canvas with the favoring wind, exulting. It was a boy's blindness, the unsuspiciousness of inexperience. The fault lay in the falsehood, and that was not his. On the 6th of October, Henry VII landed at Calais. On the 19th he sat down before Boulogne, with 1,600 men-at-arms and 25,000 infantry. Charles could not much fear the tardy operations of his foe, but the name of an English invasion, so associated with defeat and disaster, was portentous to the French. Besides, Charles was eager to prepare for his Italian wars. Thus disposed, peace was easily brought about. Only one obstacle presented itself. Henry insisted that the newly arrived Duke of York should be delivered up to him. Charles rejected the proposition with disdain. The negotiations were suspended, and the French king grew uneasy. It was no pleasant thing to have 30 or 40,000 of those English in the kingdom, who had disputed it inch by inch, at the expense of so much misery and slaughter, with his grandfather. Their king was averse to war, but the body of the army, the nobles and leaders, ardently desired it. Some intrigue, some accident might light up a train to be quenched only by seas of blood. And all this for a prince, in whom, except that he was gallant and unfortunate, Charles took no concern. Richard, basking in the noonday of regal favor, of a sudden felt a cloud spread athwart his sunshine, and a chill take place of the growing warmth. The complaints of his followers, principally of Lady Brampton, opened his eyes, for the king and princes, on the eve of betraying him, were in manner kinder than ever. First, Queen Anne asked this lady if it were not the Duke's intention to repair to Flanders, to claim the support of the Lady Margaret. It seemed as if nothing was to be spoken of but Brussels, the Low Countries, Maximilian of Austria, and above all the virtues and sagacity of the illustrious widow of Charles the Rash. In youth we are slow to understand the covert language of duplicity. Frion was next put in requisition. He arrived in Paris after 10 days' absence, with an invitation to her so-named nephew from the Duchess of Burgundy, and when from the disinclination of the French to an act of glaring inhospitality, and of the English so to pain the confiding spirit of their prince, he was still kept darkling. Suddenly, one night his friend, the Sire de Concresseau, visited him. He brought many sugared words from his sovereigns, but the end was that their ever-dear friend, and most honoured guest, the Duke of York, would render them special pleasure if for some short time he would visit Brussels. The fiery spirit of youth blazed forth at a dismission, still more when Contrecoeur added that horses were already prepared and everything arranged for his immediate departure. To qualify this insult, Contrecoeur could best bring his own warm, affectionate feelings. He loved the English prince, and by the frankness of his explanations, soothed him while he made the wound deeper, by showing whence it was directed, and that Henry Tudor's was the master hand. This name calmed York, by elevating his thoughts above the actual evil. "It is well, my lord, I shall obey," he said. "I had forgotten myself, and your monarch's kindness was an opiate to my unripened purpose. I might have lived his happy truest, reigning over the English hearts around me, forgetful, like Dan Ulysses of old in the Lotus land, of my native isle and rightful kingdom. I thank my enemy he has not permitted this. His insults rouse me, his injuries place the sword in my hand. On him fall the harm." The French sovereigns did all they could to salve this ill-favoured wound. The Duke of Orleans visited York at the moment of his departure. His English partisans were loaded with presents. He quitted France, and on the day following, the treaty of peace with England was signed. Pride, indignation, and heroic resolve sustained the Duke under this insult, but violent, angry emotion was foreign to his disposition, and only kept alive in his bosom at the expense of much suffering. How gladly he took refuge from these painful sensations in the gratitude and affection inspired by his noble aunt. Margaret had never seen him. The Earl of Lincoln, Lady Brampton, Lovell, Plantagenet, and others were vouchers for his truth. Still, his first unsupported appearance in Ireland, and his long absence in Spain engendered doubts, not in her mind, but in Maximilian and other nobles and councillors around her. She replied to their arguments, but they remained unconvinced. At once, therefore, to justify her acknowledgment of him in their eyes, and to force them to do the same credence as herself, she caused his first audience to be a solemn one, nor gave him a kinswoman's reception until he had proved his right to it. He, who has heard someone falsely traduced and vilely calumniated, and, if not quite believing the detraction, yet impelled by it to some distaste of its object, and when that object appeared, radiant in innocence, attended by the dignity of truth and conscious worth, at once has yielded to the evidence of sense, will have some understanding of what passed in the mind of Margaret of Burgundy. None could resist the frank, blue, unclouded eye of the prince, that voice and manner, replete with simplicity and native honour. He replied to the Duchess's questions briefly or otherwise, as appeared most pertinent, but in a way that vanquished the most sceptical person present. The warm-hearted Duchess had hardly contained herself from the moment she beheld this youthful image of her dead brother. As the tones of a remembered melody awakened from sweet and bitter association in unbidden tears, so did his voice, his gestures, the very waving of his glossy curls, strike the mute chords of many a forgotten memory. As soon as she saw belief and satisfaction in the countenances of those around her, she no longer restrained herself. With tears she embraced him. With a broken voice she presented her nephew to all around. Now to heap favours on him was her dear delight. She loved not the name of the Duke of York, because, his pretensions admitted, he was something more, but he objected firmly to the empty title of king, and reiterated his determination to assume that only at Westminster. So she invented other names. The Prince of England and the White Rose of England were those he went by. She appointed him a guard of 30 halberdiers in addition to that formed by his English followers. Nor did she rest here. It was her ardent wish to place him on the throne of his father. The glad welcome she gave to the Yorkists, as from far exile in distant lands, or obscure hiding in England they repaired to her nephew's court. Her discourse of succour, armies, plots, quickly raised a spirit that spread to the near island, and the rumour of this new white rose became a watchword of hope for York, of fear for Lancaster. The riches and magnificence of the now extinguished House of Burgundy almost equalled that of Paris. Their cavaliers were as noble and as gallant, their tournaments and feasts as gay and pompous. The prince felt his situation much changed for the better. His aunt's warm affection was more worth than Charles's politic and courteous protection. There he was an honoured visitor, here one of the family, his interests apparently bound up with theirs. His long-tried friends exulted in his position. Plantagenet and Lady Brampton congratulated each other. The English exiles, Sir George Neville and Sir John Taylor, the one proud and discontented, the other extravagant and poor, Bless the day which gave them dignity and station, as chief attendants and counsellors of the noble York. One friend he missed, his childhood's companion, his gentle nurse, his beloved Monina. She had accompanied Lady Brampton to Paris, when intelligence came of Trangmar's treachery, of the falsehood of his pretensions, and at the same time letters were covertly conveyed to Lady Brampton from the Dowager Queen, in which mention was made of this man as a trustworthy agent. The Yorkists desired much to fathom this mystery, and to have some explicit elucidation from the imprisoned Elizabeth. As they canvassed the various modes by which this might be accomplished, the disguises that might be assumed, Monina preferred an earnest prayer that she might be permitted to undertake the task. 1,000 circumstances rendered this desirable. She would be entirely unsuspected, and she was fully acquainted with the circumstances of the case. 3 days before Richard landed in France from Ireland, Monina crossed to England. She assumed a pilgrim's garb, and without danger or much difficulty, arrived at London from the sea-coast. The sudden apparition of Richard, first in Ireland and afterwards in Paris, was a stunning blow to Henry. No Trangmar arrived to explain the riddle, and in spite of his caution and his cruelty, he had been unable to avert the event he dreaded. Nothing could he do now better than to scoff at his rival, and to oppose his statements with counter-declarations, spreading around his spies to stop at its very outset any symptom of rebellion in England. He caused stricter watch than ever to be set on the unfortunate Elizabeth Woodville, who had been for 6 years the melancholy inmate of her convent prison. All necessity of caution there was soon to be at an end. Her health had long declined. Latterly she had wasted to a mere shadow, so that the continuance of life in her attenuated frame appeared a miracle. A feeling of suffocation prevented her from lying down. She sat propped by pillows, her fleshless hands incapable of any office, her cheeks fallen in, her eyes alone, last retreat of the spirit of life, gleamed brightly amid the human ruin. So long had she been thus, that her death, apparently so near, was hardly feared by those around. Henry almost considered her danger as a new artifice, and absolutely refused her last request, to be permitted to see her daughter and grandchildren once again. Her last hour approached, and none were near save the nuns of the convent, who almost revered her as a saint. There arrived at the monastery a pilgrim, with relics collected in Araby and Spain. She was admitted into the parlour, and one simple sister asked for some wonder-working relic that might give health to the dying. The pilgrim heard of Elizabeth's hopeless state. She begged to be admitted to her presence, that she might try the virtues of a precious balsam given her by the monks of Alcala la Real in Spain. Elizabeth was informed of her request. When last she had heard of her son, he was at Alcala. All the strength that had prolonged her life now roused itself. With earnestness she desired that the Spanish maiden might be admitted to her presence. It was Henry's express command that none should see her, but she was dying. His power, so soon to be at an end, might well slacken in its rigor at the very verge of its annihilation. The pilgrim knelt beside the Queen's couch. The nuns, commanded to retreat, observed a miracle. The dying appeared again to live. The grim spectre who had planted his banner in the chamber retreated for a moment as Elizabeth listened to Monina's whispered words. "Oh, for 1 hour more," she cried. "I have so much to say. He comes then! My son comes! Oh, rouse England with the tale! Sir William Stanley, you must visit him. Bid him not draw his sword against my Edward's son. Say to the Dean of St. Paul's— I feel faint," she continued. "My voice fails me. I must leave all unsaid, save this. His sister must not doubt his truth. Henry must not shed the blood of his wife's brother." "Madam," said Monina, "let me bear some token to my lady the Queen." "A token! No words can these weak fingers trace. Yet stay, in the missal there is a prayer which each day I address to heaven to preserve my son. Bear the missal to my Elizabeth, bid her listen to you, and believe." With trembling hands the young girl took the small but splendid volume. The Queen then dismissed her with a faintly spoken blessing and a prayer. Before night all was over. The cause of her son moved her no more. Her sorrowing heart reposed from every strife. She died. The vase replete with so much anguish was broken. The silver cord that bound together a whole life of pain loosened. Her existence had been woe. Her death was the dearest blessing she could receive from heaven. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 18 The Token. She was most beautiful to see, like a lady of a far country. Coleridge. While in attendance on the king at his palace of Sheen, the Lord Chamberlain Sir William Stanley was informed that a young and foreign lady requested an audience with him. Monina was ushered in. Her extraordinary beauty, her large, soft eyes, the fascinating sweetness of her manner, at once charmed the worthy gentleman. She spoke in good but accentuated English, and informed Sir William that she came from the deathbed of the Queen of England. "I know," said Stanley, "that her grace has long been ill, but—" "God take her to his mercy," interrupted Monina. "She died last night." "Is his majesty informed of this event?" Sir William asked. "It is not yet noon," replied the maiden. "By that hour the messengers from the convent will arrive. I have reasons for greater speed. I bear the royal lady's last words to her daughter, the Queen Elizabeth. You, my lord, will favour me by procuring an immediate interview with her majesty." Stanley knew the aversion the king had to any private intercourse between Elizabeth and her mother. He informed his visitor that she must first obtain the king's permission for this audience, which he did not believe would be granted. But Monina, without hesitation, declared that she would apply for it to the king, and requested the chamberlain to introduce her. Stanley, good-natured but timid, hesitated. She would not be denied. At last he hit upon an expedient. Henry had gone out hawking in the park. If she would place herself at the gate on his return, she might prefer her prayer. He would be near to ensure her being heard. Noontide was approached. The sport was over, and the royal party on their return. Henry rode foremost with Morton, while his retinue followed at a slower pace, conversing gaily about the birds, now and then hazarding a remark on the war, so oft delayed, at last declared. They were interrupted by the arrival of Sir William Stanley, who communicated to the king the tidings of the Dowager Queen's death. 6 long years had passed since the Battle of Stoke, and the commencement of Elizabeth Woodville's imprisonment. She was forgotten at court. Many there had never seen her. Few remembered her as the reigning Queen of England. Her history was almost like a romance of the olden time, yet forgotten during life, her death clouded the hilarity of those who heard it. Among those most affected by these tidings, as was natural, was her son, the Marquis of Dorset. He hastily rode up to receive from Stanley's own lips confirmation of the news. Feeling that of late he had almost forgotten and wholly neglected his mother, a sudden visitation of remorse was blended with the grief that choked his voice and blinded his eyes with tears. Henry, who was attached to him, viewed with pity the bitter regret of his gay, unheeding kinsman, and bade him, ere ruder tongues proclaimed it, bear the melancholy tidings to his royal sister. Dorset, gladly escaping from the throng, rode swiftly forward. Meanwhile the order of the ride was disturbed. The nobles conversed earnestly together. After a few questions, Henry remained lost in thought, eager perhaps to know whether her secret had died with her, and viewing in her demise one master testimony the less in favor of his young competitor. Stanley awaited with some inquietude for the moment when they should encounter Monina. They passed the park gate. She was not there. Henry pursued his way and entered the palace. Still she did not appear. Lord Dorset had ridden on with the speed of a man who seeks to escape from himself. Death has more power in its mere sound than the enchanting touch of a wizard's rod. She was dead. How awful was that word! The unfailing friend, his mother. All his remissness towards her took a monstrous form. He felt that if he had wearied Henry with prayers, he might have extorted some mitigation of her suffering, and it would have consoled her in her solitude to have received the balmy medicine of filial tenderness, which he had neglected to pay. At that moment he would have given his marquisate to a beggar to have purchased the memory of one action done to soothe her woeful end. The pomp of a funeral, masses for her soul, these were small compensations, which her arch-enemy, even Henry himself, could and probably would concede. The voice of affection, the duteous affection of a child, he only could have afforded, and he had withheld it. Monina stood at the park gate, attended by her Spanish domestic, whose singular costume alone must attract regard. "What do you here, maiden?" cried Dorset. "The king and his court will speedily pass this way. This is no fitting place for you." "I am here," she replied, "to see and speak to your king. I come to prefer a request in the name of one whom God take to his place. She can disturb him no more. You are from Bermondsey, from—" The words choked Dorset. Monina continued, "I come from the deathbed of the Lady Elizabeth of England." "What demand would you make on his majesty?" said the Marquis. "Do you seek a guerdon for your pains? Speak, then, to me. I am her son." He was about to draw forth his purse, but her look, which grew animated, prevented him, as she said, "I come on a holy errand. The dying lady commanded me to convey her last words to her royal daughter. I seek permission from your king to fulfill her wish." Dorset was thoughtless and eager. He saw no objection that Henry could have that his sister should have the last message from her now dead parent, so without hesitation he told the maiden that by Henry's permission he was now about to communicate the sad intelligence to the Queen, and that she might accompany him. It is thus by small invisible threads that fate weaves the intricate web of our lives, all hung by the slenderest tissue. Had Monina seen Henry, most assuredly he would have prevented the interview she sought, and have used his utmost craft to discover whether the fatal secret made a part of the Queen's message. Now his sagacity, his caution, his severity were of no avail. Monina stood in the presence of his wife. 6 years had considerably altered Elizabeth. Habitual fear had engendered a moral timidity, which was not natural to her, for she was the daughter of a proud race. Her sweetness, her affectionate disposition still remained, but her soul was sad and she looked pale and inanimate. The news of her mother's death moved her to tears. One expression of bitter regret burst from her lips. It was mingled with blame of her consort, and she checked herself, while she wept still more abundantly. Dorset felt uneasy at the sight of female tears. He longed to escape. Monina's request for a private interview came to liberate him. He presented her to his sister and hurried away. Elizabeth eagerly asked many questions concerning her mother's dying moments. The Spanish maiden, wondering at her own success, fearful of interruption, presented the missal, and then hastened to declare the motive for which it was sent. She opened the jeweled clasps, and showed the Queen the prayer written in her mother's hand on a blank leaf of the brilliantly illuminated pages. Rapidly the enthusiastic girl detailed the escape, the exile of the Duke of York, while Elizabeth, not daring to believe her own senses, astounded, terrified, looked with large open eyes on the animated countenance of her lovely visitant. Before Monina paused, or gave time for an answer, they were interrupted by the entrance of Sir William Stanley. He started when he saw Monina, nor did the confused look of his queen as she hastily closed the fatal volume tend to reassure him. He came to announce a visit from Henry to Elizabeth. Frightened at what he saw, he hardly permitted a slight interchange of greeting, but hurried Monina away through a door hid by the tapestry, down a narrow staircase into a garden, and then by a small gate that opened on a court. In this court was placed the entrance to the apartments of the pages and esquires of the king. Stanley unlocked the gate cautiously, hesitating before he permitted his fair companion to pass on, in the fear that some mischievous boy or prying servitor might be there to wonder at and question, wherefore he led the maiden from the Queen's garden through a door, sacred and never opened, into the resort of wild and dissolute youth. As he unclosed the wicket at its very entrance, standing so that in spite of every caution, a full view of Monina was at once afforded, stood a young man whose countenance bespoke him to be ever on the alert for gamesome tricks or worse mischief. His first aspect was that of recklessness, his second spoke of baser habits, and athwart both broke gleams, now of better feelings, now of desperate passion. He had heard the rusty bolts move and perceived the slow opening of the door. Knowing how sacred was the respect enforced towards this ingress to the Queen's retirement, he stood close to discover and shame any intruder. "In good season, my Lord Chamberlain," he at first exclaimed, vexed to find no cause for taunt, till perceiving his fair companion, the expression of his countenance changed to irony as he cried, "Whither so fast and fearfully, my good lord? Does her grace deal in contraband, and art thou the huckster?" "As ill luck will have it, wild Robin Clifford," cried Stanley angrily. "Nay, we are brothers in wildness now, fair sir," retorted the other, "and I claim my part here." Clifford approached Monina, but Stanley interposed. "Waste your ribaldry on me, good knight, but spare this child. Let us pass in all speed, I pray you." Monina drew back, but Clifford followed. "Child! In good hour she is young, and but that burning suns have made her cheek tawny I might call her fair. She is well worth your pains, and I praise them. Sweet mistress, I am beholden to my Lord Chamberlain for making us friends." He was running on thus, but Monina, collecting her spirits, raised her large eyes on him. His name had caught her ear. She remembered partly having seen him on the night of their flight from Tourney, and frequent mention had subsequently been made of him by the cousins. She began, "Sir Robert Clifford, I know you will not harm me." "Thanks for that knowledge, pretty one," cried the youth. "Old greybeards only with frozen hearts, pardon me, Sir William, could injure thee. Thou art sure of good from tall fellows, though in troth tall I am not, like me." Sir William writhed with impatience. Again and again he would have interrupted the intruder. Monina replied, "We have met before. When you served him, I now serve. I speak in his name. For the sake of Perkin Warbeck, detain me no longer. Noble sir, I attend you. Sir Clifford yields respect to the words I have spoken." "They are strange indeed, maiden," he replied, "and I must hear more of this. We have met before, I now believe, and we must meet again. Meanwhile I will keep off bird-catchers till you and his reverence get clear of these limed twigs. Ah, I see a gallant. I will go draw William Daubeny aside while you pass forth." And now again Sir William proceeded on his expedition, and conducted his gentle companion beyond the precincts of the palace. As they parted one from the other, Monina, in a brief, energetic manner, delivered the message of the departed queen to the good chamberlain. He was more disconcerted than surprised, and the reflection that Clifford was a party to the secret added to his consternation. He felt how far he was compromised by the introduction of Monina to the young queen. Fear for a while palsied his better feelings. He replied only by entreating her not to remain longer in London, but to embark in all haste for France. He then quitted her, yet again came back to ask where she sojourned in town, and turned away a second time as if to escape from his better self, and from the interest he felt in King Edward's son, which impelled him to ask 1,000 questions. He returned to the courtyard of the palace and found Clifford pacing its length in deep thought. Monina's words had awakened 1,000 ideas in his unquiet bosom. Since the event to which she referred, when he delivered Richard from Frion's hands, he had run a headlong, ruinous course. No character can be wholly evil, and Clifford's was not destitute of good, though overgrown and choked up by weedy vices, so that his better nature too often served but as a spur and incentive to folly and crime. He was generous, but that led to rapacity, since, unable to deny himself or others, if he despoiled himself one day, on the next he engaged in the most desperate enterprises to refill the void. He was bold, that made him fearless in doing wrong, and to drown the gentle spirit of humanity, which, too often for his own peace, sprung up in his heart, he hardened himself in selfishness. Then, as his sensitive, undisciplined nature received new impressions, he was cowardly, cruel, and remorseless. He had never forgotten the princely boy he had saved. He turned to that recollection as to one of the few oases of virtue in the far-extended desert of ill, over which, in hours of satiety or despondency, his sickening memory wandered. Indeed, he was yet too young to be decidedly vicious, for at 21, 1,000 mere human impulses, unrepressed by worldly wisdom, occasioned sallies of kindly sympathy. The worst was, that Clifford was a ruined man. His fortunes were not, his reputation shaken on its base. He veiled, by an appearance of hilarity and recklessness, the real despair that gnawed at his heart when he considered all that he might have been, the worse than nothing that he was. Hitherto he had, to a great degree, blinded the world, and he longed for some adventure, some commotion, either public or private, that should refill his emptied money-bags and paint him fair in men's eyes. All these considerations mingled incongruously to make him wish to know more of the outcast duke. He awaited the return of Stanley. He learned the name of the Spanish girl. As they spoke, both became aware that the other possessed a secret each dreaded to avow. Clifford first dashed through the flimsy barrier of useless discretion, and related his adventure at Lisle. Meantime Sir William broke forth in lamentation that young Richard should have been induced to quit the security of private life, to enter on an unequal and bloody contest, which could only end in destruction to himself and his partisans, while England would again be made the tomb of the Irish. The landing of Richard at Cork was all that was then known, whom he might allure from their woods and bogs to ravage the more gifted sister isle. A new light was let in on Clifford at these words. Was the game already playing, the box shaken, the die about to fall? This required his attention, and determined his half-formed purpose of visiting, that same night, the daughter of DeFaro. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 19. Clifford's Resolve. His father was a right good lord, his mother a lady of high degree, but they, alas, were dead him frae, and he loved keeping company, to spend the day with merry cheer, to drink and revel every night, to card and dice from eve to morn. It was, I ween, his heart's delight. The Heir of Lynn. It had been Monina's design to return to the protection of Lady Brampton immediately on the fulfilment of her task in England. The appearance of Clifford suggested other ideas. It was the duty of every friend of York to declare his existence, and claim the allegiance of his subjects. It might seem a hopeless enterprise for her, a young foreign girl, to do this in the heart of the usurper's power, and yet she fancied that she might attempt it with success. The most distant prospect of serving her beloved friend was hailed by her with romantic ardor, while the knowledge possessed by Stanley and Clifford promised to render her undertaking less nugatory in its effects. Her purpose was quickly formed. She resolved to postpone her departure, and to busy herself in replanting, in Tudor's own city of London, the uprooted rosebush, parent of the spotless flower. None but a woman's fond, enthusiastic heart can tell the glow of joy, the thrilling gladness, that diffused itself through her frame, as this plain spread itself, clear as a map, beautiful as a champagne country, viewed from some overtopping mountain peak, to her keen mind's eye. She rode to London occupied by these thoughts, and on her arrival, announced to the merchant friend at whose house she resided her intention of remaining in England. The vessel that was on the morrow to have conveyed her away would bear instead a letter to Lady Brampton, explanatory of her hopes and intentions. That very night, in the seclusion of her chamber, she robbed some hours from sleep to write it. Her enthusiasm animated her expressions. Her cheeks glowed as she wrote, for she spoke of services she might render to him who was the idol of her thoughts, though with his idea she consciously mingled no feeling save that of devoted friendship and an intense desire to benefit. The weariness of spirit that oppressed her in his absence she did not attribute to him. Thus intently occupied, she was unaware of a parley in the room beneath growing into a loud contention, till steps upon the stairs recalled her wandering thoughts. She looked up from her task, but her gaze of inquiry was changed to an expression of heartfelt pleasure when Sir Robert Clifford entered the apartment. Here, then, her enterprise was commenced. There was something that did not quite please her in the manners of her visitant, but this was secondary to the great good she might achieve through him. Her eyes danced in their own joy as she cried, "Welcome, gallant gentlemen! You are here to my wish. You come to learn how best you may prove your allegiance to your rightful sovereign, your zeal in his cause." These words grated somewhat on the ear of a man who had hitherto worn the red rose in his cap, and whose ancestors had died for Lancaster. He did not, therefore, reply in the spirit of her wish when he said, "We will not quarrel, pretty one, about names. Sooth is it that I came to learn tidings of my princely gossip, and I am right glad that fortune makes thee the tale-bearer. Prolong as thou wilt, I shall never cry hold while my eyes serve to make true harmony to the sound of your sweet voice." Much more he said in the same strain of gallantry as he placed himself beside the maiden, with the air of one whose soft speeches ever found ready hearing. Monina drew back, replying gently, "I am the partisan, the vowed conspirator for a cause whose adherents walk as over the thread-broad ridge spanning an unfathomable gulf, which I have heard spoken of by the Moors in my own Granada. I beseech you, as you are a gentleman, reserve your fair speeches for the fortunate ladies of your native land. I will be a beacon light to guide you, a clue for your use through a maze, a landmark to point your way. Meanwhile, forget me as I am, let me be a voice only." "As soon forget sunshine or moonshine, or the chance of play when the dice-box rattles," thought Clifford, as she clasped her little fingers in the fervor of her wish, and raised him on her soft, full eyes. But though he gazed with unrepressed admiration, he said nothing as she told the story of Duke Richard's Spanish adventures, and last of the attempt in Ireland and the embassy sent to him by King Charles. How eloquently and well she told his tale, speaking of him with unfeigned admiration, nothing disguising her zealous devotion. "Sir Clifford," she continued, "you are his friend, His cause will sanctify your sword. It will call you from the paltry arts of peace to the nobler deeds of chivalry. It will give you grace in the eyes of her you love, defending and asserting your king." She paused, breathless from her own agitation. She looked up into his thoughtful face and placed her hands on his. The soft touch awoke him from a reverie in which he had lost himself. "Maiden," he replied, "you plead your cause even too well. You have cast a spell upon me, so that at this moment I would readily swear to perform your bidding, but that when I do not see your witch's eyes, nor hear your magic voice, another wind may blow me right to the other side. Do not call this courtly gallantry. Would by St. Cupid that it were, for I am not pleased to behold my sage self fined down into a woman's tool, nor is it love. Thor's hammer could not knock a splinter from my hard heart, nor the Spanish sun thaw its sevenfold coat of ice. I never have loved. I never shall. But there is some strange sorcery about you. When I next see you, I will draw a circle round, knock my head 3 times on the eastern floor, and call out Aroint! This twinkling light, too, and darkling hour. I must away. Sunshine shall, when we next meet, protect me from your incantations. Will you trust yourself? At tomorrow's noon a servitor of mine shall await you at the gate of St. Paul's. Dare you commit yourself to one in the devil's pay?" All this incoherent talk was spoken at intervals. He rose, sat down, stood over her as she patiently let him run his tether's length. His last words were said in an insinuating, and, as well as he could command, a soft voice, as he pressed her hand in his. She crossed herself as she replied, "Our Lady and my cause shall protect me, while I adventure life fearlessly for its sake. Adieu till then, Sir Knight. The saints guard you, and give you better thoughts." The cavalier proceeded homewards, considering deeply the part he was to act. He thought of what he might gain or lose by siding with the Duke, and he was angry to find that the image of Monina presented itself even more vividly than his ambitious dreams. "God assoil me," thought he. "I will repeat a paternoster backwards, and so unsay her sorceries. She has persuaded me, even as my own soul did before, that the best mode to mend my broken fortunes, and better still to regild my fated escutcheon, is to join Duke Richard. Yet after all, this may be mere magic. For once I will act in a wise man's part, and seek old Greybeard, my Lord Fitzwater." Lord Fitzwater endured impatiently the harsh countenance Henry bore to him, ever since he had permitted his young rival to escape. Some question of right and law, which implicated a large portion of his possessions, had, as he believed, been unjustly decided against him through the interposition of the king, who on every occasion sought to mortify and injure the old man. He lived as the disgraced and impoverished servants of a court are wont to live, neglected and forgotten. He had no family. He loved Robert Clifford better than any other in the world, and he, when suffering from disappointment or loss, when his own pain reminded him of that of others, sought his ancient friend, too seldom to please him with a show of reverence, often enough to keep alive his affection. If it were good for him to aid in the replanting of the White Rose, so also were it well that Lord Fitzwater joined the same party. He talked even to himself of asking his experienced friend's advice. He really meant to endeavour to seduce him into a companionship in the projected rebellion against Henry Tudor. In this spirit he paid his visit. Nearly 3 months had elapsed since his preceding one. The noble received him coldly, so at once, to break through the ceremony that fettered their discourse, he cried, "I hear from soft Sir William Stanley that his Majesty has again said that he will find a way to thank you for a service you rendered him some 6 years ago." "I have long had knowledge of his Grace's good memory on that point," answered his lordship angrily, "and yours, methinks, might remind you of the part you played. By St. Thomas, Robin, I believe you saw further in the game than I. But what makes the king harp on this outworn tale?" "Few know. We may guess. Have you not heard him tell of a new king of kerns and gallow-glasses? A phantom duke, whose duchy lies without the English Pale in Ireland? A ghost, whose very name makes the king's knees knock together as he sits on the throne? This ruffler, who calls himself son of Edward IV, the Prince Richard of York, escaped from the Tower, bears a strange resemblance to the hero of Lisle, Perkin Warbeck." "Would, by St. George, he were the same!" exclaimed the noble. "My dagger should sever the entwined roses, our armed heels tread to dust the cankered red blossom." "You speak treason, my lord," said Clifford, "but you speak to a friend. Let us talk more calmly. I, the playmate of the imprisoned prince, Know that he, Perkin Warbeck, and the Irish hero are the same. This I can prove. So much for the justice of our cause. As to the expediency, we, my good lord, are styled Lancastrians, but our meed therefore is small. Tudor is a niggard king. Plantagenet, a young and generous adventurer. What shall we say? Shall Fitzwater and Clifford place the sacred diadem on this boy's head, and become chiefs in the land where they now pine obscurely? Lord Fitzwater fastened his keen eyes on his companion, while his hand involuntarily grasped his dagger's hilt. "I am not an old man," he cried. 57 winters have shed no snows upon my head. I remember when at Tewkesbury I smote an iron-capped yeoman who raised his battle-axe against our young Edward, and clove the villain to the throat. I can wield the same weapon, do the same deed now, and I am thrown like a rusty sword among old armor, refused permission to lead my followers to Calais. War in France! It will never be. The word is grown obsolete in England. Ambassadors thrive instead of valiant captains, crafty penmanship in lieu of straightforward blows. Art sure, Robin, that this youth is King Edward's son? This was the first step Clifford took, and the eagerness of Fitzwater quickly impelled him to spread wider the narrow circle of conspirators. The intelligence, meanwhile, that the King of France had received in Paris, with meet honour, a Yorkist pretender to the crown, burst at once over England, spreading wonder and alarm. Some few despised the pretensions of the youth. The greater number gave to them full and zealous credence. Many, dreading Henry's sagacity and harshness, recoiled from every thought rebellious to him. Others hailed with joy the appearance of a rival who would shake his throne, and hold forth hope of disturbance and change. As yet this was talk merely. Nay, there was more thought than spoken. Men expected that some other would make the first move, which would put in play the menacing forces mustered on either side. Monina saw with joy the work well begun. She remembered the Queen's injunction to seek the Dean of St. Paul's. In acquiring him, many reverent and powerful partisans were secured. Her presence added to the interest which the mere name of Richard of York excited. Many who disbelieved his tale were eager to behold his lovely advocate. They listened to her siren eloquence, and ranged themselves on her side. Clifford watched jealously the influence she acquired. When he first saw her, she had been an untaught girl in comparison with the graceful, self-possessed being who now moved among them. One feeling in her heart separated her indeed from the crowd, but this was veiled even to herself, and she appeared courteous, benign to all. Clifford often flattered himself that when she spoke to him, her expressions were more significant, her voice sweeter. He did not love. No, his heart could not entertain the effeminate devotion. But if she loved him, could saints in heaven reap higher glory? Prompted by vanity, and by an unavowed impulse, he watched, hung over her, fed upon her words, and felt that in pleasing her he was for the present repaid for the zeal he manifested for the Duke, her friend. Strange he never suspected that she was animated towards the prince by a deeper feeling. They had lived like near relations from their childhood. That were sufficient to raise the flame that shed so bright a light over her soul. That he was a prince, and she the daughter of a Spanish mariner, forbade their union, and he paid the just tribute to innocent youth, in not judging of its upright purity by the distorted reflection his depraved heart presented, whenever he dared turn his eyes inward. Foundation was thus laid in England for a momentous combination. Intelligence from the continent was gathered with keen interest. Early in December, the army of Henry recrossed the Channel. They brought word of the favour and esteem Richard enjoyed at the French court, of the zeal of the exiled Yorkists, of their satisfied assurance of his truth. Next was spread abroad the news of his reception by the Dowager Duchess of Burgundy, and the brilliant figure he made at Brussels. What step would be taken next to advance his cause? This was a fearful question for the actual King of England. He redoubled his artful policy while he wore a mask of mere indifference. The Yorkists, not yet considerable enough to act openly or even covertly to combine for any great attempt, felt fresh bonds thrown over, new and vexatious tyrannies in exercise against them. This served to unite and animate their chiefs. They each and all resolved that when fit opportunity armed their prince, their swords should at the same moment leap from the scabbards, darkly to be dyed ere resheathed, or struck useless from their lifeless hands. The days of St. Albans and Tewkesbury passed in all their grim conclusions before their eyes. But the event was worth the risk. Defeated, they lost nothing. Victorious, they exchanged a narrow-hearted, suspicious, exacting tyrant for a chivalrous and munificent sovereign, Henry Tudor, the abhorred Lancastrian, for the grandson of York, the lineal heir of Edward III, the true representative of the kings of the glorious and long line of the Plantagenets. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 20. The Conspiracy. Like one lost in a thorny wood that rents the thorns and is rent with the thorns, seeking a way and straying from the way, not knowing how to find the open air, but toiling desperately to find it out. Shakespeare. In the days of our earlier history, our commerce led us to have more intercourse with Flanders than with France. That which journeyed slowly and doubtfully from Paris came in all the heat of a first impression from the Low Countries. A train had been laid before, which now took light and blazed through the kingdom. The Duchess of Burgundy's reception of the Duke of York, the honours rendered him at her court, the glad gathering together of the fugitive English, gave pledge of his truth, and promise of glorious results. Sedition began to spring up in England on every side, even as after a mild rain in the birth of the year, a black ploughed field is suddenly verdant with the young blades of wheat. All who had since the battles of Bosworth and of Stoke lived in seclusion or fear, all who from whatever reason had taken sanctuary, men of ruined fortunes who desired to escape bondage, came singly or in small companies to the coast, embarked for the continent, and hastened to the court of the Dowager of Burgundy. All discontented men who felt themselves looked coldly on by Tudor, to whom they had yielded the throne of their native land. Many whom it grieved and vexed to see the world stagnate in changeless peace, desirous of novelty, and glad of any pretense that called them into activity, dashed headlong into revolt. Nor were there few, chiefly indeed among the nobility, who had lamented the fall of the House of York, and hailed gladly this promise of its resuscitation. The common adventurers and soldiers of fortune acted on their single separate resolves. The noble adherents of the White Rose drew together, that there might be plan and strength in their schemes. They were cautious, for their enemy was crafty and powerful. They were resolute, for they hated him. Out far in the low flats bordering the River Lee, there stood in a marshy hollow a straggling village, now effaced from the landscape. At its extremity was a solid but gloomy square brick house, surrounded by a moat which the low watery soil easily filled even to overflow, and the superfluity was received in a deep stagnant pool at the back of the mansion. The damp atmosphere had darkened the structure, and thrown a mantle of green moss and speckled lichen over the bricks. Its fantastically carved and heavy portal yawned like a black cavern's mouth, and added to the singularly desolate appearance of the mansion. The village was but half inhabited, and looked as struck by poverty and discomfort. The house belonged to the Clifford family. It had been built, it was said, in Henry V's time, when Sir Roger Clifford, a stern old man, following his sovereign to the wars, shut up here his beautiful young wife, so to ensure her fidelity during his absence. Among her peers and gentle companions, the Lady Clifford had doubtless been true to the bond that linked her to her lord. But alone in this solitary mansion, surrounded by ill-natured peasants, pining for her father's pleasant halls and her girlish enjoyments, no wonder that she found her state intolerable. Age and jealousy are ill mates for youth and sprightliness, and suspicion easily begets that which it abhors even to imagine. One who had loved her in her virgin days introduced himself into her suite. The brief months of stolen happiness passed by, and the green stagnant pool was, they said, the cold sepulchre of the betrayed lovers. Since then, during the wars of York and Lancaster, this house had been the resort of Clifford's followers. And when the White Rose became supreme, that alone of the family's possessions had not been forfeited to the crown. It was the last relic of Sir Robert's fortunes. His few tenantry, hard pressed for rent to satisfy his necessities, had deserted their abodes. The green acres had passed into other hands. A band of poor cotters alone remained, and this old house haunted by the ghosts of those who slept beneath the waveless pool, dilapidated, disfurnished. Yet here the wild knight had held lawless carousals. Hither he sometimes fled to hide after some ruinous loss, or when he was pursued by those who sought to avenge insults committed during drunken brawls. Now it would seem some orgy was meditated. Liveried servants, 1 or 2 only bearing Clifford's coat, the rest wearing different badges as belonging to different masters, had arrived during the previous day. Some of the ruined huts were pulled down to supply firewood, and the old chimneys sent out volumes of smoke. Various carts, laden with some eatables, fat bucks, young calves, pheasants, hares, and partridges, piles of bread, 7 hooped casks of wine, were unladen in the mildew-stained hall. Other carts followed the first, bearing bedding, apparel, furniture, and it was whispered by the idling villagers, arms. Several apartments were strewed thick with rushes, and the blazing fires, in spite of the tattered plaster and stained ceilings, imparted cheerfulness to the rooms. There was need of internal warmth. A thick snowstorm fell, sheeting the low fields, which, uninterspersed by trees, now looked doubly wild and drear. The waters of the moat and pool were frozen. A sharp north wind whistled round the house. For the first time for many years its poor dependents were cheered during the severe season by the crumbs, or rather, large portions of superfluous food from the mansion of their landlord. The first guest that arrived came in a close litter, attended by a Moorish servant, and Clifford himself on horseback. Monina had forgotten her Flemish home, bright Andalusia, its orange groves, myrtle and geranium hedges, the evergreen forests which embowered Alcala, and the fertile, laughing Vega of Granada, formed her image of such portions of fair earth as, unencumbered by houses, afforded on its green and various surface sustenance to its inhabitants. She shivered before the northern blast, and gazed appalled on the white plain where the drifting snow shifted in whole showers as the wind passed over it. The looks of the people, sallow, ill-clothed, and stupid, made her turn from contemplating them, as she yet answered the contemptuous and plaintive remarks of her Spanish attendant in a cheerful, deprecating voice. For 2 successive days other guests continued to arrive. They were chiefly men of note, yet came attended by few domestics. There was Lord Fitzwater, dissatisfied at the part of rebel he was forced, he thought, to play, and on that account he was louder than any against King Henry. Sir Simon Montford was a Yorkist of the days of Edward IV. He personally hated Richmond, and looked on Richard's as a sacred cause. Sir Thomas Thwaites had been a friend of the Earl of Rivers, and gladly seized this occasion to avenge his death, attributable to the dastardly policy of Henry. William Daubeny was attached to the Earl of Warwick, and entered warmly into projects whose success crowned his freedom. Sir Robert Ratcliffe, cousin of Lord Fitzwater, had lived in poor disguise since the Battle of Stoke, and gladly threw off his peasant's attire to act the soldier again in a new War of the Roses. Sir Richard Lessey had been chaplain to the household of Edward IV. Sir William Worsley, Dean of St. Paul's, was a rare instance of gratitude outliving the period of receiving benefits. He had been a creature, and was a sincere mourner of the late Queen. Many others, clergy and laity, entered the plot. 1,000 different motives impelled them to one line of conduct, and brought them to Clifford's moated house to conspire the overthrow of Tudor in the exaltation of the Duke of York to the throne. One only person invited to this assembly failed, Sir William Stanley. Each voice was loud against his tergiversation, and Clifford's whispered sarcasm cut deeper than all. The debates and consultations lasted 3 days. After infinite confusion and uncertainty, the deliberations brought forth conclusions that were resolved upon unanimously. First, the house they then occupied and the village was to be a repository for arms, a rendezvous for the recruits of the cause. The conspirators levied a tax on themselves and collected some £1,000 to be remitted to the prince. They regulated a system whose object was to reawaken party spirit in England, and to quicken into speedy growth the seeds of discontent and sedition, which Henry's avarice and extortion had sown throughout the land. Those who possessed estates and followers were to organize troops. At last they deputed 2 of their number to go over to the Duchess of Burgundy, and to carry their offers of service to her royal nephew. The 2 selected for this purpose were, first, Sir Robert Clifford, who had known the Duke formerly, and who, it was supposed, would be peculiarly welcome to him, and secondly, Master William Barley, a man advanced in years. He had combated in nearly all the 12 pitched and sanguinary battles that were fought between York and Lancaster. He had been a boy servitor to the old Duke of York, a yeoman of Edward's guard, a halberdier in Richard III's time. He had been left for dead on the field of Bosworth, but came to life again to appear at the Battle of Stoke. He had risen in the world, and was a man of substance and reputation. He was not noble, but he was rich, zealous, and honest. The meeting lasted 3 days and then gradually dispersed. All had gone well. An assembly whose individuals were noble, wealthy, or influential, united to acknowledge Richard as their liege. Foreign potentates declared for him, and hope was high in every bosom at all these forerunners of success. Monina's enthusiastic heart beat with ecstasy. Young, the innocent child of unsophisticated impulse, her gladness showed itself in wild spirits and unconstrained expressions of exultation. She and Clifford returned to London together, for he contrived tacitly and unsuspected by her to install himself as her habitual escort. Happy in expectation of her beloved friend's success, she talked without reserve, and the genius which was her soul's essence gave power and fascination to everything she said. She spoke of Spain, of Richard's adventures there, of her father and his voyages. The name of Columbus was mentioned, and the New World, source of wondrous conjecture. They spoke of the desolate waste of waters that hems in the stable earth, of the golden isles beyond. To all these subjects Monina brought vivid imagery and bright painting, creations of her own quick fancy. Clifford had never before held such discourse. In hours of sickness or distaste, at moments of wild exhilaration, when careering on a high-mettled horse beneath the stars of night, fanned by a strong but balmy wind, he had conceived ideas allied to the lofty aspirations of our nature, but he cast them off as dreams, unworthy of a wise man's attention. The melodious voice of Monina, attuned by the divine impulses of her spirit, as the harp of the winds by celestial breezes, raised a commotion in his mind, such as a prophetess of Delphi felt when the oracular vapor rose up to fill her with sacred fury. A word, a single word, was a potent northern blast to dash aside the mist, and to re-apparel the world in its, to him, naked, barren truth. So fervently and so sweetly did she speak of Richard, that Clifford's burning heart was in a moment alight with jealousy, and the love he despised and thought he mastered became his tyrant when it allied itself to his evil passions. He looked angry. He spoke sharply. Monina was astonished, but his libelous insinuations fell innocuous on her pure mind. She only felt that she feared him, half disliked him, and trembling and laughing as she spoke, said, "Well, well, I care not for your angry mood. You are going soon. Ere you return, our prince will, by his own bright example, have taught you better things. Learn from him diligently, Sir Knight, for he is all courtesy and nobleness." Clifford laughed bitterly, and a base resolve of lowering the high-hearted York to his own degrading level arose in his breast. It was all chaos there as yet, but the element, which so lately yielded to a regular master-wind of ambition, was tossed in wild and hideous waves by, we will not call the passion love, by jealousy, envy, and growing hate. Short interval was allowed for the gathering of the storm. He was soon called upon to fulfill his commission, and to accompany Master William Barley on their important embassy to Brussels. The scene here presented operated a considerable change on these personages. Arriving from England, where the name of the White Rose was whispered, and every act in his favour was hid in the darkness of skulking conspiracy, to his court at Brussels, where noble followers clustered round him, and the Duchess, with a woman's tact and a woman's zeal, studied how best to give importance and splendour to his person and pretensions. The spirit of the Yorkist party, in spite of her natural mildness, still glowed in the bosom of this daughter of Henry VI's unhappy rival, the child of disaster, and bride of frantic turbulence. Opposed to the remorseless Louis XI, struggling with the contentious insolence of the free towns of Flanders, war appeared to her the natural destiny of man, and she yielded to its necessity, while her gentle heart sorrowed over the misery which it occasioned. She first received Clifford and Barley, and with the winning grace of a sovereign, solicited for her nephew their affection and support. Then she presented them to him. This was the fair-haired, blue-eyed boy whom Clifford saved, the gentle, noble-looking being, whose simplicity awed him, whose bright smile said, "I reign over every heart." The knight shrunk into himself. How had he dyed his soul in a worldliness, which painted his countenance in far other colours? He was not deficient in grace. His dark grey eyes, veiled by long lashes, were in themselves exceedingly handsome. The variableness of his face, traced with many unseasonable lines, yet gave him the power of assuming a pleasing expression, and his person, though diminutive, was eminently elegant, while his self-possession and easy address covered a multitude of faults. Now his first resolve was to insinuate himself into Richard's affections, to become a favourite and consequently to lead him blindly on the path he desired he should tread. The prince's spirits were high. His soul exulted in the attachment of others, in the gratitude that animated him. Until Clifford's arrival, Edmund was for the time in England. Sir George Neville, among his new friends, held the first place. He was proud and reserved, but his aristocracy was so blended with honour, his reserve with perfect attention and deference to the feeling of others, that it was impossible not to esteem him and find pleasure in his society. Clifford and Neville made harsh discord together. Richard, inexperienced in the world, sought to harmonize that which never could accord. Neville drew back, and Clifford's good humour and apparent forbearance made him appear to advantage. At this period, ambassadors from Henry arrived at Brussels. They had been expected, and as a measure of precaution, Richard left that place before their arrival and took up his temporary abode at Oudenarde, a town which made part of the dowry of the Duchess Margaret. All the English, save Lady Brampton, attended him to his retreat. The ambassadors, in their audience with the Archduke, demanded the expulsion of Richard from the Low Countries, taunting the Duchess with her support of the notorious impostor Lambert Simnel, and speaking of the Duke of York as a fresh puppet of her own making. They received the concise reply that the gentleman she recognized as her nephew inhabited the territory of her dowry, of which she was sovereign, and over which the Archduke had no jurisdiction. However, that no disturbance might occur in their commercial relations, which would have roused all Flanders to rebellion, Maximilian was obliged to temporize and to promise to afford no aid to the illustrious exile. Their audience accomplished, the ambassadors had only to return. They remained but one night at Brussels. On this night, Sir Edward Poynings and Dr. Wadham, who fulfilled this mission, were seated over a cup of spiced wine, in discourse concerning these strange events, the Lady Margaret's majestic demeanour, and the strangeness of her supporting this young man, if indeed he were an impostor, when a cavalier, whose soiled dress and heated appearance bespoke fatigue and haste, entered the room. It was Sir Robert Clifford. They received him as liege subjects may receive a traitor, with darkened brows and serious looks. Clifford addressed them in his usual careless style. "St. Thomas Shield be my masters, can you not afford one benison to your gossip? Good Sir Edward, we have ruffled together, when we both wore white and red in our caps. And does the loss of a blood-stained rag degrade me from your friendship?" The bitter accusations of the knight and the doctor's sarcasms which were urged in reply awoke a haughty smile. "Oh yes," he cried, "ye are true men, faithful liege subjects. I, an inheritance of the block, already marked for quartering because I am for the weak right, you for the strong might. Right, I say, start not. The Mother of God be my witness. Duke Richard, is lord of us all, true son of the true king, Ned of the White Rose, whom you swore to protect, cherish, and exalt. You, yes, even you, Sir Knight. Where is now your oath, cast from heaven to pave the hell where you will reap the meed of your lying treachery?" Clifford, always insolent, was doubly so now that he felt accused of crimes of which he did not deem himself guilty, but which would, so an obscure presentiment told him, hereafter stain his soul. Dr. Wadham interposed before Poynings' rising indignation. "Wherefore come you here, Sir Robert?" he asked. "Though we are envoys of the king you have betrayed, we may claim respect. Sir Edward as a gentleman and a cavalier, I as an humble servitor of the Lord Jesus, in whose name I command you not to provoke to a bloody deed the messengers of peace." "Cease to taunt me with a traitor's name," replied Sir Robert, "and I will chafe no further the kindling blood of my sometime friend. Let us rather leave all idle recrimination. I came hither to learn how wagged the world in London town, and, as a piece of secret intelligence, to assure you that you wrongfully brand this stripling for an impostor. Be he sovereign of our land or not, be it right or wrong to side with York against Lancaster, York he is, the son of Edward and Elizabeth, so never fail me my good sword or my ready wits." The best of us are inclined to curiosity. A little fearful of each other, the ambassadors exchanged looks, to know whether either would accuse the other of treachery if they heard further. "Good sir," said the doctor gravely, "methinks we do our liege service in listening to this gentleman. We can the better report to his majesty on what grounds the diabolic machination is founded." So, over another goblet, Clifford sat telling them how Richard had long lived as Perkin Warbeck in the neighbourhood of Tourney, under the guardianship of Madeleine de Ferrot, and he recounted the history of his escape from the hands of Frion. Dr. Wadham carefully conned these names, and then in reply he set forth how unworthy it was of a Clifford to desert from Lancaster, How unlikely, even if it were true, which, after all his tale hardly proved it was, that the outcast boy could compete with success with the sage possessor of England's throne. Poynings asked him how it pleased him to find himself at the same board with a Neville and a Taylor, and hinted that an exile from his country and a traitor to his sovereign, this was hardly the way to replenish his purse, or to gain anew the broad lands he had lost. The service he might do Henry by a return to his duty, gratitude, and reward, were then urged by the priest, while Clifford listened in dogged silence. His brow became flushed, his lips worked with internal commotion. He felt, he knew, that he hated the very man whose cause he espoused, but he was pledged to so many. A whole array of noble and respected names came before him. Could he, in the eyes of these, become a false foul traitor? He refilled and quaffed again and again his cup, and at last so wound himself up as to begin. "My friends, you speak sooth, though I may not listen. Yet if you name one so humble and distasteful, say to my liege, a page in green and white, the colours of Lady Brampton, entered announcing her speedy arrival." Clifford's wits were already disturbed by wine. Instinct made him fear in such a state to come in contact with the subtle lady. He drew his cap over his eyes, his cloak around his person, and vanished from the hall ere his friends were aware of his intention. The interview between Lady Brampton and the gentleman was of another sort. Sir Edward had, in her younger days, worn her colours. She was changed in person since then. But when after a short interval he got over the shock consequent on the first perception of the sad traces of time on the cheek of beauty, he found that her eyes possessed the same fire, her voice the same thrilling tone, her smile the same enchantment, while the doctor, who had loved her as a daughter, and she regarded him with filial reverence, rebuked her for what he termed her misdeeds. She replied with vivacity, and such true and zealous love for him whose cause she upheld, that they were both moved to listen with respect if not conviction to her asseverations. She could not gain her point, nor win them over to her side, but when she departed, neither spoke of young Richard's rights, unwilling to confess one to another that they were converts to his truth. She went. The next day they departed from Brussels, and it became subject of discussion what step Henry would now take, and whether, by any new measure, he could disturb the ripening conspiracy against his throne. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck, by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 21. Treason. Oh, what excuse can my invention make? I do arrest ye of high treason here. Shakespeare. Henry's ambassadors had wrought little change on any except Clifford. His words had been interrupted. They were nothing in themselves, but their spirit, the spirit of treason, was in his heart. He made up his mind to nothing. He looked forward to no certain project, but he felt that hereafter he might betray his present associates to their arch-enemy. As yet his conscience was not seared. The very anticipation of guilt tortured him, and he longed to fly from thought. Another blind impulse drove him on. He hated the prince because he was his opposite, because, while he was a cankered bloom, his heart a waste, his soul crusted over by deceit, his very person sullied by evil deeds and thoughts, Duke Richard stood in all the pride of innocence. Could he degrade him to his own level, there would be a pang the less in his bosom. Could he injure him in the eyes of his friends, render him as he himself had ever been, an object of censure, he would satisfy the ill cravings of his nature, and do Henry a wondrous benefit, by tarnishing the high character his rival bore, causing him, whom his adherents set up as an idol, to become a reproach to them. Clifford thought that it would be an easy task to entice a gay young stripling into vice. Richard loved hawking, hunting, and jousting in the lists, almost more, some of his elder friends thought, than befitted one on the eve of a perilous enterprise. Governed by Edmund, attended by Neville, watched by the noble Duchess and vigilant Lady Brampton, it was no great wonder that he had hitherto escaped error. But Clifford went wilily to work, and hoped in some brief luckless hour to undo the work of years. Richard was glad to find in him a defender of his inclination for manly sports. An intimacy sprung up between them, which it would not be the knight's fault if it did not bring about the catastrophe he desired. What, then, perpetually opposed all his measures? What, when he thought he had caused the tide of temptation to flow, suddenly made it ebb and retreat back to its former banks? Clifford, an adept in every art, molded himself to every needful form, and at last won the secret from the deep recess of Richard's heart. He loved Monina, that living emblem of innocent affection. Never, he had vowed, would he disturb the sacred calm that reigned in her young heart, nor gift ignorance with fatal knowledge. She knew not the nature of her own feelings, and he would not withdraw the veil, but he was himself conscious of being swayed by the tenderest love. He could not marry her. His own misfortunes had arisen from the misalliance of his father. She herself would have refused to injure thus his cause, and have disdained him, if for her sake he had been inclined to abdicate his rights. He would be her friend, her brother. With passion came sorrow. He fled from sad reflection to the chase, to the exercise of arms, but other temptation became blunted by this very sentiment. His love grew more ardent by restraint. If he yielded in her absence to the contemplation of her image, his soul was filled with a voluptuous languor, from which he roused himself by attention to his duties or hardy pastimes, but to every other form of pleasure he was cold. This was a strange, incomprehensible picture to present to the world-worn Clifford. He fancied that it must be a delusion, but he found all the resistance of firm reality. To embitter his defeat came his own fierce passions, and the knowledge that Monina loved his rival. They would see each other, be happy in each other, and laugh him to scorn. He concealed his jealousy, his disappointment, but double, treble rage gnawed at his heart. Hatred awoke in her most viperous shape, fanged by a sense of inferiority, envenomed by envy, sharpened by the torture of defeat. How little did any know, above all, how not all did his innocent victim suspect, the storm that brooded in his heart. There was something in the very slightness and grace of his figure that was at variance with the idea of violence and crime, and his glossing tongue added to the deceit. Lady Brampton feared him only a little. Frion saw something in him that made him pay greater court to him than to any other. These were the only indications. Sunshine and calm brooded over the earthquake's birth. Meanwhile, Henry was not sleeping at his post. He saw the full extent of his danger, and exerted all his energy to provide against it. His immediate attention was chiefly directed to 2 points. In the first place, it was desirable to forge some tale, to account for the circumstances that spoke so loudly for the truth of York's story, and thus to degrade him from the high esteem in which he was universally held. Secondly, it became necessary to certify to the public the death of Edward V and his brother in the Tower. We may well wonder at his ill success as to the first point. There never was concocted so ill-fangled, so incongruous and so contradictory a fable as that put together by Henry, purporting to be the history of the Pretender. He was himself ashamed of it and tried to call it in. History has, in its caprice, given more credence to this composition than its contemporaries gave. It was ridiculed and despised at the time even by the partisans of Lancaster. He was equally unfortunate in his second effort. To explain his attempts we must go back to the time of Richard III. On repeated reports being made to him of his unhappy imprisoned nephew's illness, this monarch had commissioned Sir James Tyrrell to visit him. The young prince had languished without any appearance of immediate danger, and then suddenly drooped even to the grave. Tyrrell arrived at the Tower late in the evening, and the first intelligence he received was that the Lord Edward was dying. At the midnight hour he was admitted into his sick room. His 2 attendants followed him no further than the antechamber. He entered. The glazed eye and death-pale cheek of the victim spoke of instant dissolution. A few slight convulsions and it was over. Edward was no more. With wild, loud cries, poor little York threw himself on his brother's body. Tyrrell's servants, affrighted, entered. They found one of the princes, whose illness had been represented as trivial, dead. The other was carried off, struggling and screaming, by their master and an attendant priest, the only 2 persons in the chamber. They departed 2 hours afterwards from the Tower. Tyrrell seemed disturbed and was silent. They would perhaps have thought less about it, but hearing subsequently of the disappearance and supposed death of the young duke, wonder grew into suspicion, and in thoughtless talk they laid the foundation of a dire tale out of these fragments. Henry had heard it before. Now he endeavoured to trace its origin. Tyrrell, who for some time had lived obscurely in the country, came to London. He was immediately seized and thrown into prison. Emissaries were set to work to find the 3 others, the priest and Sir James's 2 servants. Only one was to be found, and when Tyrrell was asked concerning this man, by name John Dighton, he told a tale of ingratitude punished by him, which was soothing sweet to King Henry's ear. He was speedily discovered and imprisoned. Both master and follower underwent many examinations, and it was suggested to each that reward would follow their giving countenance to a tale of midnight murder. Tyrrell was indignant at the proposal. Dighton, on the contrary, a needy, bad man, while he told the story so as to gloss his own conduct, was very ready to inculpate his master, and it grew finely under his fosterage. Henry saw that without Tyrrell's connivance he could not authenticate any account, but he gave all the weight he could to these reports. Few persons believed them, yet it served to confuse and complicate events, and while people argued, some at least would take his side of the question, and these would be interested to spread their belief abroad. Duke Richard must be the loser in every way. The spies, the traitor emissaries of the fear-struck monarch were all busy. There was a whole army of them dispersed in England and Flanders. None could know the false man from the true. To obviate every suspicion, he caused his own hirelings to be proclaimed traitors and cursed at St. Paul's Cross. The priests, ever his friends, were impiously permitted to violate the sacrament of confession, and thus several unsuspecting men betrayed their lives, while they fancied that they performed a religious duty. A few names still escaped him. He tampered with Clifford and Frion for them. The former was not yet quite a villain. The latter found that he enjoyed more credit, honor, and power as the Duke's secretary than he could do as Henry's spy. Besides, his vanity was hurt. He wished to revenge himself on the master who had discarded him. In nothing did Henry succeed better than in throwing an impenetrable veil over his maneuvers. Most people thought, so tranquil and unconcerned he seemed, that he did not suspect the existence of an actual conspiracy, fostered in England itself, containing many influential persons among its numbers. All were sure that he was entirely ignorant of their names and actual purposes. The many months which intervened while he waited patiently corroborated this belief, and the conspirators slept in security. The winter passed, and they continued to scheme, apparently unobserved. Spring came, they prepared for York's landing, for a general rising, for a sudden seizing on many walled towns and fortresses, for the occupation of London itself. A few brief weeks and Henry's prosperity would be shaken to its centre, his power uprooted. He and his children would wander exiles in a foreign land, and another king, the gallant descendant of the true Plantagenets, reign in his stead. Thus occupied, thus prepared, were the Yorkists in England. At Brussels things were carried on more openly, and wore a more promising appearance. The Duchess, Lady Brampton, Plantagenet triumphed. Sir George Neville anticipated with proud joy a restoration of the fallen race of Warwick, and regarded himself already as another kingmaker of that house. Every exile looked northward, and grew joyful with the thought of home. Frion became more busy and important than ever. He had lately gone disguised to England in pursuance of some project. In another week they expected Lord Barry to join them from Ireland. Clifford was amazed, vacillating, terrified. He knew that Henry was far from idle. He was aware that some of the loudest speakers in Richard's favour in Brussels were his hirelings, whom he would not betray, because he half felt himself one among them, though he could not quite prevail on himself to join their ranks. He believed that the king was in eager expectation of his decision in his favour, that nothing could be done till he said the word. He proposed conditions, wished to conceal some names, exempt others from punishment. Messengers passed continually between him and Bishop Morton, Henry's chief counsellor and friend, and yet he could not determine to be altogether a traitor. Thus stood affairs. A consummation all thought to be nigh at hand. It was the spring of 1494, and the coming summer was to decide the fate of York. A ball was given by the Duchess in honour of her nephew. It was splendidly and gaily attended. Clifford had been conversing with the prince when suddenly he left the apartment. It was long ere he came back, and slowly joined the principal group in the room, consisting of the Duchess, the Prince, Lady Brampton, Neville, Plantagenet, Taylor, and several others. Clifford's countenance was marked by horror and surprise, so much so that Lady Brampton looked at him a moment without knowing him. Suddenly she started up and seized his arm. "Holy Virgin!" she cried. "What had dressed your face, Sir Robert, in this pale livery? What tale of death have you heard?" The brow of Clifford became flushed, his lips grew whiter, as quivering they refused to form the words he attempted to utter. Barley had before this quitted the apartment. He rushed in now, crying aloud, "Treason!" "Treason!" Neville repeated, laying his hand heavily on Clifford's shoulder. "Hear you that word, Sir Knight? Where is the traitor?" Clifford in a moment recovered himself, answering composedly, Ay, would I could point out the man! Would that I could drag him forth, the mark, the very target for the shafts of vengeance! We are lost. The cause is lost. Our friends, the good Lord Fitzwater, I would have hid his name in the bowels of the earth. Already the festal hall was deserted. Already the guests were dispersed, to learn how wide the destruction had spread. By the prince's orders, the messenger from England was introduced before himself and his principal friends. It was Adam Floyer, Sir Simon Montfort's chaplain. Escaped himself. He was the bearer of a frightful tale. On one day, almost at the same hour, the Yorkist conspirators were arrested. Lord Fitzwater, Sir Simon Montfort, Sir Thomas Thwaites, Robert Ratcliffe, William Daubeny, Thomas Cressenor, Thomas Astwood, 2 Dominicans by name William Richford and Thomas Poyns, Dr. William Sutton, Worsley, the Dean of St. Paul's, Robert Langbourne, and Sir William Lessey were all seized and cast into prison. Others had escaped. Young Gilbert Daubeny, brother of William, and Sir Edward Lisle had arrived in Flanders. Others made good speed and had fled to Ireland. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 22. Hernan de Faro. O Clifford, but bethink thee once again, and in thy thought o'errun my former time, and if thou canst for blushing view this face. Shakespeare. Where is the traitor? Neville's question resounded through Flanders, and was re-echoed in groans from the English shores. Each man feared the other, and saw the mark of Henry's malice on the brow of all. It was a worse scene in England. Executions followed imprisonment. The scaffolds flowed with blood, and suspicion was still greedy of prey. Among the papers seized by the king there was found a letter from Clifford to Lord Fitzwater, containing these words: I do protest, my lord, that the proof of York's truth is most pertinent. You know this, and yet he who cut the crooked rose-bush to the roots still doubts. Forsooth, he is still at his ifs. If he were sure that young man were King Edward's son, he would never bear arms against him. Pray deprive my lord of his if, for arms he must never bear. He is too principal to any cause. Henry tormented himself to find who this doubter might be. Again he sought to bribe Clifford, who was at first dogged that so much was done without him, and then tried to barter his intelligence for Lord Fitzwater's life. Such grace had he left that he was ready to exert his wits to save his former patron. This was granted. The noble alone of the conspirators, who were laymen, was spared. He was sent prisoner to Calais. At the first word of discovery, Monina's friends had endeavoured to ensure her escape to Flanders, but her name was known to Henry, and there was none whom he was more desirous to get into his power. She remained concealed at a little distance from London. She grew mad in inaction. The work of death and misery around wound up her tender spirit to torture, and the execution of her former friends filled her with such horror as made day hateful, night the parent of frightful visions. After several weeks' seclusion, she all at once resolved to visit London to seek some one of her former friends, to learn whether the tragedy was over, and what further mischiefs despair might have engendered. She inhabited a solitary mansion with one old woman, who opposed her going, but vainly. Monina was too young to bear uncertainty with any degree of patience. Some slight joy visited her as she found herself on her road to London. Before she arrived, a heavy rain fell, but she was not to be discouraged. Sir Edward Lisle, she knew, had not been arrested. She was unaware of his escape, and thought perhaps that he had not been discovered. She might get intelligence from him. His house was deserted and empty. Another hope remained, Sir William Stanley. She knew his timidity, and resolved to be cautious as to the manner of her visit. Sir William had ever been peculiarly kind to the gentle maiden. Fearing to see her openly, she had often come to him by water. His mansion, near the palace at Westminster, had a garden upon the Thames. Without exciting any remark, she could land here. It was already night, and this favoured secrecy. With some difficulty in the city, where she then was, she contrived to find her way to an obscure wharf, and embarked in a wherry. Fortunately it was high water, and she landed without difficulty in the garden and dismissed the men. Now she began to be puzzled as to how she should make her way. dripping with rain unexpected, to Sir William's presence. She had been accustomed to be admitted by a little door opening on stairs which led her to her old friend's library. This was shut now. Suddenly she thought she heard voices, and then perceived a thread of light that streamed through the keyhole of the summer-house in the garden. There was a noise on the water, too, and a boat was paddled to the landing-place. Bewildered, yet believing that all this secrecy was connected with the grand conspiracy, she moved towards the summer-house. The door was opened, and the light falling full upon her, she saw several figures within, and a female shriek burst upon her ear. Quick steps were heard behind. To retreat or go forward equally terrified her, when one of the persons in the summer-house, a man in an uncouth foreign garb, cried, "Thou here, Monina! What miracle is this? Come in, there is danger in all we do." Monina recognized the voice of Frion and entered. There she saw a lady, richly attired, yet half disguised in a large black cloak. Fear was painted on her cheek. Her blue eyes were cast up to heaven. A female attendant with her seemed yet more terrified. About the room were scattered globes and astrolabes, and all the gear of an astrologer. In the lady Monina recognized York's sister, Tudor's queen, the fair Elizabeth of England. At once compassion and respect entered her heart. She addressed the royal lady with reverence, and all that touching grace that was her sweetest charm. She assured her of inviolable secrecy. She reminded her of their former interview. Elizabeth grew calmer as she recognized her visitor at Sheen. She stretched out her hand to the Spaniard, saying, "I do indeed believe and trust thee. Thou shalt hear again from me." Then, folding her mantle round her, and leaning on her attendant, she quitted the house, and with trembling haste embarked. For many weeks after this scene, Monina continued concealed in Sir William Stanley's mansion. When the arrest of the conspirators had taken place, Frion, balked in an attempt to escape, for safety's sake had assumed the habit and character of an astrologer, and so far worked upon Stanley's fears and won him by his flattery, that he permitted him to take up residence in his summer-house. Frion was a clever prophet, and too restless not to become notorious. It was a good mode, he averred, to put hope in the hearts of the Yorkists by prognosticating all manner of success to them. His fame spread. The Queen questioned Stanley about his new astrologer, and the confusion the poor chamberlain evinced served only to excite her curiosity. She sent one of her attendants to see what manner of man he might be, and the subtle Frion profited by this little artifice, which Sir William in his terror divulged, to entice the Queen herself to his cell. She came, and the result of her visit was to bring Monina again before her. Such were the agents still at work for York in London. Such the materials Clifford strove to mould into a purpose of his own. There was no reason, so many of the White Rose thought, to forego all their plans, because one had come to a fatal end. Still, Richard might land in England and make head against Tudor. On a smaller scale, with lessened hopes and diminished ardor, a scheme of this kind was canvassed. Clifford appeared its chief abettor, and encouraged it by every means in his power. None were averse. It was not an enterprise of such high expectation as the discovered one, but undertaken with speed and prosecuted with energy, it might turn out as well. England was by no means tranquil. The metropolis itself was the scene of tumults. These were raised to a ferment by the embargo Henry had found it necessary to place on all communication with Holland, a measure fraught with ruin to many of the richest merchants in London. At this time, towards the end of the summer, the king came up from his palace at Sheen and held a court at Westminster. One of the immediate subjects that brought him up was a tumult in the city, to which the embargo had given rise. A vast number of apprentices and journeymen belonging to the ruined merchants were out of employ, while the traders from Hants and other free German towns, who went among us by the name of the Easterlings, got the commerce into their own hands and grew rich upon it. The sight of their prosperity was, to the starving Londoners, as the pressed rowel of a spur in a horse's side. With the usual barbarism of the untaught and rude, they visited on these men the fault of their governors. The discontent augmented till it became loud, furious, and armed. Multitudes of those deprived of their usual means met, and in a moment of rage proceeded from words to acts. They endeavored to force and rifle the warehouses of the Easterlings, who repulsed them with difficulty, nor did they disperse till the mayor arrived with men and weapons, from whom they fled like a flock of sheep. When tidings of this event were brought to Henry, he, who saw in all things the multiplied image of the abhorred white rose, believed the Yorkists to be its secret cause. The day after his arrival he gave audience to the mayor, who reported that from every examination made, none appeared to have a part in it, except servants and apprentices, nearly 100 of whom were imprisoned in the Tower. In giving a detail of this circumstance, the mayor related that the Easterlings declared that at the first onset their richest store chambers must have become the prey of the rioters but for the interposition of one man. He was a sea captain, and had arrived but the day before with his caravel from Spain. They represented him as a person of gigantic stature and superhuman strength. Entangled by the mob in his progress through the city, he had no sooner discovered their intent than he contrived to make his way into the still yard, and there, combining the forces of the defenders, more by his personal prowess than any other means, he beat back the invaders and succeeded in closing the gates. At the representation of the mayor, Henry commanded that this man should be brought before him, partly that he might thank him for his services, and partly, for Henry was curious on such points, to learn from him the news from Spain, and if more had been heard of the wild visionary Columbus and his devoted crew since they had deserted the stable continent to invade the hidden chambers of the secret western ocean. The king received the mariner in his closet. None were in attendance save Urswick. There was something grand in the contrast between these men, the courtier priest, the sovereign, whose colourless face was deep-lined with careful thought, whose eyes were skilled in reading the thoughts of men, and whose soul was perpetually alive to everything that was passing around him, and the ocean rock, the man of tempests and hardships, whose complexion was darkened and puckered by exposure to sun and wind, whose every muscle was hardened by labour, but whose unservile mien bespoke no cringing to any power save nature's own. He received Henry's thanks with respect, and replied simply. He answered also several questions put to him concerning his voyages. It appeared that he had but lately arrived from Spain, that he came to seek a relative who resided in England. During this interview a thought flashed on Henry's mind. In his late transactions with Clifford, the base purpose had been formed of enticing the Duke and his principal adherents to England, and of delivering them up to their enemy. There had been some discussion as to providing at least one vessel in Henry's pay to make part of the little fleet which would bring the Duke of York over. This was difficult, as suspicion might attach itself to any English vessel, but here was one with a stranger captain and a foreign crew, a man who knew nothing of white or red rose, who would merely fulfill his commission. Slow on all occasions to decide, the king appointed another interview with the stranger. It so happened that the news of the appearance of the Spanish captain had penetrated to the queen's apartments, and little Arthur, her gentle and darling son, was desirous to see the countryman of Columbus, whose promised discoveries were the parent of such wonder and delight throughout the world. The Prince of Wales must not be denied this pleasure, and the Spaniard was ushered into the queen's presence. An enthusiast in his art, his energetic though simple expressions enchanted the intelligent prince, and even compelled the attention of his little sturdy brother Henry. He spoke in words borrowed from Columbus's own lips, of translucent seas, of an atmosphere more softly serene than ours, of shores of supernal beauty, of the happy natives, of stores of treasure, and the bright hopes entertained concerning the further quest to be made in these regions. Elizabeth forgot herself to listen, and regretted the necessity of so soon dismissing him. She asked a few questions relative to himself, his vessel. "She was a gallant thing once," replied her commander, "when I took her from the Algerines, and new christened her the Adelaide, because like her owner, being of Moorish origin, she embraced the true faith. My own name, please your grace, is Hernan de Ferro, otherwise called the captain of the wreck, in memory of a sad, tedious adventure many years old." De Ferro? Had he not a daughter? Anxiety and joy showed itself at once in the mariner's countenance. Monina, where was she? How eagerly and vainly had he sought her! Faltering, the queen had only power to say that Sir William Stanley, the Lord Chamberlain, could inform him, and, terrified, put an end to the interview. 2 days after, already had De Ferro found and fondly embraced his beloved child. Urswick, at the king's command, sent for the hero of the still yard, and, after some questioning, disclosed his commission to him. It was such that, had De Ferro been in ignorance, would have led him to suspect nothing. He was simply to sail for Ostend, where he would seek Sir Robert Clifford, and deliver a letter. He was further told that he was to remain at Sir Robert's command, to receive on board his vessel whoever the knight should cause to embark in her, and to bring them safely to England. To all this de Ferro, aware of the dread nature of these orders, assented, and in Stanley's summer house, with the Lord Chamberlain, Monina, and Frion, it was discussed how this web of treason could best be destroyed. There was little room for doubt. Monina resolved to sail with her father, to denounce Clifford to the prince, and so save him and his friends from the frightful snare. Frion still remained in England to try to fathom the whole extent of the mischief intended, though now, fearful of discovery, he quitted his present abode and sought a new disguise. Stanley trembled at Clifford's name, but he saw no suspicion in his sovereign's eye and was reassured. The Adelaide sailed, bearing the king's letters to Clifford and having Monina on board, who was to unfold to the deceived prince and his followers the dangers that menaced them. Already, as the appointed time drew near, most of Richard's partisans were assembled at Ostend. A fleet of 3 vessels was anchored in the port to convey them to England to fated death. The prince himself with Clifford sojourned in a castle at no great distance. Sir Robert insinuated himself each day more and more into his royal friend's confidence. Each day his hatred grew, and he fed himself with it to keep true to his base purpose. Among the partisans of York sometimes he felt remorse. Beside the bright contrast of his own dark self, never. Monina landed, and, the prince being absent, first she sought Lady Brampton. She was at Brussels. Then Plantagenet. He was expected but not arrived from Paris. Then she asked for Sir George Neville, as the chief of the English exiles. To him she communicated her strange, her horrid tidings. To him she showed Henry's still sealed letter to Clifford. What visible providence was here, laying its finger on the headlong machinery that was bearing them to destruction? Neville was all aghast. He, who did not like, had ceased to suspect Clifford, seeing that he adhered to them at their worst. He lost no time in bringing Monina to the castle, but 10 miles distant, where York then was. He introduced her privately, and, wishing that she should tell her tale herself, went about to contrive that without Clifford's knowledge or suspicion, the prince should have an interview with her. Monina did not wonder that her bosom throbbed wildly as she remained in expectation of seeing her childhood's playfellow, from whom she had been so long absent. Nor did she check her emotion of intense pleasure when she saw him, and heard him, in her native Spanish, utter expressions of glad delight at so unexpectedly beholding her. Time had changed him very little. His aspect was still boyish, and, if more thought was seated in his eye, his smile was not the less frank and sweet. She was more altered. Her but little feminine form had acquired grace. The girl was verging into the woman, blooming as the one, tender and impassioned as the other. Her full dark eyes, which none could behold and not feel the very inner depths of their nature stirred, were the home of sensibility and love. A few moments were given to an interchange of affectionate greeting, and then York, recurring to the mysterious mode in which Neville had expressed himself, asked if anything save a kind wish to visit the brother of her childhood had brought her hither. She replied by relating to him the circumstances of her father's commission from Henry, and delivering to him the letter for Sir Robert. The whole wide world of misery contains no pang so great as the discovery of treachery where we pictured truth. Death is less in the comparison, for both destroy the future, and one, with Gorgon countenance, transforms the past. The world appeared to slide from beneath the prince, as he became aware that Clifford's smiles were false, his seeming honesty, his discourse of honor, the sympathy apparent between them, a lie, a painted lie, alluring him by fair colors to embrace foulest deformity. The exceeding openness and confidence of his own nature rendered the blow doubly unnatural and frightful, and Monina, who had half disliked and latterly had almost forgotten Clifford, was full of surprise and pain to mark the affliction her friend's countenance expressed. There was no time for regret. Neville interrupted them, and it became necessary to act. Richard held in his hand the sealed proof of his associate's falsehood. Sir George urged him to open it so as to discover the whole extent of the treason. The prince's eyes were at once lighted up by the suggestion. No, no, Because Clifford had been base, he would violate no law of honor. There was no need for the sake of others. His treachery discovered was fangless. Nor would he even undertake the dark office of openly convicting and punishing. His conscience and remorse should be judge and executioner. Monina and Neville returned to Ostend. The prince sent a message to Clifford with some trifling commission to execute in the same town, and Sir Robert, who had heard of the arrival of a stranger caravel from England, was glad of an opportunity to ride over to learn its character. His feet were in the stirrups when a page brought him a letter from the Duke, which he was bid not to open till he had departed. A sense of mysterious meaning came over him. Was he discovered? At the first dawn of this suspicion he clapped spurs to his horse and was already far away. Then, impatient of uncertainty, as soon as half the brief space to Ostend was measured, he took out the packet, eyed it curiously, and after many qualms and revolutions of feeling, suddenly tore it open. King Henry's dispatch, written in Urswic's well-known hand, first met his eye. Worse in action than in thought, a cold dew mantled on his brow, and, while his heart stood still in his laboring breast, he cast his eyes over a few lines, written in Richard's fair, clear Spanish hand. This paper, joined to the mode in which it fell into my hands, accuses you of treason. If wrongfully, accord permission that the seal may be broken and your innocence proved. Even if the mystery which this letter contains cannot be divulged nor exculpated, all is not lost. Perhaps you are rather weak than guilty, erring, but not wicked. If so, return immediately on your steps. By a frank confession, merit my confidence. I were unworthy of the mediation of the blessed saints, whom each night I solicit to intercede for me before our heavenly Father, were I not ready to pardon one who has sinned, but who repents. If your crime be of a deeper dye, and you are allied in soul to my enemy, depart. It is enough for me that I never see you more. If I remain a fugitive for ever, you will lose nothing by deserting my ruined fortunes. If I win the day, my first exercise of the dearest prerogative of kings will be to pardon you. Richard. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 23. The Traitor Unmasked. Shall I be the slave? Of what? A word? Which those of this false world employ against each other, not themselves, as men wear daggers not for self-offense. But if I am mistaken, where shall I find the disguise to hide me from myself, as now I skulk from every other eye? Shelley. One of the surest results of guilt is to deprive the criminal of belief in the goodness of others. Clifford was discovered. Even if Richard continued true to his promise of pardon, his adherents and counselors might force him to another line of conduct. A dungeon and death floated terribly before his confused vision. Flight, instant flight to England, where, by a full confession of many things he had reserved, and the disclosure of an important unsuspected name, he might still receive welcome and reward from Henry, was the only course left him to pursue. His thoughts were chaos. Shame and indignation raged in his heart. He was a convicted traitor, a dishonored man. "Oh, my envied father!" in his wretchedness he exclaimed. "You died gloriously for Lancaster. I live, steeped in obloquy, for the same cause. Abhorred Plantagenet, what misery has been mine since first your name came to drug me with racking poison? What have I not endured while I cringed to the fair-haired boy? Thank the powers of hell, that time is past. Devil as I have stamped myself, his arch crime, lying, is no more my attribute. To the winds and men's thirsty ears I may cry aloud, I hate Plantagenet. It was some relief to this miserable man to array his thoughts in their darkest garb, soothing his evil passions with words which acted on them as a nurse's fondling talk to a querulous child. His line of conduct was fixed. He remembered Neville's sudden appearance and departure the night before. He had brought the letter. He was waiting for him at Ostend to seize on him, to turn to mockery the prince's promised pardon. Those were days of violence and sudden bloodshed. The enemy a man could not visit with legal punishment. He thought himself justified in destroying with his own hand. The passions of the Yorkists, who found they had been driven into shambles instead of a fold, must be fierce and dangerous. Without delay he resolved to embark in one of the vessels then in the roads. He hurried to the beach. The wind seemed fair. There was a poor kind of hostelry, the common resort of sailors near, from whence a signal could be given for a boat to be sent off for him. While waiting for it, he quitted the noisy vulgarity of the inn and walked towards a kind of ruined tower that once perhaps had served as a lighthouse. In all the panic of guilt, a roof, however desolate, appeared a shelter, and he sought it. It was dilapidated and dark. There were some rude, narrow stairs leading to the upper story. These he ascended, and entered what had been a kind of guard-room, and started at the vision he beheld. Leaning against the aperture that had served for a casement, looking on the wide green sea, was Monina. Her lustrous eyes turned on him, eyes before whose full softness his violence, his insolence quailed, till shame, despair, and rage, and the deep-seated arrogance of his nature conquered his better feelings. She knew his crime, witnessed his disgrace. There was no more to lose in the world. What more could he win? His presence occasioned her much emotion. She had just quitted Neville, who somewhat angrily remarked upon the prince's ill-timed lenity, and spoke bitterly of all the ill Clifford, thus let loose, might do in England. And here he was, about to embark for that very island, where one, at least, Sir William Stanley, was at his mercy. Gladly Monina seized on this opportunity to dive into his projects, and to inspire by her energetic words the traitor's bosom with some sense of right. She, alas, inspired passion only, and jealousy, that now at last his rival would see her love-lighted eyes turned affectionately on him, while all the reproach of which they were capable was his meed. What such men as Clifford feel is not love. He had no real friendship for the innocent girl. Each feeling that expresses the sympathy of our intellectual nature was never associated to him with the name of woman. As she spoke, therefore, of his duties to God and man violated, but not irretrievably, and with soft persuasion entreated him to spare those whose lives hung upon his word, he recovered his obduracy, and replied in a tone whose hollow vaunting was at discord with the music that fell from her lips. "My pretty maiden, I thank thee for thy good intentions, and if thou wilt wholly undertake my instruction, will prove an apt scholar. Honesty and I are too poor to be messmates, but if thou wilt join us, by God, Monina, I mean what I say, the priest shall say grace for us, and we will partake life's feast or fast together. I will sail with thee to thy Spain, to the Indies of the West. England shall be a forgotten name, the white or red rose neither worse nor better in our eyes than any blooms that smell as sweet. If thou refusest this, here ends the last chance for honesty, and be the victim who it may, I care not so my fortunes thrive." "Unworthy man," cried Monina, "farewell. I go to England also, I to save, you to destroy. Bounteous heaven will look on our several intentions, and shape our course accordingly. Henry will visit with poor thanks your blighted purpose, barren now of its ill fruit. Mine will be the harvest, yours the unlamented loss." She would have passed him, but he seized her slender wrist. "We will run no race," he cried. "If we go to England, it will be together. Listen to the splash of oars. It is my boat among the breakers. We enter it together. It is vain for you to resist. You are my prisoner." Monina trembled in every joint. She felt that in very truth she was in Clifford's power. There rode her father's caravel, but he could not guess her pressing danger. He would behold her depart, ignorant of the violence she was suffering, ignorant that she was there. No help, no form of words was there that might persuade the ill-minded knight to free her. Her proud spirit disdained to bend. Her cheek was flushed. She strove to withdraw her hand. "Pardon me," said Clifford, "if my fingers press too roughly. The slight pain you endure will hardly counterbalance the fierce torture your words inflicted. Be patient. My fellows are already here. Let us not act a silly mime before them. Do not oblige me to demonstrate too unkindly that you are wholly in my power." Hardly had he spoken the words when with a scream she sprang from him. He turned, but before even he could see the gigantic form of Defero, a blow was struck which made him reel against the wall. It would have been instantly followed by another, but that Monina had flung herself on her father's breast, and he, supporting her, forgot his enemy, who recovered himself and drew his sword. He met the fierce glare of the injured parent's eye and shook. "We meet again, recreant," were the only words spoken by Defero. and as an elephant might snatch a youngling antelope from the pursuit of a tiger, he took his daughter in his arms, descended the steps with her, and, as Clifford stood gazing on the sea, in such bitter mood as is the fruit of baffled malice, he saw the mariner lift his daughter into the boat. It pushed from the shore, and with long measured strokes it swept the waves towards the caravel, whose sails were again unfurled, while everything bespoke the readiness and anxiety of the crew to depart. Ere the Adelaide had reached the open sea, Clifford and his vessel was but little astern. It was a race they ran. The caravel at first had the best. Night concealed them from each other's view, and in the morning, already on the tranquil bosom of the Thames, Sir Robert's vessel was sailing alone towards London. By one of those strange turns of fortune by which our purposes swim or are wrecked, De Ferro, without a pilot, unacquainted with the coast, missed the channel. He grounded on a sandbank at the river's mouth, and the tide which carried Clifford so swiftly towards London had several hours to run before it reached a height sufficient to float the other's vessel. The situation was not without peril, and no boat even could be lowered to carry the anxious Monina to shore. The very day, it was now the month of January, that Henry heard of Clifford's arrival in London, he removed his court from Westminster to the Tower. Already he divined that his Lord Chamberlain was to be criminated by Sir Robert, and as Stanley possessed considerable influence in the state, he wished to make his arrest as unexpected as possible. Another motive worked upon the avaricious sovereign. Seized thus, without preparation or forethought, his jewels, his rich plate, his valuable movables which might otherwise be secreted, now fell the indiscriminate prey of confiscation. The Tower, at once a palace and a prison, favored this purpose. Here he received Clifford. Urswick had already conversed with the traitor knight, and represented to him the necessity of ample confession. There was something in the priest's manner that, like iron, entered Clifford's soul. He felt himself too truly to be the abject slave, the despised tool of power. There was but little need to use cajoleries or bribes with him now. He was there to be executed as a felon, or pardoned as a spy, according as his disclosures satisfied or not the callous-hearted king. For his greater punishment, there clung to this unfortunate man a sense of what he ought to and might have been, and a burning consciousness of what he was. Hitherto he had fancied that he loved honor, and had been withheld, as by a hair, from overstepping the demarcation between the merely reprehensible and the disgraceful. The good had blamed him, the reckless wondered at his proficiency in their own bad lessons, but hitherto he had lifted his head haughtily among them, and challenged any man to accuse him of worse than greater daring, in a career all travelled at a slower and more timid pace. But that time was gone by. He was now tainted by leprous treachery. His hands were stained by the blood of his deceived confederates. Honor disowned him for her son. Men looked askance on him as belonging to a pariah race. He felt this, and even Monina, who had last conversed with him in the summer-house of the inn at Ostend, would hardly have recognized him. He was then a bold-faced villain. His step was haughty, his manner insolent. Now his gait was shuffling, his appearance mean, his speech hesitating and confused. Urswick had known him a gay ruffler. He started back. Was this Sir Robert Clifford? He was obliged to use with him the usual style of speech adopted towards men in his situation, to speak of his duty towards his liege, the propriety of delivering up the guilty to condign punishment, hackneyed phrases which sounded cold to the unhappy man. There was no resource. At Henry's feet, kneeling before a king who used him as a tool, but who hated him as the abettor of his rival, and despised him as the betrayer of his friend, Clifford spoke the fatal word which doomed the confiding Stanley to an instant death, himself to the horrors of conscious guilt, or, what as yet was more bitter to the worldling, relentless outlawry from the society and speech of all, however depraved, who yet termed themselves men of honor. Henry heard him with feigned amazement, and with grating words of insulting unbelief demanded evidence of his chamberlain's treason. These were easily furnished, yet such as they were, they comprised such irrefragable proof of the identity of the outcast duke, that Henry found that while they confirmed him more than ever in his resolve that Stanley should suffer the severest penalty of his crime, it made it difficult to bring forward the testimonials of his guilt. This was for after consideration. Clifford was dismissed with cold thanks, with promise of pardon and reward, and a haughty command neither to obtrude himself again into the royal presence, nor to depart from London without especial leave. Henry's first act was to command Stanley not to quit his chamber in the Tower. The next day, before the hour of noon, the Bishop of Durham, Lord Oxford, Lord Surrey, Urswick, and Lord Daubeny met in the fallen chamberlain's apartment for the purpose of examining him. 1,000 opposing feelings operated upon Stanley. Accustomed to pay deference to the king, even now he said nothing to displease him, and his expressions rather spoke of compassion for him who very possibly was Duke of York, than any falling off from his allegiance to the then King of England. This monarch was tormented by no doubts, to be actuated by no pity. Stanley's acknowledgment of the truth of the Burgundian pretender roused his bitterest feelings. In addition, he was rich booty, which weighed heavily against him, so that when Bishop Fox remarked on the villainy and extent of his treason, Henry, off his guard, exclaimed, "I am glad of it. The worse the better. None can speak of mercy now, and confiscation is assured." Nor did he, in the interval before his trial, nor after it, express one regret that the man was about to forfeit his head, who had encircled his own with the regal diadem. Tried, condemned, but a few days remained before on the fatal block the rich, noble, prudent, royally connected Sir William Stanley would expiate his guilt to Henry. All wondered, many pitied, few thought of soliciting for or aiding the fallen man, yet one or two there were, whom this last blow against York filled with bitter regret. In a secluded part of London, Lord Barry, who had just arrived, Frion and Monina met. Barry came with intelligence that there had appeared in Ireland a gentleman from Scotland, commissioned by its young monarch to inquire into the truth of Richard's story, and, if indubitably he were the man he pretended, to counsel him to visit Scotland, where he would find friendship and aid. The Earl of Desmond also had just arrived in London, and Lord Barry was in his company. This downfall of Stanley called their minds from every other consideration. Monina was peculiarly agitated and thoughtful. One evening she joined them late. She was full of some project. I do believe, save our friend," she said. "The assistance I need is small. You, Master Stephen, will hasten on board the Adelaide, and bid my father have all in readiness for sailing, and to drop down the river as far as Greenwich. You, my dear lord, must also take a part in my scheme. Keep watch on the river, right opposite the Tower, during the coming night and the following. If you see a light upon the shore, beneath its dark walls, come towards it with a boat. The Blessed Virgin aiding my design, it shall be freighted with disappointment to the tutor, joy to us." Lord Barry and Frion promised obedience, though they would have dissuaded her from the risk. But she was devoted, enthusiastic, firm. She left them, nor did they delay to execute her commission, and both went down the river to Defero's caravel. Here a new surprise awaited them. The Duke of York and his friends had not been idle in the interim. Each design, as it failed, gave place to another. They were diminished in numbers, but now no traitors were among them. Their hopes were few, but unless the present time were seized, there would be none. The false expectations Clifford had held out to them of coalition and succour in England were lost, but attachment to York was alive in many an English bosom. The preparations of arms they had made still existed. It was resolved, therefore, in early spring to descend on the English shores. The Duke of York, deeply grieved by the ruin that visited his friends, stung to the heart by Clifford's treachery, resolved meanwhile to seek relief in action. Could not his presence do much? Unknown in England, he might visit the Yorkists, rouse their affection, and form such a union as, assisted afterwards by his friends and their little fleet, would contribute to ensure success. His friends did not approve of the hazard to which he exposed himself, but everything they alleged on this score only confirmed his purpose. "All endanger themselves, all die for me," he cried. "Shall I alone be ingloriously safe?" The first sight, therefore, that presented itself to Lord Barry and Frion on the deck of the Adelaide was Prince Richard and Edmund Plantagenet. The Duke's presence did not change the purpose of Frion's visit. Defero got his vessel in readiness for the voyage, and Lord Barry, as evening closed in, prepared to take his stand. Not singly. Richard insisted on sharing his watch. Docile as he usually was, remonstrance had now no effect. Hitherto he had given himself up to guarded safety. Now he seemed in love with peril, resolved to court her at every opportunity. The risk to which Monina exposed herself made him obstinate. He would have thought himself untrue to the laws of chivalry, a recreant knight, had he not hastened to protect her. And, more than this, for the inborn impulses of the heart are more peremptory than men's most sacred laws, he loved, and a mother draws not more instinctively her firstborn to her bosom than does the true and passionate lover feel impelled to hazard even life for the sake of her he loves, to shield her from every danger, or to share them gladly with her. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 24. The Tower. I do not like the tower of any place. Shakespeare. At 9 o'clock in the evening, York and Lord Barry took their station on the Thames at the appointed place. The boat was tethered to the shore, and the rising tide brought them nearer to the banks. All was dark during the cold night of early February. To the right and left nothing was apparent save the glimmering water, and the only sound was the rushing and rippling of the Thames as it sped downward in its course. "My mother greets me with a cold kiss," said the prince. "In truth she has wedded mine enemy, and cast me out from my inheritance." A brief pause ensued, a few minutes which were freighted with the cares and sorrows of years. Back young Richard threw his eye over the skeleton shapes of the dead years, and again he sought to penetrate the future. Dark as the starless sky, not one gleam of comfort presented itself to the outcast's hope, but such state of mind was unnatural to the ardent boy, and he sprang from it, like to a lark at break of day, uprising from sullen earth to sing at heaven's gate. He soared from groveling despondency into recollections of the labor and love that had been expended on him. His harvest might never be the crown at which he aimed, but, better still, the ambrosial food of affection and devoted attachment that filled him even to sweet satiety. "A light! Our beacon!" cried Lord Barry. A small gleam appeared on the opposite bank. It moved, then returned to its former place and was stationary. They watched it till they became satisfied that it was the guide for which they were waiting. The early matin service rung from several convents, and came pealing faintly across the water. It was the dead of night, and the gentlemen gladly exchanged their inert watch for the labor of contending with the tide and floating ice, which impeded their way as they rowed across the Thames to where the light was now fixed. The drear bank of the Tower moat rose abruptly from the waterside, and the waves lay murky dark beneath the arch of the Traitor's Gate. The tide, which was setting in, carried them above the point where the light was to this spot. Their beacon, indeed, had disappeared, and as they waited its return they floated idly on the river, merely giving now and then a few strokes to keep the wherry stationary. They did not perceive that, while they thus curbed the tide, they had drifted into an eddy which carried them fast down, till jamming them between the wall of the tower and a near pile, their boat lurched, partly filled with water, and resisted every attempt they made to extricate it. The clouds were getting thinner before the pale waning moon, but their fancied beacon light had vanished. Their situation was sufficiently dreary. The cold was piercing. They had difficulty in keeping themselves out of the water that lay at the bottom of the boat. Lord Barry was a soldier, accustomed to hair-breadth escapes and dangerous attempts. Richard, a bold youth, who thought that his best safety depended on his own exertions. They were neither of them inclined to linger tamely in their present situation. "Before our limbs get numbed with this biting breeze we must use them to our own benefit. Your Highness can swim?" "So say the streams of the Vega," replied Richard, "but the very remembrance of those sweet brooks makes me shudder at the chilly bath this ice-nourished river affords. I will reconnoitre the land before I attempt the freezing wave." With lithe, sinuous limbs he coiled about the pile, and continued to raise himself to where a beam rested on the upright post, and again was fixed in the turret, which spans and guards the entrance to the tower by water. He had hardly gained this place, and he felt little cold, as with nervous fingers he kept fast in the position he had attained, when a ray of light fell upon the water, streaming from out a window of the turret. It was but for a moment, and it disappeared, but Richard's eyes had glanced keenly on the illuminated spot. The transverse beam he had attained was but little below the window. It had been grated, but 2 of the stanchions were broken. This, to our adventurer, suspended between unattainable sky and the icy wave, seemed a place of refuge. Carefully and slowly, He, with clinging knees and hands, contrived to get along the beam, to raise himself on his feet on it, and then to clutch the broken iron bar and hoist himself into a chamber of the Tower of London. The immediate physical dangers that beset our adventurers were so great, the least horrific of which was spending the night exposed to freezing blasts, which Barry already felt chilling his very heart's blood, that they both forgot the dangerous nature of the asylum they were seeking. The Irish noble had, as well as darkness permitted, followed the movements of his young companion. The same ray which guided Richard to temporary safety had showed Barry the mode of following him. He made the attempt, but though stronger, he was not so agile as his friend. Besides, the minutes which had elapsed during Richard's exertions had enfeebled by numbing the other's powers. He got nearly to the top of the pile. He felt his fingers slip, and that he could hold on no longer. One desperate struggle he made to cling closer. His grasp seemed rather to relax than tighten in the attempt, and Richard, after a second, heard with horror his heavy fall into the water. But Barry was more at his ease in the yielding wave, and the very intensity of the cold, burning his skin, set his blood in motion. The tide also had arrived at its height during this interval and had turned. Without great difficulty the noble cleared, after a few strokes, the abrupt banks that fenced the tower, and landed on a quay below. Richard heard the waters splash from under his strokes. The silence was so entire that he thought he could distinguish the change of sound when the swimmer emerged, and plainly heard Lord Barry's shout, in his own native Irish, of thanksgiving and good cheer. For a moment, like lightning, it flashed into his mind, the thought of the ominous refuge he had found, and he was tempted to leap into the water and to rejoin his friend. But by this time the alarm of someone having plunged into the river had been spread by the sentinels. The court became thronged. Some hastened to the wall, others loosened the boats tethered beneath the gate, and issued in them from under the dark arch, over which Duke Richard had found refuge. By the glare of many torches they discovered the wherry wedged in, as has been described. The splash attested that someone had fallen into the water. That someone should escape from the fortress was more readily present to their imaginations than that any should enter. They called to each other, communicating their surmises and intentions. Then one boat remained in guard close at the gate, while the other rowed down the stream. Their exertions must end in nothing, for Lord Barry had full time to ensure his escape. Richard attended to all their motions. Several of the men in pursuit had issued from the lower chambers of the turret in which he was. It was not thus cooped up that he chose to be found. All seemed still. The only sounds came from the men in the boat. He descended the stairs. He came out upon the court of the tower. The dark fortress frowned above, casting, in spite of the dull moon, a shadow dark enough to hide him. Steps were heard approaching. He turned under a dim archway. He ascended a narrow, steep staircase. The steps still followed. Hurriedly he opened a door and entered a chamber. The men, whoever they might be, were unaware of his presence. They passed the door, turned down another gallery. The very echo of their steps died away. Did he recognize the spot where he then stood? Well, far too well. With a sickening feeling, an irresistible impulse to penetrate into the very heart of the horror that made his pulses faint, he gazed on the walls around. Was he then alone changed? Had he sprung up into manhood, thought, experienced, suffered, and had the material universe stood still all the while? He saw before him a small chamber, enlightened by one deep-set window, half blocked up by projecting buttresses outside. There was the pallet bed, the prie-dieu, the little crucifix. His infant limbs had reposed there. On that couch his brother had died. This was the tower. 10 years before he had escaped from its gloomy walls, and had he done this only to return again, when maturer years gave him a bitterer feeling of the ills he must endure? He had visited England, guided by the traitor spirit of Clifford, it seemed, for he had returned but to render himself a prisoner. Yet at first these thoughts were hardly so painful as the memory of his childhood. The superstitious fears of the tower, which haunted poor Edward, had made it an abode of terror for both. How often had they lain in that bed, curdling each other's young blood with frightful tales. His brother had pined and died. Now, true to the pious usages of the times, he knelt to say a paternoster for his soul. He said another for his own perilous state, and then, having with entire faith committed himself to the protection of his Father in heaven, He rose with a cheered heart and sustained courage. What was he to do? He was in the tower, a fortress so well guarded that of the unhappy beings confined there for life, none had ever made their escape. High walls, numerous courts, and grated windows opposed his egress. The clock chimed 1. It were as well to remain where he was as to go on, but it were better still to turn back. Quiet would soon be restored. He might attain the same room, the same window, and leap thence into the waters below. He remembered wherefore he had come, the hazardous enterprise of Monina, and the imprisonment of Stanley. Now that he had attained this chamber, the whole tower presented itself, as in a map, to his memory. He knew where the rooms allotted to state prisoners were situated. Confident in his knowledge, his feelings underwent an entire change. Instead of considering himself a prisoner in the tower, he felt lord of its labyrinths. Darkness was his wand of office. The ignorance of all that he was there was his guard, and his knowledge of the place, better than the jailer's key, might aid him to liberate the victims of his enemy. In this temper of mind he rejoiced that he had been unable to follow his first impulse in leaping from the window, and he resolved on making his way immediately to the part of the fortress inhabited by the state prisoners. Blindfold, setting out from the point where he was, he could have found his way. Yet several images of barred and locked doors presented themselves to his recollection, as intervening between the spot where he then was, and that which he desired to visit. He descended again into the court. He skirted the edifice, keeping close to the shadowy wall. He saw the door but a few paces distant which led to the prison chambers. At dead of night it must be locked and barred, guarded by a sentinel, quite inaccessible to him. He paused. He saw no soldier near. He walked on a few steps quickly. The door was wide open. This looked like success. He sprang up the steps. A man below cried, "Who goes there?" adding, "Is it you, sir? My light is puffed out. I will bring one anon." Above he heard another voice. There was no retreat. He went on, relying on some chance that might afford him a refuge under cover of murky night from the twofold danger that beset him. A man stood at the doorway of the nearest chamber. It was not possible to pass him. As he hesitated he heard the words, "Good rest visit your lordship. I grieve to have disturbed you." Richard retired a few steps. The man closed, locked the door. "A light, ho!" he exclaimed, and the prince feared to see the servitor ascend the stairs. The moon, just beginning to show its clouded rays, threw a brief ray upon the landing where Richard stood, and he moved out of the partial radiance. The slight movement he made attracted notice, which was announced by a challenge of, "Who goes there? Is it you, Fitzwilliam? How is this? The word, sir." The Duke knew that among the numerous and various inhabitants of the tower, many were personally unknown to each other, and that any stranger visitor was not entrusted with the word, so he replied immediately as his best safeguard. "I was roused by the calling of the guard. I knew not that such revelries were usual. Good night, sir." Those pay little attention to the impression of their senses who are not aware that family resemblance develops itself in nothing so much as the voice, and that it is difficult in the dark to distinguish relatives. In confirmation of this, I heard a sagacious observer remark, and have proved the observation true, that the formation of the jaw and setting of the teeth is peculiar and the same in families. But this is foreign. Enough that, caught by the voice, hardly able to distinguish the obscure outline of the speaker in the almost blackness of the night, the man replied, "I crave pardon, my good lord, you forget yourself. This way is your chamber. What ho! A light!" "It needs not," said the prince. "The glare would offend mine eyes. I shall find the door." "Permit me," said the other, going forward. "I will wait on your lordship so far. I wonder not you were roused. There was an alarm at the river postern, and the whole guard roused. Sir John thought it might concern poor Sir William, and I was fain to see all right with him. It irked me truly to break in on his repose, the last he may ever have." They approached a door. The man's hand was on the lock. Richard's heart beat so loud and fast that it seemed to him that alone must be perceived and excite suspicion. If the door were fastened on the inside he were lost, but the man was in no hurry to try. He talked on. The lieutenant was the more suspicious because he gave credit and easy entrance to his pretended stripling son, who craved for it, even with tears. Yet when they met, we all thought that the Lord Chamberlain did not greet him as a parent would a child at such a time. The truth indeed we saw with half an eye, be she his daughter or his light of love, yet not the last, methinks, for she seemed right glad to be accommodated for the night in a separate chamber. She is a mere girl beside, and in spite of her unmeet garb, modest withal. When goes she? With the dawn? Richard hazarded these questions, for his silence might be more suspected than his speech, and the information he sought imported to him. "Nay, she will stay to the end for me," said the man. "Sir William was a kind gentleman, as I can testify, in his prosperity, and it is little to let him have the comfort of this poor child's company for a day longer. He dies on the morrow. Could I see this fair one?" "By my troth, fair she is not, though lovely to look on, but somewhat burnt, as if her mother had been a dweller in the south. If you visit and take leave of Sir Stanley tomorrow, you may chance to behold her. But I detain you, my lord. A good night. Rather, a good morning to your lordship." He unclosed the door. All was dark within, save that the chamber opened into another at the further end, in which evidently a lamp was burning. Kind thanks and a benison passed. Richard stepped within the apartment, and the door shut on him. What could this mean? Glad, confused, yet still fearful, the prince was almost deprived of the power of motion. Recovering himself with a strong effort, he passed on to the inner chamber. It was a bedroom, tapestried, strewed thick with rushes. A silver lamp suspended by a silver chain, to the grim claws of a gilt eagle, which was fixed in the ceiling, gave token of rank, as well as the rich damask of the bed furniture, and the curious carving of the couch and seats. The articles of dress, also strewed about, belonged to the noble-born. Strange, as yet Richard had not conjectured for whom he had been mistaken. He drew near the bed and gazed fixedly on its occupier. The short, clustering auburn curls were tinged with grey, yet the sleeper was young, though made untimely old by suffering. His cheeks were wasted and fallen in. The blue veins on his brow were conspicuous, lifting the clear skin which clung almost to the bones. He was as pale as marble, and the heavy eyelids were partly raised even in sleep by the large blue ball that showed itself beneath. One hand lay on the coverlid, thin to emaciation. What manner of victim was this to Henry's tyranny? Nay, the enigma was easily solved. It must be the Earl of Warwick. And such, but for my cousin Lincoln, would have been my fate, thought Richard. He remembered his childhood's imprisonment. He thought of the long days and nights of confinement, the utter hopelessness, the freezing despair, blighting the budding hopes of youth, the throes of intolerable struggling agony which had reduced poor Warwick to the shadow of humanity. He felt a choking sensation in his throat as he bent over him. Large drops gathered in his eyes. They fell, ere he was aware, on the sleeper's wan cheek. Warwick turned uneasily, opened his eyes, and half started up. "Whom have we here?" he cried. "Why am I disturbed?" "Your pardon, fair gentleman," Richard began. "My pardon?" repeated Warwick bitterly. "Were that needed, you were not here. What means this intrusion? Tell me, and begone." "I am not what you take me for, cousin Edward," said the prince. Now, indeed, did Warwick start. Shading his eyes from the lamp, he gazed earnestly on the speaker, murmuring, "That voice, that name, it cannot be. In the name of sweet charity, speak again. Tell me what this means, and if you are... Why this visit? Why that garb?" "My dear Lord of Warwick," said the prince, "dismiss this inquietude, and if you will listen with patience to the story of an unhappy kinsman, you shall know all. I am Richard of York. Those whose blood is akin to yours as well as mine have yclept me the White Rose of England." The Earl of Warwick had heard of the pretender set up by his aunt, the Duchess of Burgundy. He had often pondered over the likelihood of his really being his cousin, and the alteration it would occasion in his fortunes if he were to succeed. Shut out from the world as he had been so long, the victim of mere despair, he could not even imagine that good could betide to anyone, save to the oppressor of his race. To see Perkin, for so he had been taught to call him, within the walls of the ill-fated tower, appeared to disclose at once his defeat. Even when the Duke rapidly and briefly narrated the accidents that had brought him thither, and his strange position, Prince Edward believed only that he had been decoyed into the trap, which had closed on him forever. Still Richard talked on. His ardor, his confidence in his own measures, his vivacious anxiety all ready to put them into practice, his utter fearlessness, were not lost upon one who had been dead to outward impressions, not from want of sensibility, but from the annihilation of hope. Some of his cousin's spirit overflowed into Warwick's heart, and in conclusion he assented to all he said, promising to do whatever was required of him, though after 10 years of lone imprisonment, he almost shrunk from emerging from his listless state. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 25 The Rescue. Let all the dukes and all the devils roar. He is at liberty. I've ventured for him, and out I've brought him to a little wood a mile hence. Two noble kinsmen. Morning, cold and wintry, dawned upon the gloomy chambers of the tower. York became eager to put in execution some plan of escape in which Warwick would share, but Warwick was full of timidity and fear. His prison was a frightful den, yet all without was a wide, pathless, tiger-infested jungle. He besought his cousin to regard his own safety only. Richard refused, yet the more he meditated, the more did obstacles crowd upon him. After the lapse of an hour, Warwick was called upon to attend early mass as usual in the chapel of the fortress. Here he saw Stanley and the disguised, shrinking Monina, and, the service ended, attended them to the prison chamber of the chamberlain, relating as he went, in quick, low whispers, the history of the preceding night. Both his hearers grew pale. One feared for her friend, the other for himself, though on that score all cause of dread was well nigh at an end. All three entered Stanley's cell, and found there the Prince Richard himself, whose active mind had led him to watch his opportunity to pass hither unseen from Warwick's apartment. The young Earl of March, arming for the Battle of Northampton, looked not so young, so blooming, and so frankly erect as his uncrowned son. Stanley saw at once who was before him, and, never forgetting the courtier, addressed his prince with a subject's respect. York was struck by the placid, though somewhat worldly, physiognomy of the man, devoted to die, at the age when human beings are most apt to cling to life, when, having weathered the storms and passions of youth, they desire to repose awhile on the sun-enlightened earth before they enter the gloomy gates of the tomb. The prince spoke eagerly of escape, of safety, of life. Warwick, even timid Warwick, urged an attempt at flight, while Monina kissed her aged friend's hand, and turned her sweet eyes on him, saying, "You will listen to him, though you were deaf to me." Stanley alone was unmoved. "1,000 heartfelt, useless thanks, my dear and honored lord, your poor servant renders, and even when prayer for himself is most needed, earnestly he prays that harm to you arise not from your unexampled generosity. I cannot fly. I do believe that I would not if I could, and I will spare myself the disgrace of further endangering you, and of being seized myself in the coward's act. Ask me not with your beseeching eyes, my gentle venturous child, for it must not be. I die tomorrow, and this fate you would have me avoid. Whither would you drag me from the block? To poverty? To an unhonored old age? A traitor's reputation and miserable dependence? I am a sinful man, but I trust in God's mercy, and he holds out better hopes after the brief spasm of death than you after the torture of difficult escape." More he would have said, but they were interrupted. They had not been aware of anyone's approach, and suddenly Sir John Digby, lieutenant of the Tower, entered. He was aghast to see one more than he expected, one whose demeanour spoke nobility. Silence followed his entrance, nor did words readily present themselves to the blunt soldier. At length, addressing the cause of this wonder, he, in an ironical tone of voice, asked, "May I, lieutenant of this fortress, delegated by his Majesty to its keeping, be permitted to ask, fair sir, the name, station, and designs of my unbidden guest?" "My answer to your first two questions," replied York, "would little satisfy you. My design was to facilitate the escape of this virtuous and unhappy gentleman. The king is infinitely your debtor, and I shall prove unmannered in marring your intent." "You do not mar it, Sir John," said the prince. "My Lord Chamberlain is a true man, and would rather lay his head on the block at his liege's bidding than carry it in security at the prayer of any other. Sir William has refused to fly, and my mission ended, I was about to take my leave." "Do so, young man. Take leave, an eternal one, of Sir William, and follow me. My Lord of Warwick, this is an unmeet scene for you to be present at. This holy man comes to bestow the last words of pious comfort my noble prisoner can receive in this world. Please your lordship to leave them together uninterrupted. I am sorry," continued the lieutenant, addressing Monina, "to retract the permission I gave you yesterday, but this strange incident must be my excuse. Say a last farewell to him you have named your father." Monina dreaded too much the fate that might befall her friend to entreat for any change in this decree. Soon poor Sir William found himself separated from the busy scene of life, shut up with the chaplain. He was bid to remember and repent, and to prepare to die. A dark veil fell before the vista of coming years, which was apparent to the eyes of his late companions. He saw in the present hour one only, almost superfluous, added to the closing account. They beheld in it the arbiter of their undivined destinies. It is an awful emotion when we feel that the very shoal of time on which we stand is freighted with the good and ill of futurity, that the instant birth of the hour inherits our entire fortunes. Yet Richard was proof against this rough testimony of our powerless mortality. The ill had not yet arrived with which he did not believe he could cope, and more, now he was bent upon endeavoring to save Stanley. For his own fate, though about to expose it to the most unquestioned shape of peril, he had no fears. Sir John Digby, followed by his new prisoners, paced back to his own chamber, and then addressed his uninvited guest. "Fair gentlemen," he says, "again I crave to be informed of your name and degree, that his Majesty may be duly made acquainted on whom to bestow his thanks. Your speech and appearance are English?" "Whoever I may be," replied York, "I will reveal nothing except to your king. If he is willing to listen to disclosures nearly touching his throne and safety, I will rouse him by a tale to shake sleep from one who has steeped his eyes in poppy juice. To no other will I vouchsafe a word." Monina listened in terror. She would have given her life to beseech her friend to retract that foolish word, but it was too late, while his questioner, startled by his unforeseen reply, said, "You make a bold demand. Think you that his grace is of such common use that it is an easy matter to attain his presence?" "I have said it, Sir John," answered York. "Your liege may hereafter visit with poor thanks the denial you give me." The lieutenant fixed his eyes on him. His youth and dignity impressed him favorably, but he hesitated, confused by doubts of who and what he might be. At last he said, "His Majesty is at present at his palace of Sheen, 10 miles hence." "The less reason, Sir Lieutenant," replied Richard, "that you should dally in the execution of your duty. The life of your prisoner, the fortunes of your king, depend upon this interview." This was a riddle difficult for Sir John to solve, and he was about to order his enigmatical visitant to the guard-room, while he should consult upon the fitting conduct to pursue, when a beating at the gates, the letting down of the drawbridge, and the clatter of hoofs announced fresh arrivals at the fortress. The attention of everyone was suspended, till, the usher announcing the excellent prince, the Earl of Desmond, that noble attended by followers, almost with regal pomp, entered. He cast his penetrating glance around, and then, unbonneting to the Duke, he said respectfully, "Your Highness will believe that as soon as I heard of the position into which, pardon me, your generous rashness has betrayed you, I hastened hither to vouch for you, and deliver you from it." To such a speech, so unexpected, so portentous, what answer? Richard felt inclined to laugh as he heard himself spoken to, in terms which seemed to say that the discovery of who he really was would occasion his release. But he quickly discerned a hidden meaning beneath this incomprehensible language, and he contented himself with graciously thanking the Earl for his interference, while this noble turned to address the wondering Sir John. "Sir Lieutenant," said he, "I have a strange story to tell, fitter for his Majesty's ears than those of a subject, but his Grace is absent, and it were not well that this noble gentleman should be kept in durance while messengers go to and fro. Rather dismiss your followers, and I will confide a weighty secret to you, and bring such arguments as will induce you to entrust the high-born youth to my care and escort." Digby was not much of a statesman. He had a simple heart and considerable veneration for rank. He knew that the Earl of Desmond had been well received at court, and complied with his desire. The noble then began a long explanation of parties and tumults in Scotland, of the frightful death of James III., the accession of James IV., the discontent of several chief nobles who wished to set up the younger brother of the new king in opposition to him. "Your Highness," continued Desmond, addressing Richard, "will pardon me for thus introducing your name. This, Sir Lieutenant, is the Duke of Ross, who has come, and not vainly, to seek the assistance of our liege." Sir John bowed low and looked puzzled, while Desmond continued to speak of disguise and secrecy, of friendship for Stanley, and of the rash design of Lord Barry of Buttevant and the young Duke to liberate him, chiefly under the idea that thus they should best serve King Henry, who must in his heart be loath to have his zealous friend put to death through the falsehood of faction. "And now, gentle sir," he continued, "be guided by me. The king loves peace. He loves state privacy. The very presence of the duke in this country is a mystery. You will do agreeable service by hushing up this youthful frolic. Permit his highness to accompany me. I will make fitting report to his majesty, who will be grateful withal." There was a kind of confused tallying in the story, for Richard's mysterious words were at no discord with Desmond's explanations, and his excessively youthful and perfectly noble appearance were further corroboration. Digby liked not the responsibility of keeping him. He spoke of sending for the Bishop of Durham. Desmond exclaimed, "A soldier have recourse to a priest? This England is a strange country. Do as you will, only until the thumber of missiles arrive. This is no place of entertainment for the prince. We will receive you and your clericus at Walbrook, and I will entertain the royal gentlemen till you come." Digby still looked blank and uncertain. Richard, who had remained silent, now spoke. "Farewell, good sir. In truth, I need your excuse for my impertinent visit, but here it ends. When I travel to Scotland, I will report the favour I met at your hands." This sufficed. Sir John sullenly yielded, with a mixture of fear and deference. He attended his visitors to the court. They crossed the drawbridge, and ere the tower gates closed behind them, they heard the lieutenant order out a guard and his own horse, that without loss of time he might communicate with the bishop. The duke and his preserver rode gently enough down Tower Hill. Scarce had they reached the foot before the earl gave a sudden command to his followers, who turned one way, as he, York, and Monina, who had left the tower at the same time and was mounted on one of Desmond's attendants' horses, went another. "Au galop, dear my lord," cried the earl. "We have but a short hour's grace. This way, still the river to our left." They galloped along with loosened reins. Arriving at the Vale of Holborn, they followed the upward course of the Fleet, so as to reach the open country, and many a wild field they crossed, and briery lane they threaded. The country was flat, marshy, wild, skirted in various directions by brown wintry woods, rarely interspersed by hamlets. The river was their only guide. They followed its course for several miles till they reached the shelter of Cane Wood. "Thank St. Patrick for this cover," cried the Irish chieftain. "May my cousin Barry find no let nor hindrance. Yon troubled stream will guide him well. We have done a daring deed. For me, I have not ridden so far since my father, God sane him, died. I am well nigh hors de combat." The prince assisted both his companions to dismount. Lord Desmond's tale was soon told, of how Lord Barry had sought him and suggested this mode of effecting York's escape. "With the help of your Moorish friend," said the earl, "no ill wind betide me. I shall be in Munster before the riddle be half told. That is, if ever we reach the vessel. By my faith, I would rather be knee-deep in a bog in Thomond than dry-shod where I am." As the day advanced, the situation of the fugitives became still more disquieted. All was tranquil in the leafless wood, but in spite of the sun it was very cold. Besides, they were in an unknown spot without guide, their sole hope being that each passing minute would bring Lord Barry to their assistance. Earl Maurice was thoroughly disabled. He grumbled at first, and at last, wearied out, lay on the cold ground and fell into a slumber. Monina, serious, timid, and yet in spite of herself, happy in her friend's safety, and in her own being near him, was silent, while Richard, to escape from his own thoughts, talked to her. When for a moment his conversation languished, his eyes were fondly fixed upon her downcast face, and a strife of sentiment, of ardent, long-restrained love, and a tortuous but severe resolve to protect her, even from himself, battled in his heart, so that, in all-engrossing love, every sense of danger was lost. Desmond at last roused himself. "The shadows grow long. Herbage there is little for our horses, pasture for ourselves there is none. If we stay, we starve. If we stir, we—" He was interrupted. Strange voices came upon the wind, then the cracking of boughs and the sound of steps. Through the vista of bare trees the intruders at length appeared in strange array. There was a band of ill-attired, ruffian-looking men, followed by women and children, their swart visages, their picturesque but scant and ragged garb, their black hair and dark flashing eyes were not English. Some were on foot, some on asses, some in a cart drawn by two rough, ill-assorted colts. Their very language was foreign. Richard and Monina recognized a horde of Gitani, Bohemians or gypsies, while Desmond looked in wonder on something almost wilder than the Irish kern. The savage wanderers were surprised to perceive the previous guests the barren woods had received. They paused and looked round in some fear, for the noble appearance of the gentleman made them imagine that they must be accompanied by numerous attendants. York's quick wit suggested to him in a moment of what good use such humble friends might be. He addressed them, told them that they were travelers who had lost their way. "And so we have encroached on your rightful domain. But, like courteous hosts, I beseech you, gentlemen, welcome us to your greenwood palace, and make us happy as you will grateful guests of us." Thus invited, the whole horde gathered round. The women, fancying all three of an opposite sex, were forward with their prophetic art. "My fortune," cries Desmond, "shall not be told before supper. It is an ill one by the rood. At this hour, I have fasted since yesternight." Preparations were speedily made for a repast, while Richard, alive to his situation, looked around for the most fitting object to address, whose charity and aid he could hope to solicit with the greatest success. One laughing-eyed girl glanced at him with peculiar favor, but near her stood and scowled a tall, handsome countryman of her own. York turned to another, fairer, who sat retired apart. She looked more gentle and even refined than the rest. He addressed her in courtly phrase, and her reply, though ready, was modest. The acquaintance was a little in progress when one of the oldest among the Sibyls, with white hair and a face of wrinkled parchment, hobbled up, muttering, "Ay, the fairest flower is aye the dearest to pluck. Any of those gaudy weeds might serve his turn, but no, my young master must needs handle the daintiest bloom of the garden." Notwithstanding this interruption, Richard still stood his ground, bandying pretty speeches with one not the less pleased because, strictly guarded by her duenna, she was unaccustomed to the language of flattery. "Hast never a word for me, fair sir," said the crone at last. "No comparison of star and gems for one who in her day has flaunted with silk-clad dames, whose lips have been pressed even by a king?" His father's reputation for gallantry, thus alluded to, brought the blood into York's cheeks. Forgetful of what import his words were, he replied, lastly, "Sleep King Edward's faults within him, mother. It is neither wise nor well to speak irreverently of those gone to their doom. May God assoilzie him." "What voice is that?" cried the old woman. "If I boast, heaven forgive me, of his grace's slight favour, your mother may take shame." "Your words are naught," cried York, interrupting her. "My mother's is a sacred name. Yet tell me, in very truth, and give me some sign that, indeed, you knew my father." The word passed his lips before he was aware, but being spoken, he felt that it were best not to recede. Seizing the old woman's shriveled hand, he said, "Look, use thy art. Read my palm. Read rather my features, and learn indeed who I am. I am in danger. You may betray or you may save me. Choose which you will. I am the Duke of York." An exclamation checked. A look of boundless surprise changed into a cautious glance around, attested by the gypsy's wish to serve the venturous youth. "Rash boy," she answered in a low voice, "what idle or what mortal words are these? How art thou here? With what hope? What aid?" "Frankly, none but what I derive from your bounty. I have escaped worse peril, so do not fear but that God will protect me, and even turn to profit my parent's sin, if his kiss purchase his son's life." "Young sir," said the gypsy with great seriousness, "the flower of love is gay, its fruit too often bitter. So does she know on whose account I wickedly and shamelessly did the foul fiend's bidding, and ruined a sinless soul to gratify the pleasure-loving king. But thou hast paid the penalty, thou and thine who have been called by the ill word, thrust from thy place by thy crook-back uncle, and now art nearer a dungeon than a throne, through thy father's fault. I will serve and save thee. Tell me quickly, who are thy companions, whither thou wouldst go, that I may judge the best to be done." It is to be observed that at the very beginning of this colloquy, the young girl whom York had first addressed had stolen away. Now he replied by mentioning the lameness of his elder friend, and his resolve not to be divided from the other. He spoke of the Adelaide, and of his further wish to be a while concealed in England. The old woman continued silent, wrapped in thought. At length she raised her head. "It can be done, and it shall," she said, half to herself. "Come now, they are serving our homely fare. You, who are young and ill apt for penance, must eat before you go." The savoury steams of the well-filled and rustic marmite gave force to her words and to Richard's appetite. The repast was plentiful and gay, and even too long. Evening was far advanced, and the fire grew light in the dusk, and threw its fitful rays upon the strange and incongruous feasters. Monina had cowered close to Richard. The cup went round, scarcely did she put it to her lips. A rude companion of the crew made some rough jest on her sobriety. Richard's face lighted up with anger. His watchful old friend stepped forward. In her own jargon she made some communication to her associates, which caused a universal pause and then a stir. It was evident some movement was intended. She meanwhile drew the 3 fugitives aside. "In a few minutes," she said, "we shall all be on our way hence. Listen how I would provide for your safeties." She then proposed that Desmond should assume the disguise of one of the horde, and so be conveyed in safety to the banks of the Thames and on board the Adelaide. She promised herself to conduct the prince and his young friend to a secure refuge. The Earl, accustomed to find fidelity and rags near mates, readily acceded to this proposal. In the solitary, unknown spot to which chance had directed them, environed by every danger, no step was more perilous than the remaining where they were. York and Monina were familiar with the reports of the gypsy character, its savage honor and untractable constancy. The season was such, though the day had been unusually sunny and warm, as to make a night in the open air no agreeable anticipation, and Richard had 1,000 fears on his lovely friend's account. They all readily acceded to the woman's plan. Desmond was quickly disguised, his visage stained deep brown, his whole person transformed. He was placed in the caravan, and the horde was speedily in movement. The sound of their departing steps died away. They had left a rude cart, to which York's horse, a strong hack, was harnessed. The Sibyl undertook to guide it. Richard and Monina ascended the jumbling fabric. Soon they were on their journey. None but their conductress knew in what direction, but they submitted to her, and through copse and over field they wound their darkling way. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 26. The Earl of Surrey. So love did vanish with my state, which now my soul repents too late. Then, maids and wives, in time amend, for love and beauty will have end. Ballad of Jane Shore. Oh, it grieves my soul that I must draw this metal from my side to be a widow-maker. Shakespeare. Seated in the rude gypsy cart, guided, protected by the uncouth being into whose hands he had so strangely fallen, Richard for the first time felt the degradation and low fortune to which his aspirations, at variance with his means, made him liable. With a strong effort he dismissed these painful ideas and fixed his contemplation on mightier objects, which gilded his mean estate, or were rather gold o'er-dusted by such extraneous poverty. To rise from this lowliness to a throne were an emprise worthy of his ambition. Was he not a few hours ago a prisoner in the terror-striking tower? And now he was free in his England, which when the battle-day was come and past would claim him for her own. A few words from Monina interrupted the silence. She sat at his feet, and they conversed in whispers in Spanish. Night had gathered round them. Monina, in all the innocence of her pure heart, was supremely happy. To be near her friend in his disasters, united to him in his peril, was a more rapturous destiny to her than the world's best pomp, and he absent. No busy conscience, no untoward thought disturbed in her soul the calm of perfect bliss. She grew weary at last. Her head sank on Richard's knee, and, overworn with watching, she fell into a deep sleep. Richard heard her regular breathing. Once or twice his fingers played among her disheveled ringlets, while his heart whispered to him what a wondrous creation woman was. Weak, frail, complaining when she suffers for herself. Heroic fortitude and untired self-devotion are hers when she sacrifices herself for him she loves. The cart moved on. Richard saw not whither. They almost stuck in some flat, low fields, and at last arrived at a solitary, miserable hut. Monina awoke when they stopped, and the gypsy told them that this wretched dwelling was to be their asylum. The apartment they entered was poor beyond meanness. A bed of straw piled in one corner, a rude bench formed the furniture. The walls were ragged and weather-stained, and the outer crumbling rafters were visible through the broken ceiling. There appeared to be neither food nor fire. The inhabitant of the hovel alone was there. a white-looking, emaciated female, yet with a look of such sweetness and patience that she seemed the very enshrinement of Christian resignation, the type of sorrow and suffering married to meek obedience to the supreme will. She had roused herself from slumber at the voice of the gypsy, and gathered her scant garments around her. Scant and poor they were. Her coarse woolen dress was tied by a girdle of rope round her slender waist. Her head was wrapped in a kerchief. Her feet were bare. "Jane," said the old woman, "you will not refuse the shelter of your roof to these poor wanderers?" Such an address seemed strange, for the rich attire of her guests ill accorded with her poverty-stricken home. But she turned with a smile. She spoke, and then a throb of agony seemed to convulse her frame. Her head swam. Richard rushed forward to prevent her falling, but she shrunk from him and leaned on the old woman, who said with a look of triumph, "I knew how it would be. It is vain to hide a bright light behind a veil of gauze. Yes, Jane, this is his son, and you may save him from danger and death." Jane Shore, the once lovely mistress of King Edward, now the miserable outcast of the world's scorn, heard these words as if they had been spoken to her in a dream. After the death of her royal lover, she had obeyed the impulse that made her cling to the soft luxuries of life, and yielded to solicitations which tended to guard her from the sharp visitation of the world. She had become the mistress of the Marquis of Dorset, but sorrow and penury were destined to pursue her in their worst shape. And wherefore? She had been good and humane, and in spite of her error, even the sternest moralist might have pitied her. But she was all woman, fearful of repulse, dreading insult, more willing to lie down and die than, fallen and miserable, to solicit uncertain relief. Squalid poverty, famine, and lonely suffering were hers. Yet in all she preserved an unalterable sweetness of disposition, which painted her wan face with its own soft coloring. The old woman went forth to seek for food, and the two friends were left for several hours alone with Jane. She gazed affectionately on the youthful Duke. She looked more timidly on Monina, whose sex could not be said to be disguised by her page's dress. The fallen woman fears women, their self-sufficient virtues, and cold reprobation. Yet the sensibility of Monina's countenance, and the soft expression of her eyes, so all-powerful in their sweetness, could not be mistaken, and her first shrinking from censure was exchanged for even a more painful feeling. They were a lovely pair, these lone guests of poverty. Innocence sat on the brow of each, yet love beamed in their aspect. Love, the two-edged sword, the flower-strewn poison, the dread cause of every misery. More than famine and sickness, Jane feared love, for with it in her mind were linked shame and guilt, and the world's unkindness, hard to bear to one whose heart was open as day to melting charity, and she feared that she saw in this sweet girl a bright reflex of her early days. Oh, might the blotted mirror ne'er portray a change like hers! I am a living lesson of the woes of love, thought poor Jane. May this chance visit to my hut, which saves young Richard's life, ensure her innocence. Thus impelled she spoke. She spoke of the danger of their solitary companionship. She adjured York to fly the delusive charm. For love's own sake he ought to fly, for if he made her his victim, affection would be married to hate, joy to woe. Her he prized to a skeleton more grim than death. Richard strove to interrupt her, but she misunderstood his meaning, while Monina, somewhat bewildered, fancied that she only alluded to the dangers she incurred in his cause, and with her own beaming look cried, "Oh, mother, is it not better to suffer for one so noble than to live in the cold security of prosperity?" "No, no," said Jane. "Oh, does my miserable fate cry aloud? No. Edward his father was bright as he. Libertine he was called, I know not if truly. But sincere was the affection he bore to me. He never changed or faltered in the faith he promised, when he led me from the dull abode of connubial strife to the bright home of love. Riches and the world's pleasures were the least of his gifts, for he gave me himself and happiness. Behold me now. 12 long years have passed, and I waste and decay, the wedded wife of shame. Famine, sorrow, and remorse my sole companions." This language was too plain. The blood rushed into Monina's face. "Oh, love him not," continued the hapless penitent. "Fly his love because he is beautiful, good, noble, worthy. Fly from him, and thus preserve him yours forever." Monina quickly recovered herself. She interrupted her imprudent monitress, and calmly assured her that her admonition, though unnecessary, should not prove vain. and then both she and York exerted themselves to engage Jane's attention on topics relative to his cause, his hopes, his partisans, thus exciting her curiosity and interest. Richard passed the whole of the following day in this abode of penury and desolation. That day indeed was big with dire event. The morning rose upon Stanley's death. In Jane's hut the hollow bell was heard that tolled the fatal hour. The ear is sometimes the parent of a livelier sense than any other of the soul's apprehensive portals. In Italy, for 3 days in Passion Week, the sound of every bell and of every clock is suspended. On the noon of the day when the mystery of the resurrection is solemnized, they all burst forth in one glad peal. Every Catholic kneels in prayer, and even the unimaginative Protestant feels the influence of a religion which speaks so audibly. And in this more sombre land, the sad bell that tolls for death strikes more melancholy to the heart than the plumed hearse or any other pageantry of woe. In silence and fear the fugitives heard the funeral knell sweep across the desolate fields, telling them that at that moment Stanley died. Women nurse grief, dwell with it. Like poor Constance, they dress their past joys in mourning raiment, and so abide with them. But the masculine spirit struggles with suffering. How gladly that very evening did the Duke hail Frion's arrival, who, in the garb of a saintly pardoner, came to lead him from Jane's dim abode. In spite of his remonstrances, Monina refused to accompany him. She should endanger him, she said. Besides that, his occupation would be to rouse a martial spirit among the Yorkists, hers to seek the Adelaide and her dear father's protection. Frion procured a safe asylum for the prince, and here, no longer pressed by the sense of immediate danger, his head was rife with projects, his spirit burning to show himself first to the Yorkists, in a manner worthy of his pretensions. The choice was hazardous and difficult, but it so happened that it was notified that in a few weeks Lord Surrey's eldest sister was to marry the Lord de Walden, and the ceremony was to be graced with much feasting and a solemn tournament. There was magic in all the associations with this family for Richard. In his early infancy, Thomas Mowbray, the last of the Dukes of Norfolk of that name, died. It almost was beyond his recollection that he had been married to the little Lady Anne, the Duke's only child and heiress. She died soon after, and the representative of the female branch of the Mowbrays, John Howard, was created Duke of Norfolk by Richard III. He fell at Bosworth, and his son, the Earl of Surrey, though attaching himself to Henry VII and pardoned and taken into favour, was not permitted to assume his father's attainted title. At this marriage feast, the mother of his Anne, the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk, daughter of Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, so famous in the French wars, would be present, and others of the Howard and Berkeley families, all Yorkists once. The prince could not resist the temptation of appearing on the lists that day, where, if success crowned him, as surely it would, he could with prouder hopes call on Surrey to maintain his claims. Frion got gallant armour for him, and contrived to have him under another name inserted into the list of combatants. York's bosom swelled with pride and exultation when he saw himself among his countrymen, his subjects, with lance in rest and bright shield upon his arm, about to tilt with England's noblest cavaliers. It seemed to him as if he had never asked more of fortune, and the herald's voice, the clarion's sound, the neigh of steeds, the gallant bearing of the knights, and charmed circle of joyous beauty around, were like a voice from beyond life, speaking of a paradise he had left, his own native home. But one emotion of disquiet crossed him, as about to pass the barrier, Frion put his hand on his rein and whispered, "Beware of Clifford." The Duke threw his eyes round the visored throng. With what gladness would he have singled him out and met him in fierce mortal combat? A second thought told him that the dishonoured man could not find place in this gallant company. We will not dwell on the tilt, the thrust, and the parry, the overthrowing of horses and defeat of knights. Richard gloried in the recollection of his Spanish combats, and the love he bore for martial exercises, which made him, so boyish in figure, emulate the strong acts of men. Fortune had varied, but when at noon the pastime of that day ended, the prince remained victor in the field. From the hand of the queen of the feast he was receiving his reward, when Surrey, who had led him to her throne, was suddenly called away. The assembly broke up, and Richard was half occupied by polite attention to the countess, and half by recollecting his peculiar situation, when the marshal of the lists whispered him to follow. He led him to a gallery where Surrey alone was pacing backwards and forwards in great agitation. He stopped when the prince entered, motioned the marshal to leave them, and then, in a voice of suppressed passion, said, "I will not ask thee why with a false appellation thou hast insulted the feast of nobles, but well may I ask what fiend possessed thee to do a deed that affixes the taint of disloyalty to King Henry's liege subject?" "My good sword, my lord," said Richard, colouring, "were eloquent to answer your questioning, but that you are much deceived. I am not indeed that which I called myself, but honour, not disgrace, attaches itself to my presence. I came to tell you this, to rouse the old fidelity of the Howards, to bid Lord Surrey arm for the last of the true Plantagenets." "St. Thomas speed me! Clifford then spoke true? Thou art Perkin Warbeck?" "I would fain," said the Duke haughtily, "ask a revered lady who claims kindred with thee what name she would give to her sainted daughter's affianced husband?" The language of truth is too clear, too complete, for the blots and flaws of incredulity. The very anger Lord Surrey had manifested now turned to his confusion. The insult he had offered demanded reparation. He could not refuse his visitant's earnest demand to be led to the widow of Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk. Elizabeth, daughter of the gallant Talbot, was proud of her ancestry, and disappointed in the diminution of her house. When her Anne was affianced to the little Duke of York, and the nobility of Norfolk was merged in the royal style of England, she had gloried. Since then, attainder and defeat had eclipsed the ducal honours of her race. Nor could she forgive the allegiance of its heirs to Lancaster. Often had she pondered on the reports concerning Margaret of Burgundy's white rose. It was with agitation, therefore, that she heard that he was to be brought for her to decide on his truth. The Duke had doffed his helm. His golden hair clustered on the almost infantine candour of his brow, and shaded to softer meaning the frank aspect of his clear blue eyes. The aged Duchess fixed her dimmed but steady gaze upon him, and at once became aware that this was no ignoble pretender who stood before her. His dignity inspired Surrey with respect. He hesitated as he introduced the subject of his identity with Edward IV's youngest son. The Duke, with a half-smile, began to speak of his boyish recollections and his little pretty playfellow, and of one Mistress Marjorie, her governante. He spoke of a quarrel with his infant bride on the very wedding day, and how nothing would bribe him to the ceremony, save the gift of a pretty foal, white Surrey, which afterwards bore his uncle Gloucester in the Battle of Bosworth. As he spoke, he saw a smile mantle over the aged lady's countenance, and then he alluded to his poor wife's death, and reminded the Duchess that when clad in black, an infant widower, he had visited her in condolence, and how the sad lady had taken a jewel-encircled portrait of her lost child, garnished with the blended arms of Plantagenet and Mowbray, from his neck, promising to restore it on an after-day, which day had never come. Tears now rushed into the Duchess's eyes. She drew the miniature from her bosom, and neither she nor Lord Surrey could longer doubt that the affianced husband of the noble Anne stood before them. Much confusion painted the Earl's countenance. The Duke of York's first involuntary act had been to stretch out his hand, but the noble hesitated ere he could bestow on it the kiss of allegiance. Richard marked his reluctance, and spoke with gallant frankness. "I am an outcast," he said, "the victim of lukewarm faith and ill-nurtured treason. I am weak, my adversary strong. My lord, I will ask nothing of you. I will not fancy that you would revive the ancient bond of union between York and Norfolk. Yet, were it not a worthy act to pull down a base-minded usurper, and seat upon his father's throne an injured prince?" The Duchess answered for him. "Oh, surely my noble cousin will be no recreant in this cause, the cause of our own so exalted lineage." But Lord Surrey had different thoughts. It cost him much to express them, for he had loved the house of York, and honoured and pitied its apparent offspring. At length he overcame his feelings and said, "And, if I do not this, if I do not assist to replant a standard whose staff was broken on the graves of our slaughtered fathers, will your Highness yet bear with me while I say a few words in my defence?" "It needs not, gallant Surrey," interrupted York. "Under favour it does need," replied the Earl, "and withal touches mine honour nearly, that it stand clear in this question. My lord, the Roses contended in a long and sanguinary war, and many thousand of our countrymen fell in the sad conflict. The executioner's axe accomplished what the murderous sword spared, and poor England became a wide, wide grave. The greenwood glade, the cultivated fields, Noble castles and smiling villages were changed to churchyard and tomb. Want, famine, and hate ravaged the fated land. My lord, I love not Tudor, but I love my country, and now that I see plenty and peace reign over this fair isle, even though Lancaster be their unworthy vice-regent, shall I cast forth these friends of man to bring back the deadly horrors of unholy civil war? By the God that made me, I cannot. I have a dear wife and lovely children, sisters, friends, and all the sacred ties of humanity that cling round my heart and feed it with delight. These I might sacrifice at the call of honor, but the misery I must then endure I will not inflict on others. I will not people my country with widows and orphans, nor spread the plague of death from the eastern to the western sea. Surrey spoke eloquently well, for his heart was upon his lips. Prince Richard heard with burning emotion. By my fay, he cried, thou wouldst teach me to turn spinster, my lord. But oh, cousin Howard, did you know what it is to be an exiled man, dependent on the bounty of others? Though your patrimony were but a shepherd's hut on a wild nameless common, you would think it well done to waste life to dispossess the usurper of your right. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 27. The Landing at Hythe. Farewell, kind lord, fight valiantly today, and yet I do thee wrong to mind thee of it, for thou art framed of the firm truth of valor. Shakespeare. The Duke of York was not of a temperament to sink supinely before the first obstacles. Lord Surrey's deep-felt abjuration of war influenced him to a sadness, but the usual habit of his mind returned. He had been educated to believe that his honor called on him to maintain his claims. Honor, always a magic word with the good and brave, was then a part of the religion of every pious heart. He had been nursed in war. The javelin and the sword were as familiar to his hand as the distaff and spindle to the old Tuscan crone. In addition, the present occasion called for activity. The fleet, armed for invasion, prepared by his noble aunt, manned by his exiled zealous friends, would soon appear on the English coast, giving form and force to, while it necessitated his purposed attempt. He possessed in his secretary Frillon a counselor, friend, and servant, admirably calculated to prevent all wavering. This man's vanity, lion strong, was alive to ensure his new master's success, and to overthrow him by whom he had been discarded. He was an adept in intrigue, an oily flatterer, a man of unwearied activity, both of mind and body. It was his care to prevent York from suffering any of the humiliations incident to his position. He obtained supplies of money for him. He suffered none to approach who were not already full of zeal. When he met with any failure, he proved logically that it was a success, and magnified an escape into a victory. He worked day and night to ensure that nothing came near the prince except through his medium, which was one sugared and drugged to please. When he saw Richard's clear spirit clouded by Lord Surrey, he demonstrated that England could not suffer through him, for that in the battle it was a struggle between partisans ready to lay down their lives in their respective causes, so that, for their own sakes and pleasure, he ought to call on them to make the sacrifice. As to the ruin and misery of the land, he bade him mark the exactions of Henry, the penury of the peasant, drained to his last stiver. This was real wretchedness, devastating the country and leaving it barren, as if sown with salt. Fertility and plenty would speedily efface the light wound he must inflict. Nay, England would be restored to youth, and laugh through all her shores and plains when grasping Tudor was exchanged for the munificent Plantagenet. In one circumstance Frillon had been peculiarly fortunate. The part he had played of astrologer during the foregoing summer had brought him acquainted with a young nobleman, zealous in the cause of York, and well able to afford it assistance. Lord Audley was of the west country, but his maternal relations were Kentish, and he possessed a mansion and a small estate not far from Hythe in Kent. Lord Audley was of a class of men common all over the world. He had inherited his title and fortune early in life, and was still a very young man. He loved action and desired distinction, and was disposed to enter readily into all the turmoil and risk of conspiracy and revolt. His aim was to become a leader. He was vain but generous, zealous but deficient in judgment. He was a Yorkist by birth and a soldier by profession. All combined to render him, heart and soul, the friend of the wandering Plantagenet. Frion led York to the mansion of this noble, and it became the focus of the spirit of sedition and discontent to the country round. The immediate presence of the Duke was concealed, but the activity of his friends was not the less great to collect a band of partisans, to which, when prepared and disciplined, they might present their royal leader. Their chief purpose was to collect such a body of men as might give one impetus to the comity when the invading fleet should arrive on these coasts from Burgundy. Time was wanting for the complete organization of their plan. For each day they expected the vessels, and their operations in consequence were a little abrupt. Still, they were in hopes that they should be enabled to assemble an armed force sufficient to facilitate the landing, and to ensure the success of the expected troops. Day and night these men were occupied in gathering together followers. It was not long, however, before the wily secretary discovered that someone was at work to counteract their schemes. Those he had left transported with zeal for the cause yesterday, today he found lukewarm or icy cold. Their enemy, whoever it might be, observed great mystery in his proceedings, yet he appeared to have intuitive knowledge of theirs. Frion exerted himself to discover the secret cause of all the mischief. He was liberal of promises and bribes. One day he had appointed a rendezvous for a party of recruits, about 100 men, who had been exercised for the last fortnight and promised well. None arrived at the appointed spot. Frion rode sorrowfully through the dusk of the evening towards Lord Audley's dwelling. He was overtaken by a horseman with a slouched hat, and otherwise muffled up. He rode at his side for a little way, quite mute to all Frion's courteous salutations, and then he suddenly put spurs to his horse and was out of sight in a moment. Night grew darker, and at the murk-embowered entrance of a shady lane, Frion was startled by the tramp of a horse. It was the same man. "Maître Frion," he cried. "Sir Robert Clifford." "The same. I knew not that my voice was so treacherous," Clifford began. He went on abruptly to declare that he was the counterminer, he, the secret marplot of the sagacious Frenchman's schemes. He displayed in all that he said a perfect knowledge of every transaction, and of the prince's present residence. By Our Lady's grace, he might have brought King Henry's archers to Lord Audley's very door. Wherefore he had not done this seemed strange, his own account perplexed. In truth, this wretched man, at war with guilt and with himself, loathed the dishonor he had acquired. Like all evil-disposed persons, he had no idea of purging himself from the foul stain by frank confession and reformation. His project was to begin a new career in a new country, to go where his own tarnished reputation was unknown, where the cankerous name of York would poison no more his native language by its perpetual recurrence. His violent passions led him also to other conclusions. He hated Richard and loved Monina. His desire to satisfy both these sentiments suggested a project on which he now acted, and which dictated his discourse with Frion. He showed how from that very spot he might ride to London and make disclosures to the king. His knowledge of every detail of the Yorkist plans was startling, ruinous. His offer was simply this, that the Duchess of Burgundy should pay him 1,000 golden crowns, that the Spanish maiden Monina should consent to wed him, and that they should seek together the golden isles of the western ocean, leaving the old world for York to ruffle in. Frion desired time. It was necessary to consult Richard and also Monina. Where should they meet again? Clifford would appoint neither time nor place. "I shall find you," he said. "I may draw your curtain at dead of night. Come on you with an armed band of men, whom you think all your own. I will choose my own hour, my own audience chamber. You have but to get the damsel's consent, and to tell her, an you list, that she were better as Robin Clifford's wife, than as the light of love of the son of Jane Shore's gallant." With these words the knight rode off, and being much better mounted than the secretary, put all pursuit to defiance. Frion was full of thought. He said nothing to the Duke or Lord Audley, but the following day hastened to visit Monina at Canterbury, where she had resided latterly, in the character of a pilgrim to St. Thomas a Becket's shrine. Frion had flattered himself that he could easily persuade the young, inexperienced girl, whose ardor for York he had often admired, yet he felt uncomfortable when he saw her. Monina looked a little pale, and her dark religious garb gave no adornment to her beauty, but there was in the innocence and tenderness of her full dark eye, in the soft moulding of the cheek which harmonized with the beautiful lids, and in her sweet lips, like roses, with their own fragrance pale, which spring but half uncloses. There was in all this a purity and soft appeal which even the politician felt, who looked on mankind as mere agents in the drama he caused to be acted. With some hesitation he brought out his story, but of course grew bolder as he proceeded. Monina looked pained, but said, "Double the number of crowns, and Sir Robert will content him. My father will make my ransom good." Clifford's speech and manner had convinced Frion that this would not be the case. He tried to persuade Monina, and even repeated the knight's insolent message. Her large eyes grew larger, dilating with surprise and indignation. He little knows woman who thinks to govern the timid thing by threats. "Answer that bad man," she said, "thus. Monina will wed death rather than crime and treason. Good Master Frion, you have done wrong by so insulting mine ears. It were enough to drive a poor girl to eternal vows in a convent, to dream that such words are spoken of her. And if I do not take that refuge, it is because I will not desert my dear, fond, bereaved father, as soon I shall prove. Meanwhile, we must not delay to secure our prince from his enemies' machinations. You know Astley, the poor scrivener in this town? I defy Clifford to win him. Bring his highness there. I will prepare him. We must show a boldness to Clifford matching his own. Let us be fearless for ourselves, and for the White Rose we need not fear. Stay, Clifford watches you. I will provide for the Duke's safety." That very night, by secret unknown means, it might be through her gypsy friend, Monina had communicated with York, and induced him to take refuge with the man she named. Astley's father had been a soldier in the cause of York, and had died on Bosworth Field, leaving an unprovided widow and 5 children, one only among them being a son. From his youth upward the boy had struggled, not with privation on his own account, to that he submitted without a murmur, but for the sake of his mother and sisters, whom he loved with an ardor peculiar to his sensitive and affectionate disposition. Weak in health and strength, he had betaken himself to the occupation of a scrivener, so meagerly to support them. It is probable that, in the frame of all, there was a delicacy of organization that unfitted them for penury. One by one they died. That spring had left Astley comparatively rich, because he could well support himself, but miserable beyond words, for he idolized all and every one of his lost relatives. Frion had, with unwearied care, made an accurate enumeration of all in Canterbury who had ever favored the White Rose. Astley was on this list. He saw him and passed him over as useless. Chance brought him and Monina together, who instantly detected his latent, unpracticed talents, his integrity and enthusiasm. Now his habitation occurred as an unsuspected and faithful asylum for her persecuted friend. Frion was still at work. Clifford came on him suddenly, and heard with unrepressed rage his rejection by Monina. His threats were unmeasured, but the moment for putting them into execution to their full extent had gone by. On the very day that York arrived in safety at Canterbury, his fleet was seen off Hythe. In the morning the vessels hove in sight. Towards evening they bore down upon land and anchored in the offing. The land breeze rising at evening tide secured them from the dangers of a lee shore. Hythe is situated at the water's edge. The cliffs, which at Dover beetle so fearfully over the tremendous deep, have by degrees receded from their apparent task of paling in the ocean, and as they retire inland lose their barren, precipitous aspect, and become green wooded hills overlooking a grassy plain, which extends from their feet to the sands, a distance of about 1/2 mile. In the neighborhood of Hythe, a ravine, the bed of a stream, divides these acclivities, which on one side are abrupt, on the other softly rounded as they gradually disappear. Arcadia seems to breathe from the fertile landscape, the sunny uplands, the fringed banks of the rivulet, the darker shadows of the wooded hills, are contrasted with the verdant meadows on which cattle and sheep graze. But the sea, the dark, dangerous sea, with barking waves and vast encircling barrenness, suddenly checks the beauty of the earth, adding magnificence to the pastoral prospect. A few days before, some gypsies had pitched their tents near the stream. Some of the wanderers had strolled down to Hythe, but they were looked on for the most part with suspicion and fear. Now, while at the close of day, most of the inhabitants of the little town were collected on the beach, gazing on the anchored vessels. 2 stout-looking gypsy men, with 1 old woman of their tribe, were lying on the sands, occupied in their lazy way by the same object, the vessels in sight. The people of Hythe, fishers or such poor traders as supplied the fishermen with a few coarse necessaries, were roused from the usual monotony of their lives by the aspect of this fleet. Added to these, there were 3 or 4 mendicant friars, an old soldier or two disabled in the wars of the Two Roses, and a few dependents on neighboring nobles or franklins, while women and children of various ages filled up the group. They all spoke of the fleet. It consisted of 5 armed vessels. 2 of these were weather-beaten caravels, 2 were low-decked Flemish smacks, but the 5th was one of prouder build, and it bore a flag of pretension on its mizzen. The French king and the Spaniard were spoken of first. Some thought it was a fleet which had sought the unknown golden lands, driven back upon the old world by the continuous west winds of the last month. Some said they belonged to the Duchy of Burgundy. There was a spell in that word. No one knew who first whispered the name. None could guess whence or wherefore the conjecture arose, but the crowd broke into smaller groups. Their talk declined into whispers as York, Duke Perkin, the White Rose, the Duchess of Burgundy were mentioned, and the fleet grew as they spoke into a mighty armada, freighted with invasion, ready to disembark an army, to ravage and conquer the island. As soon as the appearance and nature of these vessels became confirmed, the gypsies arose from their indolent posture and retreated to their encampment. A few minutes afterwards, a wild-looking youth on a shaggy horse, without a saddle, trotted off at a quick pace through the ravine to the inland country. Lord Audley and Frion heard from him of the arrival of their friends, who they had expected would have been delayed for another month. Frion instantly set off for Canterbury to apprise the prince, and the noble lost no time in collecting his retainers and hastening to Hythe. Clifford's spies brought him word also of the arrival of the fleet. Ill luck attended his guiles. King Henry was in the north. There was no time to apprise him, and Clifford's underhand proceedings might turn out bitterly to his disadvantage. He had nothing for it but to endeavour to be the first to convey the already blown news to Sir John Peachy, sheriff for Kent. His pains were rewarded by his being detained prisoner as a suspected person, while Sir John mustered his yeomanry, and together with the neighbouring gentry and their retainers, marched towards Hythe. The wavering people, awed by his show of legal and military power, grew cool towards the White Rose, whose name, linked to change and a diminution of taxation, had for a moment excited their enthusiasm. Some had assumed the snowy badge and collected in groups, but they tore it off when the magistrate appeared. He thanked them for arming for their king, and they, in much fear and some wonder, joined his standard. Sir John advanced with his increasing troop towards the village in question. He was informed that a band of the prince's friends was there before him, consisting of a few Yorkist gentlemen and their retainers. His first idea was to disperse them. His second, no, this will serve as a decoy. Every coast may not be prepared. Driven too speedily hence, the armament may make good their landing elsewhere. If we appear unguarded, they will disembark and fall into our hands. This policy had good effect. The 2 smaller Dutch vessels and one of the caravels ran as close inshore as their soundings permitted, and hastily landed a part of the troops. The commanders of the expedition on board the fleet had been in considerable anxiety. They had hoped to find the country raised to receive them. They saw but a handful of men. Still, signs were made to them to disembark, and eager to ensure the safety of their prince, they in part obeyed, landing about 250 men, with Montfort, Courbet, and some other distinguished exiles at their head. York and Frion had not yet had time to arrive from Canterbury. Lord Audley and his friends received the troops, and held consultation with their chiefs. It was resolved to go forward and penetrate into the country, to raise it if possible, and, as they had not yet heard of Sir John Peachy's advance, to forestall resistance by their speed. They marched forward in good order for nearly 10 miles when they halted. Their scouts here brought intelligence of a regular force of at least 2,000 men who were near at hand, advancing against them. Audley advised a deviation from their line of march, so as to enter the county in a different direction. Montfort proposed to fortify themselves in Hythe, Courbet to re-embark with all speed on board their vessels. While they deliberated, it was reported that another troop of the king's men were posted in their rear, while a herald from the sheriff called on them to lay down their arms and to submit. Already a panic ran through this knot of men. Already their coward hands dropped their weapons, ready to be held out for servile cords. Signs of terror increased by the near tramp of Peachy's soldiers and the sound of martial music. At this moment of irresolution, 4 persons were seen at the top of a neighboring eminence. One was a knight in complete armor. The others were more peacefully attired. They paused a moment, gazing on the scene below. Then the three pursued their way over the hills towards the sea. The cavalier came riding down at a furious pace. Lord Audley advanced towards him. "All is lost," he cried. "Or won," exclaimed the prince. "Surely Neville and my good cousin will send us reinforcements. How strong are ye on board, Montfort?" "About 600, 2 of which are German well-trained auxiliaries, but we hoped to find an ally army." "Treason, Sir John, is stronger to break than truth to bind. Ye are mad. Better not have landed at all than thus." A few scattered shot from Peachy's advanced guard broke in upon these regrets. Richard in a moment recollected that this was a time for action, not for words. He issued a few commands as to the position of his troops, and riding to their front addressed them. "My merry men and very good friends," he cried, "let us recollect that we are soldiers. Our lives depend upon our swords. Draw them for the right and be strong in it. Our enemies are chiefly raw recruits, cold friends of a tyrant usurper, but they are many, and death is before us. Behind our vessels the wide ocean, safety and freedom. We must retreat, not as cowardly fugitives, but as men who, while they see, fear not their danger." The order of the march was speedily established. While the rear retrograded, Richard, with 100 chosen men, made a stand, receiving so well the first onset of their assailants that they were staggered and driven back. "In good hour, spare neither whip nor spur," cried York, and turning his horse's head, he galloped towards his retreating friends. Peachy, who believed that he had them in his toils, followed slowly and in good order. For the first 5 miles all went well, but when the hills approached and grew more abrupt, forming by degrees a narrow ravine, they found this post guarded by the enemy. "Betrayed!" cried Audley. "We ought to have traversed the hills. Now we are between 2 fires." "Silence," said Richard sternly. "We must give courage